Alrighty, hello everyone. It's been a while since we've had a stream. It's been a while since anything really on this channel. We did miss out on, I believe, what was it? Playground Qualifiers. Were just running Playground Qualifiers recently? I don't even know. And we also missed out, I think, on... yeah, there was something very recently with Qualifiers that we didn't quite do, but a little bit sick. Still am. Mercure L. No problem. You as well, Kane Lust, and a special shout out to VChan for reminding me to change the game. I forgot to do that a while ago. I don't have my lights on, but I actually should. Hang on a moment. Thank you very much, Iki Aja. And yeah, very nice and cozy, Ange1990. Very nice and cozy. No delay on the stream. Lobby delay is probably at 15 minutes. 10 now within 02. So about 10 minutes. A little bit less actually, since I started that timer a little bit late. We'll be able to get into that game. But nothing just yet. I can bring us into a little bit. I'm not gonna turn on my lights yet. Turn on the camera yet, just because I am still feeling a little bit sick. I'll turn it on once I set the lights up, which should be soon. Yeah. Gonna be oi. Alright. I did not expect to be this sick. I was feeling a little bit better when I woke up. But maybe it has something to do with the cold weather. Alright, let me plug in my lights. We look terrible on cam. No, not as bad as I thought. Let's chill out a bit. Hello. Welcome back. Oh, I didn't shade. A little bit of shadow. A little bit of a pixel art background because my room's a little bit of a mess. I've been a bit too sick to, again, cope with that. But hopefully everyone's doing well. And we have about, double check on our timer right now, about 7 minutes ago until this game is up and running on Dota TV. We are not in lobby. And hopefully later on we'll be joined by a couple of friends. Right now they are offline. I was pinged by a good friend, Mike number 2, Permisnes, to kind of do this. And Mike himself, of course, is busy with a second child. So if he was busy with one child, he's definitely extra busy with 2 kids. But hopefully everyone's doing fine. Hopefully everyone's doing dandy. I just came back from a trip to Japan, as some of you are aware because you guys follow the socials, follow the Instagram and Facebook. Japan was fun, as always. I look a little bit too tan. That's too pale. There's some in between there. Here we go. Yeah, it's been pretty nice and fun. Exposure to WoW. That is bad. Gain up. I haven't manually changed my stuff in a while. Alright. Exposure -5. Yeah, these cheap LED lights have very bad strobing that the camera does pick up, so maybe I'll just keep exposure to automatic and the gain down to 0. Alright, that's kind of fine. Again, I look a bit pale. Alright, good. Shout out from the Philippines, John X Fire. Thank you, Temple, on YouTube. Is the game soon? Yes, it is. Clifford Bear, 2 weeks. Thank you very much. I honestly have no clue what that means. Yeah, thank you for the 50 stars. That's the first time I've ever heard that sound. Thank you very much. That's Not very typical. Oh, okay, my bot timer message is a little bit funky. Let me fix that. And yeah, we should be on in a couple of minutes. Sison, Austria Marvin, shout out to you. John Brian Martinez, this is Execration versus the Mongols. So you've got Exe without Coach JL with Akashi in, up against the Mongols, who I believe do still have Mr. JL as coach. So it should be interesting considering how much JL knows about Exe, considering that he was coaching them for at least 2 years. So it should be very, very, very interesting indeed. Where is the chat? Will the chat not get copied to the scene? Doodle! Hello. Doodoo Doto. Hello. Good to see you around. Christian CCS28. Shout out boss Dota Voice from Antipolo. Shout out to you. Clifford Bear. Shout out to Alphon. I miss my boom manager. Good old Mr. Lane's one of us now. He's a Talon boy. Paulo Gonzalez, Cuckoos versus Chicken. Yeah, that's the one that we are looking for. I wouldn't mind sticking in as long as they don't mind having me. It would be fun. A bit of the sniffles can make it a little bit rough. But yeah, we are around 4 minutes, maybe around 3.5 minutes until this is live again. I was a little bit late on the timer, so we're going to be in short order, somewhat short order. And yeah. Robert McLeod, thank you for casting. Great voice to fall asleep to. From Seattle, Washington. Thank you very much, Robert, from the heart of Washington State, all the way in Seattle. Hopefully you're not sleepless in Seattle. Always wanted to go, never got to go to the Seattle TIs. Mr. Robert McLeod, you're also sharing a name with a very great composer that I've... Well, no, that's Kevin McLeod, but close enough. Mr. McLeod, shout out to you over in Seattle. Land of Valve, would have loved to be there. Maybe someday. Certainly not anytime soon just yet. Thank you for tuning in. For chilling out. Some chill vibes. But yeah, I went to Japan for about 5 days, 6 days. It was really fun. I stayed in Osaka as always. I love Osaka. Good people. Heck yeah, Robert. But yeah, Osaka was great. I got to unwind a little bit. And now just kind of waiting for online stuff to kick in. We've got Dream League 25 coming up. Wallachia coming up, of course, Season 3 coming in March. We've got a bunch of stuff. So there's a good amount of stuff to keep us busy soon. It's going to be nice to get some work again. We would love to work more tournaments, but we'll see if TOs ever get back. We have emailed them before. And yeah. Let's see. Time check on our stream timer. Currently 2 minutes, around 1.5 minutes maybe, until this game finally kicks in. Again, we are community casting from Dota TV. We do not have lobby access. I didn't really plan on casting, so I didn't really reach out to our friends at PGL, simply because we are, again, a little bit sick. We got Mr. Lane already saying, sheesh, streaming. It's been a while. Even Mr. Lane, sheesh. Did not expect that. John Larry Avena Sarimos, a stream you can watch. Thank you. Clifford, John's cross streaming. Yes, we've got YouTube, we've got Twitch going on, and Facebook as well. Novice, it's been a while. Hello. We've been inactive. Not really inactive, but I've been sick, so I haven't been able to community cast the recent qualifiers. That's spooky. What the heck is this song? Steve the Fish. This is pretty big. I like it. It's good sampling. All right. That was your comment on Facebook. Fair enough. All right, we're in. We are in. I did not know there's an English caster, but it's just one of those things. We are in. We'll lower the volume just a tad. But we're chilling. The Mongols do ban out terribly. The expiration has love to flex. You see the Tiny being banned out. We've seen a lot more Tiny in the past month or so. Mid and support. Not the biggest fan on mid. Some teams have been trying to run it on safe lane as well if things are dicey, but again, not the biggest sell. See the Night Stalker being banned out by the Mongols, which has been a very popular offlane, starting to kick in now. Highly durable, highly annoying towards backline. See standard bans from Exa, Bristle, Back, and Dawnbreaker. Nothing too strange there, along with Alina ban, so covering their bases and preventing that mid Alina from kicking in. Now time to see what they do want here on the Mongol side. The ban, at the very least, and start off with stuff like Lion still there. Ench has been a little bit less popular. Shadow Demon is still in the pool if they want that. Stuff like PA still there too, but it does feel a little bit early. Bloodseeker still in there as well. Spectre still up there. So you do have a good set of choices for this first pick. Shadow Demon is probably the safest bet, if that's the way the Mongols will want to go. But I would expect a little bit more of an explosive time from them. Maybe prioritizing something like a Bob Hero, although it's not the most common for them to go for Bob Hero first pick, but they've done it before. I mean, a few Bob teams do tend to do that. Beastmaster being banned out, respect to Dino on the offlane. And they do go with a Bounty Hunter first, so we've seen a little bit of a resurgence again with a Bounty Hunter in recent tournaments. And it's really interesting to see that Bounty Hunter kind of rise up just a little bit more. Does help you snowball nicely. It's its weakest part is probably just strip laning phase is not the best for that hero. I'm a little bit surprised stuff like Nyx is kind of left in the pool, but maybe not the biggest concern with no Dawnbreaker around. We do pick up the Clockwork and Exa, again a very popular support that we've seen time and time again now. I'm so curious. Now Bounty Hunter has not been that popular back in. I remember seeing it a little bit more, but I forget which qualifiers.
10 seconds left.
Or was it Fissure that we saw a little bit more bounty?
5 seconds
I'm not sure, maybe I'm just misremembering stuff again. There were like 10 Bounty Hunter games in Fissure, so it's kind of back-ish. Not the most popular. Titushki, thank you for the sub. Is Alpha on here? He is not. He's not jumping into call. He's probably busy prepping his team or living a life. See the Lycan being banned out by Mongols, which is something we saw again last time me and Mike casted. WS kind of played like a maniac with the Alpha Wolves. Looked amazing. And again, that has been a hero that has clearly come back into the meta. I'm a little bit surprised stuff like Phoenix is still in the pool. But maybe not the highest priority for either of these teams. That's been a very popular hero as well. DK Alchemist being left in the pool as well is kind of nuts. Like, these are probably the two top tier pause ones in the game right now. Nice and safe picks as well. So seeing them slide through is kind of nuts. Lich is still in there, although his win rate hasn't been as high. Phoenix has been comparatively a little bit better. And again, PA is still there as well. It's a wild card pick. Magnus banned out by the Mongols. Again, some respect out for, you know, maybe some off chances of like an Akashi or Lewis mid mag in there as well. And we do see that's Puck being banned out for Bobby. PA picked up by Exa, so yeah, again, it was left in the pool. You don't quite have enough magical damage on the Mongols to deal with it just with a Bounty Hunter. I would say this is a good time for maybe something like a Lion. Lion into Clockwork kind of feels ass, but Lion into Phantom Assassin is really fun. She doesn't have HP, she doesn't want to get Magic Res until she gets BKB. You're not rushing BKB first item, you're going Battle Fury, maybe a Desolator, maybe a BKB after that, but certainly a lot of time that a Lion 6 time would be good. Instead, the Mongols go with the Doom, which is a stable way to lane up against this PA. Kind of deals with the lane fine, and it's a good solution down the line. The break is good to break off the evasion, the base evasion that she does have on her innate now. Stefan Dim 3. Thanks for the English cast, John X. You're a legend. Thank you very much. Let's see what craziness C cooks up this morning. Yes, we will. We already missed out in one series. I believe that was Boom up against who was it? Boom up against Ivory, and unfortunately Boom did take that 2-1 for the Ivory guys, but somewhat to be expected. There's the Lich that we were talking about left in the pool. Very annoying here to fight into. I'm curious about their lanes here on the Mongols. You're running Doom Bounty, which doesn't sound like the highest pressure lane. Then again, PA Clockwork is also not a great laning combination either, so chances are you're not even looking for that coming out here on Mongols. Titushki will try to cast everything left. It is going to be a long time, so I'm not sure, but we'll try to cast everything. See the Phoenix coming out for Execration along with the Sand King, so now you're probably looking at you're going to be running something like the Phoenix PA, a pretty passive lane, Sand King and Clockwork dual lane could be good. Maybe a Sand King mid again for Lewis, as that's something that we've seen Lewis really enjoy before. And that is something Coach GL probably is aware of if he is guiding his team here today, so we shall see. All a matter of seeing at this point. And for the side of the Mongols, they do go for that Bloodseeker. So the Bloodseeker into PA is interesting. It is a high magic damage safe laner. Snowball's really hard, plays off with his Bounty Hunter well. Kind of plays into Phoenix all right. He does have a lot of attack speed. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. That's my one thing with Mongols. But Bloodseeker Lich is a devastating lane. Especially into even just the Sand King, I think is manageable enough at level 2. Although Sand King Spike is around level 3 anyhow. But that does make it maybe a little bit more manageable for the Mongols. I do like seeing this. And I remember, in chat, if you would amuse me, there were times in the last year or the last 2 years where I've been saying, you know, Bloodseeker's got nothing but buffs. He did get nerfed, right, on his shard. But I was saying, what was I saying for a long time? Bloodseeker magical build. What are people doing now? Bloodseeker magical build. Radiance, Bloodstone, Ags, Dagon. You know? It's like people call you crazy, and then some pro just decides to do it, and suddenly, oh, you know, they're correct. It's like, come on, this is cool.
10 seconds
so I'm
left.
curious to see this. It's going to be like a bit back and forth. Like magical Bloodseeker, you're not going to take care of a PA. You'll need something like an MKB. You kind of want to go physical. You do lose out in the aspects with like the Radiance build and the Ags, but it might not be the highest priority here. I think a standard Bloodseeker would maybe fare a little bit better. We'll see what they have in mind here for the Mongols. You get the last bands, Invoker being banned out by the Mongols, and Execration taking care of the Pangolier and the Shaker. The Monkey King being taken care of by the Mongols.
Dire's choice.
And we go to the Earth Spirit. Bob Earth Spirit comes out once again. Salazar. That's a Lelzer. It's around a 15-minute delay to the lobby. So Dota TV delay is around 15. Why is my mic low anyhow? I think I have a compressor. Hang on. Yeah, I do have that comp. Alright, turn off the compressor. And it's still a little bit low. Ah. Why? Hello. Oh yeah, I think my microphone is just low. Alright, boosting gain. Alright. Close out with the Lewis Slaughter on mid, which I think up against the Earth Spirit isn't actually bad. You can regen through a lot. You can kind of... Yeah, I knew it. Goddamn, Alphon. So low. Get better headphones, Alphon. I turned on the compressor again. Just ensure we don't blow ears out later on. And again, very interesting draft to close out. Q on the Bloodseeker. Arterial Spray as well on him with Castaway on the Lich. So that, again, that lane top's looking good. I did not know the Mongols picked up DJ. Kind of forgot about that. But Doom, Bounty Hunter for the side of Mongols on the offlane. Renewal for Execration. Again, you're running the Bryle, Phoenix, along with Akashi's PA. Methodical is what we tend to see nowadays, which I enjoy. We've got Tino and the Sand King with Shanks and the Clockwork. And that lane can be pretty nice. I think overall, in terms of draft, I would lean into... It's hard to say. I think both sides have decent drafts. I think it's going to be down to lane execution. How much can Lewis try to hold back Bobby? King Bob, as he has proclaimed himself to be. And how well can they scale? Because both sides have some pretty good scaling options here, right? Like,
everyone know who's top.
Let me turn off my lights because this is killing me inside. You know, like, If you can hit this critical mass timing in your PA slaughter combination, things get scary. Your team fight looks a lot hotter here on Execration. But the magical damage is really nice here in the side of Mongols. Do you have a lot of all chat? Let's read through. Have fun, have fun, have fun. AMQ is like, you again? Pack. Bob says, tip me now. And because I'm here. Yeah, you. Ngayon mo ko itip, nandito lang ako sa kabilang kanto. Just tip me now, I'm right around the corner. CML says, no, I'm already scared. Negative. Shawarma at Plaza later. CML's asking, is it your treat? Goch. Alright.
30 seconds till go time.
Some spice on hand. Kill the Spotify music as it's still running in the back. And that should be enough. Take that. With a smoke out from both sides. Mongols looking to sneak in. I would say the level 1 here of Execration can be a little bit scarier. But they do manage to dodge entirely, planting their own ward right by the river. They did take the Watcher. Smoke breaks on the Watcher. How hard do you want forces? AOQ is pretty far out. Good cogs from Shanks, but the Blood Right will clip. That does cut off the aggression coming out here. Nice kickback on the cogs. Starting to get some damage in. JG dropping low. Burrow Strike out as well to clean him up, and they will get the punish. They'll find AOQ as well. DJ stuck in the middle of nowhere. Finds Lewis at the very least. And does actually run away. Shanks instead falls to Bob and Castaway. A kickback from Bob. Burrow from Tino cleans up once more. And now Castaway, cast asleep once again as DJ finds another. DJ finds 3 kills for himself. Gets level 2. Has the Invis. Wants to right click. What's one more? DJ! The ultra kill at half a minute into the game. Oh my lord. Goodness gracious me, DJ. Jardel. Mampusti, stop. Calm down. Calm the hell down. Holy, what did we get into ourselves here today? I am too sick for this kind of game. Oh my lord. Pepard the Great, hello. Shout out to the Kukuis. I will drop by if I am requested. But I am sick. Just heads up. There's to say, oh yes, we are definitely casting the Kukuis versus the Kukuis later on. Of course, that's the entire reason we're here. That is the content, baby. As we're watching top some content here as well. Again, DJ level 2 about to hit 3. JG is just about to hit level 2 himself. But what a mess. 5 to 4 to start off. Decent trades coming out from both sides. But I don't know if you're fully happy on the side of Mongols. But hey, DJ has a running start, right? Yeah, already has a Tranks up. It's going to be hard to shove away. This Booty Hunter, Akashi, is also set for a pretty rough lane. PA into Doom. It is a lane where you have to play with Dagger a little bit more. And you don't really have the greatest synergies out with a Phoenix either. So you are just going to be sitting back, trying to secure farm, control these waves as best as you can. A little bit of a shove out from JG is going to be nice, as they do manage to get aggressive already onto JG, dropping him low HP, but he does have 14 charges on the wand. So you do have that at least going for yourself here, not too far. DJ does get the pull as well, allowing some safe EXP gain for JG. An overall top lane. Again, it's pretty decent for Akashi, but not too bad for Drew, considering how leveled his bounty hunter is. He just wants some solo EXP, and PG is giving that. The mid lane, though, Slaughter for Lewis, up again to Bob onto his Earth Spirit, roll forward just to figure out the creep, doesn't quite find it. And there is that instant punish from Lewis. Again, this lane is probably not the smoothest for the Earth Spirit. Slaughter just has so much regen on hand on the river, has a lot of stuns, is very beefy, does not care too much. But Bob's right-click potential trades is that's something Lewis should just went out on. Doing fine so far. Diving onto DJ, good dust. Takes care of that 4 times kill streak given to CML. At very least a very early kill streak. So it's not like the biggest net worth, but still a good chunk of golden EXP to get. Bob does get punched by Lewis. And again, this matchup for the Earth Spirit, not the best, as we are missing a lot. And yes. Let's see. Mark Makryuzaki, we are not casting in lobby, and we are not taking someone else's stream. So we are on the 15-minute Dota TV delay. Alright, we are on that 15-minute Dota TV delay. We are not using someone else's stream. There's an error on the bot message. Again, let's just add spaces here. Spaces here. Spaces there. Alrighty. Save. Alright.
Courier's down. Dire side.
Let's see. Bot lane, last lane we haven't really looked at. You do have Aunq starting to really not like his lane. It can be a good lane. Again, there's this Lich synergy with Frost Armor down the line, but you don't have that value point yet here for Castaway. Starting to get a rotation in onto Bobby. Level 3 on the Earth Spirit up against the 5 of Lewis. Really lots of pressure onto mid, and Bob is not going to live through this one. Does get the Water Rune and dodge out one Fire Spirit to survive. Bobby, though, rolls back in. You don't have the damage for this, buddy. What the hell are you doing? Does manage to walk out. Will pick himself another Water Rune as DJ on the hunt, but will not find an angle either. It's Bob playing with fire, literally. And Lewis really starting to pull ahead here. With a Slaughter with 13 denies, 18 last hits, compared to Bob at 8-3. It's just not fun. Immediately matchup for Earth Spirit into this is just not fun. And it is, again, favored for Slaughter. Your only play here for Bob is the kickback, but Lewis is tanky enough with just the one Bracer and the full wand. Do not really care about that. So that's a lot of tempo for the Mongols being thrown out the window. A little bit of rotation from DJ. There are sentries and wards here, so they know the bounty hunter's coming in as they do get the entrapment onto Aunq. Cogs is kicking DJ around just a little bit, tries to come in with the right click damage. They do have enough. They've got the dust onto Tino, and Tino is not long for this world. Does have a stick charge. Will need to expend 2 spells. Castaway with that blast will manage to clean him up. 6-6. Good rotation out from DJ to get some activity out. Again, Doom is an off lane that you can leave alone, especially as he also has his full wand and 2 bracers as well. He's just going to be able to sustain nicely. Meanwhile, mid, again, a rotation out from Mr. Kuya onto Bobby. Bob has really just not had a win. 12-3 still in CS. Lagging a full level behind in comparison. Legitimately a full level behind in comparison to what Lewis has. Still trying to go into power treads. This time into Urn if he wants that is going to be delayed. Probably just a blade mail rush perhaps. Could be nice as Bob just finds CML. Forced to roll, wants the rune, has DJ to help secure. The stun is out early on Lewis. Does clip a DJ, but they're trying to get some damage in. The dust is out as well. CML though, maybe a little bit too far. No dive. Blast in from Castaway. Do they have the damage? The roll from Bob is actually, I don't know where. Lewis out of mana, but is in the river. And again, did manage to get some corrosive hazes off. Wants to try onto DJ. Doesn't quite have enough for the crush. And the side of the Mongols are starting to even out a little bit. 7-6, 1k lead still standing here for the Mongols. You're getting free farm out, basically for JG and Aunq. It's been a little bit slower for Akashi, actually, as he rotates down bot as well. They do have the ward to spot. Very good wards here, I have to say it, from the side of the Mongols. Nice one watching behind the tier 1. Watch for any sort of defensive posturing that comes in. Nice one watching in this ramp area as well through the gate. And they're just preventing too much aggression from coming in. And I love what DJ's been doing with all of that free golden EXP. He's been very active on the map early on, much earlier than you'd see a bounty hunter do so. Wisdom Rune's not going to be snagged away, as Shanks will just find it as there is some movement top. They commit to Doom onto Akashi. And the boy from Butuan is being sent home again. Express ticket out for him. As they get the clean up there. 8-6. DJ still looking around. Could try onto CML. Fire Spirits are gone. Dive is still there. Said a courier will be sniped. TP for Akashi gone. And he will find CML. Looking for the dive. The silence is out. Will manage to get it. Castaway, we're not really in range for that Censored Gaze. Mass TP's coming in. Lewis gets the haze off onto JG. Not the highest armor here in the world. -4 right now overall. As JG, one crush and a couple of right clicks. Does eat the Lotus. CML will get the kill. Not the ideal there on exit, but it's also a mass commitment out. 4 heroes up top, giving Aunq a lot of room to play bot. He is going for that Radiance build we were talking about. Recovery room for Bob on mid, just a couple waves given to himself. And you're feeling fresh as fire as they will get one more catch onto Castaway. Frost Armor slowing this process down a little bit with the gaze as well, but not slow enough. Bob, DD, they want to make a play. Does manage to get the Magnetize off. Is he going to get able to get any sort of roll? No, he's getting some of the applications on the Magnetize. Damage is looking good, but where's the movement out? Kick forward onto DJ, still doesn't catch. Another clip on the Magnetize at very least. Crush is there. And there goes the Rupture onto Lewis. Do they have enough? Yes, refreshing the Magnetize to make sure. Lewis will fall. And Bob just a little bit too low on mana, but does make it work as they clip CML on the side as well. Fried chicken tonight for the guys in the Mongols. And overall, a little bit of a back and forth time, but hey, you are starting to find your groove here on the Mongols end, just a tad bit.
Dire structures are fortified.
Pressure onto the mid lane as well. Not quite enough to really clear out, but I love this activity we're seeing from the Mongols. Again, they've all been more than willing to rotate. You've got the Urn up on DJ. He can go for the Spirit Vessels covered for Bob, having to rush Blade Mail. Commitment down bot though, even sending down Akashi as well. Anku does not have Rupture, doesn't really have anything to play with here. He has to be cautious, but he did spot the gate movement out. And the side of Execration not going to hang out long enough. Lewis just going to be walking away now. Bot should still go. And it will. No defense coming out here from the Mongols. Instead, like trying to catch out on mid. Shanks is level 6, has a hook shot out if he wants, but is getting chased down. There is an angle out. He takes, just walks through the cogs and the side of the Mongols. Didn't really have the backup for that one. Lewis posturing as well. Deep dive from Bobby. Kick does not connect as Akashi faults the JG with the Doom back up, and Anku. Let's find it. Well, 3 points, says Bob. Does not land a shot. Good attempt on the 3-pointer there, Bobby. But King Bob needs to brush up a little bit. It's basketball
Dire's
skills.
bottom tower is under attack.
AOGG, thank you for the sub. And Jiva Jago, it's been a while. Thanks for dropping by. AOGG, thank you for the gifts as well. Hopefully you've been doing great. And hopefully you're enjoying the stream. I'm a little bit sick if I sound off. Such is life, I suppose. Let me just add this. Yeah, I forgot to add English to the title.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
English. C close qualifiers. Where's MLP? He has 2 kids. As the hook shots there, they're trying to kill off a kid in Bob. He managed to get a good gaze off, but Bobby's gone. DJ under vision with the dust. No 6 yet as well. Forced to just walk away as Lewis is hungry for a little bit more. We'll have the crush range soon enough. Wants to try. The slow is there as Anku rotates in. You get the Rupture off as well. Lewis now just stuck in place. Again, still has crush. Has time for the rest of his team to come in, and they will actually manage to crush Anku. Egg in the background as well. Risky fight for the Mongols. Egg will pop, clips Anku, but they know Egg is down. Can they find more? Cogs out from Shanks to block off that rotation from JG. No mana left on our Doom. Will at least try to go for CML. Does manage to still get the dive away onto the cliff spot. A bit of an awkward position with 20 seconds left on the TP. If a ward's there, a ward's there. Managed to clip CML, and we'll find another free Phoenix kill as Bob nails it this time. A little bit costly coming out from the side of Execration. That's them taking that fight with no Doom on hand. With Rupture being expended, with the Egg being dropped in an awkward angle, Execration needs some blinks. They definitely need some blinks to be up and running here. You want that blink up. Well, Lewis actually changes for the Yaku Sabers who wants damage. And again, Pino is also going for the Bloodstone build, it looks like.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
With a little bit more downline. So no instant initiation, which puts a lot of pressure on, I guess, the support duo, right? If you can't start it with, say, a great Burrow Strike or a great Crush Out from Lewis, then you're relying on a hookshot Cogs and the follow-up from CML. Gonna help pin things down. Good scan out from the Mongols. Spots out that smoke. So they'll be able to reposition. They've got Doom back up. Egg is down for still 40 seconds. So maybe a little bit optimistic anyhow in this movement out. And you're happy about the state right now on the Mongols. You are giving a lot of farm back onto Akashi, but this PA doesn't have Battle Fury yet. It's going to be up maybe around 15 minutes here, which is not too bad considering the pressure, but also not the ideal. Starting to make some moves out. Cast away. Caught out with Shanks. Not going to be lasting too long. Gets a huge Chain Frost off, bouncing between Tino and Shanks. That is just unfortunate for Tino. Getting that blink out, running right in. And just getting blown up. Now they've got the track. DJ wants to find more onto CML. Egg is there to save.
Dire's fortified their buildings.
But already feeling great here on the side of the Mongols. And they'll be able to clear out mid. They've got the Radiant still a ways off from Anku, to be fair.
Dyer's lost
But
their
that
middle
tempo
tower.
is certainly riding up here for the
Nice.
Mongols. Whoa. Forgot that's still a feature here. Smoke instantly out from the Mongols, trying to find a little bit more. They'll catch CML, who again still has the dive, still has the egg. Dive cut off. Gaze is there. And Castaway will find one. Now, I have to say that chain frost out from Castaway, man. That was nuts. Having the confidence that someone's going to be backing up, watching that river line, seeing the blink opportunity, and say, yep, you blink in, you're going to die. And they did. Already has the Police going into Solar Crest. And the snowball's starting to kick in for the Mongols. Again, for the side of Exa, and you've got this PA combination with Slaughdar, but it's a matter of trying to get things online. You have this great team fight as well. It's the hookshot flies in. Shanks trying to get DJ solo. Did you manage to get the corrosive haze off? But here comes Bobby. Cracks are out. Shanks is going to be a juicy one. The chain frost is good, but the egg does come in on time, and JG will commit the doom. Wants to get that kill onto Lewis, and looks like he will fall. Track is still running as well. Another bonus to come in. Egg's gone. CML's going as well. As Execration stream in one by one. Don't make it one more, 19 to 10, 6K lead. Jail. Oui. Hello, Jail. Watching your boys. This is on a Dota TV delay, so if you want to keep up to date to your boys better, I believe Kuyanik does have access inside. Let's actually see. No, the Russian cat. Oh, yeah. Kuyanik does has access inside, so
Dyer's middle tower
you
is
may feel
looking so
free
great.
to watch. I cannot know. Alright. Do kill off Bobby. And Shanks finally finding something for themselves there. But overall, Mongols in a very good spot, right? Radiance coming up now for Omq. PA hates playing into that. Does have Battle Fury up now on Akashi at the very least. Farm pace can escalate as Omq's caught out. Corrosive Haze, the crush coming in, the jump forward, and Omq left alone for the Wolves. A little bit surprised he hung around there so long, but good punishment out from Exit to even out just a little bit more. I like the build coming out here from JG. Already has Sanjin Yasha, has his drums, straight for AC. And this is a very high pressure game where you need a lot of armor. It's going to help massively against that Corrosive Haze, against the PA. Echo Saber now up for Lewis on top of things, so a little bit more damage coming out from him. Thanks for staying, Mr. JL. Batonton! Sup, John? Sup, Batonton on YouTube. Thanks for dropping by. Again, a very interesting game already. 19 to 12. Into the 17-minute mark. DJ has that full Spirit Vessel up. Has had a couple of great track kills. Wants even more. They have a lot of sentries out. A lot of obs and sentries out from the side of Mongols just to try to spot out. They've had obs ward drop. A TJ was also spotted out by the ward. Not going to be able to maximize that just yet. Bloodstone build for Tino is starting to come in. There's that Radiance we were talking about on Omq. So the missed chance for PA is not something PA tends to enjoy to play up against. It's certainly not
tower is looking so great.
a great thing there.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble. Radiant's
You
lost
see
their
the
bottom
tower falling down bot. And the side of the Execration starting to reel the game back in a bit. 5K lead shrunk down to 3K. A couple of these fights have been going the way of Exa. A little bail out of top, so they don't get caught out by Castaway and JG.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
There's a lot of room there for X to play, right? They've been playing bot. DJ trying to keep track of Shanks. They do manage to get the stoppage, silence off as well. Is the damage clean enough? There's a hook shot. And there it goes. Shanks does manage to bail out for now. Reapplication of Magnetize, but can't get the stun going.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
that's
looking
again
so
a little
great.
bit of time, a little bit of resources being expended. Magnetize down a few rocks away from Bobby. No mana for another rotation in. Smoke out from Mongols elsewhere. Wanting to get a play out. I mean, they've got the double ice armor here. Lewis doesn't bail out in the nick of time. Gets ruptured up as well. Held in position at least. Will be doomed up eventually and will eventually die. Rupture
Dyer's
doom
top tower
expended
is in trouble.
onto one.
Radiant's
I don't think they
middle
even
tower
have
is
track
looking
there, so not the biggest outcome for the Mongols. You know, it kind of hurts a little bit to not have DJ there in time, but again, he was across the map making the gank. So far, so good. As they get entrapment again, Shanks catches out DJ. They get the blow up with all the ultimates being thrown out, but there's the Chain Frost out. Doesn't really bounce to more. Egg forced out from CML. Hook shot's good though. Shanks on point, but no follow through. Hogs on cooldown. Maybe hoping that was still within the Phoenix egg range, but not quite. Epicenter committed for that one. Overall, I mean, you take what you can get. Epicenter and egg is a massive commitment, though. We're not really the biggest kills in the world. Maybe not the ideal outcome you're looking for here. Bobby working on to that. Shivas for the team. We got the Force Staff, Blink, Shard, Ghost Scepter for Castaway to survive through. And you've got Amhu going for maybe the Sanjasha, looks like. If not a BKB, wouldn't mind either way. Would prefer SNY. Let's see which way the itemizes. So we'll take the Tormentor. See who gets lucky with the shard. If it's Castaway, you are clapping your hands. It is Castaway. He's clapping his hands. He's a happy boy. Free Ice Spire, free Chain Frost setups for solo kills. Nasty is the word. Very, very nasty. And that is something to be very, very aware of as well on the side of Execration. For X's part, mind, we've got the Ags coming in for Lewis, 2 parts away. You've got the full BKB up and running for Akashi, so it's a lot of mitigation now for all that control coming from Mongols. And forces JG with a choice. Does he have to hold Doom out for that PA with a BKB? Do you have to hold Rupture for that PA with a BKB? Chances are you're probably holding Rupture for that now. If not for Lewis. Like either or. Kind of goes to one or the other.
Dyer's middle tower is in trouble.
Smoke out from Mongols after getting a good track. Breaking off that gank. Can they find something big?
Dyer's middle tower.
I'd love to get Lewis. Still keeping track of that Slardar roll. Oh, Castaway finds it, gets the Ice Spire off, gets the Chain Frost as well. Nice and simple. Don't have to pop anything else. Get the track kill going. And all of a sudden, a 6k lead builds up. Looking for the movement into Roche. Gate movement across. Execration are somewhat close by. Egg ready, Epicenter ready. But without the Corrosive Haze, it just doesn't feel like you're having the best of times there for Akashi. He did skip that Deso for the BKB. He doesn't have that insta-burst play solo. We'll get the free shard out for Shanks. Jetpack can be nice here as well.
Dyer's bottom tower is in trouble.
You're kind of happy. You're in a happy enough spot for both sides. And for the side of the Mongols, they're close to critical mass, right? Shivas for Bob, not too far off. Amq does have, what is it? BKB coming in. Smoke out though. Execration maybe finds a good angle here. Shanks has been on point with his hook shots. Good ward out. He managed to jump onto JG. They got the double commitment, but he's tanky with that full plate nail. Not tanky enough. Get the jump onto Castaway next, as he will get blown to bits by Akashi. Just like that, 2 down with no recompense here on the side of Mongols. Maybe looking to re-angle in, but just Bobby, BJ, and Alq alone is not going to get that job done. Instead, Roche is open. And it doesn't take too long for Roche to fall here. For the side of Exa with a Slaughter on hand. And they go for it. And the side of Mongols can't afford to give this one away for free, but it goes so damn fast. Egg is still ready as well. Can you really find the angle in? The answer is looking to be no, unless Bob, are you going to try it? Are you going to try it? DJ Qualkin for it as well. Not going to be able to snag. Roche does go for free. Grabs his follow-up fight. Dust does fly down. We get the clip onto Tino. Chain Frost goes. No, it bounces along with Tino's Burrow Strike. And the damage. Instantly losing that Aegis buyback on DJ. Can they take more? Eggs already down. Look for the Stun Ray across. BKB popped on by Akashi, trying to rip Bob into shreds, but the damage just isn't clean enough. The Corrosive Haze, it's not doing enough. It will clean up in the end, but now it's Akashi up against the world. OnQ, without Radiance, the mischance is starting to pile on as they find one more and get the chase down onto CML. A disastrous fight for Execration. A wonderful comeback coming out here for the Mongols. As they found everything. Execration bail out right after the Roshan. They split apart. They give some good openings out for the side of the Mongols. Tino again getting clipped on the lower southern part of the Roche pit. Outside it. Kind of cost them. That along with, again, this great Chain Frost coming out from Castaway. It's made this game so hard. Made that fight so hard. Bounces along while he's burrow striking away instead of being on the bounce back to the Ice Spire. And just get an insane amount of damage. Losing that Aegis straight away on Akashi as well. It's just massive. I'm not sure about this Manta build-up either. I don't know if that's fully necessary. Over some like the Sanjin Yasha, perhaps. You know, you already have the BKB. I don't know if you really need that many Dispels, unless he's really worried about, say, a random silence coming in from OnQ or from Bobby. Because I don't think the Manta gives you enough, but it could be. In comparison to Sanj and Yasha. I feel like that extra HP is maybe a little bit more important here for Akashi. We shall see, though, if this pays off. Top being pinged out by the side of Mongols, and again, they're fully set. Amp damage rune on Bobby, she was guard up. Very durable on these Earth Spirit. The Corrosive Haze and the jump from Akashi is just not enough now. Probably need that level 3 Corrosive Haze, but they're still a ways off from that point. 4 levels away. No way in heck Akashi is going to be able to get the Desolator at this point. Probably not even considering it. So you're not all in on like minus armor strats here. Meanwhile, look at OnQ. Sanjin Yasha on him with BKB. A very smart sort of build. Yeah, pretty standard build, I guess, overall. Execration just trying to get some space on mid. Shoving out as hard as they can. Castaway, though, will be somewhat... I mean, you get that armor off, it's good enough. Trying to fly away here on Shanks. Roll for Bobby. A good hook shot from Shanks trying to TPN. Will be able to do so. Straight up. Bob, his double damage does pop on, but he does need a mana. They will want to sustain for another fight. See if they find that fight. CML does present himself. It's not the highest priority here. If you catch out Lewis farming. If you catch Lewis farming, that could be it. Rupture is out. Lewis just trying to run away with that full barrier. And we'll be able to do so. Cogs even to just block them off. Do you manage to bail out?
What have we here?
Inside of the Mongols, still looking for a little bit more. Akashi, that could be the little bit more you're looking for. Gaze out. The combination's out. BKB as well. Just to try to bail. Is the damage good enough? Yes. You know what? It is. It is. That's BKB gone from Akashi. Down to 7 seconds. Only it does cost him 2 ultimates. Doom and Chain Frost. But hey, you kill off the PA. You kill off their their sole source of damage right now. And you managed to find yourself a tower. Tier 1 bot falls. Your 2 top fell earlier on, of course, a while ago. And on to more objectives. Mongols up 27 to 18, 6k lead in game 1 here. JG going for a BKB Blink Shard. Castaway just going for that Ghost Scepter at this point. OnQ going for the Ags. So a little bit of damage barrier to play with. Even more magic damage coming out with a Radiance on top. He does have his Blood Rage spell amp talent up already. So a ton of damage coming in. We just leave this guy alone in the middle of an engagement. JG not willing to give top tier 1 for free. We'll get the pushback. Lewis is sniping some stacks at the very least.
Dire's bottom tower is in trouble.
We'll bail out in the nick of time, though. So a lot of creeps still left here for JG to clean up on. And for the side of Exa, I mean, where else do you go now? You've got the Bloodstone and the Shivas up on Tino, so a lot more damage coming in here for the Sand King. We'll got to smoke out. See if they find the angle in. King's onto mid. DJ Bob are showing in that area with a little bit of their own smoke. Smoke breaks instantly. DJ not under vision yet, but they do have the rocket flares coming in. The hook shot is good with the crush out from Lewis. But DJ is really not their primary target. In fact, he's not dead. Cracks are going off. CML's gone first. Tino is set to go afterwards, right? To look for that epicenter cast as well. Akashi gets blown to bits alone in the sidelines. And only Lewis and Shanks get to bail out of that one for free. 30 to 18. So many track kills. All of that commitment for DJ, and he doesn't even die. Like, that's him without even a full pipe. That's him with really not that much armor, even. And they just don't get to focus down. But this is a problem on the side of the Mongols. On the side of Execration. For the Mongols, they're having a great time so far in this lower bracket round 1. BKB about to come in for JG. I mean, just the fact that he's holding on to the ice armor. You've got frost armor as well. Like, it's a dumb amount of damage mitigation, man. Up against a physical lineup. Like this Doom with ice armor. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts. Like, you have a stupid amount of armor on Doom, 33 armor on hand. Like, way too much. You get the frost shield on top of someone with a damage reduction. Like, how is this PA supposed to burst anyone? How? How is Akashi actually supposed to kill? It just feels like you can't. It really feels like you can't. And the side of Execration are starting to realize that. They're not able to really find their groove here. Lewis still trying to reach out for the eggs. Akashi trying to go for a nullifier. Probably your only solution for all of these buffs. And that should be able to help the cause here. Smoke out from Mongols, though. Not looking to give that timeout to Akashi. Mass TP's up top. They see him trying to play for the Tormentor. They do manage to get the steal, but instant BKB TP's away. Lewis will be left behind. Akashi this time not doomed up, so will be able to survive, but they will find Lewis left behind here. No Doom coming out in time from JG. Would have cleaned up Akashi again. But you take what you can get. You lost your Tormentor. So a little bit of a steal away from the side of Execration. And it's a free shard for Akashi. So you do have some... You have the break on hand. I like the way he's gone, though. No blur. Goes for the stat padding as well. Like, I've talked about this being really good. And maybe not in an actual cast because PA is not there, but I keep telling my friends when we play PA, like, this is the way to go. If you go methodical, if you're just going to jump in like a maniac, you don't really have anything to dodge with blur, just don't take blur. Go stats. It's not really doing too much for Akashi. To be fair, he is behind. And his team is behind. He's not that far behind considering this game state. But there is still that considerable gap between the pause ones, of course. $31 to 18, 10k lead.
Dyer's bottom tower is
On to the bot tier 2. How do you stop this on Execration? Perfect team fight, somehow. You kind of have to take care of JG, or you kind of have to take care of Castaway. You have to remove the Doom or remove the Lich before the wider fight breaks out, because Frost armor, Ice armor comes on, you're really not killing anyone, eh? CML farming where he can, instantly TPing home as well. Full pipe up on DJ. We get the D wards on hand as well. On the side of the Mongols, again, just kind of chilling. They're in a great spot. They're going to get Ags on Bobby. Once that's up, you have a lot of saves on hand here for the Mongols end. Not that it feels necessary.
Illusion.
Amq's one-shotting creep waves with Blood Rage plus right. Why does Blood Rage have no space and Blood Right has? Blood Rage and Blood Right. Interesting. I know Blood Mist has a space. Why is Blood Rage?
Radiant's top tower.
Why is Blood Rage one word? Blood Right's 2 words. Blood Mist is 2 words. Rupture is 1 word, of course. Why is it? Amp damage rune as well. Bobby takes it for himself. X are trying to take back their triangle. Take their outpost at the very least. Shivas for Amq is really almost done. I think he's lacking maybe 1,000 gold, if I'm remembering my gold values here. Take the gate across. Roshan coming up top in short order. And Execration will go for the safe play. No rush here on Exa. 9k lead again hasn't been growing, so Execration are keeping up to an extent, but you have kind of tapered off on Lewis just a tad bit. He does have his Ags, so the Puddles are coming in. Looking for an SNY next. So the Harpoon's going to be a big part as well if you can get that upgrade. And you've got the full Shivas coming in for Amq. Roche is up. Is spotted by Exa as well. Can they really conceivably force a fight there? Maybe if they take the gate. They feel ballsy enough. There's no vision here from the side of the Mongols. They're also not setting up for it on Execration. So freebie for Exa. Roche banner on hand. Adam, hello. Bob is always in his prime versus Execration, of course. Kane Lust very... Ask ChatGPT about it. I don't think it goes that deep, buddy. Rua0712, hello. Roshan, again, it's actually not going that fast, but Execration do not want any bar of this. So Amq will get it complete. Aegis banner on hand. Ah, the sniffles. I could use a coffee or a hot cocoa soon. Probably get one. But strong showing from Mongol so far. They've gone pretty far in a lot of these qualifiers we've been seeing. And they're set to at least have another run after dropping their series yesterday to... Who was it? Who did they even drop to? They lost to Mudang Warriors, aka Aurora minus Palos. In classic fashion, Palos gets kicked once again. I do not know why the guy keeps getting kicked. I honestly don't think he's actually that bad. And over 423... I mean, maybe 423 is the better carry in terms of pool, being a little bit more eccentric. But I'm not sure. You know, there's a bunch of stuff going on with those Mudang Warriors. With Aurora as an org. Very disappointing stuff, actually, I would say. Very disappointing. You know, with Aurora dismantling their C team, what do you have left in Southeast Asia? You've got Boom, Talon, Exa as like stable organizations. And that's literally it, isn't it? Mongols, I guess, has been up and coming in the scene. I don't know what their situationship is like in terms of player support, salaries, anything like that, if they exist. They might have, which is nice. High ground siege begins. Excuse me. That cold's still kicking in, as you can see. A little salabat, batonton, could be, but I'm not too fond of heavy ginger. Could take a paper qua. Jump out, and they've got the protection for the creeps. You're not clearing anything here on Lewis, who managed to run away. Eggs instantly pop out. They're trying to blow out Bob. Nullifier revealed from Akashi, but the damage is still not enough. Bob will eventually fall. Egg does die though, as Amq just diving forward. Does manage to get a lot of HP back from dead creeps around him. Fueled stuff at the very least still has the Aegis to play with. And only Bob really falls. Buyback force from CNL, but does not have Egg. And the banner's still up. These creeps are not dying. The siege will continue. Doom is gone. Chainfrost is gone as well. Do you really care right now on the side of the Mongols? The answer is no. Move forward. Crush, trying to fortify these creeps as well, and they will be able to clear out the creep wave, pulling it back. But the next one is incoming. Cogs again, just to waste some time, burn some mana. They're doing a spectacular job. They get the gaze onto Lewis. Stuck in no man's land, and Lewis is gone. Does have buyback, at least. Do you really want to buy back without your PA, though? Chances are you don't. Wait that 40 seconds out, buy back then. One more set of racks here for Execration as they are keeping that siege up. Chainfrost coming back up in short order. Ruptures up if you had mana here in OMQ. Age is still up for a minute 40. Nothing to be worried about whatsoever. This tier 3 bot is set to fall. We've got mech up and running now on DJ as well, flying in. For the Gold Guardian Greaves. And Drum Boots, it looks like, perhaps. Or did he just casually decide to get that bow strike because they already have drums on JG. Melee racks falls, and that's all they'll stick around for on the side of Mongols, showing respect for that respawn here. Need a little bit of a reset anyhow. But 35 to 19, and the Mongols again having a great time. Scouting forward, Shanks trying to find an isolated hero. Smoke does connect. DJ stuck in the middle of nowhere. Does get shot in. Does have a pipe. Is he really concerned? No, he's actually okay. Maybe that's a little bit ballsy, DJ. A little bit ballsy. I appreciate it.
Arms for the dead.
Very much appreciate that kind of play, but hey, a little bit ballsy. Not enough respect there. Good old DJ. Mr. Jardel, you have an amazing start. Yeah, calm down. Calm down a bit. Alright. Smoke out. Exit. Looking for ways to reel this game back in. Did he lose bot? No. See if they find the angle. Mongols somewhat broken apart right now. Isolated away, but they do manage to get to regroup in time. Full Octarine up and running for JG. And that is nasty. The Doom uptime is not going to be fun to play up against. The spamability of the ice armor as well, mind you, is it's going to be a thing. Like, oh man, it's just... Even a Lich has 27 armor, man. And that is him with a Solar Crest, but still. Even the squishy supports aren't that squishy. Free shard up for JG. Has the upgrade on Scorched Earth. And Exe. And PA is a be-all, end-all carry if you can reach that point, but the issue for Akashi is he needs so much. He's trying to go for the Abyssal, into the MKB. I would actually say ditch Abyssals, rush MKB. Like, this mischance from the Radiance is just a little bit much. 10% evasion plus a 15% mischance onto OMQ. I don't think that's additive. I believe that's multiplicative. So it's not quite 35% evasion, but probably closer to maybe 32 or along those lines. I'm not sure. My instant maths aren't that great. But it is enough to survive through. Bobby just clearing out mid. You have the Ags on Shanks. JG jumps in instantly, dooms up. Lewis looking for that solo kill, and by word, he's got it. That is dead. Solo. They kill off DJ though. But you trade DJ for Lewis, you're happy on the side of the Mongols. Mind you, that gold trade isn't too bad for the side of Execration, considering how far ahead Mongols are. So it's not the worst thing in the world here. OMQ already has the full Eye of Scotty up. Not even concerned about the PA. It's not his job to deal with the PA by right clicks anyhow. Kashi showing himself the blink gaze, the ice spire, and the chain frost. And the Kashi's gone. He does have buyback, but gone for 90 seconds without it. BKB was forced out in JG. Shanks cogging up in the side.
Dyer's top tower is
Smoke.
under attack.
Looking for the play back in. Akashi buys back now, but doesn't have Lewis around just yet.
Dyer's middle
Is
tower
this enough?
so great.
Not. No, says Q. He's not scared. He still has BKB. Hook shot forward. Everything being thrown out to save from Bob the pullback. And he's just fine. Even Bob's safe as well. That's the egg gone. Trying to go on to Castaway next. Does have the Ghost Scepter to save. And that is nothing coming out for Execration. Everything thrown out just to try to catch out Q. But Bobby saves the day. It's the Mongols still hanging on to this one. High ground resumes here for the side of Mongols as they have every spell back up. Doom is ready. Chain Frost is ready. Rupture is ready. At least the smoke, the sandstorm is causing issues here from Tino. But is it enough? Bobby, instant BKB as he jumps in, whiffs out a couple of things, but they get the Doom off onto Lewis again. The damage, is it going to be enough though? It looks like it will be. The damage is set to go. Lewis falls, instant buyback. They lose CML. Doom up on Akashi again. Got that refresh on already for JG, and Akashi he bought back a while ago. A dieback for him on the PA. As everything else is falling apart for Execration, it looks like the side of the Mongols will take game one. GG is called, and the Mongols do get the job done. Big congratulations for them in game number one. And wow, I have to say, what a game. What a game for the Mongols. They played spectacularly well, and the Execration boys just kind of falling flat a little bit. You know, rather unfortunate. Oh, I left these old logos on. Yeah, you know what? We'll use them. Score. What's on my standby? John Exabong. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you're so funny, Alphon. Oh, you're hilarious. Oh, 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 ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho. But yes, very well played out from Mongols, pulling out some really busted supports here. Very curious how Lich managed to make it through. I'm very curious how what is it? Lich and the Bounty Hunter really made it through. I'm so curious because these are like heroes that are pretty top tier. Maybe arguably the Bounty Hunter not as much. I have seen a lot of Bounty Hunter games where it's not been the hottest. Let's see, where's my Mongols logo? Okay. I have to resize that. Okay, now my Mongols. Okay. Transform. Can I reset transform, please? Transform. Sorry, I'm fixing production. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. It's a score. Okay. Transform, reset, transform. Yeah, that's way too big. Alright. Calm down. Yes, Mongols do take it. Game one, up against not Team SMG. Also, rest in peace. I miss them. They were very epic to meme about. God bless. But yeah, 0-1 up against Execration. Man, very well played out to the entire Mongol squad. They played spectacularly well. Bob's mid lane was atrocious. Like, Lewis had that lane in a chokehold, and it just didn't matter. Those rotations onto mid from Execration just didn't make much sense. You're running in with a Phoenix. Like, what do you expect the Phoenix to really do in that kind of rotation? Not much. And it really didn't achieve much anyway. We'll take a short break. Let myself kind of try to get a little bit better. And we'll be back with that game number 2 after probably 15 minutes. Actually, not that long. We'll start feeding it in right now just so you guys see it. Watch the game. Take a short break. We'll be back for game 2 in short order. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Give me a few seconds. Alright, we're a little late, but the draft is already underway. Do apologize for that one. It's been kind of ran a little bit long in the break. Had a coffee, had some stuff there.
10 seconds remaining.
And we are back. Game 2 of the Mongols up
5
against...
seconds, boss.
Did I do anything? Did I accidentally stop the stream somewhere? I hit space. Right, no. Alright. Game 2 of the Mongols up against Execration. And already the draft Mongols did ban out the tiny Bounty Hunter Bristleback Night Stalker themselves, with the Lycan being banned out now. And Execration did take care of Lena, Dawnbreaker, Clockwork, Batrider, and PA. So, and it feels like maybe we've leaned a little bit away from, say, the DK the Alchemist. Just a bit. I'd say DK is still probably pretty good, if you can kind of fit it in. Interesting draft already. Mongols with a Beastmaster, Zeus, Abaddon, Tusk. And Execration getting their Terrorblade out with the Nyx Assassin and a Warlock on hand. Mind you, you don't have the best synergies with a Warlock here. It's not like you have a lot of AoE damage coming out. But it can still be good. You get the puck out, that's a little bit more AoE hold and damage. Let me close my fiber, as that probably confused a few of you guys. But you get the puck, and this is looking like it's going to be the mid matchup for Execration. Like probably running a Lewis puck into a Bob Zeus, perhaps.
10
Perhaps.
seconds remaining.
There is some fiddly things you can do here.
5
I'm
seconds
curious
remaining.
what the fiddly things are. I like the Abaddon pick because there's so much to this spell. Right? You can save anyone being jumped by Nyx if you're nearby. You can remove Fatal Bonds. You can remove Puck Disables. You can remove Reflection. It kind of nullifies a lot of this control Execration wants later on. So I'm curious to see which way they go on the Mongols to close out. What heroes Execration bans as well. It looks like they're banning mids, as they do take care of the Shaker. They take care of the Darkseer here in the Mongols, so looking for actually Tino heroes. They don't expect Tino to play the Terrorblade here. He's banning out some Tino heroes. What else is there? Lycan's already been taken care of with Night Stalker. There's a Tidehunter, but I don't know if you really want to go all in on that. There's a Mars option. Magnus is still there as well. Those are pretty much the top tier ones.
5 seconds, boss.
Razor, if the matchup works, but it's not necessarily
Dyer's
what
turn
you
remaining.
really want. They banned that Spectre, so they covered both bases. They ensure that you don't have the Nyx Spectre combination on hand, which just blows a lot of people up. Let's see which way they go. Evil Cat, Scrub Cat. Hello. See Dota. Time to watch some chaos. Yes. Rui. Hello, Rui.
10 seconds remaining.
Little Rui. Thank you for dropping by. Hello, Ben the God, G Nick.
5 seconds remaining.
And yes, we did take a little bit in that break. I had a coffee. Thank you to my mom, who's also watching. Shout out to you, Mom. Evil Cat, Scrub Cat, how am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm a little bit sick. I'm a little bit under the weather. But we are fine. Just a little bit sick. But it is all good in the hood, as they say. See how they close out these bans. Is it another Bob mid Execration to take care of? Like, there's a Monkey King still on hand here. But I don't know how if the Mongols will want that. Like, you take a Monkey King mid. Say you run Abaddon 1. Zeus Tusk supports. It's a little bit too much. It's a little bit too much, but the matchup against Puck is just too good, right? I don't think the Zeus is that great. Push everything. We are not in the Dota 2 lobby. We're watching from Dota TV. And so we have a 15-minute delay on hand. Will be the Enigma coming out for Execration with the ban on Sniper. Alright, Rui. Bye-bye. Miss you, little one. Alright. See ya. Good friend, Rui. We get the Enigma coming out for Execration. Again, Black Holts are great. You don't have the best cancels here. Roar is there. At
5 seconds remaining.
very least. So you do have that. Which way will the Mongols go now? It looks like mid. And again, Monkey King's been left. The issue is you are probably running something like Abaddon 1. Which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. I also don't think it's amazing. Abaddon 1, I guess, JL. Abaddon 1. You're not crazy enough for a Zeus 1. Void Spirit on the mid for the Mongols. Abaddon 1. Yeah, on Q Abaddon 1, I've been saying it, Jail. I'm not saying it's great, but I was like, you're probably picking a Bob hero. And it is the ABBA 1. Alright, we get the Castaway Zeus, which is fine. I do feel like Livewire is a wasted one. I don't know how you feel about it, Jail. I feel like if you are support Zeus, you actually take Divine Rampage. Because Livewire, you're not going to be up close to use the higher percent on static, right? Like, that's my take. I feel like you don't get as much. It could be fine later on in the game, but laning-wise, I think you lose like 2% damage. So I trade that back for just a consistent 4%. Otherwise, very interesting game. Again, we've got the ABBA 1. You've got Execration with a much more standard draft so far. Why is... I'm getting flickering on my screen. I can never tell if that's a GPU or a monitor dying. You've got a very standard draft for Execration. Enigma, TB, you know, with a Warlock on top, like this Midnight Pulse plus Fatal Bonds is going to be pretty scary. Stop! Fatal Bonds plus all of that's going to be pretty scary if you can pull it off. Question is if you can pull it off. We'll take a look. Did you get into this game number 2 again? 1 game up for the Mongols. It's an Execration. Their lives are on the line here, so we'll have to see if they can get it done. And we shall see soon enough. Excuse me.
You got this.
So we do get into it. Again, Abaddon 1. I don't think it's actually the worst thing in the world. Universal carry type. This used to be popular 2 or 3 years ago when Universal was introduced, right? I don't think it's bad. Mephetic Shroud is pretty fun. I think the damage reflection is pretty cool. I think it could be interesting. It's just that Execration's playing pretty bog standard Dota, right? Pretty bog standard Dota. I think the one thing is the Abaddon actually has a lot of value at a Photic. I don't think it's that bad. My bigger question mark is this support Zeus. Again, Livewire, your min damage of 2% is kind of awful. That's the thing. It's kind of awful. Like, if you are, as a support Zeus, up close anyway, I don't know. I'd rather have 4% consistent. They do spot out Shanks. Great little impale out, but good shards as well from DJ, getting the body blocks off. Right clicks onto Shanks. Got the chain lightning as well, and one more. Bob cleans up. Squishes the bug, sprays the Bagon, and gets the job done. Diane Naid, thank you for dropping by. Diane Naid. Good flip on the name there. It's going to be an even 2-2 on the bounties. Nothing too exciting there. No craziness for DJ this time. Unlike our game 1 where DJ popped off like an actual maniac. Neff Sensei. The real Neff. Neff Sensei, please join me in the casting couch. Right now. I'm begging you. Neff Sensei. Neff Sensei. Onegai shimasu. Neff Sensei. Taking a look at the top lane, Akashi on the Terrorblade, already popping that good old Metamorphosis. This lane with CML is a little bit more passive. It's not the most exciting lane in the world. The Reflection plus Fatal Bonds, I guess, could be funny, but not nearly funny enough to do stuff. You just did NA today. You're going to read Umineko and go to bed. I love you too, Neff. Are you going to cast Mudang versus Talon? Yes, we will. That's the last one, isn't it? I'm not sure if I'm going to be alive. So that's the one with a asterisk. Oh, it's coming up next. Yes, then yes, we will. Which means I have to stay alive for the Kukuis. Gosh. I have to stay alive, brothers. Alright. Fair enough. But yeah, top lane not the most exciting. It's a decent farming lane for Akashi at the very least. Good pulls out from DJ. Just to soak EXP up. Let's see. Why is Amq's off laning? So what are they running safe? They're just running JG on the safe lane here with Castaway. Interesting choice, but that does lane into the Enigma a lot better. So I do like this coming out from the side of the Mongols. You just axe away, you clear out, you get some free farm. You aren't blocking up against Shanks though, so he is able to just Mind Flare creeps and be very happy here overall. But not a bad lane so far for JG. A little bit slower for Tino, as you would expect. Beastmaster isn't really counteracted here with these two heroes, so you're happy enough. You've got good damage as well. Coming out, of course, with Castaway whenever he can.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Play poke, and he is. Alright, if you are running this far close, then yes, static field is nice. Livewire is good if you're actually just standing next to people. In fact, it might be enough if they dive further, if they just had enough mana here. Not quite. Take a look at that mid lane before everything else as well. Bobby on that Void Spirit. Having a great time up against Lewis. 14-6, a big reversal from the last game where Bob literally had no early game whatsoever. So he is able to find that farm. Lewis lagging a little bit behind, almost nearly half in terms of what Bob's been finding here. And this sets a good tone for Bob. I mean, it's not the end of the world for a puck to be slightly behind. You know, we tend to see pucks still hit that timing and everything they'd want to hit. And just be fine there. Neff Sensei, thank you for the support. Real John X Fox fans. Real John Mike fans. It's Akashi. He's getting a real experience up top as well. Look at all these slows. Disgusting. Disgusting. Tag team. Curse of Avernus, whatever this bullshit innate is. Withering Mist. Any novel fans here? Wuthering Heights? Haha. I think Abaddon's a really big enjoyer of Wuthering Heights. Oh, Meat Burp, you're gonna be there on... Oh, I wish. I could apply right now. Right now! I could apply right now and I'd be there. You know? I already have old visas. I think I'm fine. I have so many visas. So many visas! It's not an issue. I have the visas. I just need something. Alright. 2-0 already for the start here on Mongols. I already forgot what happened. We saw the disgusting tag team Withering Mist, Wuthering Heights, and the Curse of Avernus, of course. So that disgusting slow. This is a Terrorblade. 11 armor in lane. How is that fair? Hopefully someone will tell us. Mid lane, still not fair for Lewis either. Bobby having a great old time. 12-4, 27-13. Bob has doubled Lewis into CS charts now. More than doubled. And is controlling the lane perfectly. Bob is just really trying to make this lane hellish for Lewis. In fact, almost more hellish than Bob's lane was last time. JG down bot. Again, complete free farm here on this Beastmaster. No concern whatsoever. They've done a great job from Castaway, just trying to zone out Shanks. Shanks is just farming jungle, as you tend to do on the Nyx. But that is giving the Nyx the Enigma really not much of a laning partner to play with. I mean, there is some place you can do, like Malefice and to Impale with Mind Flayer. Could be nice. But there's a lot of punish coming in from Castaway, right? If you do get the pause, Castaway, having some connection issues. Gonna be fixing it up. Meat Merp, you have multiple entry Romanian visa? No, I don't have it, but I already have a Romanian. You know, I've had an old Romanian visa, so I think having an old Romanian visa, having an old Swedish visa, 3 Japanese visas, single entry, 1 multiple entry Japanese visa, and a Korean visa should be enough. Right? It should be enough. Amar Rusida. Hello. My friend. Hello. Should be enough to actually get a visa approved. Marble moofs. The fact that I have, what? 3 Japanese single entries all used up, 1 multiple entry. 1 multiple entry Japanese visa, 2 single entry that I've used, a Korean visa that's used up, a Swedish visa, Romanian visa, a lot of stamps in the passport. Yeah, it should be enough.
All right,
I just need an invite. We're down. You know, your boys are here. We'll do some content. You know, I've been thinking about actually flying out to the Talon House and just running a solo podcast. Just because I really wanted to do it. I know Mike's really wanted to do it. It's just busy. And again, like, Mike has 2 kids. Like, I don't expect him to prioritize something like a podcast over his 2 kids. Like, that is just insane. As this is a little bit crazy too, but they force out the spell usage out from Execration. It will back off. And yeah, nothing of consequence really happened. I really am just... Yeah, this is kind of crazy what Bob's done mid. Lewis has no game. In fact, trying to get a rotation bot will be able to find that kill on JG at least. So now he does have a game. Castaway. No mana. Will pop everything and will get that kill. Traded on Shanks. One more. Lewis gone as well. Double for Bob. King Bob is back in the game. King Bob is popping off.
Dyer's middle tower is
And King Bob is he's feeling it. Bobby's feeling it.
Dyer's middle
Arcane
tower is
root
under
up,
attack.
rune up as well, and he is just set. Q already has the Orb of Corrosion with rundown on the Curse of Avernus. This is not a fun time. Then again, if he does get reflected and he doesn't have a Photic Shield, and he's not, yeah, you can see it's also not fun, but the Photic Shield just corrects that, so who really cares? They trap up Shanks. Shard doesn't really keep Shanks in too long from DJ. And Bob not making that full commitment doesn't quite have the asshole step up. They'll be fine. 4-1 start for the Mongols, though. Starting to chase deep. They want this Wisdom Rune. Can they find it? Dino's still lined up for it. No level 6 threat to jump forward. Not going to be able to find. CML does pick it up, but Tino will pay for it with his life. So you take the Wisdom Rune, you lose a life. JG is going to be fine enough, looks like, and they're going to be able to find their own Wisdom Rune. No problem. No deep dives from Execration to secure that. And again, overall, a very strong start coming out for the Mongols. Look at Bob's net worth. 4K, 1K above at 7 minutes to the next hero. Everyone else pretty evenly farmed. Lewis really suffering here on the side of Execration.
Dyer's
But
top
Bobby
tower is looking so great.
is popping off.
A small adjustment.
King Bob.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
He's got his treads up. He's got his null up. He's got the mana sustain. A little bit more stat padding to play with. In fact, just jumps in like a maniac.
Trouble.
Gets silenced up, so he's receiving some good poke damage back. Really, not much.
Dyer's
Gank's
top
almost
tower is
6.
under attack.
We'll have that scuttle up soon, so get a good D ward and a good set of stacks here as well.
Dyer's top
Might look to
tower is
rotate
looking
the
so
bot.
great.
JG did not go for Roar yet. He will pick it up now.
Dyer's top tower is gone.
Meanwhile, top's already
That was
siege away by
unexpected.
Anki solo, as an Abaddon can do. With again that Curse of Avernus up. Smoke. Look for the movement forward. They got the control. Lewis is just dead. CML set to follow. Double for Bob again. That amp damage rune up.
From such an insignificant brain.
And the Mongols are just running it down. No showing whatsoever from the side of Execration.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they're just not ready. Right? Like,
Dyer's fortified
you got level
with
6 up on Tino, but going for a black hole if you don't catch out the stuns is not going to be great. You
Dyer's
do have
middle
level 6
tower
up in
is-
Shanks. That should be your launching point. And Akashi, you just kind of need to stall for time. Let's see it. Lewis going for that mid defense, but nothing really to stop
Dyer's
this
middle tower isn't looking
set,
so great.
this tower from falling.
Dyer's
They
middle
will find
tower
it
is gone.
on no one. Roll. CML. And get stunned up. They do miss the impale from Shanks. They still have Vendetta ready. Get the silence up. Should be able to find DJ. That is Vendetta being used up for that kill. They actually don't manage to mind flare Bob. I believe that was a creep that got mind flared. Black hole still ready though. And at this point, if you can catch out JG, black hole him solo, you're gonna be happy here. Not gonna be able to get that done. Lots of space here now for Q up top to farm. Number 2 in network, right behind Bobby, ahead of her Terrorblade, which is not good news for the side of Execration whatsoever, as they will kill off Shanks, stepping a little bit too far out. But Q, I mean, this Abaddon gets pretty damn scary. You know, it really does. He's got his Void Stone. He's working onto the Echo Saber here. And this here is really your big problem for these early engagements. Not that you're finding any early engagements anyway, as CML gets caught out. Trying to heal, trying to be annoying, but Bob gets himself his 5th kill of this game. 2 parts away from Yags, and good lord, that is a terrifying timing for your Void Spirit. We're looking at maybe 15 minutes. Maybe a bit less. if he does manage to find more kills. And that is a scary prospect for Execration. I mean, having to deal with that AoE silence, having to deal with all of that hold and control, and just ways of breaking up these fights does not feel good. Michael Fernandez, hello. I didn't see that one on Facebook, but hello. Oh, you just sent it. Hello from the YouTubers. They get the Dream Coil out. Maybe DJ is set to fall. They get usage out as well for the Golem, and they'll get the Black Hole for Bob. Big punishment coming out here from Execration. Ankyu does not have the... Well, he has the value point for borrowed time if need be, but he hasn't popped and he will pop it. In the end, we'll run away.
Bottom tower is in trouble.
Big kills for Exedo. Massive streak on
Radiant
Bob.
structures are fortified.
Don't manage to find
Radiant's bottom tower is
Ankyu
under attack.
inside of Mongols this time. We're not ready for that pump up. But that is all their team fight gone. Thunder God's Wrath to scout out. Do manage to get the shards up, but Snowball does not really connect onto anything. And it's a little bit too deep for them to keep diving. So they even up the game on Execration's end. 9-4, 1k lead left for the Mongols after a very strong start. I believe that peaked at maybe around, yeah, there, around 3k, down to just 1k. So 2k gold swing. Not too bad considering the game state here for Execration. Bobby's going to have to watch himself. That stalls out that real quick timing we were talking about on the Ags. Held back a little bit. Shards does not connect onto CML.
Radiant's top
But he will take the siege down on bot tier 1. Amq will find it no problems.
tower is gone.
Echo Saber, one part away.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
And just head back to farming. Not fully set up yet. And JG working into that Overlord. Doesn't quite have it done. Not even to dominate her up just yet. Bobby, one part away from the Ags now. So perhaps still meeting that timing you were saying. Expecting it around 14, 14 and a half, 15 at most. At this point, as long as Bob doesn't die. And again, still a lot to worry about here. It's looking good. Scan does come in, spots out good old Lewis and Shanks. Shanks still working onto his Dagon. Still scouting around. Has faded away from the scuttle, but might be able to make this move out. But there is a ward here from JG. They see
Radiant's top
Shanks.
tower is in little
They see Shanks. Didn't know anything was wrong. The chain stuns are good to punch up into the air. Stalling for some time, but it's not enough. DJ will find the kill though. That is war from JG at the very least being expended. You have that, I suppose, but didn't manage to get that snipe you'd want. Maybe you catch more. Lewis, no roar, no hold for the puck. Lewis should just be able to go. Still no blink though. Thunder God's Wrath spots out. Snowball's good, and Lewis just stuck in nowhere. DJ again with a cleanup. Accelerating this blink timing for a Tusk. Once you got that blink up, and that steady source of hold is going to be a little bit of a problem.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
You are getting some room up to catch up and farm though. Pipe coming in for Tino. Akashi's been given a lot of room on the Terrorblade to just farm up. Manta almost done now on our Terrorblade. And CML is just trying to go for the usual Pavis, Solar Crest sort of build up here. Aonq will find him though. And you really, I mean, you can just keep you away, I suppose. There is that.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
I don't think they've done enough in the Mongols to pressure Akashi. He's still behind, to be fair. Tino's getting a majority of the farm, as you'd expect Enigma to do so with his Eidolons. Not really applying pressure in the lane. But eventually this Terrorblade will catch up. The issue is Ags is up, and it's around that 15-minute timing here. So Bob. So again, despite that, that still meets a 15-minute Ags timing in Void Spirit with Power Treads, Null, Wand. Very fast timing here for the Void Spirit. And again, that silence is going to be devastating. That's going to catch Lewis off guard. He doesn't have anything like you. Shanks shows himself. Oh, they even smoked. How did they not figure that one out on the side of Mongols? Nice little snatch. Nice little smoke wastage from Shanks. Does waste some time here from the Mongols. See if the Mongols will still try to force something out. DJ's still in the smoke at the very least, but Bob isn't. Trying to check the triangle. Only CML kind of hang around the area. If you can find Tino, maybe it's a little bit better. They do have Chaotic Offering and the Black Hole ready. So this could be a dicey one if the team fights break out in a very favorable way for Exit. They managed to get that hold onto Bob. They managed to catch out the source of Roar as well, which, you know, JG's not even in this area. Things can get a little bit dicey. Mind, I guess you still have Lightning Bolt anyhow from Castaway if he doesn't die.
Dyer's middle tower is
They
in
will
trouble.
not force you. Should we back off? Aonkyo just standing in the middle by himself. Does lose his thing as they blow up Shanks. Still going onto Aonkyo, but he has his ultimate. And 4 heroes will not jump the Abaddon. As again, Shanks got squashed in the back. 2K lead still holding steady for the Mongols. Blink up for DJ. Some Blink Snowball saves on hand. Ags being rushed here by Castaway. And the Mongols looking good. Haven't really revealed their full Ags and Bob in the way they'd want to just yet. But there is room to do so. Still getting room out for Aonkyo. JG has his full Overlord pretty much done. Alright, just needs to buy out the Ultimate Orb, 300 gold away. Not too far. Probably going into the Ags next, if not a Blink. And it's at that point you're very happy. Akashi's still playing up the catch-up game. Slightly behind. Tino's managed to equalize with the rest of the cores from Mongol, so. But our Terrorblade is slowly climbing back up as well. Harpoon fully done on Aonkyo. It's going to be a nice little spike for him on the Abaddon. As they somehow kill off Lewis, but that's Bob finally showing off the Ags. A silence to chain control with DJ around. More than enough to get a nice one onto Lewis, who again has really not had a game on this puck. Mid matchup has just not worked out. He's going to need something like a Mule Switch. Will slow down stuff like the Blink, stuff like the Ags on the line. And now Roche begins for the side of the Mongols. They've got a nice ancient Thunderhide creep to speed up that damage here. Frenzying up Aonkyo. Okay. Frenzy him again. Probably not necessary, I guess. Yeah, they will. Actually, really frenzy. Just JG just frenzies himself. The group up is there. Black Hole's ready. Even Akashi showing up here. Question is, can you find a hero you'd want to start on? Aonkyo instantly just fine. Bob jumps into the middle, breaks up this fight already, but the silence, the stuns are good. One stun already out. Black Hole still waiting from Tino, but he's not able to get it done. Aonkyo's still alive. Bob's still jumping around as well. Does manage to bail out, but Shanks will get the last right click with that Vendetta. Still JG starting to drop a little bit low. Does not have Roar to play with. Did have Aegis. He's going to fall the one time. 2 for 1 so far. Big take on Bob. But doesn't look like the side of Mongols cares too much as a Blink forward. DJ trying to isolate out Akashi. Still has that Sunder ready to go. And DJ, is he going to be fine? Doesn't manage to get the snowball off.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
They'll be fine 2 for 2 with the Aegis on top. Actually not a bad fight for Execration by any means. But they managed, they did have to force out Golem, but they still have Black Hole. Tino just caught out and could not use it. So you have that for the next fight anyhow. You don't have to worry about 2 lives. And they're fine, and they're doing great. Lulgar Beef Chief. Nice webcam you got there at 1 FPS. That's not a webcam even. This is the webcam. But I'd rather not. I mean, we could, I guess. You know what?
Bounty.
If you insist. Alright. We get another kill onto Shanks. Good punishment out.
Dire buildings are fortified.
And hello, yes. Get a jump forward onto Tino again. He still has Black Hole, just never finding an opportunity to cast
2
it.
down.
does get blown up. So double kill out for JG. Ags being built up here by our Beastmaster next. And the side of the Mongols. Again, starting to run down this game. 17-6, 5k lead up. Execration really not left with much. Still trying to play catch up on Akashi. He's going for the Dragon Lance next. And the stats are going to be good, but it's not enough to really change course in this game yet. Again, you're going to need some ways to dispel off. This AoE silence from Bob is devastating. Your game is very reliant on the support duo, almost, to kind of like find these openings. Like Spike Carapace is pretty big from Shanks. And the Golem drops have been very on point from CML, who did go for Black Grimoire, which I swear they have to remove that. They have to change these ridiculous facets that really don't do much. I mean, they do a lot, but they're boring. And these facets are very, very, very boring. So I think that needs to change. While we're here, you know what? Let's just make this the background removal. So, actually, move this here. Let's cover the Discord thing. Alright. I'm not really fond of showing my face while the game happens. Really, it's I don't know if this adds value to the viewers, but hey, could. We'll try it here. Litters X, thank you for dropping by as well. Akin Romero, hello. I am Leo BN. That's that was a Discord overlay. It's not a webcam, you know, but now we do have a webcam. Again, looking pretty sharp here for the Mongols, and Execration is still kind of struggling. Again, their team fight's really good. Yeah, we haven't seen a Black Hole from Tino in a while. The Golems have been very on point from CML, and the Spike Carapaces have been great from Shanks, but they need a little bit more. Top being siege now. They've got the Ancient Granite Golem. Doesn't take too long to melt through this objective now as well. And
top tower is under attack.
No, it's not the Wallachia 9 Pandas game. It's Southeast Asia. You have found yourself on the Southeast Asian qualifiers. As Mongols versus Execration. Mongols is relatively new as an org, but it's not like they're new. I think they've been around for a while, but this is probably one of their better rosters. Tino, caught out, dead. JG gets another. Ag's already up and running here on our Beastmaster. Going for the Blink and BKB. And all Execration's doing is trying to stall for time. Trying to cut waves here with Shanks. They're out the jungle. They've got the Dagon up in Shanks. He's going for his own mules. Mid still under siege show. And again with Q, this does not take too long. We'll just take it instantly. Akashi already has his full Dragon Lance. Going back for a BKB and a Butterfly. He has no damage. Yeah, Mongols is in Dota 2 they're relatively new. They've had CS for a while. And actually, you know, I'm not comfy with this cam cutting off my shoulders.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Yeah, they've been around for a while, but their Dota 2 is relatively newer. It was kind of them, Kobolds, and Lulgun, the Mongolian scene, and Mongols weren't really there. I think they just came into Dota in the past year. You managed to get a big catch on Bob. Again, this is off of Shanks with the Spike Carapace catching out. Now Almq's left for the Wolves here by himself. Shards will block off, though, at the very least. So they don't manage to capitalize as much as they want, but still a good chunk of gold going their way. Not really popping ults for that either. Again, you still have the Golem, you still have Black Hole, you've got Dream Coil up as they get to jump out. Not really going to be able to pin down Omq here. Maybe a little bit more. DJ gets to jump in, gets to punch up into the air onto Shanks. I want to take care of this Nyx, but DJ is the one to start to drop low. Will be taken out. We'll trade away CML for that, so no golden drop in this fight. That should give him the confidence. Black Hole onto one only. Where's the stun? Where's the stun's not there in time. JG falls. Forget the cleanup. Omq does kill off Shanks, but now the hold onto Tino. Do they have enough damage? Omq still has his ultimate. Does pop it back in. Echo Saber's out. Or Harpoon's out onto Akashi, but the slow is devastating. Omq left in the middle of nowhere. And Bob's not able to come back in. He doesn't have an Astral Step. 21-11 Execration to jump back into that fight. With a really good buyback from CML to drop that golem and to get that upheaval going. A messy one from the Mongols. Like, very, very messy from the Mongols. They lose pretty much their advantage there. They did force a buyback, but only on support. A 3k gold swing the way of Execration. And you are seeing the damage output of Akashi if he is allowed to just stand and fight and not get poked. It is substantial when he has Metamorphosis. You have to consider that this item buildup on AMQ doesn't necessarily lead to a lot of damage. It's good sustainable damage, especially on supports. On a core-to-core basis, not amazing, especially on a high armor target like Akashi is now. 30 armor, even if you're doing like 200 damage per right-click on AMQ with all of this physical reductions, 5% physical resistance, you're really not doing much. So you are reliant on like Castaway, on Bob, on JG to dish that damage out. And it's just very poor timing out. Castaway, he had no lightning bolt to throw out when that black hole came in from Tino, so JG's instantly blown away. And the game is just in a really rough position after that. It's been a hard one. We shall see if the Mongols can kind of course correct, but you are seeing the strength of Execration's draft when it comes to team fight. It is stronger. Like, that is the one saving grace for Exa. Their big team fight potential is there. The Mongols have to be able to ensure that these black holes do not connect in a big way, that the golems don't hold them back from too much, that the upheaval from CML doesn't slow them down too much to get the jump out. Shank's blown away. CML set to go as well. And there goes those supports that we were highlighting. A dieback for CML at this point. Still maintaining at least just a 1k lead on the Mongols, but again, game's evened out here just by a significant amount.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Trying to get some in-ways top. The side of Execration is starting to go into that triangle now. In some form where they can. Full BKB for Lewis, still 9 seconds as well, so holding back the puck becomes a harder prospect. You don't really want to have to commit war, but you might have to just to kill off Lewis.
Radiant's top tower isn't looking so great.
Top slow siege is there, but not looking for the full committal. Top tier 1 falls instead from Lewis. Lewis and Akashi. Game in a pretty interesting spot. Again, net worth lead kind of wiped out from Mongols. You've got Akashi #1 in net worth now. This Terrorblade with BKB going to the Butterfly. His damage is starting to really kick in. And his durability is showing. Like, your damage on the Mongols isn't that great. You've got Abaddon 1. Like, he's very good control, very good tank kind of carry. His damage really isn't there yet. Get started into Roshan though, and they've got enough damage for this one. War does come in. Execration has time to respond if they wish, but they are pretty far out. Doesn't look like they'll be able to make it there in time. Good wards to watch as well from the side of the Mongols, just right above that outpost. And you get the banner out with the Aegis on hand, instantly gating across. See if they start to find anything more. Left AMQ to just farm up though. BKB coming up should be nice. Shanks looking for display onto AMQ. I mean, he's solo. Does manage to get the Manta off, but we're still dropping low here on AMQ. He's ulted up as well. They've got JG around. They get the roar instantly, removing that golem drop from CML, but it will cost him his life. Aegis was on Bob, and Bob's not there. 24-12 for Execration and the Mongols. I just don't understand what they're doing. If they don't go across the gate as a team, they leave it fragmented. Bob doesn't commit onto top as well. They play greedy, trying to work the entire map instead of looking for a pick-off advantage with Aegis. And it cost them. Again, this lead is narrowing down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're seeing the counterplay coming in from Execration with the Yules. And it's not in the best of spots right now for the side of Exec. Oh, well, no, for the side of Mongols. Because once this lead swings back to Execration, again, Dream Coil, Chaotic Offering, Black Hole is going to ruin you. The added vision advantage Nyx gives you with Spike Carapace with a lot of AoE spells flying in is going to kill you. It doesn't feel like you're fully ready on the Mongols for the scaling. BKB fully done now on Tino, so he doesn't have to worry about as much when he black holes. Only the roar, and he's been very disciplined to catch out JG every single time. We've seen from the sporadic black holes, we've seen he has caught out the big ones that stop him. With the BKB, that's really only JG. All you have to do is BKB black hole JG, and you're going to win. We'll see. I mean, I guess DJ sure would punch, but that has to be a pretty poor positioned black hole from Tino for that to even be a possibility.
Dyer's bottom tower isn't looking so great.
24-12, still holding steady. Mongols wanting to clear this one out for a 2-0, of course. Go into that lower bracket around 2.
Their tower's gone.
So far. Still trying. Smoke out. Mongols. Did Bob go all in on his buyout? I don't think he did. He's going back for Shivas, it looks like. Maybe an AC. Probably the Shivas. Meanwhile, it's up top. JG. Spike Carp is ruining him again. Doesn't have the sustain he'd want. He's still leashed up. He's still alive for now. Does have the roar. Will roar up to kill off Shanks. That's one down. Can they find more? BKB forced out onto Lewis. Puck forced to try to run away as well. Will be able to do so, but that movement out onto JG does not pan out. Not enough burst damage coming in from the duo on Execration. They will be punished as they try to find more. CML harpoon back into the snowball. Right enough time for that stun to come in. 3K lead swing out for the Mongols all of a sudden as these fights are scattered. Way too scattered out for Execration to kind of play into that strength of their team fight. There's that Shivas for Bob. And they can reattempt the high ground. Q pushing in. The Midnight Pulse is causing a lot of damage, but they will fortify to keep it alive. Well, actually, no, they'll use the banner. Getting good damage onto Q with a reflection. No Manta, no shield. And we'll just randomly pop his borrowed time because of that. Banner leads into a tier 3, but not much more. Resets coming out for the Mongols, and Exe get to hug their racks for one more fight. So, 4K lead back for the Mongols. And it's pretty damn good. Edu Velez. Hey, John, why are you not casting with the Kukuis? I want to be with, but I don't like to just force myself. I'll come in. All right. I will come in for the Kukuis match because that's where it's at with those boys, right? Smoke. Oh, instantly spotting out Shanks. Get the kick up as well. Well, the punch up. Damage coming in is pretty good, but only catching out DJ on that Dream Coil. They blow the Vendetta up as well onto an Illusion. They do still have Black Hole. They do still have Chaotic Offering. But this fight is a little bit awkward now for the side of Execration. See if the Mongols will want to force as well, and it looks like they will not. Gonna take your time, chill out, farm up a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to the Discord camera. Okay. Yeah, there you go. All right. Because I am clear out. They get the roar out onto Tino, but they get the Chaotic Offering down now, and now there's nothing to worry about. If that Black Hole came in, Tino looking for it, not gonna be able to find it. Drops way too quick. In fact, he did pop the Black Hole. So there's no Black Hole, no Chaotic Offering. The respawns are short. They will find DJ on the side. But is that worthwhile? No. Definitely not. For the side of Execration. The Mongols, without having to fear for that team fight now, can have easy access onto the high ground, and pings are coming in. You can't just easily siege. You've got an Abaddon on hand. And it really just doesn't take too long for this here to get things done onto that area. Oh boy. Oh, we're feeling it. We're feeling it now, guys. Alright. Going into the Tormentor. Nice free take. Who's going to have it? Castaway? No, it's actually Bob. A very big one for Bob. That Aether Remnant upgrade is actually pretty significant. And is going back for the Daedalus now. They understand there's a little bit of a lack of damage here for the side of Mongols. In fact, didn't even think about this. They have triple universal types, no? Yeah, triple universal. I can't... Oh my god. That is such a 2022 kind of thing, not 2022, 2023 thing. But triple universal. It's been a while. Bob going back for the BKB instead. Not going to be able to catch out Lewis here. Instant gates across. Lewis roared up, dead. Lord almighty, that was quick. And that's a big one to find again. This puck is one of the reasons why these fights are even considerable. The dream coil's been good. The slipperiness of the puck has been a little bit hard to pin down. Now you don't have to worry for at least 70 seconds. At least like 30 seconds once your roar is up. You have a window there to roar something else. And things start to look rough for Execration again. They need to find an angle in. They need to find his Chaotic Offering, Black Hole combination with Fatal Bonds. Easier said than done. Tormentor will be taken. Aumq now gets a shard out. How in the hell has Castaway lost the 50-50 2 times? How has this guy lost it 2 times? Legitimately, the Horse are winning the 50-50. That is kind of sad. Then again, it's not the most needed one, I guess. Lightning Hands is good, but hey. Not as good as it used to be. Smoke out from Exa, but a smoke as well from the Mongols, and this could be an interesting flashpoint to fight into. Looking like they're just looking to take control back in their top jungle here for the Execration lads. Mongols hoping for a Roche, but still 2 minutes away. There's no instant Roche timing here. Instead, managed to find the isolation on Shanks. That gem pickup from Lewis. Doing a lot as they get the jump forward as well. And now Aumq cleaning up CML. Kashi Reflections really just not getting anything done here. At the very least, Lewis is backing off. Can he find more?
Radiant's middle tower is under
I think the
attack.
answer is no, but that's, again, big part. Chaotic Offering down for 40 seconds, no buyback. Just need to be able to siege onto the high ground here. Looks like they will start.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Kashi. Reflection is doing a lot of damage, but there is a Manta on Aumq.
Nice.
And the range Rax is gone. Not able to stick around for more. Roshan in a minute. Respawns are coming up for Execration as well. And Slow and Steady wins the race here. Quizzical Donut 6. Yes, we are still a Talon streamer / content creator. That we are. What items are in the Terrorblade? Dragonlance, Butterfly, BKB, Manta, and Hurricane Pike. Sorry, yeah, not Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike, no. But yeah. It has some good damage. Scan is there for a moment, but no Roche means no bueno for the Mongols. Keeping that pressure up top. Again, Black Hole's at the ready. In fact, you're going for the Lincolns now for Tino, but it's not going to be there in time for the next fight, I don't think. And Roshan is going to be spawning up now, but will you set up for Bot Roche instead for the Mongols? No, they'll just go for it. See the Eidolon, this does spot out the Roche take from the Mongols. But it's not like Execration can really dig in here. Roche going to be taken, free shard, free Ags upgrade now. You going to hand that to Aumq? Or to DJ? DJ already has one. Aumq going to get himself a free Ags, which could be good. Yes, it is. Aegis out for Bob. Banner down on Castaway. So now you have to borrow time. The Mist Coils fly. It's a lot for this. Okay, maybe not the most meaningful one. Maybe not the most meaningful one to find.
Got it.
I don't think it is. Sadly, when you go stats.
Radiant's bottom tower
So the Axe is not going to do much, but hey, it's something. Smoke out from Execration. Hanging down bot. Akashi's already on his way out though. As Alan Q shows up. And I like the solution from Exa. They get the Lincolns out on Akashi. Tino, I believe, has his Lincolns flying in now as well. So double Lincolns up, which means catching Tino out from the black hole is going to be hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
Like Roar, again, the punch is not the most reliable thing with black hole, depending on where you position it on Tino. So there's some play here, even though you're 16k behind on Exa. Certainly still in the Mongols game so far. Yeah, they really do only need one fight on Exa to kind of turn this Van Jux quizzical. Thank you very much. Surreal Universe, John, yes, it does feel relatively low impact, but there's a lot of damage coming out on Akashi. And quizzical, we are casting the Talon game after. Might miss out on the draft because I'm going to have some hot food. Because I'm dying. High ground should begin shortly now. Satanic will done on Q full use of ultimates out with a break. Means that there is no false promise to come in or borrowed time. Can't really find a counter crits as well. Bob though trying to come in by himself but isn't going to get that full commitment. So the fact that borrowed time does not pop on with that break, I'm pretty sure, is cause some issues here. And that is causing issues. Right, like you are seeing the threat of the double Lincolns, they're not able to roar. Can't get a save off with DJ, needs Aether Lens, which I like seeing. A little bit more range to pick up with a snowball is going to be good. But a big win for Exa. Holds back Mongols from going for the high ground. Holds back the Mongols from considering anything at all here. Refresh being farmed up by JG is going to be nice. Double roar can kind of compensate for the Lincolns here. Respawn is not too far off, 20 seconds away, and that is going to be one more fight without Black Hole now for a minute on Aonq's respawn. There is that. I'm trying to get space where they can going forward, trying to catch something out here, Shanks, but JG's not going to be able to catch out. That Spike Carapace stun coming in. Tricky 1 to 14 stall. Yue. How can I be an English caster as a non-native speaker? I think you just keep casting. Keep working on it yourself. You know, as you cast more, as you speak more English, it gets more comfy. So I will say that. Never be held back by how you sound now. Never be held back by how you sound now, because that can still change in the future. It can always get better. Yeah, feel free to message as well if anyone wants to. On Facebook or Twitter and Instagram, I guess. I can reply. I do reply and I do read. Sometimes I'm a little bit slow. Late game Enigma, yeah. Excellent late game is looking tasty. It is. It is. And it's leading into this apprehension on the Mongols, right? Like, Aegis is going to fade. Didn't really get much use out of it from Bobby. Aonq has to be thinking to himself to how to deal with that break. You do have the refresh up in JG, double roar on hand. Double ultimate on hand from Castaway as well. Going to be lining up nicely. Question is how you break high ground. And for the side of Mongols, that answer isn't really presenting itself. Wait for Daedalus and Bob, perhaps. That could help the cause, with all this damage coming through. They just will melt. Get a reset on the mana. And with that, Daedalus going here. Exa, for their part, are stuck hugging high ground. Mostly. But again, they've already got the farm. Akashi is going for a Silver Edge, even more break sources to stop this Abaddon from being an issue. The key thing is breaking in Black Hole. Breaking in Black Hole or breaking in Chaotic Offering. Let's see, Smoke out. Could be a good angle to find. Shanks does get jumped with that smoke. God's Wrath does connect, and they get the kickback with DJ. Trying to find this entrapment onto Shanks. They'll be able to find that one. Chaotic Offering drop. Black Hole onto a tree. Massive from Tino. Holds back JG. But the BKB flies on, and Aokyu's not broken. He's still alive for this one. Roar doesn't manage to come in. Lincoln's was there to save. We'll find one more, but they might be able to clean up these supports. DJ, along with Castaway, gone. 2 for the price of 1. It's Bobby. Doesn't find anything more. 2 for the price of 2, I suppose, with Shanks that earlier on. With that buyback mix. Not too bad for the side of the Mongols. But Execration aren't feeling too shabby either. It's just that, without these teamfight spells, there's a window for the Mongols now to play. They just need to have the confidence run in. They just need to find an angle in, and Bob does not quite find it. But no Chaotic Offering, no Black Hole. Means no threat. And those are long cooldowns, even in the late game, 100 seconds away for both. So you're going to have 80-second windows once these 2 heroes are back in. And you can get that shove in. We shall see. 12k lead still standing for the Mongols, 46 minutes in. On the side of Execration, game is starting to get a little bit tough. Batonton, at first I can't believe you're from the Philippines, since you don't have the hard Philippine accent. I can have the hard accent naman. I mean, we can put the accent, but I don't really have the accent. My Tagalog has an accent. Surreal Universe John, Ava Ag's doing work, only he didn't go stats. I mean, it's going up now, right? Like, it's level 3, so it is doing work now. It's enough at that point. I'd say level 25. As of 1, you kind of like Chris if Avernus attacks me, but I think you just go Mistcoil. Work with the Ags. They blow up Lewis. Big take. Buyback is still there, of course. But this is that window. Only 20 seconds though until the cooldowns are back up. And doesn't look like the Mongols are too keen on forcing the issues. Roshan, 3 minutes away as well. A little bit of a longer respawn. Excuse me. And off they go. Meliorac's still up. Can you actually force this though? Black Hole. Chaotic Offering already. It's a little bit scary for you to go all in. They will, slowly but surely. Reflection doing a lot of damage as well. Even the TV illusion started to hurt quite a fair bit at this point in the game. Full Ags up for Tino. This could be nice. Chaotic Offering already dropped. One roar down. Can they find the isolation here? Trying to look for some forced uses out, but no, the racks will fall. BKB, Papa, and Bob. Are they going to look for the reset? They have to remember, Black Hole's still there. Chaotic Offering was refreshed. No mana yet on CML, but we'll get the reset. One racks, full set of racks, top gone. But we do get some split push. Tier 2 bot clearing out. And the side of Exe, trying to make some space outside with the smoke. Again, they have that refresh Chaotic Offering set to go, but look at this, Mongols as well. Out with the smoke, they're not quite grouped together. JG's playing by himself down bot. Scancer looking for Roshan down bot. That's going to be the big one. Respawn is still a minute away. If they take this fight, it could be over. Shanks, smoke pops. Like, we're in angle. Does get the obs and sentry down, so you have vision to get the jump onto DJ. Silenced up. Not blown apart just yet. Leashed up and will die. Gem dropped on the ground. Anyone keen on taking that gem? Anyone? No takers. It's a full retreat for the moment on the Mongols, and Roche is back up. And this gem could cost him the game. Shanks, it's gonna take that. Oh, Bobby jumping in last second to take the gem back. Ballsy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Scan is good to watch that flank from JG on the side. Again, Black Hole Chaotic Offering is set to go. JG blinks in, roars the one time onto a Lincoln's, and now JG's dropping so low. Black Hole clips out OMQ in the end. Do they have the damage for this though? With the borrowed time running? No, not quite. Bob comes in with the damage with that Daedalus. Can he sustain? Tino will fall war onto Akashi to punch up into the air. The Terrorblade's down as well. No buyback on Tino. Buyback ready on Akashi, but without Metamorphosis, what's he really going to be doing here? CML falls as well. Has a buyback, no Chaotic Offering, but we'll have a refresh in 40. And it's Shanks running away with Lewis, but there goes that Thunder God's Rat. Shanks will be able to pop away, but can Lewis? No. The answer is no. Lewis is left for dead. That's 4 down, 2 without buyback. Instant buyback on Akashi just to keep things going, as he knows he has to be around anyhow with that buyback cooldown running earlier. Not going to be able to stop it. Refresh out. She's out as well with his Aegis going on to JG. Another high ground opportunity presents itself for the side of Mongols, for the side of Execration. Just awkwardness all around. They didn't execute in the way we want. The black doesn't quite line up. Yeah, offering enough, but AOMQ instantly pops a borrowed time. You did find DJ, sure, but DJ isn't the issue. The issue is AOMQ if he's not broken. The issue is this roar that comes through from JG. And yes, that wasn't the best showing from JG either with Lincoln's up. But it is a tricky game for Beastmaster at this point.
Radiant's courier just got put down.
High ground begins. AOMQ's got the damage. He did go for the Curse of Avernus attack speed.
Temporary invulnerability.
Does want to go a little bit faster on the siege. Refreshes out. Akashi, what's he trying to do here? Walks up. Doesn't manage to get kicked back either. Lincoln does protect. But this push does not take too long for AOMQ. Tier 3 gone. Raxus next, and AOMQ. There is a lot of damage coming in here. You have to admit, upheaval is a pain in the ass in late game scenarios like that. So you do have to be careful in that approach angle still. Mongols wanting to close this one out 2-0. Already at 53 minutes in on this game. That late game dominance we were looking for from Execration. We've seen snippets of it. We've seen slivers of some of that potent team fight they have. But finding these angles aren't easy. It's not getting any easier as this goes on. You know, it has to work the Black Bolts. They have to get that break off onto AOMQ. They have to stop that false promise. That borrowed time. Saying false promise. That borrowed time from the Abba. Mongols will have Aegis for 2 minutes 40. AOMQ again, just trying to get work by himself. Starts the borrowed time very early. This could be a very tricky spot now. He managed to forget that full commit. He does manage to blink away. We don't give any opportunities out. If they fully commit that, Rax will regen back up to its full HP. Given enough time, they won't force the issue. Pull back a bit, grab some runes, clear out some camps, smoke out this too. They have a Yules from KG to help break a Lincoln's. The high ground with these illusions. Still pretty potent. Dagon does stop it a little. What is that? Just the illusion alone with that Curse of Avernus Town doing a ton of 600 HP now. Overlord creeps there as well. AOMQ still trying. Meanwhile, the bot tier 2 still active at least. Lewis trying to get that jump from that one. Commit instead. Bob, floating BKB, wants to find that kill. Kashi's gone, no buyback! Bob goes in for the kill. Probably finds the end games. They kill off CML before he's able to get anything big off. Either did they have to roll him off, but no follow through. Has the refresh for the buyback. Black hole, Tino. This is it. This is do or die now. Chaotic offering gets dropped in. Black hole onto Two's nice. Catches out Bob. Will fall. Take care of DJ as well. And they take more. JG still has Aegis to get the damage for Shanks. Buybacks coming in. No secondary black hole here for Tino. They'll kill off CML. It's 3v4 with buyback on Bob. It will take Castaway, but he has buyback on top. JG. Aegis still up for half a minute. They don't have enough time to wait that one out. It's 4 dead for the side of Exe. No buybacks left. As Lewis is going to have to try to hold all by his lonesome, but even that can't happen. Has his own buyback ready. Qualifier lives on the line. Not calling it yet. Refresh up. Tino! Tino! Finds the black hole only onto... Wait, ends up being 2. The damage. Lewis finds a die back onto Bob, but the roar's out. Can they clear out Tino? Aegis does come in, but they will still lose. For my streamers, says JG. As they look for the end game. Aonkyu, you've got to do this on your own, and it looks like he can. Oh, no, he can't. He can't. Castaway left to do this by himself. The buybacks out on Aonkyu. You've got to end this game, and they will in the end clean up. What a messy story to close us out here. But the Mongols do manage to make it into the lower bracket round 2. And for the side of Execration, unfortunately, that's all she wrote. That is all that Exa has. They do not have anything else. They are out from the Wallachia Season 4 qualifiers here for Southeast Asia. But what a play, what a series out from Mongols. I think getting a little bit messy towards the end. You know, we talk about this late game scenario here for the side of Execration being really good, just not good enough. And in the end, the Mongols do clean up dominant fashion in 2-0 victory. And, well, for the side of the Mongols, they've got an interesting journey ahead, right? Like, I think they're potentially playing against, I think it flips, so one of the streamer boys. So I think the Kukui's Essence and the Chicken and Friends are going to be ending up against the Mongols. Whoever loses. And I believe the Talon Ludeng Warriors face Boom, whoever loses that one. So, an interesting time indeed in these Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. Very well played out to the Mongols. Bob had a fantastic time on his mid. He's kind of bullying out Lewis this entire time. Look at his net worth even at 5 minutes-ish. Look at that. The puck is at 1.4, a full 1k ahead for Bob by 10 minutes. He's like almost double net worth. Like, that is insanity for a mid matchup. Very well played out. How long till the next series? I believe... Let me check if they're actually already in. They're not quite in yet. I don't think, yeah, no. Not quite in yet, so it's going to be a little bit longer. I placed a timer at around 15 minutes, but I believe it should be closer to like 20. Let me just adjust that. It'll be around 20 minutes, give or take, until that next series is up. But very well played out to the Mongols for moving on. I'm hoping we have a friend join us later. You know, I had a friend, good old Kermis, who said that he would do upper bracket. There we go. But yeah, we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll be back. Talon up against Mudeng Warriors. Talon up against Old Aurora before Aurora bailed in Southeast Asia. Left the region. Lost faith. They're picking up a new... I don't know what's going on. I've heard rumors. Aurora's not gone, as they've said. But man, that was... Yeah. Let's see. Before we close out, read some comments. Hot Monai and coffee. Thank you, Novice. Maybe. I'm going to have my risotto, actually. Instant risotto. Bernie. Bob won in that game. Bob did a lot of work. Yo Azzer. How long till next year's? Around 20 minutes. Norman Lopez. Sir John, what can you say about Akashi being lost in terms of having good team back to tier 3 team? I think individually, again, Akashi's been good, but there's a lack of like improvement, I think, for him on town. So I think he's got to look inside. But I think he still has it. I think I heard they're getting a team from EU. Well, I don't want to comment too much, but let's say Eastern Europe. Diane, thank you. I'll take a short break. And Batonton, mid-diff King Bob indeed. I'll take a short break. We'll be back for the upper bracket game of Talon up against Mudang Warriors. And that should be a fun one in and of itself, but we'll take a short break and we'll be back for that in short time. Hopefully you guys are having fun. We'll see you soon.
That's tough.
Hello.
Fire. Hello.
Hello. Okay, hang on. Levels. Switch to the draft screen. Oh no, that's
got
not
your-
switch to draft screen. There you go. Yeah, hello.
You get your risotto.
Yeah, I've got my instant risotto here. I'm joined,
Nice.
of course, on my stream, guys. We've got Mr. Permasneeze here. Mr.
Hello.
Permasneeze's second mic. I've got my risotto right here. Cooking up from Super Nintendo World. So
Wait, what? It's a Super Nintendo World risotto.
yeah, I can't turn on my cam in there, but
Radiant's turned to bad.
here, if you have the stream open there, I'm showing it's like.
I
Super
do.
Mario.
Wait, there's fucking Toad on it.
Yeah, because it's mushrooms, toadstool.
Wait, that's kind of
It's-
fucked up. That's kind of fucked. Are they implying that you're eating?
Yes, it's good. It's
Oh.
good. They imply you eat it.
Okay.
And, yeah, it's
Okay.
fun.
I don't know
How you
about
doing,
that.
Mr. Mike, how you feeling about this one? Talon, Mooding.
Oh, good. I feel like the whole story of all these Southeast Asian close fires lately has always been like Talon crushing everybody, and then if Talon's not in the close qualifier, everyone has a chance, right? So I don't know
Yeah.
whether that's still the case, because Mudang Warriors, I had a lot of hope for them, especially in the recent Fissure Universe qualifiers, but they kind of stumbled at the last lap up against Boom. 3-1 was the final score there. So I think there's still the adjustments that are needed from introducing two new players, of course JT on 3 and 423 on 1. But I think this team has a lot of potential. So maybe I don't know whether this qualifies their time yet. I feel like after watching this series, I'm gonna know.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, for me, it's a little bit curious. I was saying it a little bit. Wait, what's start chat? Yeah, their chat is done. Stop it. I changed my stream name. For me, my big problem with not Mooding Warriors, with Aurora leaving, is like, why? Like, I know why. I know why. I know a lot.
Yeah, we know why.
I don't want.
We
I
know
don't
why.
want to talk, but I know why, and it's just like, come on, guys. You threw all this money into Southeast Asia, now you're just bailing. Really? Wow, it's very nice of you guys. And I've not been the biggest fan of like they have a weird setup on
10
Aurora.
seconds left.
I will say I've not been a big fan of another team. There are like two teams on Aurora,
5
like
seconds left.
in the back end. Not been a big fan of the other team. Let's just say that. So
Okay.
I'm kind of annoyed. I'm hoping my friends on Aurora are fine, because I don't know what this implies for them in terms of work. But yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the Mood
I
and
know what you mean,
Warriors.
because
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
fallout of the Talon Aurora thing, right? And then some people sort of went over, and I mean,
Ah,
it
no,
also
I
kind
mean,
of
that's
sucks
fine.
because now there's like one less home in Southeast Asia for
Yeah,
all
that's
these
the big
players
one.
and stuff.
That's a big one. Like we lack an org, so now it's just Talon, Execration, Boom, I guess, and then I guess the Mongols kind of counting there, and like literally no one else, Essence maybe, as org. So it's kind of
It's
rough.
pain.
It is pain
It's
for
pain.
Southeast Asia. So you do what you gotta do, I guess, but
True.
what you gotta do sucks. So there
Yeah.
is that.
I mean, I think we're at the stage of Southeast Asia Dota where the players who still have stacks or organizations, like, you just kind of got to be grateful for it, right? You can't like, there's no more use like complaining or like, because
No.
we know where this is gonna go. Hopefully there's some sort of other orgs that take an interest, but all we can do is like cross our fingers and stuff. So I'm sure
Yeah.
everybody's just playing Dota, just continuing to enjoy this for as long as they can. I think same way that we are sort of enjoying this as well, right?
Yeah, in a way, right? Like casting isn't necessarily a very healthy thing, and then esport that's also shrinking. Now, mind you, it's I would say before I would say this is very specifically like a Dota problem. I would say now, no, it's a general esports problem. I know that
Yeah.
Valorant's not that hot. I know that CS has never been hot for like casters who aren't already there. I know that.
Yeah.
What else is there? Valor's not so. League is maybe a little bit, probably the most stable for casters, I guess, but also like inaccessible for anyone that's not already one of the OGs. So you do have
Yeah.
that. But yeah, it's a rough time in esports right now.
Yeah.
Still, we have an interesting draft, Mr. Sneeze. How are you feeling about this? Abaddon, Clockwork for Talon. I don't know if you saw the last game, but we had an Abaddon 1 last time. That was something.
I mean, this Abaddon hero, I have a sort of rationale as to why it's popping up in terms of just kind of being an off lane, being a core. I think the level 15 talent is the big one, right? The Curse of Avernus DPS. But apart from that, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't watch most of that game. I have no idea how Aumku was like top net worth for like fucking so long. That's crazy. Abaddon not really a hero that strikes me as like a super fast farmer, but I guess that's changed.
Yeah, in a way, I guess is one facet allows you to kind of farm pretty good. I think it made sense in matchup overall. That's the one thing I will say. I think the matchup just made a ton of sense. So it really worked. I mean, you're up against, Terrorblade in that time. Look good. I'm curious what they're doing here, though, on Talent Send, right? Like, we have Abaddon, Clock, Bristle, Zeus up against Alchemist, Chen, Ricky. The Ricky is also very interesting. Maybe expecting Zeus mid. Ricky versus Zeus matchup is pretty fine. Can't really jump away, but... it's
okay,
very
I don't know about
interesting.
you, but I think I have a pretty clear read on this draft so far. Like, I know who's playing what. Like, I'm willing to sort of put one of my yakitori stakes on Cuckoo Zeus, Jokum Clock, WS Bristleback, and Natsumi Abaddon. I don't know why, but that's kind of what immediately stands. Because I feel like this Zeus has always, like, I don't know, I've seen Cuckoo bust it out a couple of times, and I think it's a hero he really believes in.
No, I think Zeus 5 is actually really good. I don't think it's bad. In a bad game, it looks awful, though. But I don't think it's bad here. I think you dodge out having issues with Ricky because, hey, you're Zeus. If your support was always going to get jumped anyway by Ricky.
Radiance ban.
Muden going for the puck is pretty stable for Abed. I'm wondering what kind of hero we see for Mikoto on mid. Lena's been banned. Sniper's been banned. You have Spirit Brothers on hand. We saw Void Spirit a while ago up against puck, and that looked pretty good. So there are options
Void Spirit's
like that.
so down in the dumps, though. I feel like you really got to be one of the specialists.
Yeah, but I think the matchup is actually pretty good against puck. At least Bob made it look really good. So I think in that case, it's fine. I don't.
Wait, was that Bob versus Execration though?
Yeah, Bob versus Lewis.
Yeah, Bob versus Execration. He has a revenge buff, right? Isn't that the thing? Like he knows them like the back of his hand. I feel like every time I see Bob play versus Execration, he just shits on him.
Yeah, but it was on mid, it's more like a 1v1 thing versus Lewis, and I don't think Lewis is that completely outclassed by Bob like in any other normal circumstance. So
that's fair,
like game 1, Bob looked awful. Like his game was not there. Game 2, his matchup was like puck versus Void Spirit, and he just smashed it. ×2 CS at 7 minutes, so...
Oh shit, so what the fuck?
Yeah, that's
okay, that's kind of hard. One thing that I noticed about Mudeng Warriors is they seem to really prioritize JT as their last pick. They've done this across the entirety of the grand finals against Boom. They did this in a lot of their matches in the previous qualifier as well. It's definitely an interesting choice because I know JT can be quite feast or famine, but I've never really seen him as the type of offlaner that like solo carries a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So it's also really interesting to think about because I always forgot that Q left. I mean, Q's not there, right? Like I keep thinking it's like same thing but without Palos. And that change for Jabs back into 4 reminds me of the tail end of Fnatic. You know, when Jabs started going from off lane into 4-5 with DJ, and that was just like a nightmare. So hopefully not the same story here for our boy Jabs. I know you're a big Jabs enjoyer. I am as well. Jabs is a great guy.
I think Jabs is unironically my favorite player. I think after sort of being in the scene for a bit longer, I've removed most of my bias to like other players and other sort of teams and whatnot. But I just can't shake my Jabs, and I guess second in line is Schofield. Like Jabs, Schofield, these guys I find them so fucking funny to watch. And I think Jabs 4 is like his prime. I'm kind of excited to see him get back into it. I was watching some of his streams. He still looks as comfortable and annoying as ever, and he still has that kind of signature-esque playstyle of just being obnoxious. And I think that's what you want from a 4. We're gonna see the Dawnbreaker come out, so that's, I mean, this Mudeng Warriors draft feels a bit less like they are directly answering what they see from talent, and instead sort of they have a clear game plan of they want to hit this very fast Alchemist timing, they want to ball up with the Chen and then start running you down with the global presence.
Yeah, it does look that way. I'm curious which way talent goes now for what we're looking on Mikado, because I agree with you. I think that Flex is coming in here with a Zeus. But what mid matchup do you want? Like, I feel like you're always going to be worried about the Ricky to an extent with Smokescreen. Very obnoxious hero. Like, I hate how they keep changing Ricky, and they always find a way to make him annoying. Right? Like, sure, he doesn't have Sleeping Dart.
It's part of his identity brief, right? They like whatever changes they make, they need to run it to like 100 people, and if 100 people all go like, damn, this guy's fucking obnoxious, then they can ship the change.
Yeah, pretty much. We see the DK coming up for Mikado, stable lane. Red Puck. It's a very stable draft from Talon, and I hope you guys don't mind that. I'm eating while I am casting, but
yeah,
I am. But you know, it's like I don't know. I don't actually mind this draft in Talon. I think it's interesting to go Abaddon off and just put Bristleback 1, but that still works out. Maybe it's a lane matchup thing, like Bristleback into Dawnbreaker sounds better than Abaddon would, so I can't really fault them. I think the X factor here for Mudeng is really this Ricky pickup for jabs. I think that's where a lot of magic has to come out. Like, how well can your lane go? Ricky Dawnbreaker isn't really the most natural laning combination, I don't think, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not the most synergistic, so I'm wondering how much they can really get done in the lane, how much pressure they can apply to Natsumi, because this Bristleback is going to be annoying. Like, a double melee into Bristleback lane as well. Once you hit, like, level 3, level 4 Natsumi, you're not going to have fun there in Wudang, so your level 1 to 2 has to really be strong, and I don't think it's that strong with Ricky Dawn. It's just not a very pressure lane.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Although I will say that, you know, we're thinking about this in a bit more of a traditional sense. Like you're trying to sort of put the Dawnbreaker with a kill threat pos 4, and then you're trying to sort of run over the lane. It's weird the way Mudeng Warriors play, because not only do they give JT priority in last pick, they also treat him like an island by himself. They don't... the way that Jabs has played recently, especially with some of these Invis heroes like Bounty, Ricky, all those, he kind of just fucks off at like level 2 or level 3, and he just spends his time putting deep wards, rotating to mid, looking for opportunities elsewhere on the map. But the way they play with JT so far, they always just kind of leave him on a Tino-shaped island, and they're just like, yeah, you farm triangle, you farm lane, you know, you sit there for 20 minutes, and then we'll look back at you, we'll check back in with you like then. So I guess it's not that bad if you're just going to leave the Dawn versus Bristle solo, because Bristle's going to get free lane, but JT shouldn't be too worried, I guess.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, but I'm just wondering if they can do enough. Like, if this Ricky can do enough even on, like, mid. Let's say you rotate onto mid. You're rotating onto DK, right? Like, it's a super tanky target. You don't really have damage with Puck early on. Especially if you're looking at a rotation by, say, level 4, level 5 on DK. I don't think he's dying unless you drag in more, like the creep army from Ollie. So
even the creep army, I mean, I guess that's what makes this Dragon Knight pick so great, right? It's like been a long time been a quote-unquote counter to the Puck in the lane just because of that regen. And then, I mean, we talked about how Mudeng wants to hit a certain type of timing, maybe like in the mid-game, early mid-game, when their Alk has 1 or 2 items. The Dragon Knight's going to be farmed up and ready to go as well. It kind of presents them on Mudeng with a wall of Mikoto that I'm not really sure how you get past. It's interesting that they've sort of gone for this setup, because every time I think of Mikoto, I just think flashy, you know, he's going to make plays, he's going to dance on kids, he's going to twerk on their graves a little bit, but, you know, this is literally just clear-cut. Yeah, try and get past me. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's in fact, that's like 3 of the cores on Talon are all like beefy chunky guys, right? If you have an Abaddon Bristle, like this is pretty toxic from Talon. Not gonna lie, this is a very toxic draft. Just because, how are you gonna burst them? You know, Alchemist is not a burst hero, Puck's not a burst hero, Dawnbreaker's not burst. Very prolonged fights, and I think in the prolonged fight, you actually don't care on Talon.
Yeah,
you really don't. And I think the interesting counterpoint that's like this, in terms of sustain, it's like Alchemist versus Abaddon. Because eventually, if the game goes long enough, you know, your Abaddon's going to have Ags. So he's going to be trying to regen everyone around him. And Alchemist is also just built on that regen philosophy. I just feel like, because you have the Bristleback in Talon, you don't mind the regen too much. You stack the quills up, you're still happy. You're still doing scaling damage onto 4-2-3. So it's really not that much of an issue. So we'll see. I guess this is it's always a funny one as well when it's Talon up against specifically what they named themselves, Mudeng Warriors. So it's a bird versus a hippo. I wouldn't expect the hippo to be better off, but hey.
Dude, usually these guys work in harmony. You see those videos of like a hippo with like a couple of little birds perched on his back, like try to pick away at the scraps. I think the dynamic here is a bit different, though. I believe Mudeng Warriors are, funnily enough, the ones on the back foot, at least expectations-wise, coming into this series. Although Abed is Abed, right? He always 17, 18 picks his hero. It's gonna be a Pango Storm or Puck. Some days he wakes up on the right side of bed and he just fucking 1v5s, and it's literally no big deal to him. It kind of feels like just waking up in the morning and doing some exercise.
Yeah, that is Abed. I think it's also interesting that we get this matchup now where it's like Sunbi versus March, right? Because of March joining Talon. So it's like the Korean coach
Sunbi
fight.
is still with Mudeng Warriors?
I think so. I think so. I think that's
Okay,
specifically
okay.
still there.
Okay, that's cool. Because I was a bit worried. I feel like the Jabs Sunbee partnership has gone on for so long. It's kind of heartbreaking to see them break up. So I'm glad they're still kind of at
Yeah, I
least on
don't
the
think
same
that
stack
broke.
for now.
Yeah, I don't think that broke apart. Not confirmed, but I'm pretty sure they're still together. It's like it's like a breakup. Yeah, they're still together. They're fine. No divorce here.
Wonderful.
No papers out yet.
Take him down.
Okay. Well, do you have any draft that you're liking more? Because I think I'm with you that the Talon draft just seems a bit more straightforward. They aren't gonna run into damage issues. The only real thing that I can see is maybe the catch will be a bit lacking, but that's kind of the benefit that you get from putting Mikoto in the mid DK. He can get that early blink and not feel too bad about it. So overall, very well rounded. I'm kind of favoring Talon like maybe 75-25 draft wise.
I think draft wise, I'd say, I don't know if I'd go 75-25. Would you hear my?
Is that, as soon as I said it, I'm like, is that too dramatic? My God.
I'd
It's
say
a bit
maybe
much,
around.
right? What the fuck?
I would say 55-45 actually.
Oh, that's way lower than. Okay. You're a bit more control. I respect that.
Yeah, because I feel like there's some good timings on both sides. The early timing of Mudang's a lot better than Talon's early game. Because let's face it, you have DK, you have Abaddon, you have Bristleback. They're gonna farm. Like you don't have any core that you can
true.
really play with. Whereas for Mudang, you have this Dawnbreaker that can always join in. You have a Puck that just needs 6 and maybe the Witchblade, and you're kind of happy. So it's really this mid game tempo that I'm pretty concerned about for Talon. And I don't think it goes that easy for Talon in like 12 minutes. I think 12 minutes when it really starts to escalate for Aurora. Oh, for Aurora. For Mudang on an even game. So
Yeah.
the matter is just kind of hitting that point. And I don't think you're going to get that much from Talon in lanes. Like, what's this? Bristleback plus Zeus lane down bot for Kuku and Natsumi. I mean, this is a free stick wand lane, right? Like, even if you try to apply pressure, if you don't find a kill, if they have their full wands, like, who are you going to kill? With 20 charges easily being built up every single time. Like, no one. You just have to
Courier's down.
hope with right click from Kuku. At least, like, level 1 for Jabs is ass. So there is that.
Jabs has TP. He has the TP. He's like, yeah. That there's no choice there. We already see some creep pulling shenanigans because I think even though it's a very nice stick lane for Jabs and JT, you can't really interact with them, right? I don't think the 2v2 is gonna pan out in your favor.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Oh, wait, I see Fluky here. Hey, Fluke. Mr. Fluky Luke. Hope you're
Like
doing
Fluke,
well.
like the Australian host guy.
Yeah,
Pop.
Chimera Nina. Favorite scene, as Mike likes to remind me. You're demented. You're actually demented. Top 423 could be getting a little bit demented, but not going to be fully dead. Good pressure coming out from Talon early. And this dual lane of Abaddon Clockwork, it's a pretty funny lane, because you have a good guy to toss your Aphotic Shield on, get the chase down, right? Like, I mean, there is some good things that can happen with Chen Alk. It's not quite like, say, Venge Alk, which I still think is the best Alchemist lane you could ask for, with Unstable Concoction and Acid Spray shenanigans, but this is decent enough. I don't know how much all he can really get out. He does have his camps open at the very least, so he always has the pull. They did block the large camp as well. But you're off to a decent start here for 43. It's not an overwhelming start, but he's not shut down from lane, which is basically the minimum you'd want an Alchemist anyway, at the very least.
It's kind of tough though. I mean, look at the CS. It's just across the board. Talent are doing so much better than their counterparts here. I don't know whether that's to be expected because I feel like Mudang lanes aren't necessarily weak. They just in their own sort of 2v2 matchups or even the mid lane matchup, they're kind of outmuscled a bit, right? Like they're not gonna have enough damage to threaten these guys in lane. Same goes for DK, same goes for Abaddon, same goes for the Bristle. It's gonna be pretty free. You talked about how these calls on Talon want to do nothing but farm, but I think they're gonna have that space to do it unless I mean maybe we see some sort of rotation from the Chen on the catapult waves, maybe come to the twin gates, go to the bot lane. Who knows, maybe even bring 4-2-3 along just for that additional minus armor. Lord knows you'll need the damage. I feel like that's gonna be a problem that Mudang might run into if they don't manage to pick things up in the next maybe first
it's so funny
5-10 minutes.
Because it feels like that's the weakness for both sides. Like, at least I guess you have a
True.
Zeus on Talon, right? Like there's some burst damage there, somewhat. You know, it's
I guess
support.
so, yeah.
It's a lot more lacking on Mudang. I guess the backline jump is going to be big if Jabs can kind of keep up in levels. And that's going to be a pretty important one as well. quick pause. I want to call out Jabs for saying Discord issues. My friend Mike, what are we using to talk right now?
Yeah, wait, what is he talking about? Like,
Okay, we're on a 15-minute delay. We were on with each other 15 minutes ago. There were no Discord issues.
yeah.
Jabs.
Okay, the one thing I will say is I believe JT is playing from China.
Oh, he hasn't gone back to Malaysia?
I don't think so, because the other day he said, like, when he was playing the other qualifier, at least he was saying that, oh, you know, his ping because of Chinese server is a bit bad. So I don't know whether that's changed in the past few days, whether he's made the trip back to KL or wherever in Malaysia he's sort of usually at, but I don't think the ping is that big of a problem, at least in game, but that might be why.
I guess it's more of VPN issues, right? Like,
yeah.
Sometimes the VPNs don't play nice. And that does raise a question. Is JT fully based in China now? I mean, he's married, right?
Yeah, is he married to a Chinese?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Like a Chinese national? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't actually know that. I need to consult like a Malaysian for this information. Like I need to ask like Adam or some shit.
Yeah, Adam, fill us in. Fill us in. I never thought of that question until now. It's like, oh yeah.
Okay,
right.
Drop Adam a cheeky little message. Does JT live in China? There we go.
Very good question. We're learning. We're learning here.
Yeah.
Guys. Cool. Just a little nice jump, heavenly jump away. Gets a jump by Jabs, but still has his own stick charges and a little fairy fire as well. Kind of cuts off the jump. They even snipe Portuguese courier up top as well. From
that's a bit rough.
Just running across. Yeah, that looked like what? Phase boots?
Phase boots, yeah. Phase boots complete.
Not a fun time. And you know what? Allow me to go on a rant while nothing happens here, Mikey. How do you feel about seed money? Because I've seen so many other players start to go for the unstable concoction when I'm like, yes, please. You've played Alchemist without the 200 gold before. Even in matchups that are awful, it's still the same. This 200 gold, it's just for the first 2 minutes of the game. It's like, it's such an awful...
It kind of feels like a bit of a bait, right? It's one of those things that always comes into discussion when you're talking, okay, we might have to hold that top. 4-2-3 might be dead.
Yeah, jumped here, good cogs out. Is there enough damage?
Wait, hang on.
Jocam dropping low, but 4-2-3 is equally low. Yeah, they got it.
A slows, dude. The curse of Avernus is so painful at level 2, and the Orb of Corrosion as well. He was not moving.
Yeah, I mean, Curse of Avernus and that new little passive he has with Withering Mist as well. It's very annoying. So kill off Jabs. There's our Ricky early on. Mr. Cuckoo getting the job done as they pressure onto Abed, who is not going to have rune. Oh, he does get rune control. That's a little haste at the very least to compensate. But yeah, like, it's such a bait. Like, okay, what's that 200 gold do for you now, 4-2-3? Like, sure, some people would argue, oh, he would lose the lane harder. It's like, if you were going to lose the lane harder, why did you pick Alk? First pick, you know, you got it's like for it.
Okay, is a Quelling Blade or Gauntlets of Strength really going to influence the trajectory of the game? Like when I guess your sort of philosophy is, okay, once it hits like 15 minutes, that literally would not have mattered. If you just last hit 1 or 2 more creeps, you probably get that amount anyway, kind of situation.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I feel like you have to think about facets as something that changes your game. 200 gold at the start. If 200 gold was going to make or break your lane, you probably shouldn't have taken that hero, you know? Like,
yeah,
that's my view. And I really appreciate all the other cores that pick up the other facet. It's, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if it's the most meaningful facet. It can be nice in team fights. It's also kind of weird. I don't think it's that strong. Yeah. It's just more interesting than bloody 200 gold.
And I guess the idea is that maybe they're looking at the other facet and they're just like, okay, the benefit of this isn't actually that big of a deal, right? Like, it feels like so marginal. So Alchemist, it really feels like some of these heroes, when they got the innates and the facets, some of the facets just kind of feel like, okay, whatever, compared to like some innates. And I think Alchemist innate, the fact that he just gets Grieval's Greed now is the main thing about the hero. Right? You don't really care about the facets as much on him, I feel.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think another one that's really bad, probably the worst case, is like frickin' Warlock. Like, yes, it's nice. You get level 6 fast.
Isn't Black Grimoire kind of lit? I've been enjoying the fuck out of EXP.
It's great.
I don't know about you.
It's great, but I feel like it's bad design. I just think it's bad design. And they get the deny off because they don't manage to let 423 launches unstable. But they will at least pressure. They've already pressured mid down to 364 HP. Top set for a little bit of a poke. but not quite. Cuckoo's not going to stay here the entire time, although it looks like he will for a little bit longer. That's one benefit as well, right? We talked about the tanky heroes on Talon. You've got the Bristleback safe. What are they really going to threaten him at 6 for Natsumi? Nothing.
Yeah.
You can just camp
That's kind
there.
of the question now, because I feel like Abed, you know, we saw him pick up that haste rune, it was nice and all. He's gonna make the rotation up to top now. But even if he tries for this, are you really going to be able to burst down a WS with a Lotus, 14 wand charges? Like, who do Mudeng actually kill? We talk about the early mid-game timing, but once you get to that early mid-game, the calls on Talon with the amazing game that they've had so far, they are going to have their first item. Who is dying? I don't know.
Has to be the supports. Right? Like, I think you really have to use this this Ricky to just jump the back, get a smoke screen off onto Cuckoo, nice easy kill. You jump Jokam, nice easy kill as well. But that just gives space to the course of farm. It's like it's a not really a situation where you win out enough, I feel like, on Mudeng, considering what you'd have to invest. Like, you look at the CS charts right now, Talon's all over the place. Network charts, 423's keeping up, sure, but he's Alchemist. Trying onto Cuckoo, but guess what? Aphotic Shield. So no. Maybe you can force out WS. Nah, he has this whole...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting that he chooses to pop the ult over the wand because he had a moment there and he just levels it. I guess it's just precautionary, right? You don't want to make their rotation worth the while, so might as well just pull out that stock.
Pretty much. Free space mid for Mikado to just play DK games. Pushing it onto a tier 1 mid. And a 3k advantage up against an Alk at 9 minutes in. That's bad. And that's not something you can even wipe out. That's just bad.
That's fucking awful.
Oh yeah.
It's so weird because you look at the heroes of Mudeng, and this is, if you've watched any of their games so far, this is kind of how they like to draft, right? They have been playing off of the fact that they probably are a better team than you, like just mechanically and macro-wise, and they're gonna out-rotate you on the map. If you look at their supports, Ricky and Chen don't really do much, right? Like,
no.
I know that's a bit controversial because, yeah, Ricky smokescreen, early pressure blink strike, and Chen with his creeps, but in this game in particular, you don't have any sort of easy way to start a fight. You don't have any way of pressuring an objective into, like,
Oh, they have Blink
oh,
Mikado.
smoke up. That's the blink
Got
reveal.
Ovid.
He's done.
Oh, Jesus. With
And
no
look at
damage.
this stack. Come on.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Easy pickings for Mr. Mikado. Would you say that this style of Mudeng, I mean, I would say it's also what they used to do in Aurora anyway, right? Like, it's the same mindset from those Aurora days. All the way back to even maybe their Talon days when they were on Talon. Feels like the same philosophy.
I guess so. That's that Jab Sunday partnership talking.
Yeah.
It's not speaking very loudly though to me in this game. It's a little bit quiet. It's a little bit whimpering.
How about this though, Mikey? Ricky Shard, -5 armor plus acid spray, right? That's a lot of minus armor. Mine's 11 armor. -11 armor, and he can't save each
and
other.
then JT like throws out one Starbreaker, and then that's the end of their damage, right? Like, you're kind of maybe once again relying on Abed to sort of pull this out for you as this team tends to do. But Abed's game has been very, very slow, all things considered. It's tough because of his matchup, and now with the blink, the instant stun, the follow-up is easy for Talon to find. You can just kind of very visibly see the map shrinking for them, and I don't know what the out is. It still feels like you need to wait for this Witchblade, but it is so far away, man.
Oh yeah, way off. Even Witchblade alone, I don't think it's gonna be quite enough. So it's just a waiting game for Mudeng, and then you've got the Alchemist, and you're 4k behind. The lead is growing for Talon. That's bad. Yeah, and like you said, fucking awful. But it's it is what it is. 3-0 so far. And again, this mid-game tempo for Mudeng, I still think is maybe a little bit better, but like you said earlier, Talon has had room to farm. Like, Echo Saber for WS isn't too far off. Mikado's going for his Orchid. He's got every single stack given his way, so the Orchid time is going to be nice and quick. You've got the Ags coming up for Natsumi, free farming bot, because who the hell can kill the Bristleback at this point? No one, as he does pause. And yeah, wait, Natsumi pause and Abed disconnects. Interesting.
Wait, yeah, Nasui's like G. Yeah, let's go. Wait, Model dude says G. Wait, is he troll? Oh my god, this guy is fucking. Wait, this dude is fucking hilarious. Dude, I don't even know. Is he doing that like to make fun of Natsumi, or did he actually miss it out? Because either way, it's hilarious.
I think it's just time.
Oh man,
It's like, all right, let's get a reconnect. while they have a pause. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
How's your
But
Tory queue going, Mr.
it's good. I'm working through most of the sticks. Now that I've turned off my camera, I can eat it in
Oh, yeah.
peace without feeling like a mongrel.
Nah,
So
I didn't care.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
ate my toadstool risotto on cam.
Jesus
Who cares?
Christ.
It's good.
Was
It's good when I...
Is it filling though? Is it filling?
Oh, it is. It is. Like when I bought it, like the lady at the counter, it's like, yeah, this is super delicious. I'm like, oh, I'm looking forward to this instant risotto, and it is. It doesn't, you know, the rice can stay. It's a good instant rice because it stays slightly al dente as you'd want a risotto to be. Slightly
I feel like
undercooked.
rice is so difficult to manage in these like instant products.
Oh, yeah.
At least for me, because every time you get like, you know, they sell in the supermarkets those like pre-made rice packets that you can kind of just microwave in case you're lazy to cook your own, or you.
Pretty bad.
And then it always just comes up a little bit mushy or just like not right. So it's nice that even with whatever sort of gravy or toadstool juice you got going on in that risotto, that it still remained intact. So.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. If anyone heads down to Universal Studios Japan, buy the box of that stuff. It's worth it. It's a pain in the ass to bring home. It's a big box, but it's definitely worth it. It's good risotto.
Yeah.
Very good risotto.
John, big purveyor of regional delicacies. I feel like everywhere you go, at least in the places that we've been, just happen to be at the same events or whatever, you're always like, yeah, I'm picking up like 200 souvenirs. You got a whole souvenir section of your luggage.
Yeah, no, like, you know, usual Don Quixote raid, as you guys in Singapore, Donkey raids in Japan. I mean, you guys don't need to do it in... You don't need to do it if you're Singaporean because Donkey's already there, so who gives a shit, I guess. We don't have it here. Jump out! Joe Cam, can he find that kill? No! 4-2-3's in the firing line. They don't even find that kill, and the hook shot is out. Solar Guardian looks good. Can they get the follow-through from it? The damage not really coming out. Thunder God's Wrath to clean up 4-2-3, and everyone is falling to Natsumi's damage. Abed barely able to escape. JT faults apart. Ollie to be picked up next. No, Mikado wants that big kill on Abed. Jumps forward, gets silenced up. Doesn't manage to get the control, but they will find everyone else. Jabs, set to fall, dodges out once. Can he dodge again? WS, just standing in front. Doesn't manage to get detection off, so they will run away, but that's 3-0. And they tried to jump the supports.
That was literally so... I gotta give Mudang Warriors their flowers, because I feel like that was very well planned. Like, obviously, it's hard to say that given they just lost 3 heroes, but they knew that this was a move Talon were going to make. Talon were going to bring numbers, contest the 14-minute Wisdom Rune, because that's just how far ahead they are. But you can see that, you know, even with the first few items of the Alchemist, the Park, it doesn't... Actually, no, not even the first item of the Park. They tried to use 4-2-3, dangle him in front as bait, but... Was that a spirit vessel? No, just an urn for now. But that's enough to just take out his HP. He's way too weak right now. And it's a 7k gold lead. That's disgusting.
That really is. And I just realized we've got a Mayu on. Our AI voice changer Japanese Kuroki is here. I don't know if they can talk. Welcome.
What the
That's
fuck
the
did
lore.
you just say? Japanese voice changer Kuroki. Okay.
Yeah, they messed up a little bit. He is the Joe Cam kind of hook shots. I don't know who it was. Not Kuku, maybe not Sumi. I still find a kill anyway. 7-0. And the Mudang Warriors, well, you know, Mudang's not feeling too hot right now, unfortunately. Good old, cute little Mudang. You know, Slacks was all over Mudang in ESL1 Bangkok. He's like, I gotta see Mudang. The moment he arrived, I need to see Mudang for content. And they went to Mudang at 6
Mudang
a.m.
for real though.
Yeah, it was a good time. I think they had a lot of fun. Him and Neil Tsunami headed down as well. 6 a.m. They head out to Mudang. Worth it.
The sacrifice for content. I guess it's kind of like a bucket list thing, right? Like now you go to Thailand, that's like one of the sort of main attractions these days. Dude, did you see while we were in Bangkok, they were like naming so many different products after Mudang. Ollie's dead, but I don't think that matters.
No.
Yeah, like you go through a pastry shop and then they'd have like a Mudang cake.
Yeah,
a
there was like
Mudang
the...
iced tea, like Mudang everything.
Yeah, there was the Mudang cookies as well, I believe. That was a thing. Very cool stuff. So much Mudang stuff. Good on him. Mudang is a treasure. No arguments about that. Mudang is a treasure. It's just really far. We had no time to go, Mr. Sneeze, unfortunately. Would have been nice. No time.
Yeah. One of these days, my job will be to make content with the national treasure of any given country I go to, and then that'll be when I can sort of spare the
All
Spare the
what's,
change.
What's the national treasure for Singapore? What? Chicken rice?
I feel
out to the
like
hawkers?
any like typical tourist would tell you like it's the Gardens by the Bay or Marina Bay Sands or
Yeah.
the Malayan. I don't know whether that's real though. That's kind of one of those things where you go there, you see it, and that's the end. Like you just kind of like,
Yeah.
all right, that's a fucking wooden. That's like a rock lion spitting out some water.
Yeah.
Like I could do that.
You could do that. I want to see you do that. That could be the treasure right there, Mr. Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, if you come to Singapore, you know what's up.
They kill off Ollie again. Who cares? That's Chen on his what number death? Third death. 3 out of 6. 3 out of 9 is not bad. I think you would be happier in Mudang if all the deaths were just Ollie feeding, but not quite the case. 9-0, 9k lead on town. I mean, this is pretty one-sided. All tier 2's gone. You do have good creep cutting from 423. He's been playing between tier 2, tier 3 down bot. Has a soul ring that he diverted back to into his Sanjin Yasha.
Jabs might be dead mid. It's being wrapped around on by 3 heroes. And a
Harpoon.
harpoon completed from WS. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, it's a quick game. The town. They have everything.
This really just feels like an outdraft. Like it really just feels like an outdraft. I'm happy with my earlier prediction of 75-25 now. I felt a bit awkward about it. But it just feels like Mudeng, they don't actually have any tools. It like the way that the drafts match up is so brutal for them because the second the Alchemist, Puck, and Dawnbreaker want to start playing together, you saw Natsumi, 14 minutes, he already had that Aghanims complete, and he's like who's killing him?
No one. No one is. No one's killing anything here. And I'll try to justify it at 55-45. I felt like if Mudeng went for this draft, they had an idea. You know? Like they had an idea to make it work. But I guess not, because I don't see it. Like I'm a little bit disappointed as well. Like Jabs is going straight for Diffusal. We're not seeing a shard. He gets hooked. He gets orchided up. Jabs is just dead.
He's done.
Yeah, just like that. We got the Aegis on Natsumi. Yeah, 11-0.
Yeah,
F10k.
This is
your
gonna
hearts
be.
out.
I feel like whenever you watch close qualifiers, you expect these kind of games, but you kind of expect these kind of games from like lower bracket or like talent versus a sort of not as established team.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you can consider Mudeng to be like these guys have multiple TI appearances across all of them, so the fact that it's looking this one-sided is a bit scary for the rest of the competition, I will say. Before we talk a bit more about the game, I do want to point out Hades is in my chat,
Hades.
and Hades says that the national treasure of
Bakute?
Singapore is Bakute, apparently, allegedly.
But is it Singaporean though? Hence the issue again. I always thought that was more like, at the very least,
Malaysian
maybe
thing.
Peranakan. Yeah, they're not fully. Yeah, Malaysia, Peranakan, kind of straight Chinese, right?
Yeah.
But not specifically Singaporean. You know what? I could take that argument if you show me a good Bakute in Singapore. I could accept it. I had some.
They always
banger
make the
Bakute
argument
in
that Bakute, there's a bunch of different styles across Malaysia, right? So
Yeah.
it's not like you say Bakute in Malaysia and like everyone knows what you're talking about. It could be the clown Bakute, it could be sort of the more sort of traditional white pepper situation.
Exactly. There's so much variety. You know?
Someone getting defensive. Someone say Bakute is from Malaysia clown, okay? Oh, we're not about to start that war in my chat right now. I'm not gonna.
Well, 20-minute racks being taken. No defense out from Mudeng Warriors. I don't see this improving anytime soon. You have the BKB on 423 with no damage. Yeah. It's
They are smoking out though on 4. Yeah, like this feels like a Hail Mary, and instead of a Hail Mary and just throwing their wet pool noodle at you, Mikoto is taking no damage. Mikoto has forced up to the high ground because that's a safer place than under the 4 heroes. He's just still fine. He's still fine. Nothing's happening to him.
Everyone's dying from Mudeng.
Buyback on Cuckoo. Or not even buyback on Cuckoo. Cuckoo just pops the ult. BKB popped by 423.
Oh, no, yes, okay.
Oh, they got the Abba ult. It got the Abba ult.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it. 13-0, 16k lead.
Oh, okay,
GG. Okay. All right. Mudeng Warriors.
Yeah.
How would you put this game, Mr. Sneeze? Because I would say that's a wash. That is my description.
That's a
wash.
classic warm-up game. That's a classic warm-up game, I think.
Look. When Mudeng Warriors boys were on Talon, you know, we used to have these dumbass games from them where they would go like this, 13-0 to 20 minutes in, because they would have first series. There's no justification this time. It's 5 p.m. guys. You've woken up.
Dude, without the reins of an organization pressure, they're like, we can do whatever the fuck we want. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just like woke up like right before their game started.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, look, it's I think one thing is clear with Mudeng Warriors. When they came into that first Fissure Universe qualifiers, obviously established players, they had one solidified idea about how they were going to play Dota, and it worked, right? It's the classic, anytime Abed's on the team, you're like, yeah, Abed, go do the work of like 3 cores in the early game. Let's park 4-2-3 up here, he can AFK farm. Let's let JT be on his little island. Jabs will be annoying and Ollie will sort of play backup, right? And the second you sort of establish that pattern, it feels rather easy to exploit, because you know the 2 other cores, the silent cores of Mudeng Warriors, aren't going to do much. So I think this is where most stacks that just form, I won't say make or break, but that's kind of the big test of whether you can sort of move on to the next stage. I'm sure you have your sort of main strategy that you like to play with, but now you need to adapt, right? And Talon, it feels like, at least for the past 1 year now, they've been the ones at the top, and we can very clearly see why. These guys are kind of brutal with it.
That they are. I'm curious to see how the Mudeng Warriors adjust into the next game. I think definitely look at the draft. Their ideas for this Ricky pickup and the Chen support duo really didn't do them any favors. There's just nothing to play with, even with their Dawnbreaker. Like, you're hoping for what? Dream Coil, Solar Guardian. We saw that combination once, and still not enough. So we'll have to see what they do clean up with. Yeah, it's a bit rough, but hey, I guess this is a boon for everyone else, because this brings us one game closer to the actual match everyone wants to see, which is like Kukuis versus Kukuis. So there is that.
Yeah, Kukui Civil War. Kukui Civil War.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. I was really excited about this matchup. I kind of maybe I've assigned a bit too much hope in like this, because 4-2-3 Abed and JT sounds like a very explosive and exciting trio core to watch, and then you throw Jabs back in for Ollie into the mix. Like, you have a nice blend of stability and just kind of like volatility. But I guess that's kind of one of the downsides of volatility. You can just have games where you just fizzle out completely like this one. So, you know, hopefully they can pick it back up and give us a bit of a series here. If not, it's gonna be, I would be kind of sad, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we'll see if they can kind of kick things up into gear. But a little bit of a break time, because we're again on Dota TV. It's going to be a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I'm going to go clear my risotto out, so I'll be AFK for just a moment, but you'll have the beautiful voice of Mike on the screen as well. I'll be back to just chill in a few minutes. Just give me a second. BRB.
Yeah.
Start that timer for around 14 minutes.
Yeah. Probably gonna take a break myself in a little bit as well, but just this game was, I don't know, I kind of feel like I got baited a bit. But maybe it's a bit too early. Maybe they, you know what I mean? Like, first game things. Maybe I was too hopeful. People in chat seem to think that this is a one-sided affair. Like, people were saying like, oh, it's WS over JT, all that, and it's such a big gap and talent. I mean, I get that. And Abaddon first pick feels like it wasn't really addressed.
Yeah.
I mean, you pick the Abaddon, and then you just kind of pick Chen Ricky, right? And it's like, what do they even do versus you? I don't know.
Pretty much. All right, I'm gonna throw my risotto cup away.
Yeah,
Be
go
right
ahead.
back,
Go
Jeff.
ahead.
Be right back, Mike.
Hey, Western Europe is happening. Our good friend Nomad casting Pog. Let me pull up his stream. Has it started? No, they're still waiting for lobby. Mouse versus game in Pog. That's pretty cool. We're sticking with Southeast Asia though. We're Southeast Asia boys. Bum, bum, bum. Has the next match started already? Oh, it has. Okay. I mean, I guess 15-minute delay, so we can just kind of wait and load it. The downside about streaming is that you can't watch other people's streams. That's my only downside. Okay. Wait, let me readjust my stream a little bit. Why is it so far off? What the hell? There we go. Okay, this should be a bit nicer, hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna go for a short break as well, I reckon, because it's gonna be a while before we're back with game number 2. So, see you guys in a bit. Maybe I come back chill, but I'm gonna clear some of my stuff as well. Crank that music up. Bonk. There you go. There we go. Okay, see you guys in a bit.
baby.
Dyer's bad. Radiant's turn.
Draft up. Might be still okay. So we're gonna chill out a little bit.
10 seconds left.
I heard someone say that the music is very much Dave the Diver. I still haven't played. I've been meaning to, but I've been, I've been playing other stuff. I've been playing a lot of Civilization 7. I like it enough, but man, that UI is so bad. Thank you, Mr. V-Chan. Have the draft underway. We see the Nyx and Tiny being banned by Talon. Mooding taking care of TV and Bounty Hunter.
5 seconds, boss.
Will they ban Bristleback? Will they ban anything like that? We'll see. Taking their time. Okay, let me readjust this prop I did on little mic. Just a little bit too big. I want it to scale. Hello.
Guess what happened?
What happened?
Miso ate my rice.
Who? Who ate your rice? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Mayu is here as well. We're joined by Permasneeze. He's also streaming on Twitch, as is in our title. It's Permasneeze, twitch.tv/Permasneeze.
10 seconds left.
And we are also streaming here in our channel.
5 seconds remaining.
And let me readjust Mr. Mike. Head was a little bit too big. Want it to match perfectly here. And this should match a little bit better. Hopefully. Save. Ah, there you go. Looks a little bit more to scale. Alright.
Radiant's banned.
Have the next set of bans. Alchemist and Abaddon being banned out by Mooding, leaving the Bristleback.
10 seconds
What
left.
will Talon do? What will you ban out? They have first pick overall. We haven't
5
seen
seconds
Shadow Demon at
remaining.
all in any of the games we've looked at here, so maybe it could be a pickup. Clockwork's still there as well.
Radiant's choice.
Ban the
Dyer's
Quap.
Thank you for adjusting my head, Mr. John.
Yes, I did try to scale you up. We got the Monkey King opener for Talon. And what were you saying? Who ate your rice? Mike,
My fucking cat jumped on
ate
my
your
table.
rice?
Yeah, I had it. I went to get some water. I came back. This motherfucker's on the table. She
10
knows
seconds remaining.
she knows she's not supposed to do that, so she just fucking ran. And she's gonna die now because she ate seaweed. It's miserable.
Radiant's
She ate
banned.
seaweed? Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's okay, I guess a lunchtime treat. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
fucking
a lunchtime treat. Not for you.
silly.
Not
Yeah,
for you.
not for me. I did not enjoy it. She did though. Good for her.
Oh, good for her. At least someone did. At least someone
Yeah.
enjoyed. And we should enjoy a new draft as
10
well. Monkey
seconds
King for
left.
Talon. Phoenix
Mhm.
for Mooding. I like this. It's stable. Phoenix
seconds
versus Monkey King is pretty alright. So hey, you're not you're not going crazy with like a Ricky pick earlier that we saw last time. So stability for Mooding at least. And they did ban out the Abaddon and Alk. So they don't want to have to
Yeah.
deal with the Abaddon or potentially Alchemist coming in, which I think is fair. Fair enough.
Yeah, Bristol's still in the pool though.
Yeah,
Interesting that they both decided to forgo it. I wonder what the thought process is. Maybe they just prioritize it less, because we did see that Talon picked the Bristle a bit later in the draft in that first game as well.
Yeah, I think it makes
So-
sense. Like, even just picking up the Phoenix as well. Percent base
10
damage
seconds
against
remaining.
Bristle is pretty damn good. It's
Dyer's
consistent,
turn to
so
ban.
I think it's fine.
But they banned the
rather-
PA though. I was gonna say, if you want to pick the Bristle, you kind of need to ban the PA.
Yeah. Like, that natural break is nasty. I mean, Viper's still there, but how many Viper games we've seen that are successful recently? Not
Yeah.
much. So, I don't know
True.
if you need to care.
10 seconds left.
What are you going to ban on the Moodang Warriors?
5 seconds.
What do you
boss.
want to take care of? Maybe you ban a Bristle now, right? Like, oh, they left the WS Lycan on hand as well, so that could be. A
Yeah, I mean,
consideration to
Lycan
ban.
Beastmaster still available, actually.
Both
would
pretty.
be- I
annoying.
guess lane wise, it's not the best into Phoenix, because Phoenix can deal with your like little summons pretty decently. Morphling ban Gyro? Oh, Clockwork. Okay.
Stay safe enough.
I guess Morphling is just gonna be a different, like, or at least difficult carry to lock down if you have this support duo.
Yeah, it would be.
That's not gonna affect team fights.
And you don't have a hard hold. You don't really want to turn into either one as Morphling, but you could. And I think this is stability for Mudang, right? Like they get their foundation set up, so we're probably looking at Ollie, Phoenix, Jabs, Clock coming in here. They get to have fun with a Rocket Man himself. And Talon, for their part, go back into the Zeus, why not? There's even less threat for the Zeus now. Along with a Dawnbreaker. I like this from Talon. So, you get Monkey King Dawnbreaker. You have some flex in Monkey because Jokam used to play a lot of Monkey 4, but that's kind of dead in the water now. So your chances are you're just looking at maybe a Mikoto or Natsumi Monkey King flex and potentially Cuckoo back on Zeus. Again, in this kind of game, the Zeus has less to worry about. There's no silence from a Riki. There's no shenanigans like that. You're kind of happy here overall.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can jump out of cogs.
Yes,
although
you get pushed
I'm
out.
not like you. There might be a certain angle where you get pushed back in. I haven't really played enough Zeus or Clockwork to know.
I've noticed that you just get knocked outside, so it
Okay.
procs it towards the out. I think, if I
Okay.
recall right.
That's. I mean, I'm sure Cuckoo knows what he's doing.
Pretty much.
Cuckoo plan.
Yeah, they get the Life Sealer out for Mudang, so you have some good vehicles here. I don't know if the matchup against Monkey King is actually great. I don't think so, unless you get Ags, then it could be decent. So there's something like an Ags timing, third item Ags maybe. That would
I
look
guess
really
the idea
good
is that it can sort of stand up in the lane versus Dawn, and also eventually, I mean, you get like a Radiance, kind of miserable for the Monkey King to get like a. I think he doesn't really want to get MKB, despite it being like his namesake.
Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world. It might be something they have to consider. Like this from Mudang, doubling down. So you've got the Magnus Phoenix combo. RP Egg looks good. You have the cogs as well to play around with there with RP. So it's looking a lot more stitched together for Mudang. I'm not seeing that many laning weaknesses. It looks pretty stable altogether. I'm wondering if you're expecting this Magnus to be flex, probably just off lane at this point, and last spec the Abed hero, right? So
Yeah, I think this is like a big JT hero, right? There were some previous games where they ran this duo that I wasn't too. I was a bit worried about, because I feel like Magnus Clockwork isn't really the easiest lane to make work. But so far, the way, like I said, the way they've Mudang Warriors have sort of been going about laning in general with JTs, they just don't. They just leave him on an island. Jabs pulls like 4 waves and then he just fucks off. So the Dawnbreaker also, in a way, counter initiation into the Solar Guardian. It kind of goes both ways, right? Because if the Magnus RPs, you can Solar Guardian, but if you're the first one to sort of press that button and you go in first, then he can always RP right on top of you. Ooh. So is this a support Dawn?
Potentially? I think
It seems that way.
It looks like I don't think you're running Dawnbreaker mid anytime soon, so
This Beastmaster is gonna shit on this Lifestealer though.
oh yeah. Like that's the big part of that flex. My question is Dawnbreaker support. I mean, it used to be a thing. You used to rush Ags anyway, right? Like that used to be. I think even recently, before we started seeing more Dawnbreaker offlanes come in, I was still seeing it very rarely, but occasionally pop in as 4/5. So it makes enough sense. You still have your output. In fact, you think about Talon and their global presence, it's kind of insane. Thunder God's Wrath plus Solar Guardian. This Monkey King can be across the map really quick. That is pretty potent coming out from Talon. And the Beastmaster does give you some attack speed to help with Egg. So you also have that going for you here. You have some good answers overall. You've got a BKB piercing stun through the Life Sealer. So Roar is going to be nice to keep that guy pinned down. It covers your base as well. And it looks like Talon are expecting a support last pick. So expecting maybe something like Abed, Magnus mid, and the Phoenix offlane core coming out. I mean, they ban out the Ench. Maybe just to protect the Beastmaster, but that also means they have to expect a flex.
So Abed Pango is still available, although I don't know whether that gets awkward into the mid Monkey King. That's kind of why I guess they went for that Monkey King as a priority. It's been sort of one of the heroes that frequently eats first phase bans or even second phase bans, and melee versus melee matchup, you just can't play it, right? And even so, you think back to Abed signatures, the Storm, the Puck, the Pango, all of them hate laning into the Monkey just because of that sort of short range or just lack of ability to really push him out. You really want to maybe go for something like a Lina, but then Lina runs the risk of getting collapsed upon. It feels like you said, the talent draft is very nicely rounded. You're gonna end things off with a Muerta pick. So this could be the carry here. really, really good matchup into Life Stealer, has always been a good answer into the Phoenix in a 1-to-1. Ethereal, so even if you get RP'd, if you pop that in advance, Life Stealer needs like a nullifier. Talon, this draft again is kind of looking monstrous.
That it is. It's very well stitched together. I like the flexibility. I like the potential coming out. I'm still curious because Talon ban out 2 supports to end. So they're expecting Abed's here to be the Magnus. And just expecting maybe JT Phoenix to come in. And we're looking at a Jabs Ollie here to close out. Gonna be interesting to see here. I do like the ideas you had, like maybe the Pangolier, but again, the matchup against Monkey King already feels
It's
rough.
so abysmal, right? Like the whole reason why Mudeng Warriors had such a rough time that previous game is because they're like, hey Abed, you're on top,
Yeah.
you gotta do stuff for us, right? And he's like, no, I have 3k net worth at 10 minutes. Like, okay, that's
All
the
right.
Lina. That's the Lina.
Okay, so Talon just banned to protect the Beastmaster, ensuring that the boars and the creeps can't get stolen away, and you end up with Mudeng going for that Lina that you mentioned there as well, was left open. Lina versus Monkey King matchup is still not bad for Lina. You have a lot of good poke. Mikado has dodge mechanics though, as long as he can mischief dodge. Not the easiest to consistently do, but this is Mikado, so it is still a playable lane. I'd still say that like Brown Boots timing for Monkey King plus Wraith Band is still pretty big against Lina. So that is something to be aware of for Abed. But he has more of a game, right? Like you do have burst play early on. You have some ways of trying to get some tempo early. And that's going to be the big difference maker here for the Mudeng Warriors. Which way do you lean, though, draft-wise, Mr. Mikey? Sounds like Talon.
I gotta say, I feel like it's Talon again. I don't know whether it's 75-25 now. It's not so dramatic. There is a game for Mudeng Warriors to be played, and it feels like at least now their lanes make a bit more sense. My biggest concern is going to be this safe lane, though. I think 4-2-3 and Ollie, as decent of a bodyguard Phoenix is, this last pick Moeta, like I said, great counter to the Phoenix, and now you got WS on his Beastmaster. You left it out until sort of that 18-17 pick.
It's carry Dawnbreaker.
Do you see something?
Yeah,
it is carry Dawnbreaker. So it's like you have that really strong kill lane, the Zeus and the Cuckoo, but JT should still be fine, right? Because you can shockwave farm. My concern is 4-2-3. Like, how is he actually gonna walk up to a wave?
Yeah. It's not a great time into Beastmaster plus the Muerta poke in the back. I'm curious to see how this pays off. I think this is still fine. Like Mikado can scale a little bit more on mid if he has to down the line in the game. Dawnbreaker's damage is pretty good if you manage to go for like your Echo Saber build up, or Armlet or SNY. It feels it's still a considerable amount of damage. So I don't mind this too much. I think it's also interesting for say. I mean, you're probably never going to get into this situation, but it's always a funny thought process for me if, like, say, Lifestealer offensively infests you, and then you Solar Guardian away. It's never going to happen. There's no way you don't jump out.
You did not order that Uber. You just fucking starts driving.
But it would be funny. I would love to see it. That's a massive mistake to make. But it would be funny. We'll see.
Yeah,
I'd probably not happen.
There is some... There's some potential for shenanigans here. I feel like shenanigans are what are gonna win. Is what is gonna win Mudeng this game. Because if you just play straightforward, Talon are gonna hit a very nice early timing. Once again, it feels like the Mudeng strat is to rely just fully on Abed. Hey, you know, we gave you a decent lane matchup this time. Now you can carry us, right? So I don't know. I still am favoring Talon overall. I'd say probably a bit less this time. More of 60-40. I think they have amazing tools in their draft. Again, a late smoke coming out from them on the prowl for maybe trying to get themselves a nice little first blood here.
Might have been spotted under this ward planted by Mudeng, right on the edge by the tier 1. So he might be in a position to try to at least dodge it. They're still holding this ground right by the tier 1, but protected enough. Curious to see if Talon can still get this jump in. Did already get Boundless up on Mikado. So nothing too major yet. Does show himself as a walking tree. And that is just going to be a 2-for-2 on the bounties. Unless Talon really forces this issue. I mean, they're walking pretty damn far for another one.
May the best team win.
Oh, they're going to get 3 actually. I bet can't afford to stick around.
Just like that?
Nice little map maneuvering here. I think good discipline from Mudeng because they got the sort of early jump on those wards, right? So they were establishing the vision and they didn't see a single enemy hero. So they're like, okay, they're up to some shit. Let's just play it safe. No point giving this sort of snowball-centric draft even more of an early sort of additional pile of snow to get them rolling.
Yeah, just don't give that start you're looking for in town. We have a quick pause. Abed's having issues. Rather interesting.
Bonkers.
At least it's his pause this time. You know, not too
Yeah, true.
No,
Before 423 says go, like, it's just like, let's fucking move.
Yeah, we do have to go ahead and back to it. Staring at mid for a bit. I mean, this Lina versus Monkey King should still be slightly Lina favored, but I don't think it's that awful for Monkey, honestly. Again, it's down to how well you can mischief dodge, and there is a little bit more window for the Dragon Slave spam in comparison, so there's a bit more leeway here for Abed to apply pressure as we get a pause from Natsumi. I will want to call out... I will call out Mr. Lane. Lane, fix your damn internet. You're in Cebu. Help your boy John Anthony Vargas out, please. Thank you.
Jesus, not the government name drop.
Yeah, hell yeah. You got to do it. My fellow John has to be called out every single time.
That's true.
Still, this bot lane...
I mean, apart from calling him out, I will say, I'll be the first to write my apology letter to Natsumi because I think,
were you a
at
hater?
least for the past... No, I'm not a hater, but I don't think I was ever really convinced by him on carry.
No, I will agree. Look,
And
the best
like-
Natsumi performance was Polaris, I think. Like,
yes,
Natsumi and
So
Polaris was
I think
amazing.
that's kind of where he sort of really showed like, okay, I'm pushing up towards being sort of tier 1 in Southeast Asia. And then after that, when he started joining these other stacks, it always just kind of felt like he didn't really live up to that initial platform he got. But especially recently on Talent, he's been looking really good. I think I've been noticing him a lot more. He's stepping up. I'm not sure how much of the shot calling he's involved, but you can kind of tell that he's playing with a lot more confidence, playing with a lot more comfort, and it's nice to see. Very happy to see talent from Southeast Asia glow up in a way.
Yeah, I think the big thing is maybe the support system around him. Like I think Jokam's always been good. Kuku's a really good, very experienced shot caller at this point from every position that he's played. So there's a lot more cohesion that Talent can play with in comparison to a lot of the other teams right now. And I don't know, like when I think about Natsumi Boom, I kind of shiver. That was a dark time for my boy. That was a terrible time.
I don't want to say that because I feel like when he joined the team, it was like, okay, you know, he has another chance to prove himself again. It's been a bit slow, but you know, now with Boom, it's not even like Boom weak team, right? It features a very similar experience support system that you mentioned that we now see on Talent, but it maybe just didn't really work right together. All these team dynamic discussions are always really tricky. Bot lane though, Kuku. Caught in the cops. He used
They
the
do
jump.
have damage. Already jumped away. Still alive for now, but does get charged down by JT. Nice pick up for Mudeng to kick things off on the right foot. And already feeling, but that's an infinitesimal increase. Not infinitesimal, an infinite increase in kills in comparison to game 1. Very nice for them.
Yeah. I was kind of proven wrong a bit because I thought that this Clockwork and Magnus lane was going to be clunky. It still is, but they are deciding to sort of play together in the lane instead of doing their usual sort of creep pull shenanigans. And, you know, if they're able to sort of get a couple more kills onto Kuku, maybe even threaten Natsumi a bit, stop him from just getting free farm, I think this bodes very well for them.
And it does. Doing a great job as well in contesting the pulls, although Kuku still manages to clip it, pulling a little bit late, and will manage to try to even out the lane. But it is giving some room out for Jabs to actually have a game in comparison to last time. We'll take a gander up top. You've got 423 on that lifestealer. He's not doing flash hot, but he is at least matching what WS is getting out of the lane as well. So you do have that going for you.
I thought it would be worse, to be honest.
Yeah, this is, all things considered, pretty alright. I think there is some good poke you can do. Every single time you can spam out the open wounds, it feels great. Have you ever seen anyone not take rage, by the way, on the lifestealer? Like, even in your pubs. I've seen it once, and it looked unfettering. It looks terrible.
Yes. I saw it once, but I think in that game, it was very justified. It was like, there was a Lion, and there was a Magnus. So, it actually worked, like we won. But he did feed for most of the game, so... I think it's just very hard to, like, conceptually play Lifestealer because you're so used to that Q giving you magic complete immunity, and then suddenly you get disabled through it and you're like, what? Like, it just presents the hero with a it sounds like it would be similar, but it just operates so differently in actual practice. Oh, 4-3.
That's a ton of damage. Great shot back from Jokam, along with a calling. Ollie does not have a dive away. He's just gone. Maybe a bit of a bonus, but 4-3 will be able to walk away. Still has a rage anyhow. Very, very good shot. Jokam, you're seeing the power of that Muerta. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
The calling, it's just awful to play into. I still feel like Muerta's facets, going back to this again, her facets are not interesting enough. Like, Dance of the Dead should just be how the calling works. A friend is an interesting idea, heavily underpowered, but I feel like the calling should not be a facet. It should just be the way it is. Dance of the Dead should just literally be how the calling works, I feel.
Yeah, just, I mean, thematically speaking, that would make sense, right? Like, you just gotta get a bit stronger. But the calling is already a ridiculous spell, so I don't mind it. And I kind of get what you're saying with Ofrenda, but I feel like Ofrenda is one of those very, very scary ideas that if you buff it, like, even to a basic degrees, it's gonna be abused to all hell.
Oh, yeah. Like, it is insane to think about. Like, it just boosts the attack speed bonus. It's like, oh, you're not leaning into that shit. You're back to Gunslinger Muerta, and that's not fun. So, I can see why. I can see why they're being patient with that one. 1-1.
I've been doing a good job already. He managed to force Mikoto all the way back, but a regen rune is gonna turn things around, and a nice little Phoenix kill. It's gonna be a nice little bonus on top. Okay, Jokum matching the rotation to the mid lane. That's pretty solid stuff from the Muerta so far.
That it is. I mean, again, you are getting a much better time here for Abed, but that's to be expected in this matchup. As Lina with range, only so much you can try to dodge with Mikado. Mikado's not actually too far behind. He has that Brown Boots timing with double rate bands, does do a ton of damage. Has level 6 now as well, so level 3 Jingu up and running. Can make his way across the map with a tree dance value point, and is managing this lane well enough. 2-1. Again, much better showing from Mudang Warriors in terms of laning at the very least. I do appreciate the words here from Talon. Very nice to watch this rotation from onto mid, right, from the Phoenix. Like, just these two wards to watch. Maybe Abed decides to swing around as well, with Laguna getting ready to go, level 7 now. And
I think this ward is an extremely aware, like you talk about the Talon wards, but I feel like Jabs, every time he's playing on Dire, he's been placing this ward. So any team who's sort of studying Mudang Warriors, I feel like maybe in 1 or 2 more qualifiers, this is not going to be as relevant, but he has been placing these wards sort of in the bottom side of the map to sort of cover his own rotations over, maybe try and look for a connection. And speaking of connection though, they're looking at 4-2-3 at the top lane, but Cuckoo's the one kind of deep. Jump away.
Does manage to jump away. Big calling to catch them all, and Ollie's just gone. Cog's trapping WS, but this is not a good thing for Jabs. Damage is flowing in. It's going to be enough to clean up. Double for WS as Mikado looks for 4-2-3. He's got the damage. He's got the tree dance up. We'll keep that hunt going. The shot does fall short, but the damage is good. And Cuckoo will steal that for himself. Cuckoo's fault. Cuckoo's tax coming in there.
Yeah, that was literally the dance of the dead coming into play, right? They immediately got that kill on the extremely under-leveled Phoenix. And then it just gets bigger. You can't escape. That was tough. I think Mudang, they are facing a bit of the issues that I have to hold that thought. Mikoto in the mid lane snatches away the arcane rune. Dawnbreaker gonna come in as well, but it's into a Wukong's. I mean, they just want to stand their ground and push the side of Mudang away, and they're successful in doing so. The 2 supports even rotating over to make sure Mikoto survives. Really, really nice map movements from Talon in this early stage. Yeah, I mean, this is where the worry starts to set in, because we already talked about Talon and their timing. They're gonna hit it very nicely.
Yeah, they are. I like that little emphasis as well. Just all of that for the arcane rune, but that's not the rune you want to give to Abed. And it just enables these rotations to be much stronger. They do isolate Natsumi. RP popped as well with a skewer back, but out of the cogs, and Natsumi's fine. Bit of desync there. Maybe if the cogs were down earlier. I think no, that was earlier. They used it in, I think, the last fight.
Yeah, it's down to cooldown, right?
Yeah,
okay.
But I feel like if you got the RP skewer after the cogs and just shove him right to the edge of the cogs for the bounce back in, maybe that's better, but the timing's slightly off there. Maybe, again, down to that ping issue you were mentioning for JT. That kind of reaction looked like it was just slightly accelerated from JT. More faster than maybe what Jabs would have expected himself for the cogs timing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a clunky one to try and coordinate. Later down the line as well, JT and Jabs, they're going to be looking to initiate on separate fronts. But if they sort of miscommunicate at once, like the hook shot into the same RP could be a bit awkward to sort of manage. But I guess the bright side for Mudeng is even though they are behind at this early stage of the game 5-1, gold isn't crazy out of control just yet, right? They are still sort of mostly keeping up. And I think the key difference between this draft and what they had in game number 1 is this time round, they actually have a decent team fight to sort of try and get some sort of crazy turnaround situation, right? In the previous game, it felt like their supports couldn't really give them anything. And this game, you still have that egg, you still have that hook shot. You should be able to find pickoffs even from a sort of losing stance.
And you should be. Let's see if they can start to reel that in down the line. I will say one outer counter synergy, right? I'm not wrong in that Supernova makes it daytime, yes? Am I wrong in that?
Yes, it does.
Alright, they get the jump onto Ollie, speaking of, as he does manage to dive away. But this is one bit of slight counter synergy, as Ollie barely survives. Very nice for him. But think about this. Nighttime egg. You drop it. And then it becomes daytime. You get the use from the innate of Natsumi. It's happened a couple times where that's actually looked pretty big. Just having that vision when an egg's committed at night to know where everyone else is playing.
I think it's definitely a consideration in the draft. Like, it's a really, really big deal. You talked about the power that the Zeus gives you with the Thunder Gods giving you full information. Because the main thing with the Talon lineup is they want to get onto the back line. They know Abed will be playing on the corners of the fight, right? So if you're able to just even jump in with a blink from the Beastmaster, raw into Abed, the fight from Mudeng is going to end very quickly. It's a long time before 4-2-3 gets to any stage of doing meaningful damage. He's actually not going the Radiance this game. He's going for the Armlet, and I like this a lot because I just think he needs a bit of that girth in the fight.
And he does. It's going to be a massive help. Going to make him harder to pin down and burst down as well, if he can toggle through. So that will kind of stall out Talon if they do try to make an attempt onto the Life Stealer. They are getting some room out. 4-4-2-3 as well down bot to play catch-up. Not too far behind. I mean, Mikado's barely ahead of the Life Stealer. So it's a much more even game despite being 5-1. Mudeng is starting to get a little bit more. I think the main concern is WS. Help the Overlord's almost done. Probably going into the Ags, if not Blink BKB, some such to help in that backline catcher we're talking about there, Mr. Mike.
Yeah.
And I will want to point out one thing while chat is there. Chat is being a bit naughty. They're asking who's the other caster, and everyone's saying John X Fire, and John. It's Mr. Permasneeze. Thank you, Mr. Femto.
Hello.
It is Permasneeze.
Moshi.
He's done a few qualifiers. He's a good friend.
I've seen Femto around all these sort of qualifier chats here and there. I think long time watcher of Pro Dota, I definitely recognize that name.
One of the OG supporters of ours on Mike. So, well,
Nice.
with Mike #1. So he is very aware, always in touch with Southeast Asia.
Femto aware.
Femto aware, indeed. 2K lead now for Talon and the Mudeng Warriors. I mean, this is not as rough of a spot. Like, you've got Blink and JT, you've got level 6s on your supports, so there is play. It's Talon that kind of maybe needs to ramp up a little bit more, you know, try to get this build up. Mikado, again, not popping off as hard. His lane matchup was not as easy. Still working onto what seems to be his Maelstrom. They've given all the farm really to WS, who does, again, inch closer towards that Overlord. He's trying to shove lanes where he can with the tomato creep. But this is a lot more room out.
Yeah, I love this decision because when you give the Beastmaster early space, he kind of gives that back to you in dividends, right? He's going for sort of more of the Auras build, which I think makes the most sense this game because it's not like they're lacking damage. JT with the Blink reveal mid lane, looking for the catch on the Jokum. It's been a thorn in the side of Ollie, and I'm sure the Phoenix will be happy to see his counterpart killed off. Japs will secure that kill. That was actually a 5-man smoke rotation. So even though it is a kill, that kind of puts them on the board a little bit. You really wanted someone a bit bigger than that.
Definitely did. It looked like they were looking for a swing out onto bot for WS, but they were just cut off, and the smoke instantly popped. They had to go for it. You saw how long it took as well with the Pierce the Veil. A little bit longer to kill without the right clicks coming in. And that stall mechanic kicking in, like you mentioned, when you do catch out this Muerta. And it just makes things awkward. 3K lead still up for Talon, but again for Mudeng, you find a pick off. You got use out of Laguna for Abed. There's still some things to be happy about. Abed has his travels up. He can just work the map, farm into that Ags timing, and that's when things can start to go into overdrive for the side of Mudeng with that little fiery soul up.
Dude, look at the item build coming out from Natsumi. This is... I mean, he's cosplaying carry, but he is going pipe first. So I think he recognizes the... meanwhile, bot lane. Solar Guardian coming in to save Mikoto. Nice RP to protect the egg. This could be the fight they were waiting for. Mikoto, he's going to get popped. And Natsumi, he didn't have that fight complete just yet. So he's going to get very low, but not enough. It's 4-2-3 who has to sort of run back, infest into JT. Dry up on the mana, so JT's just gonna escape, but Jabs still trying to fight. TP cancelled though, so no escaping there. Oh, that looked like it could have been so much better for Mudeng. They get Mikoto, sure, but comes at the cost of both their supports. I guess that's still worth it, but you lose so much ground on the map, especially WS now pushing on.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off because Mikado is bottom network core. It is still a core kill, but not the high-value one you'd want. You want Natsumi, you want WS. Love the discipline and coordination from Mudeng there. They're stacking their spells well. They got the timing right post-Solar Guardian for the RP. It's just not fully enough. And going back to your point about Natsumi, I think this is fine. It's rather interesting he goes for the pipe over something like the Mage Slayer, to be fair. But again, he's going for a little bit more selflessness. He's allowing Mikado to take more space and WS to kind of scale up faster than he could. He can always go back for more damage later on after Ags. So there are options there for him to kind of improve his game. Maybe something like a Harpoon. Deso doesn't actually feel bad as well. Like a late Deso doesn't feel bad for the Dawnbreaker here because no one's really that high armor anyhow. So that could be one way as well. And yeah, 7-3. Much closer game for Mudeng. They have more room to play. They're inching into the Ags timing for Abed. And Mikado, it's much lower. I think they've gotten their target prioritization right. Mikado is really not quite having a game. 0-1-2. No kill to his name. Not the most activity either from the Monkey. And still trying to go for his full Maelstrom. They are gunning for Roche though. And just with the Dominator up, with the damage that WS can pump in, should be a nice one to take. But they do have at least the flares to keep track from Jabs. They're just a little bit too far out to try to contest right now.
It's kind of interesting the way that Talon have built up this draft because it almost feels like everyone is supporting the Mikoto Monkey King to be the main carry. Although, you know, he is the bottom net worth core. I'm sure he knows he's not having the best of times in this game compared to sort of more, you know, dominant performance. But I kind of thought that maybe they would sort of, you know, use Mikoto to make space, let WS be that sort of Beastmaster, Aghanims, you know, run around. He's sort of the main core instead. So it's interesting that they sort of taken this supportive stance on the side lane cores. But yeah, now that AJ is going the way of the Beastmaster, should be a lot more map pressure that should give them the confidence, I feel, to start pressuring maybe some of these tier 2 towers in the next 5 minutes.
It should open up some possibilities. I think the key thing with this item build from Natsumi, it's really just to counteract Abed. Right, like they're worried about this early spike from the Lina. Pipe does help massively in just mitigating some of that. And, you know, it's not like you expect WS to go away from the Overlord into a fast pipe, so someone has to get it. And it's going to be Natsumi willing to sacrifice some quick tempo, quick damage for that one. See if it starts to pay off. Again, you are hitting spikes, full Ags up for Abed, going for his Shard next. Mikado keeping track of where Jabs is, looking for gate movements across. We'll see our clockwork. Get the instant cog to knock Mikado down. Yeah, seeing that moves through the gate.
Mikado's still chasing though.
Oh, no! Hookshot does not connect to anything. They've got the stun.
Boundless is available, yeah. Oh, what was he aiming for? Did he...
Camp?
Oh, he got cleared out though. Someone found it. Sad.
Unfortunate series of unfortunate events. Not the biggest kill anyhow, but it does provide the opening for that tier 2 take. And Talon again playing pretty high tempo, 18 minutes in onto the tier 2s. Again, you have more room here for the side of Mudeng, like 423 is getting a ton of room down bot.
They're looking for Abed, the root in the mid
lane.
They saw him on the wall.
They got the Solar Guardian on top. Do they have enough damage? Boundless does not connect. There comes the egg, the RP to protect as well from JT. Can they escape this one? Stun will come through. Natsumi stuck in the middle. Nice stuns onto 2. And Mikado, his Monkey King's command isn't that big, but they still managed to get the catch onto Ollie. 423 set to go afterwards. A 2-for-2. A core and a support on each side. But it does feel like for Talon, maybe not the most worthwhile. They do lose out a little bit more. Then again, that's double big ults from Mudeng, right? Like that's RP and egg gone. So you don't have too much to worry about in the next fights.
I mean, the thing with that attempt is Talon were trying to min-max the map, right? They see Abed because of this nice ward that they have. So they're like, okay, you know, Jokum, go set up. We can connect with the Solar Guardian and everything. But I feel like that was a bit of a waste in terms of their Aegis time because you can start mowing down these towers. Instead, they send everyone to the sort of mid lane. Yes, you get the kill onto 4-2-3, but you miss out on the ever important Lina kill because of a slightly whiffed Boundless Strike. I don't think you can really blame Mikoto for that one because it's kind of hard to keep track of that Lina once she's in a Flame Cloak. But I feel like that move should have gone a lot better and had the potential to go a lot better for Talon. The fact that they end up losing Natsumi as well is kind of a significant chunk of change now. Hookshot in, top lane, Jabs tries to find Mikoto, but an easy jump away and looks like Jabs will be paying with his life. But yeah, I still kind of feel like everything that Mudeng is doing right now is just wasting time, right? They're trying to get 4-2-3 up to the point where he can fight a bit stronger, trying to get Abed to some of these later items, and eventually JT, once he gets at Yasha Kaya, he'll be a lot more powerful in these fights. It's just wasting time, right? Talon, they have a good pace right now. Kind of want to see them like keep it up.
Yeah. Starting to work their way into the Blink Ags for WS. See which he prioritizes. Has enough to buy out the Blink, but looks like he might want the Ags first for a little bit more of that presence coming in. Got the Tormentor for themselves to take here on the side of Mudeng. Does cost them the Laguna, so maybe not too keen to take any follow-up fights, but a big shard for Jabs for free. Jetpack ready. Just be a little bit more of a nuisance here in these engagements. And for Talon, I mean, they're getting a little bit more out of Mikado. Again, he's still lagging behind. 300 gold behind 4Q3. Still bottom network core, but not by a huge margin. Definitely wider compared to the higher cores. Still not lagging too far behind the rest of the pack at the very least. And there goes that push you're looking for. 40 seconds left on the Aegis. And still get a tier 2 down bot. Mind you, you do have the Radiance for 423 after the armlet, so he does have that way of mitigating some of that right-click damage coming in. Mikado's not going to be too pleased about that until he gets his own BKB at the very least. And even then, that evasion is still going to be a pretty big boon to 423. It gives him maybe a window to try to get an infest out. And again, you have two ults on Mudeng. 11-5, but only a 2k lead. Talon aren't really pulling ahead as far as you'd expect from last time around. So there's still room. Still, WS, Ags, only a little bit of gold away, just about 300 gold off. And once you have that, you have a few different issues up front. I think it's been a very good showing from Mudeng when they utilize this Phoenix Magnus combo. Let's see if Talon can try to break that shell open with a little bit of smoke out.
It kind of feels like the way Mudeng need to play these fights is like soft committing, right? They can't actually afford to take a full-on team fight. Contrary to... You always think about RP and Egg as these spells that you want to sort of pop and get some kills. But the way that this draft is set up from Talon, you can only really poke and prod at them. If you run into sort of their tri-core setup right now, 5-on-5, you're going to lose that fight. WS going for the Axe first, so won't have the blink to catch. I like what you mentioned. It's just kind of powering him up to be that sort of stronger core on the front line, add an additional layer of problems.
Dead.
Uh-oh.
Caught out
How
just
do you
like
get caught
that.
out there?
I'm probably scouting from Mikado. They get the angle in, and they get the control. They've got a Atos up on Mr. Jokam, and they just get that kill. That's a big kill that Talon's been looking for a while. And that's just room for WS to siege down mid anyhow. Like, he is powered up. He's clearing out these waves fast. The Dragon's doing a ton of work onto the tier 2, already down 1,000 HP by his lonesome. So you're getting that space anyhow with the Aegis expired. For the side of Mudeng, I do agree with your points there, Mr. Permisnees Mike. The full committal is a risk. Like, at best, we've been seeing, what, 2-man RPs and X, and everyone else flows in from Talon afterwards, and then after, the threat's not there. Especially if you don't burst anyone down in that egg RP combination anyhow. Like, if this Laguna doesn't melt anyone with a Flame Cloak, then chances are the re-engage for Talon is still pretty decent, depending on the heroes that get caught out. So it has to be a very calculated way to play here from the side of Mudeng. And you have to consider now, Natsumi has his Ags, so they have their own mischance coming in, more healing with a Solar Guardian, if that commitment's up. And Natsumi's not caught. He's going for the full AC next. Gonna have a lot of armor to play with, a lot of right-click to play with as well. It starts to amp up with some minus armor on hand. Mudeng will try for a smoke out, though. If they can finagle something out here. Roche, still about a minute until we see that respawn timer.
I'm not sure what this timing is supposed to catch here. Maybe they just want to get to the Roche pit ahead of the jump and start setting up that vision. But it feels a bit preemptive, and it's almost like Talon have read this out. They didn't have to use a scan or anything to scout this. This is a very wide excursion away from their base. Meanwhile, Talon are just in the safest possible spot on the map, taking their own Tormentor. So with that sort of notification popping up, I think Mudeng know that there won't be anything to be found here. Maybe just shove some waves back up. The one sort of saving grace that they have, even though they can't take a 5-on-5, is Talon cannot actually go high ground unless they kill JT. JT presents way too big of a threat in terms of the sort of blink skewer backs, the shockwave repositioning. They need what it feels like maybe one more item, maybe that AC is what you're waiting for on Natsumi.
Jokam's ward
Have they found
spots out Abed. Just like that.
Okay,
Instant TP's out. They get the jump. Jokam starting to melt a little bit, but not fast enough. And Abed is set to go. Good dodge out from Makato. Cuckoo will clean up. Takes the tax again. But that ward from Jokam, while there was smoke, he plants it right here, right by the camps behind the tier 1. Pays off instantly. That is kind of nuts.
I'm so surprised that Abed actually stuck around for those waves. I thought it was going to be like okay, you know, after that smoke doesn't work out, you don't really have any business being on this part of the map anymore, because prior to that, you're smoked, right? So even if you were running past some vision that was placed defensively, they would have no clue. But once you're just kind of hitting some jungle camps to the side, you gotta assume with the Monkey King's looming presence, you're gonna sort of get hunted down eventually. So maybe a bit overstaying is welcome there on Abed, going for that Lincoln's next after. I don't know whether I saw him. He was queuing a BKB. I'm not sure whether he has that on the courier already. I doubt it, but just kind of recognizing that he needs to be able to shrug off the Raw, shrug off these potential Atos coming from the Muerta, because they've been quite difficult for him so far.
That they have been. See, that Lincoln's is going to be enough to provide that coverage here for Abed. Town. Another smoke out from Mudeng. And they still have RP, they still have Egg. They're still mid-tier when they have to contend with, and that's not even dead from the siege creep yet. He's trying to find this angle, it's just tougher. The scan doesn't quite spot anything, but the smoke really doesn't feel like it's going to pan out in any meaningful way. Side of Talon for their part, they're ramping up. They've got the BKB on Makato. They're grouping up as well, just a tad bit onto that mid. Maybe looking for their own smoke play out, and they will. 3-man smoke. WS, Makato, and Cuckoo joining in for this one. Roche still a minute away. It could be a nice fight to set into that Roche pit if you're lucky here on Talon's end. See if they start to find some angles in. Like, you catch JT, these fights are just over. Like, if this Magnus is not able to protect, it's done.
Dude, the only way that Mudeng have even been winning these fights is that Ollie gets a nice initiation. Long way. Okay, yeah. Well,
all by
of
himself.
Ollie, bye-bye, Ollie. Is he fine? He has a false start. BKB on
BKB on Makato. Interesting.
Maybe just not aware of where the Lina might be, so scared that he's gonna get busted down. I get that precaution, I guess. I mean, that's... I don't know whether that unlocks the high ground for them just yet, because of the low cooldown on the death timer, but it can unlock this tier 2 into sort of just heading back for the Roche.
Yeah, should open up just a little bit. Mind you, respawn again, as you mentioned, fairly short. You still have Egg. Roche is back up. So again, that's a safe play here. You are scaling up on 423, has the full Sanjin Yasha, so pinning down the Lifestealer is a lot tougher. Going for his BKB as well on top with Rage. So that's going to be a few issues here and there once that's fully farmed up. 10k lead for Talon though, 14-5. And that gold, feels like a lot of that difference is obviously on WS and even on the supports. Like Cuckoo and Jokam are both a good 1k, 1.5k above the next. Ollie's been sitting behind. Decent chunk. So most of that differential is actually mainly in supports. I'd say the cores are relatively even outside of WS, but his lead is basically one big item. See this Roshan being taken by the side of Talon. Mudeng again not in position to defend. So another freebie here for Talon with the Roche banner.
Yeah, it's... I mean, Talon, even though the sort of progression of the game hasn't exactly been as dominant, the trajectory still feels the same, right? Talon are able to continue exerting pressure on the map. They're losing minimally in terms of important heroes, important moments. These fights, it feels like it just takes the exact perfect set of circumstances for Mudeng to even get an even trade. I don't even know if they've quote-unquote won a fight just yet.
No, not fully.
And I don't think it gets any easier for them. None of these items that are coming out on these Mudeng cores scream to me that, okay, now this is the item that's going to turn the fight around. This is the sort of moment where things change for them. The BKB now on the Magnus, he chose to complete that over the Kaya Yasha, which I think is very important. And potential BKB coming out for 423 as well in just about 2 components. You just need these, right? There's way too much control and icky stuff just Talon can throw out at you.
There is just a little bit too much to be worried about. Talon with the smoke, ending up going the long route up top, not finding anything bot. Still in position to make this play happen, though, if they manage to find an angle. But a little bit far out. Thunder God's Wrath to scout. Already on the retreat here on Mudang Warriors.
WS.
Trying to get the jump. They will catch jabs at the very least.
Oh,
A
RP
big
onto
RP
three.
into
This
the
could be
egg,
the
but the Solar
combo.
Guardian on
That's
top.
huge.
Is the healing big enough? Not quite. They'll take Jokam. Can they find more? The egg is big, popping on top, but the damage coming in from Natsumi is massive as well. It's still WS, starting to fade away. The Infest save was there on hand, and Natsumi will fall. Mikado, stuck in the middle of nowhere, has a BKB, has a short to jump away. Will lose
they
the
get the first
Aegis.
life.
And there's no
Oh,
way
they just have to
WS
give him
helps him
up.
out. And he
He's
just
way
got
too
to
low.
surrender.
BKB
No, does have
TP.
BKB TP, enough HP on hand. And
Oh
that is
my
a
God.
massive win. There you go. That's the first big win for Mudang. And it works out massively. Just a bit of a deep dive from Talon, not respecting JT. It's the RP coming into play, like you called it.
I mean, dude, they just thought you kind of fucking condition them, right? It's like the whole game, every time you see jabs, he's a kill and nothing happens. And the one time you think you've sort of caught him out, you're like, yeah, okay, we gonna get a freebie here. It's vibes, then we can push high ground. JT was ready. They needed a perfect set of circumstances, and Talon, they all bunched up for that beautiful RP. That was the fight that they were waiting for. And really heads up play. Ollie, with full trust in his teammate of so many years, he didn't even wait for the RP to pop the egg. As soon as he saw jabs was being caught out, he started popping the egg on the high ground and knew that JT would deliver the fight win. This is kind of what you need. You need a little bit more of these moments, and that's why Talon have been so hesitant about going up to the high ground. They can still very much die. The hero that they've basically built their draft around, this Monkey King, he's not that strong just yet. Still almost bottom net worth call. I mean, now he's overtaken Natsumi a little bit, but you can very, very much fall off in these later stages of the game just because of the item build you went for.
That you can. And you went for a lot of aura utility on Natsumi. You still have scaling left in Mikado, but it's slow going for Monkey King so far. Only really getting the Gleipnir since we last checked with that BKB on. On the side of Mudang Warriors, they even out the game. 2k lead for Talon still presents itself, but it's not massive by any means. Most of that now really just on WS. In fact, all of it really on WS, considering how far behind everyone else is. And that support differential for Ollie, which isn't really a concern. Full BKB up now for 423 on top. Double spell immunity, debuff immunity up now, which is going to be a massive issue for Talon. And they have their ultimates back up on Mudang. Egg back up, RP back up. Talon, it just feels like they need to farm more. Just need a lot more on Mikado. And it feels like they kind of need to be the ones jumping first smartly.
Oh, scan.
WS.
They found WS. This is a good jump.
Got the damage. The BKB's
He's
there,
done.
but really nothing to save. Quick kill. Big kill for Mudang. And Talon starting to lose it. The lead is shrinking away. Mudang fully online. That scaling you're expecting from this draft is there. And it's Talon that's just wavering. Again, they lack damage. They went for this Pos 1 Dawnbreaker that doesn't really have damage. Their Monkey King has had a rough game. Mikado, which really doesn't have much to speak of for himself. Cuckoo
Oh, Cuckoo's gonna get caught.
does manage to
Jumps
jump
out the
away,
cogs,
but not for
enough
long.
of a slow, yeah. Cuckoo fault.
Cuckoo's fault. That's for all the
Cuckoo's
packs he
fault.
was taking a while ago.
Yeah.
He's still worth
Yeah.
a lot. 496 plus 243.
Radiant's top tower.
He was that far ahead as a support. So a fair bit of gold for Mudang to find, and they're in the lead now. 15 to 10,
Yeah,
less than 1k lead.
they're really, really hemorrhaging. I think, again, I like the idea of what Talon were trying to do with their draft, but it just feels a bit misaligned. Maybe with Mikoto not having the best game, he could sort of go for more of a defensive supportish item build instead, and maybe rely a bit more on Natsumi and WS, but I mean, you're starting to see that aura focus, that lack of sort of selfishness come into play there. There's a chance that they just start falling off by the wayside, and 423 has gotten to the point where he's no longer just a creep, right? He's actually doing meaningful damage. He's putting out a lot in these fights. The Infest save from the previous one as well was huge for JT. Now JT, he can just keep playing this very, very annoying Magnus, trying to catch, trying to pick them apart. At Talon, you still have a lot of fighting power, but it almost feels like you need that similar situation to Mudang. You need them to all line up inside your Wukong's command and get controlled up by a nice calling, nice Athos, nice Solar Guardian. I'm not sure whether they'll get that fight, but now Talon on the prowl looking for an engagement of their own.
Yeah, if they can get this jump on JT first, does blink away in the nick of time. Has his own Lincolns to protect from a roar and BKB on top. Lincolns is popped. Hook shot into the back. Does take care of Cuckoo and holds back Jokam. Roars out. Solar Guardian coming in. Can they kill off JT? The Infest save again
Infest.
to bail him
Not
out.
me.
The damage is still looking good, but it's not good enough with the BKB turning on, and Natsumi's left in no man's land as he's set to fall. 2-0 so far, and Talon, their power is looking to disappear. Maybe Ollie doesn't quite have egg. WS still going for it. We'll find one, but is left in the middle of nowhere as well. Forced to just try to turn around, but he's gone for good. A 3-for-1 in Mudang's favor, and Talon, again, they're just not finding these openings that they were looking for. Quick response out from JT. Smoke breaking on the low ground as well. Just things not lining up for Talon here.
I feel like we rarely, if ever, talk about this shard, but I think that was a fight where the Lifestealer shard actually came into play. So for those of you who don't know what it does, because I didn't know until like recently as well, basically after you pop out from Infest, you give everyone around that Infest target open wounds, and that means so much if your main purpose in the fight on Talon is to burst down JT. We saw even though those initial jumps didn't work because of quick reactions from the Magnus, they still continued to chase him for a prolonged period, and that open wounds allowed him to lifesteal back up from his aggressor and turn around and survive. So, I mean, this game plan of what Talon need to do to succeed in the fight, get JT, starting to get harder and harder as time goes on. And I can't help but feel like Talon, their timing window has been missed. Now it's them who need some sort of miraculous situation that Mudang have to give them on the silver platter to try and come out on top here.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to angle these fights. They've got the right idea in trying to stop JT, but it's not quick enough. And JT's reaction has been on point in this game. 8k lead now for Mudang, looking like they'll be able to force us into game 3 here in this best of 3 series. As Talon, I mean, that scaling's just not there. You're going to have AC up on Natsumi soon at the very least. That's something. They're trying to go for the Shadow Blade on Jokam. He could start to scale up as well. Mikoto, again, still pretty damn far behind on the Monkey King, trying to go back for the Yasha, Sanjin Yasha. And again, there's a lack of damage, there's a lack of burst. You'll be able to find a Tormentor at the very least. 3 shard for WS. So a little bit more coming out with the birds, yeah. The namesake for Talon. The Hawks coming in. There is that, but Mudang, it just feels so much simpler to play this game now. Aegis in a few seconds coming up. They've got pressure up top as well.
I wasn't really the happiest with their draft because I feel like even old Aurora slash this current iteration of Mudang, it feels like the way that they draft just sets themselves up for needing these situations where they outplay their opponents. But if you can find those opportunities just like they did with JT earlier, then I guess it's not a problem, right? Now you have a very nice draft that scales pretty solidly.
Well,
this could be the fight here though. 4-2-3 on the front lines, looking at Cuckoo. They aren't able to stop the Lifestealer, and they aren't really able to find much as a response for losing their Zeus as well. He does have a buyback, dive in on the Phoenix. Silenced up in the calling though, and JT finds the RP on the
again.
2. That's the combo again.
WS stuck in the middle.
He just can't get out.
Solar Guardian trying to sustain. The egg pop is there. Natsumi stuck in the middle of nowhere. Great hook shot out from Jabs, but Wukong's doesn't quite fly out. In fact, they break the tree. Ollie with the dive isolates Mikado, and they killed him off. 2 buybacks from Talon, not going to amount for much. In fact, could be a dieback for Jokam if he's not careful here. And it looks like it will be, as they find everything they could ask for in Mudang.
This is actually
over.
I feel like this is done. 17 goal lead now. That fight was so easy for them. It was Cuckoo on the front lines, but you gotta wonder what the plan was there. Mr. Cuckoo went for nothing but a sort of bit more of a greedier Zeus build-up, going for the Axe first, so no defensive items, no force staff, nothing. He just gets run down very easily by the Lifestealer, and the rest of the fight is so simple for them. Mudang, they make this very big wombo combo team fight look easy, and even into the face of the Dawnbreaker out, it's just not enough healing. All the pipes, all the auras, it's not enough, and Abe just snipes down Cuckoo.
Yeah, just 2 diebacks just like that. Talon gonna lose a set of racks, possibly 2, and they'll call the GG. It's over. Mudang force us into game 3. They rallied quite strong here in game 2, and off the back of, I want to really say, JT made this game happen for them. He set everything up. His RPs won them the game. And that connection with JT, with Ollie, it's so much work. Talon, I mean, where did things go wrong for Talon, right? Like, was it the draft? Was it just so much focus on, like, early tempo here for Talon this time around? Or Well, what would you want to see them correct on?
I mean, I think it just maybe was a bit of disrespect. I'm not gonna lie, because the way that it felt like to me is they looked at Mikoto and they looked at Abed and they're like, we're confident enough to first pick this Monkey King, and we left the Lina in the pool, right? So we know that could be an option. We just don't believe that you will get to the firepower level. And to be fair to Talon, they were right for most of the game, right? Their timing was ridiculous, but I think there was some components that I didn't really like as much. I think Natsumi's build was good to start, but imagine having like a third core. Same thing for WS, right? We've seen WS basically solo carry games on Beastmaster before, but this is not the build to solo carry a game. He only sort of pivoted to the Eggs a bit later on. He went for auras to try and end the game early, but when you're going up onto the high ground against a Magnus Lifestealer, I guess at the end of the day, if we're looking at the deaths, it felt like Mudeng were bleeding so many kills, but really it was just the supports dying, because Abed only died once, 423 only died twice, and JT, it feels like he had a worse game, but he's 4-1 in 13. He did amazingly on the Magnus. So props to Talon for sort of, or at least props to Talon for getting a good early start. Or at least it seemed, but this time around they weren't really able to run away with it as dramatically. So I want to see them sort of switch up that priority based on what happens in the game. If Mikoto's not having a great time, you know, sort of make him play a bit more sacrificial, let him run around, let him be the one to sort of tank some of these deaths and early aggression, and then you prioritize WS or Natsumi instead. It doesn't always have to be Mikoto or WS. Sometimes Natsumi can sort of play a bit more of that BR end game carry role.
Yeah, we'll see if they course correct that way on Talon, but big props to Mudeng for outplaying Talon, really. It felt like that's the main thing we were seeing here. JT was just on top of the world, getting his Magnus out that we know he performs on excellently, and kind of getting overconfident on Talon for going for this Monkey King early. Again, laning-wise, not the worst up against Abed. He was like maybe around 10 CS behind, but he really didn't have a game. Couldn't manage to get the rotations out in the same way. We'll see if Talon can course correct, or if the Mudeng Warriors can ride out the spike and kind of make it on into the upper bracket next round. So a lot on the line, of course, for that ticket to Wallachia. We want to make it into that upper bracket final with no issues. It's going to be an interesting one to head into that game tree. I'll switch over to my standby screen. We'll have a chat if you're not planning on going AFK here, Mr. Mike, unless you will, which is also fine.
Yeah, I think I'll stick around for a bit. Damn, you know how crazy it would be if after that dominant ass game number 1, Talon end up getting reverse swept by fucking Mudeng Warriors. I mean, we already got a bit of a surprise. I don't know whether it was a surprise to you, but Boom losing to Chicken and Friends was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me. I think I wasn't watching because I was busy, but Adam literally messaged me, what the fuck, Boom just won Quals yesterday only to lose to a stack like this time round. But I mean, Chicken and Friends aren't just a stack as well, right? This is basically Kukui's 2.
Yeah, basically Kukui's 2. Very experienced set of Kukuis right there. So, yeah, I don't...
What is Chicken and Friends? Do you know the lore behind that? What is that? Who's Chicken?
No idea about the lore behind that. We'll see. I could ask them, actually. I should probably ask them.
I can't believe Essence partnered with Kukuis. Like I feel like it's almost a bastardization if Kukuis as a team gets signed to an org, because I feel like then they lose their core identity of being this like hilarious ass unsigned team that are just upsetting everyone anyway.
I mean, look, they were signed on by TNC for a while, right? When TNC decided to come back for TI 12.
Oh, true, yeah.
That has happened. So it's not unprecedented, I suppose, for that to happen again. The issue is I don't think there's any org left, so probably not happening anytime soon, unfortunately.
You know what's fucked up that I realized? Did they formally like drop Kishka on Mongols already? How can you fucking be called the Mongols and not have a single Mongolian?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
That's like Interactive Philippines and the whole team is made of Thai people. Like what the fuck?
I mean, UD Festival was...
Kishka?
I don't know. I don't... Because it's listed that he was a stand-in, or at least he couldn't make it for the other tournament that they were playing. I think some Asia Dragon Continental Clash or something like that. They lost in the grand finals for that. Yeah, DJ was playing for them as a stand-in, and then now DJ is just on the team for Wallachia, so...
No, Mongols should. Regardless of the order, they just need one Mongolian player, and that's it.
Yeah, and now
That's
they
all
have
we
none,
need.
dude. Now they have none. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
I don't know,
I
it's-
think they still have one. They should have one. They can't, right? They can't. The
Yeah.
org wouldn't allow it.
Oh, here's the lore. Oh
Okay.
god, that's terrible lore. That's actual terrible
Oh,
lore. Chicken equals to sabong, which is cockfighting, and Palos is the yeah. He is the
Okay.
cockfighter enjoyer. It's the joke, of course, but that's the lore. Palos is the
Like chicken fighting, like actual
Yes,
chicken
yes,
fighting,
yes.
or like
yeah, actual chicken fighting. It's
is that a big thing?
it's a carryover
I
from Spanish
know.
colonial times, but yes, it is actually.
Damn. Okay.
Doesn't it
Like where do you
happen
even go to
during
watch chicken fighting?
festivities?
Like are there like arenas for it?
Oh yeah, there's actual. We call them. Well, there's one right outside my village. That's the Matina Galliera, and on Sundays, we call. My dad calls it "School's open," because all the cars are parked along. They call it school. School's open.
Isn't,
watching.
isn't there an actual arena in Manila too?
No, there are
Like,
actual. Not
it's-
just Manila. There are actual arenas everywhere for literally
my
just
God.
Yeah,
cockfighting.
and then I remember watching a stream of cockfighting too.
Cockfighting stream,
That was all the
Yeah,
rage during COVID.
yeah.
Yes.
bro.
Yeah,
Rich.
I remember I have a friend who was gambling on it, and he's like, "Oh, what do you think would win, red or white? I think something like that."
That's pretty
And,
funny.
and
though.
then I'm like, I don't know, man. Those both look like chickens to me, and it was fun.
Have you?
That was
How would
funny.
you? I'm just thinking of two chickens, right? Like, how would you even differentiate? Like, how would you be able to tell which chicken is more likely to win compared to the other?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not into that stuff.
I remember they
Gotta ask
had
Palos, I guess.
they had a process like how they see the chicken walk while you're holding their tail or something,
Oh damn. Okay.
I have no clue.
and
I know it's down to raising the
I-
chicken, sure. Like what supplements, what food they give it. and
Oh
stuff
shit.
Like that.
Okay.
but-
They juice that baby up with like fresh beef or something.
Yeah, like extra protein or
I
whatever.
think they're getting more worms than beef.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. I
Good protein
I wasn't
source.
fully. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You gotta eat the right protein.
I always
Okay.
find that to be a more reprehensible part of the culture. I don't think it's it's not exactly animal
It's frowned
welfare
upon, is it?
friendly. It's not frowned upon here, but I think internationally it is on the
Yeah.
same level as like what's
Like
that?
dog
Fighting.
consumption.
No,
That's
like,
the number one thing I think about with like animal quote unquote
Yeah.
abuse and whatnot.
I mean no, dog
I
consumption.
mean, dog eating, like call me weirdo, but like I'm not really that
Are you
against it.
Okay.
Oh,
We're coming out with the
But
controversial
I'm-
opinions now.
Like I'm more against the dog fighting.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
having-
it's similar to dog fighting. You could argue, and I have to play devil's advocate, but you could argue that dogs raised for the sake of eating are no different from cattle raised for the sake of eating. Although I don't think that's exactly what happens when people eat dogs. But you could argue that they're raised like cattle, right?
Livestock.
Yeah, like livestock. You can make that argument for eating
Yeah.
dogs.
I
Dog
think
fighting
it's
is
like
pretty bad.
it's one of those things where like if I'm not defending it, but I will say that I agree with what you guys are saying. Like in that notion, then every sort of animal farmer is inherently evil, right? And
Exactly,
are they really,
exactly.
or are they just kind of making a living based off the craft or like the family
Exactly.
history, or it's just a professional? It's the same thing with like fish, maybe.
I have a veterinarian friend, and they studied how to raise animals really well. Like it's not just you feed them, you let them do whatever. You really do care a lot for those animals. Of
Yeah, you
course,
do.
like you couldn't be that attached, but like you really do give them a really nice life. Except for chickens. Chickens just get the
Yeah.
worst out of all livestock.
Yeah, they do.
I guess people
Yeah.
always associate these kind of like situations with maybe sometimes you see the documentaries of like all these chickens being packed in one tiny ass cage, but that might not necessarily always be
Yeah.
the case, right? Like especially for these like I feel like with situations like that, it's always these big industrial corporations.
Yeah.
But these sort of smaller local produce farms are generally, I would like to think, a bit more well managed.
That they are.
I
that
think-
they are. It's just a matter of sourcing your
Strange
chicken.
farms are good. It's just that the factory raised chickens are a bit bad. Like if they're male, they instantly die.
Yeah, pretty much. No eggs, no profit. So yeah.
Yeah,
Cool world out there.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
it's a sad time to be a chicken.
it
It's
is.
sad time to be a chicken.
When's a
I
happy
always,
time to be a chicken?
Has there been a good time to be a chicken? I guess back in the fucking medieval times when.
Probably when they were still dinosaurs.
I guess.
Yeah, but then
We're
they
all
weren't even
rappers.
chicken, right? They weren't like. Then you can't count that they were chicken.
I
That
guess
doesn't count
not.
then.
I guess not.
I guess
You're saying the
not,
best
but-
time to be a chicken was when they weren't chicken. That's right. That's fucked, man. Basically.
Basically.
Why
Basically.
did they have to become flightless birds?
Hey.
I'm not sure whether they had a say in that.
They probably did
they
consciously
did.
choose to not
They're,
fly.
they're by
mean,
all
they
by
were big red.
technicalities raptors, but
Yeah.
they're just flightless.
Chickens are nice though.
I wonder what the wings are for. Like, what do they do? Like with
There's-
the wings, they can
there's probably-
flutter a little bit, right?
They can jump a bit higher, like a meter or.
Oh, they got like the wings are just for their fucking double jump. That's about it, right?
Yeah, probably.
Probably
the platform,
they're-
maybe.
evolutionary.
Yeah.
Probably a good way to scare off other animals. You know, you widen your wings, show as a show of force that you're
Or like-
bigger, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Chicken-
true.
That's
If you're
why.
like, if you're chicken fighting, you flap
Oh,
your
we're
wings
still
and they're like,
talking
ah,
about
shit.
chickens.
Oh,
Yeah, okay,
chickens,
no.
chickens don't do that though.
Yeah, I was
Most
thinking
of
more in
parrots
general.
Do that.
I was thinking more in general. I
Parrots
was
do
thinking
that,
of like
but chickens don't.
I was thinking of like bigger.
roosters have
flightless birds.
the crest. Was it? Is it the crest where they?
Oh, the
They move
little
their
sort of
head.
crown thing on top.
Oh, I got kicked out of a lodge.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's like if you watch cockfighting, like roosters have their thing in their head, and it's like their head is a flower.
okay, very-
Oh, we have a draft, by
we
the
have
way,
a draft,
fellas.
guys.
Yeah.
All right, and I want to formally welcome Mayu with its microphone back. Our AI VTuber Japanese karaoke with a voice changer. Welcome
10
back.
seconds remaining.
Welcome back.
This is my
Hey, Mario,
friend
I was a big fan
Permisnes
of
Mike
your work in. I was a big fan of your work.
Snowry.
Just kind of uniting Soneko and ATF in that one land. That was great.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was.
Great-
it
great
was.
stuff.
You know, it has been a really hard time for the team during those times, but
Yeah.
I think you know, outside of game toxicity shouldn't be tolerated.
Yeah, that's fair.
true.
You know what should be tolerated? A draft. We have some bans out. Talon banning out the Tiny Invoker and the Nyx again. Mudeng banning out the Terrorblade, Bounty Hunter, Alchemist, and the Abaddon. And Talon first picked the Lina. So they get to have fun
Whoa.
with the Lina this time. First pick!
Okay. Yes.
First pick.
I feel like this could fall into the same try with the Monkey King, right? I mean, I guess in the lane, it's not as bad. So you're just basically saying, okay, Mikoto, we're not going to give you a bad lane at all. Like, you're going to be fine in the early stage, and we trust that you're going to take that lead into the later stage of the game.
Yeah. And it already forces out the Pangolier as well here for Mudeng. Mind you, there's some flex for JT off lane, but chances are you're just seeing that Abed. We'll see. There is, again, some flex on hand
10
here.
seconds left.
But I don't think, like, mid Lina versus Pango is too bad for Lina anyhow.
5 seconds,
um,
boss.
Maybe
Always
down the
coming
line
back
when
for
level
the
6 is up.
Pango.
Yeah, like at a level 6, maybe you can make a play. Like you can chain stun Lina. She doesn't want to rush BKB. So there is a lot of openings there. But rather interesting that Talon will just prioritize giving Mikado a game.
Radiant's turn to ban.
What solutions do we see for this Pangolier? Beastmaster's still there for WS, and I don't think he did a bad job last time if you're that concerned. Bloodseeker's in the pool again, so that hero's an actual hero again. Could be a nice way to counteract Pango if you're that concerned.
True. I mean, it's just a Chad, typical Abed Chad move, right? He's like, yeah, I see my mid lane matchup. I can make Pango well into this. It's so fucking funny.
Seconds remaining.
Okay, I just noticed, I didn't know you were streaming on YouTube as well, but I went to your stream and I realized someone told me, someone called Anbokosu said, "Back off with the curiosity. You don't want to fall into the cockfighting
Yeah,
rabbit hole."
you don't want to go into that, man. No. I'm still amazed that it actually still is a part of the culture right now. I still think it's probably the more regrettable parts of Filipino culture. I don't think it's I personally don't think it's great. I don't think it's great for the
Right.
roosters, you know. I don't think raising an animal to just be aggressive is good. You know, it's not really responsible animal husbandry, but it
I
is
guess so.
in the culture. You know, it's like bullfighting in Spanish culture. It's looked down upon because of the abuse the bulls actually go through, stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
it's not. I'd say cockfighting's worse, but that's me. Get the clockwork out. What the hell's Adam on
I don't
about?
know.
You got me.
At least
Someone
fighting.
someone
fried
asked,
chicken.
"Is Mayu really Kuro?" What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
obviously.
Oh, yeah,
You know
obviously.
about her exploits at the sort of, what was even that event? I don't even remember.
It was Wallachia season 1 or
Uh.
2? Season 2, I think.
Oh, might have been season 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think season 1 had drama because me and Mike were in Manila for that one. See,
Okay.
Phoenix coming out for Talon as well, so keeping it red on Talon side, keeping it fiery. Like to see that same mindset coming out from Kuku, and they instantly break it with Ricky. So they get to pick up the Ricky now. Rather interesting pick. What are they planning with a Ricky? Because
Ricky.
I'm not a fan of Ricky Phoenix support duo. That doesn't really jive.
Yeah. It doesn't really feel like it sets up for your Lina as well, right? Because I feel like
No.
whenever you pick a Lina in the mid lane, you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna have a support that can kind of throw out a spell, low committal, and then set up for my combo. None of these heroes really do that. I guess the idea is that Talon are expecting this Lina to be jumped and collapsed upon, and sure enough, Mudang Warriors pick up the bat. So there's going to be a lot of initiation to try and catch this Lina on the back lines. And they're probably thinking, okay, the second that happens, we pop egg, we pop smoke on top of her, she should be fine. At least that's the only thing I see right now.
Yeah, that's the only thing that shows up. I'm surprised Mudang do get to pick up the Batrider. I'm surprised Talon ban out the Warlock over Batrider. So they get one more thing that Mudang has enjoyed for a long time, even from their time in Aurora. This is a hero they know their ins and outs of. And we've seen some amazing Batrider plays, of course, used to come out from Q. Now we're going to be expecting it from Jabs. And I'm curious to see which way to go, because I'm really not digging Talon with a Ricky. Like, I get why. I understand your points there. I'm curious to see what position they put it in. It should just be our support, and probably a Jokam Ricky. But
Yeah.
I can see them doing something stupid with it. I can see them going for like a WS Ricky, which I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not.
I don't. That's insane. I think it's just stemming from your distaste of this support duo, right? You're like, you just can't believe that they would run Ricky Phoenix, and it's like, what is that gonna do for your Lina?
Yeah.
I get it.
it's too
I get it. Bat Rider Clockwork feels a lot more robust. I did, or at least this is Adam's opinion that I share somewhat. He did tell me on another cast that at least for this Ollie Jabs combination, it always feels like Jabs wants to be the one playing these melee supports and Ollie's more of a range support. So we might still see that Clockwork. It's something that Jabs has defaulted to if the Ricky or the Bounty or the Nyx is not available. Sand King's gonna come out here though. So this is probably like 99% gonna be your offlaner unless they do some weird JT Pango Flex to offlane type situation and then Sand King mid versus Lina.
Yeah, but I don't think that matchup's any better for the Sand King. I'd argue the Pangolier probably has a better time, although Sand King can clear out the waves fine. Suppose if that's
Yeah.
your concern. He can consistently clear out the waves, but Pango can as well. So I'm curious to see which way they'd go in that route. We go with the WS Lycan, so we're not getting anything weird with Ricky. It's just to support Ricky, which I guess. I mean, I'm not sold. Like, the Lycan Ricky lane is kind of passive. That's a do-nothing lane. Especially Alpha Wolves Lycan, you need level 7, maybe even level 9, I think, to start to be comfy. Level 9, 10. So you're not really getting much in the lane. That's going to be probably a freebie to an extent for 423. Like, Lycan can still be annoying, but you know, it's not the highest pressure until levels are up. And with a Ricky on hand, like, that's doing nothing. You have no hold on Talon outside of LSA. I am not a fan of this from Talon.
Yeah, very, very low on the
Huh.
disables, right? And it also kind of feels a bit weird because you've picked the Phoenix, and with the Phoenix, you always think, okay, we want to take a team fight, or we want some sort of very clear frontliner that I'm sunraying and, you know, keeping alive. Maybe we'll see that come out for Natsumi in the last pick. I do like the Lycan with the Riki though, because as much as the lane's a bit awkward, I think throughout the early to mid game, Lycan and Riki are gonna give you that quote-unquote setup that you want from the Lina. We talked about a low committal disable. That's what the Alpha Wolves can give you with the root, right? And then the Lina can come in, you smoke screen, and then I think we're probably gonna see this Riki go a bit more of an aggressive build. The Diffusal Blade just to slow you down and try and get some of these pickoffs across the map. So I don't mind this too much. I think with the Alpha Wolves, yes, they can solo kill supports or solo kill heroes, but you always want them to sort of be running around with a +1, and I think Riki Lina fits that bill.
That could still. I'm curious to see what +1 we're looking for on Natsumi at this point. They banned out the PA. DK's banned out with the Morphling. There's a Magnus one that could show itself to provide some of that team fight.
4-2-3 Naga incoming, according to Mr.
Yeah,
Adams.
I saw that from Mr. Adam. A Naga doesn't look too bad here. Honestly, I think it lanes fine.
It's kind of insane in the lane, right?
Yeah, it is. It feels pretty awful for Talon. I don't see them flexing this Lycan to Natsumi either. I don't remember that guy playing Lycan 1, and they banned out the Naga
it. Okay.
on Talon. Good read.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick. Be right
Alright,
back.
no problem. Is Mayu still here? You have any thoughts, Mayu? Are you busy working now?
No, I forgot how to. I forgot how Dota works. Honestly,
Life
I have
Stealer
not
for
played this
Talon.
game in so long.
Alright, so they've got a good front line on Talon. You're not the safest anyway, because there is still that lasso out. And a 4-2-3 Brood comes
Mother.
out. Right, see, the 4-2-3
What?
special comes out in the Brood Mother. Feeding Frenzy is going to be amazing. You don't have the best clear from Talon's end to easily just take care of Spiderlings. Ricky is not going to have a good time.
They
just
have a
trying to-
Lina for it, but yeah, everyone else just wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, and with
And
Feeding
I-
Frenzy, it's
I-
going to feel awful.
I just feel like Talon is lacking a lot of control either way.
Not they are.
Like they have the mobility to run around the map. They have the mobility to chase, but other than that, like they don't have a really solid lockdown. Like sure, Lina can burst. They have a way to protect their heroes with Lifestealer, Ricky Smoke, and the Sunray. But it's just lacking disable, and it makes me not want to like their draft more.
Yeah,
But they do have really strong scaling compared to Mudang.
that they do. I mean, Broodmother scaling tapers off, so does Pangos to an extent. And Sand King, honestly, Sand King's probably like their best ultra late game scale with Axe buildup, but that's not something you
And
really
can
want to
Daedalus
bank on.
back?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking when you go into like late game scenarios, but the chances are you're not getting to that point here. I do think that the tempo from Wudang's a lot better. I'm very curious to see how much talent can get out. Like there's some cheeky infest plays they can do, especially with Alpha Wolves, right? You have Natsumi come in, you have Travels on Lina, you can instantly jump on someone and kind of play that way for hit and run. I'm just not sure if that's enough. I mean, it can be, depending on the timings on, especially the Travels on Mikoto. I think that's going to be the key thing. And this matchup isn't too bad. Pango matchup for Lina is pretty manageable for a Pangolier, so all things considered, you do have that going for you here. Which way do you lean, Mayu? What do you think? Like, again, you mentioned all that lack of control. You're leaning into Mudang for this one?
I'm not sure. Like, Mudang is very flexible with their team fights too. Like, they have multiple ways of starting a fight. Of course, you always want it to be like maybe a Clockwork or Bat to go in first, but anyone can go in first and not really get that much punished.
It's just not a lot of punish on Talon's line whatsoever. I'm curious to see.
Yeah, but they do survive long enough for like maybe the first 20 minutes, first 25 minutes. They can definitely get away with this game.
That they can. I think this is, again, really reliant on WS kind of popping off on the Lycan. Like Alpha Wolves Lycan, you want those max level wolves.
Alpha
up ASAP.
Wolves.
No, those wolves are nasty. Like, it
Very.
is a lot. Right, like level 6 wolves. Again, with Travel's timing, with a Ricky that can also be invis, with an Infest that can be there. There's a lot that can happen. It's just a matter of reaching that point. Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure from 4-2-3. You have really stable lanes on the side of Mudang. That you don't really have that same lane brevity here for Talon. Like, Phoenix Lifestealer is stable enough. Lycan Ricky is not really a lane. It's a lane where you pull back, you soak EXP. Otherwise,
Stick
I
to the
don't
plan.
expect much from that one. So I think that's where Muden can shine. They've got to leverage that laning potential here. No excitement for the runes. Nice
Get
1
up
for
there.
1. Quick D ward coming out from Jabs. We'll keep that control on mid. The ward giving them that slight advantage in watching the plant. And should be interesting at the least. This mid lane matchup should be... We got someone saying, two popular fight sports in the Philippines represented in this game, cockfighting and spider fighting. Yes, spider fighting was a thing. I also
What?
found that cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I used to play it as a kid.
It's also a thing in Japan.
I just think it's kind of cruel for old spiders. You starve them to make them eat other spiders. It's kind of cruel when you think about
Oh,
it.
wait, that's the strat? That's fun. Okay, that
No,
one's fun.
I mean that's how you keep them. I mean you feed them every now and again, but you make them fight other spiders. You keep them in a box. It's
that fucking sucks.
thinking about it. Yeah, it's kind of bad. Spiders are our friends. You know, they eat bugs, they eat mosquitoes. They're good. Don't treat spiders badly like that. But hey,
I've always loved spiders. I used to
Yeah,
take
they're
care of a
cool.
tarantula. It's not really a spider, but
A tarantula?
yeah.
had a tarantula. Damn.
That's terrifying.
It was I forgot what it's called in English. Red knee, I think. Mexican red knee.
Interesting. Some additional Mayu lore live right here. Kuroki lore. VTuber AI Japanese voice changer Kuroki lore. Fascinating stuff. Mikado, fascinating lane as well. 11-2, as to be expected. The Pango doesn't have the smoothest times here. Just shove away. Get some good harassment off. Dragon Slave hurts. What's new?
That's the
Nothing
thing.
really.
They picked the Pango after the Lena pick too.
It's a bit surprising, right? Like they had options for like Puck,
Yeah.
which is maybe a bit more stable. Still Lena favored, but stable for Puck. This is just kind of rough for Abed. Mikado's going to be running away with this one so far. I guess the key ace in their hole here for Mudeng is that top lane, where you do have 43 on his specialty all the way back from Lil Gun days, the Broodmother last pick.
Dude, this is whenever I see this and it's like game 3 of a series, I'm just thinking like I like that thought, because one of the things I was talking about a little bit at the start of this series is, you know, the fact that Mudeng, as much as they are experienced, some of them have played with each other before. As a 5-man, they are completely new to sort of the dynamic, right? And when you don't really have that depth in terms of amount of strategies you can bring out, like one more chance to stay at the upper bracket, just pick them the fucking Siggies, right? Like Abed's like, okay, you know what? It's gonna be a dog shit ass lane, but I can make Pango work this game. And 4-2-3 is like, yeah, okay, pick me fucking Broodmother. Because so far, I think even in the games that Mudeng have looked good, I don't think I've necessarily pointed at 4-2-3 and be like, damn, he's kind of popping off. He's going crazy this game. So I think if there's any hero he can do that on, it's going to be his Siggy, right? Like level 30 Broodmother. It's a hard hero to make work, but I trust him to know how to handle this.
That he should. And again, we've seen a lot of 43 Broodmothers. I've also seen games where it falls flat. This is one of those games where I'm not entirely sure. I think the lane is holding out fine. You're out CSing by a huge margin here on 43 in comparison to WS. But Natsumi's kind of getting the same thing done bot anyhow. He's also uncontested. Not too much JT can do. Has a Shan Shroud at least, so that will force some vision games from Kuku early on if they want to try to apply pressure. We shall
What's
see.
Sunshroud again? The invisible
The
one?
Invis, yeah.
Yeah.
The Dust Devil is the one that moves. Already
Yeah,
collapsing onto mid a
ever-
bit early here.
Ever
Trying to press
Sunshroud, you really
Mikado.
want to get a good lane too. Oh,
Yeah, that's an early walk down for 4-minute water runes, but they will block off access to both for Mikado. So no top up.
I guess that's the thought, right? Like they know that this Abed lane is gonna be shit, but then they pick like JT, who allegedly should be able to survive himself in the off lane. It's not the case, obviously. But then the Broodmother is extremely self-sufficient into the Lycan. In fact, 423 is completely trading out WS right now. And WS very, very low. Has 18 one charges, but you know, still 423 very comfortable. So I guess the thought is just that, you know, with the Mudeng side lanes being rather stable, they can keep sending Ollie and Jabs to the mid lane to interfere. And if Mikoto steps out of line, you eat a Cogs, you eat a Flame Break, you're out of position, you're gonna die.
It can be a little bit rough. And again, the key thing for Mudeng is just how well of a start 423 can get. So far, off to a fantastic start for the most part. Once he hits that level 6 with his Feeding Frenzy, things can go out of control very fast with all of that damage coming in. Again, your AoE clear on Talon isn't amazing. You're going to have Mikado around for that one. Or have Kuku around with some good fire spirits. Easier said than done. Natsumi caught in the cogs, but not going to care too much. Has the rage. Fire spirits being spammed out by Kuku does not really connect. You miss out on a little bit of that pressure. And you're just kind of fine with Natsumi farming up. It's a very passive game from Talon and on the side of Mudang. I don't think you're expecting too much high pressure until levels are up. Maybe into that 6-minute rune, things start to get a little bit spicier. Then you have that good ward for Talon to at least see jabs constantly coming back in. So, shouldn't be too surprising for Mikado, but rune control being lost for Mikado is going to be big. That does give Abed a little bit more of a game than you'd want him to, considering this matchup. Joe Camp?
Oh, nice calls there from Jabs to stop that chase from Joe Camp. That was pretty sick. I don't think he necessarily planned it out that way, but oh look, what the
Laguna out just to shove Abed away. I mean, I think
that's a fast Laguna if I've ever seen one.
Pretty much.
Is Laguna still pure or is it now magical?
I believe it is magical. Yes, it doesn't become pure.
Yeah.
I miss pure I miss pure, but you have a lot of magic amp anyway down the line, so it's kind of all right. Used to be funny as pure. See if they win to 50-50. No. Abed gets his other bot to top up as well. He got dropped the sentry. Jokam rushing in, wanting to get that kill, but not really finding it. Maybe they find jabs.
Drop is saving Abed's life so much.
It is. Still has 2 left as well. Still trying to apply pressure on mid, but they're not finding anything on Talon's end. Again, you're winning out your side lane at the very least for 43 by a huge margin now. Broodmother is about to hit 6, but the Spiderlings come in. You have that insatiable hunger with your facet. You can run down WS, no problem here. It doesn't really have play on this Lycan until level 7, level 8, maybe level 9, 10 actually, for those max level wolves. It's going to feel relatively slow. Does the slow game favor Talon or Mudang here, guys? How do you feel?
I think it favors Talon more.
Yeah, I'd say so. Although I will say that I think Mudang within like the first few items for 423 and probably JT in particular, they're gonna start picking things up because the second you get that diffusal done on the Pango, the second you get like maybe even a blink first, maybe JT will sort of go for more of that scaling route and rely on 423 to make the space. But yeah, I think they can get going. Like once they get their levels and items, they can get going. It's gonna take a lot more time for Talon to be ready though. That's kind of my main concern.
Yeah, that's what we did mention at the start of the game. The first 20 minutes of the game, Mudang will definitely have the upper hand when it comes to a map control or maybe even the game, but the longer it goes, the harder it's gonna be for Mudang. Mudang is such an adorable name.
It is. They do manage to get some movement out onto mid. They're collapsing everyone here with 423.
Oh dude, 423 is here. Holy
that
shit.
That is scary. You do not want to go into this. Mikado, Ro is committed for him. Tries to clear out some spiders, but he's stuck in the middle of no man's land, and Mikado is just gone. That damage. Way too high. First blood
How
for
often do you
423.
see this shit, dude? Safe lane Broodmother, like, hits level 7, makes his way all the way down. Look at the path of webs. All the way through the river, down to the bot lane, chases the Lina all the way to close to a tier 2. And that's first blood in this game. That's fucking funny.
That is.
What the hell?
Yeah, but that's the way that we need to play in Mudang. Again, it's at level 6 spike for 423 with a feeding frenzy. There's no answer for it from Talon early. There's no answer at all for the most part until Mikado can start to clean up. They got the control out onto Abed, but the flame break's good to provide spacing away from Mikado. Can't kill off that Pango. It still has the regen rune. Running for a little bit longer for some recuperation here. One big blessing for Talon, I suppose, is that Natsumi's free farming, but it's going to take a while until the lifesteal is really relevant here by any means. Radiance build up for him. It's going to take longer just by virtue of it. WS does have his Midas, so you can just start to eat up all of his farm up top. Level 3 wolves up. By the time you hit level 5 wolves, it gets interesting. Right now, not so. And key thing is just to mitigate this spike from 423, which they are. They just gave up top. No need to play into the spiders. They don't have any Dagon.
Yeah.
No
That's kind of the
sprays.
one downside of the Brood Mother in the safe lane versus in the off lane, right? Because Brood Mother always wants to win the lane and then take over your side of the map. But this section of the Radiant map is less desirable. You can maybe farm like the hard camp in the triangle, but sticking around to farm the Ancients is a little bit deep compared to like the jungle in the bot lane for Radiant side if you were an offlaner, and then you start starving out the map for Natsumi. So I'm interested to see whether 423 will keep trying to play around mid. Probably will do so until that mid tower drops. But then after that, does he start rotating to bot? Does he start trying to expand his presence on the map? Or is it just kind of his designated area on this top side? That's kind of what I'm curious about.
Gonna have to wait and see. Still looking to poke and prod on mid, taking over that triangle just a tad bit. Again, WS has no bar of it, just farming top, playing with the Midas, playing with the Alpha Wolves. Level 4 Wolves up. We're slowly getting to that point where it can be a little bit silly, but not quite. That should tie in with the Travel's time with Mikado. Again, that's where some magic can happen if they start to split apart here. The issue is Mudang Warriors are not splitting apart whatsoever. Mid will fall now. We'll get that tower underway. And the Warriors are off to the kind of start you'd want them to have. Like, this is fully taking over from Talon. No stacks being built up because they just don't have triangle control. We are finding farm Natsumi and WS, but are you finding enough on Mikado? Well, he is keeping up. Not lagging too far behind. 423 is becoming huge though. Roll out again for Mikado. Trying to run away from this one.
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, part 2.
Yeah. Mikoto gets collapsed upon by 4 heroes in his own jungle, and I think this is what you were talking about with the Ricky Phoenix. They don't really do much for you. Joker was kind of up in the top lane, taking that space and trying to get his farm out. And they've done a really good job squashing this first pick Lina, right? Like, the idea is that you get this boost of travels, then you connect to side lanes. But when the side lanes are so static and goddamn boring that Mudang Warriors can bring 4 heroes to the mid and crush you and there's nothing happening as a result, I kind of feel like this was all part of the plan from the get-go.
Pretty much. I feel like your actual timing on Talon is really like level 9 for WS, level 10. As Jokam gets caught, he's just dead. Another 3v kill for 43. Brood Mother is starting to pop off. Orchid timing's not too far. Really, the key thing is just play with wolves, travel in, hamstring, and kill. Then hope that's enough. Hope no one connects. But again, look at the position of Wudang. They're not really split apart. Trying to jump 43 solo with an Orchid is not going to be an idea to present as well. And again, it's just a 1k lead for Wudang, but it's massive in terms of what they've done on the map.
Here comes the spider coming to the bot lane. Mother's home.
Yeah. Taking that gate.
Where's
across.
Cuckoo going? Was
Diving
Cuckoo just
across
trying
and
to
dying.
They weren't like that.
Oh, he tried to TP out. He tried to TP out. But, yeah, not enough distance. Very nicely done. I don't know how exactly Talon knew that that move was coming, because it's not like their vision in the top lane scouting that twin gate rotation, but just good game sense there, not going to pay off. At least it's Cuckoo that dies and not Natsumi.
Yeah, could have been worse. Still a 0-4. 2k lead coming out for the Mudang Warriors. And almost looks like Mudang are serving back what Talon did in game 1. No kills, I don't see that coming out anytime soon. They need so much more farm here on the side of Talon. We've got Echo Saber being built up for WS. You have a Travels that hasn't amounted much for Mikado. It's forced to go for a shard first as well.
Look at shard first. This is how you know you're struggling.
Oh yeah. Like, there is nothing to be done here. Orchid out into Natsumi, but he does manage to get the Rage off first. So not under too much threat. They are pressuring onto the tier 2. Dusts are coming in. They see GAT. They pop the egg, but it's not really protected by anything. It will still pop. Jabs will fall. That's one. Talon's first
Rolling
kill.
Thunder
Can they take
coming
a
in
follow-up
now.
fight? Rolling Thunder coming in.
They
They've got
use the
Lasso
rage
ready as
before
well.
Orchid comes in.
And Lasso is out onto Natsumi, dragging him up, but doesn't really find a kill. In fact, Ollie now in the firing line just a bit. Here comes WS with a wolf form. They find Ollie. Can they get more? They do have the hamstring, but not going to really find much. So Talon does somewhat make it work. Right? Like a 2-0, you're happy enough, or a 2-1 with Cuckoo dying. You're happy enough in finding that trade.
That was like such a shit fight from Mudang Warriors. Why did they do that? It feels almost like watching that play out felt like the fight was happening in slow motion, and like everything that Talon did, Mudang did not were not on the same page about how to respond. In these early stages of the game, when there's an egg, you need to know as a team, are we hitting the egg or are we backing off? And it felt like just on that fundamental decision alone, that fight was broken apart. Like, I thought for sure the egg was going to go down, but then Jabs is committing, Abed's backing out, 423 is not there, JT is being chased by wolves. It just sort of ends up in this huge mess. And I kind of feel like Mudeng was supposed to run away with that fight, but it ends up being the opposite situation.
And it's a bit of a shot back for Talon, keeping them in the game just a little bit longer. 1k, less than 1k lead for Mudeng. It's starting to stabilize. It is only 423, kind of eclipsing everyone else by a massive amount. And to be fair, there's some interesting counterplay that we didn't really consider. How you can only max it to level 3, but even just a 35% reduction to counteract this feeding frenzy can be nice. They catch Jokam, and he is just dead. Nice and slow. Nothing to really do there. But there is some weird counter synergy. I mean, not the best, mind you, but you do mitigate some of that output on the Brood to an extent with Howl with Nighttime. But there is that.
Yeah. Don't know whether it matters so much later down the line because of that that Bloodthorn potentially coming out. They're still sticking around the area though. Mudeng want to fight here. Brower Strike in, they know Kuku's infested. There's no way this Phoenix is 1.8k HP. Sure enough, Natsumi pops out. The Phoenix still has the egg and they have to be wary of that. Cogs pushing Kuku away. It's been a good bit of high ground control for Mudeng Warriors so far, and with that, Talon aren't going to force the issue. They'll just back up from this position.
Yeah, a really good read out from Mudeng. Or good attempt from Talon as well. I like that. They are trying to get stuff done with his Radiance up on Natsumi. So not able to really find too much. We do have the max out wolves ready on WS, so perhaps this is the point where shenanigans can happen if they manage to find an angle out. And all things considered, I think Talon are holding on quite nicely. 2-5. The pressure's on Mudeng to keep this tempo up. They are trying with a smoke. They're still hunting down bot, but no one's hugging this tower any longer. Talon has repositioned themselves out of that area. They're about to hit some spikes as well. Diffusal for Jokam only a part way. Can't really catch jabs with that haste screwing up. And backline to smoke is still running. Again, Lasso is still ready here.
Oh, this could be a nice wraparound hook shot in. Oh, chance for Mikoto. Okay, even
get
with
the egg off. Mikoto's still alive for a moment. The lasso is there, but Mikoto does manage to get the out save. Will die in the end, but the egg does pop. Can they clean up here? WS doesn't have enough damage, and Jokam's just set to fall. Natsumi shows up now as well. To at least save Kuku for a moment. A 2-for-2, but you lose Mikoto for 2 supports. Doesn't feel worthwhile for Talon.
yeah, that fight was like a direct result of that earlier fight going wrong, right? They weren't on the same page about whether to hit the egg or not, and this fight they're like, fuck the egg, we don't care about that shit. It's a half-second stun at best. The damage is not important. There's no shot on this Phoenix yet. Just fully focused on Mikoto, and I like to see that because I think that's their game plan. Natsumi still needs a bit while longer until he actually becomes a threat in these fights, and you can kind of see the problem with this Lycan, at least in this game. You send the wolves out, the supports are... They each have their own small little tool of holding the wolves back at least momentarily. So that buys a lot of crucial time for them in the fights. Of course, this is where it starts to get difficult. When you're just caught out on the map, Ollie will go down. But meanwhile, 423 able to get a solo kill with the silence on the Lycan in the bot lane. So not all sunshines and rainbows for Talon.
Yeah. Better trade coming out here for the side of Mudeng. A lot of time that Natsumi's just in the wolf. Does jump out
catching
now.
a little bit of disease from all that brood mother.
Oh yeah.
Cancerous has picked. We got Lycan and brood mother in the same game, and a Ricky fall. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is just toxic clubs right here. 5-8. Mudeng feeling pretty happy. I think they'd be happier with a tier 2 under their control. They did find bot, but Talon for their part are starting to creep into that point where they start to feel better, right? The Ags is coming up for Mikoto and a part 900 gold away. Smoke again from Mudeng though. On the hunt. Issue is there's not much forward areas for Talon to kind of be caught out anyhow, as they just stab far behind. If you manage to catch WS, that's a big one. We got the damage, no BKB, no Manta yet, and WS is just gone. Great pick off again for the Mudeng Warriors. No real recompense from Talon as they just have no way to counterplay. And that is, again, the big downside of this draft. No counterfight potential. Even just initiating feels rough. So Mudeng run away
the closest
with
thing
another.
you have to that is like your smoke egg, right? Like that's it. But the heroes just aren't in the right positions. I like that Mudeng, they understand that they need to be all gas, no brakes. I think sometimes in these situations where you're worried, okay, we might be diving a bit too deep, you hold off on using your ultimates, but they don't care at all. They see WS, hook shot, like they were almost going to throw out the Rolling Thunder, Epicenter, and Lasso, like 3 ultimates for 1 Lycan just because they know they need to keep this pressure up.
They can't let off. Like, they have to play with this strong start that 423 is off to. And going into that Bloodtorn, relatively short order. Still a ways off in gold, but only 1 part away without Hyperstone. Ags flying in for Mikado is a pretty big boon. There's some magical damage coming in at the very least. But they need some BKBs. Like, this Orchid is just murdering them. There's not going to be any solution anytime soon. Natsumi, at least into his Manta, should be able to be, a little bit safer, as they will smoke with the Ags up in Mikado. Trying to look for the angle.
That's not the JT.
Boro strike
silence
right on
immediately.
back Fab, as they will get to jump in. They'll blow out jabs. At the least, Infest to save as well. Chocamp going to be able to run. BKB pop from 423. Kuku does have the egg. 4 staffed away and diving away as well. And now they get to re-engage. JT still going to be fine. Open wounds out onto 423. The Rolling Thunder's out. The eggs dropped in an awkward spot. A very disconnected team fight. Abed will need to roll away from that egg and will be able to do so. They do manage to fully recover for the moment. Orchid out onto Mikado as well. Still trying to get the chase down. The Wolves trying to get the root onto 423, but
Nice
the webs
flame
are
break.
there. And we do manage to get that spacing with the Flame Break. 6 to 9 as Abed also keeps away.
Oh.
And
That was scary for a moment. I thought 423 was going to get caught on the wrong side of that cliff, getting rooted up by a little doggy, but yeah, that fight was kind of a mess, huh? Like, again, it kind of feels like another situation where Mudeng should have had the upper hand, but jabs goes in and the rest of the team can't follow up because there's wolves on the back line. You know, you sort of committed that BKB from the Brute Mother super early to not much result. And John, I think we're sort of reaching the point that you talked about where Talon are slowly creeping back in. They're finding more and more ground in the fight. They're able to actually stand and hold their position and not like instantly die 1 by 1 to Mudeng.
feels that way. I think the key point where it gets scary for Mudeng is just like initial BKBs. I think Natsumi's already proven to be a hard target, but say you get some protection on Mikado, who is farming that BKB next. Things can get a little bit scary. WS with a Manta. Also, just again, to clear out Orchid is all you need. He can't clear out Tormentor, unfortunately enough. So he's not going to be able to get that free shard going for his team. But again, Talon is staying in it. All of your gold has gone into 423. It's all in on this Broodmother, who does have that full Bloodtorn up. But once you get this spell, so the Bloodtorn's not going to matter too much. Simplify some support pickoffs, but those were simple already anyway. So the thing is that going to be enough for these cores once the farm is going in? I think the answer is just no. You know, Mikado again. It does actually switch over for the Aether Lens, it looks like, instead of that full BKB, so he's buying out. Intro cam. Scouting will get Bloodtorn up and will die.
Oh, that's unlucky. There was a forward sentry being placed that he just ran into the perimeter of.
Bloodthorn BKB?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, very farmed up. And that's going to be a 3 roach.
Oh, Lord is correct.
And this is big. If they can utilize this Aegis in a big way, I think that's where things can go very hard for Talon. This is the big opening on side of Mudeng. Again, it's all in on this timing on 423. They've got to be able to get these moves before the Dispel start coming in on these cores. And again, Mikado diverted for the Aether Lens before a full BKB. So he doesn't have that protection. Only Natsumi with a Manta so far. WS still needs a lot more gold for the diadem and the recipe. So you have that window opened here for Mudeng. You feel like they're getting enough? Like, what do you want to see from this Aegis? Or are you fine with them maybe hanging back a little bit more, taking only some opportunities?
Nah. The whole Ollie. Oh, Ollie dying is not going to be a good start. Okay, nice little pick off. But you can't really have this happen. I kind of expected, you know, Abe has the Aegis now, and in the previous fights, this is kind of what we were talking about. That at least I was liking from them, that they didn't have hesitation, but that top fight, there was hesitation, right? Abed was kind of waiting for a good opportunity to Rolling Thunder in. Maybe he's a bit worried that as soon as it ends, he's gonna die. This Aegis should empower him to feel a bit more comfortable just full committing. The fights that Mudeng have won have all been just them running directly at Mikoto and shrugging off anything else. Screw the wolves that are hitting you, screw the Ricky on the back line. It doesn't matter whatever anyone else is trying to do. If you can eliminate Mikoto from the fight, suddenly it gets a lot easier to kite out the rest of Talon. But they just haven't been able to replicate that just yet. Gotta try and smoke up now, though.
Yep. Have an opportunity. They just took Tormentor and Talon, so they're not the healthiest, and they're not going to clump together. Huku, probably not the biggest kill. Would be a kill nonetheless. See where they do start to commit. Start to crawl their way down bot. For Talon's part, Age is still 2 parts away. BKB still 2 parts away from Mikado. Only the recipe lacking for WS, so the Bloodthorn shouldn't be an issue once that farm is in. The issue is it's a lot of farm that still has to come in. He might be sitting about sacrifice to this kind of play here. But he is still hugging the top. No real ways of escaping this one. But just barely goes away. Ollie doesn't run the right direction. He is safe to go. Infest out on the Ancient Granite Golem. Doesn't get the gap spacing in. And this is time ticking away on Aegis. Mind you, it's still about 2 minutes 40 left. A lot of time. It does feel like that pressure is there. Natsumi just playing around with the Granite Golem still. And you're chilling. 2k lead coming after Talon. Starting to steer things back their way just a bit.
Ollie manages to just make it through the twin gates before the wolves could finish him off, and Mikoto was TPing in on them as well, so could have been a dead Bat Rider. But yeah, this I don't know whether this is enough action coming out from this Aegis, but they're just not finding moves, right? They're trying to find Jokum, who's been really good about sneaking around. I think that earlier smoke move failed as well, in part to the wolves actually scouting out a courier that was flying across the lane. So even though they were smoked, there was information, and immediately Talon could circle out the location of Mudeng. This is kind of looking scary now. Your next item on 423 isn't really this big power spike anymore. It's Lincoln's. It's more defensive. Oh, do they see Jokum?
They have a gem, but it's on our Bat Rider.
Oh,
Quite spotting out. Yeah, Ollie just not in position with that gem. They bail out of there. Good information being found by the Ricky. And they just get to play this farm game in town, which is what they want anyhow. Work their way into that BKB. Almost done with the Manta and WS, and things start to simplify. They're getting the Ags on Natsumi coming up next as well. That lower cooldown and Infest is going to be pretty devastating to play into. And the offensive Infest potential is going to be massive. The disarm onto Brood Mother just ruins your day. And then you can kind of let everyone else clean up afterwards. There is a risk here. On the side of Mudeng. 2k lead on Talon. They've reeled it back in. There's that Manta we were talking about. And Aegis...
I imagine they feel comfortable with this situation. Like, I feel like... I don't really know... I guess they're just not finding the opportunities, but Mudeng, they're just kind of being routed around the map. Abed's gonna try for a jump onto Mikoto, but it's a very easy flame cloak over the cliff. It just feels like... It's almost like Mudeng are at a claw machine, and it's rigged against them. Everywhere they try and look, they're just missing narrowly, losing out on these opportunities, not able to catch the target that they want. Talon are doing a great job playing defensively, setting up vision, and just giving each other information through the Ricky's aggressive position, through some of the wards they have set up. And yeah, I mean, now Mudeng are finally going to sort of consolidate and push into this top lane, but you got to consider that this was basically the full duration of an Aegis wasted on Abed.
Pretty much. It's going to be fading out soon. And you've got the Manta already running on WS. Got the BKB for Mikado already up and done as well. And 423 getting melted by Mikado. Does bail out, draws BKB. They want to turn around onto Mikado, but he has his own BKB as well. The healing is insane on 423. They're getting the roll out as well. The egg being dropped just to bail Mikado out. Give him some healing to play with. And they don't manage to catch. Get the jump away. The egg actually pops onto Abed. Still rolling for a little bit longer, but he gets left behind. Ollie bailed out, and they get the gem back. That is huge.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, yeah, I think there was some really nice plays from Mudeng Warriors. They tried to seize that opportunity. A big Lotus being fed to 423 for him to keep the chase up, but that was really nice plays from Mikoto. Just using that BKB, baiting them in, and you can sense the desperation start to set in for Mudeng Warriors. They really wanted that kill. Action has just evaded them for so long, and they still aren't able to find it. They try and make that move. JT on the other side of the map. Now JT is dead.
Just like that. The damage is there for Mikado. With the Ags, he still scales up even after a bit of a slower start. 6k lead for Talon, and this is the point where maybe all of this investment on 423 starts to fade away. Got the Ags up and running on Natsumi. 20-second cooldown on Infest is just nuts. I feel like that's really the most broken part of it. Outside of the offensive one is great, sure. But just having a bailout every 20 seconds, it's kind of nuts. It's a little bit much to try to contend with. and your damage doesn't feel like it's quite there. In fact, I would say Ollie not being able to go for a blink is also costing them here. Their initiation
for
angles
sure.
are awkward. Like, there's no easy follow-through for Abed. Abed has to be in the firing line instead of this Bat Rider first. It makes the fights a little bit more complicated. And Talon are hanging in there. 9-10, but a 6k lead.
Dyer's fortified.
Inside of Mudang Warriors, it's not... I mean, it's nowhere near being, you know,
Dyer's top
over
tower is
yet.
under
Man, they're
attack.
just losing their first tier 2 right now.
Radiant's middle
Map
tower
control
is
is still
under
their
attack.
way. You've got this phylactery Conda coming out here
Dyer's lost
for
their top tower.
423. It's going to be a ton of damage for him.
Nice.
So you do have that going for you here, but I think allowing Talon to reach this point of the game, reaching these spikes, is already mildly concerning. It's not the end of the world, but the fact that this game has turned back is not great news either. Ollie?
Oh, high ground Ollie. He's just gonna get
No.
caught very easily. Nice use of the gem there to spot him out. And Jokum looking for more now. They know where the rest of Talon are. Wolf scouting out jabs, rooting him up. And try and slow him down. Looks like there's a setup though. Hook shot
Ooh.
off the mark. That's not the target that you want. And the immediate TP out jabs knows that this fight is gone. They will at least get the kill on the Ricky. But now 423's in a spot of bother. Needs to use a web to escape up to the high ground. Looks like Talon can still try and chase though, but not to me. No way of getting his claws on that brood. So I guess that ends up being okay. I don't think they lose the gem because it's still on the life stealer, but that's something. 11-11, a very low kill game. But yeah, like you said, the game sort of has swung completely back into Talon's favor. It feels like Mudeng now on the back foot, forced to make some of these sneaky roundabout moves.
Dyer's middle tower
They
is
are.
in trouble.
And it's just, again, so difficult. Like, you saw Ollie's position. Like, he's hanging out there. He doesn't have something like a blink, so someone needs to walk up very close to him for him to try to get that play. He's course correcting now, going back for the blink at this point. And he's not too far off. Like, maybe around 800 gold away. So once that's up, maybe that fight turns out different. Maybe he gets the lasso off first before the reveal is happening out there from Talon. Maybe he gets to get the control and they get the burst and they have the numbers advantage and go from there. I think one thing that's also very interesting is just WS in his micro keeps spouting out where the spiders are, where 423's at. Saw them go through the gate. A few of the spider links that were released, spots out 423 bot, who does reveal himself now. They're trying to set up for Roshan. But the Wolves have the ace in the hole of just being invisible. So that is going to be one minor nuisance here. You don't get those in the spiders any longer. Smoke out from Talon. So if they can find an angle in, a casual fairy fire left in the ground as well. Some pollution here from Talon. Replicating their
Unbelievable.
Filipino nature. Their Southeast Asian nature. you know?
Damn. Relax. What the hell? Random drive-by, like
Shots
non-stop 2 minutes spiel about the game and like the current game state, and you're like, yeah, these guys fucking littering.
Yeah.
What
I hate
the
it.
hell?
Clean as you go.
Talon
Disgusting.
John X Fire shooting his own org.
Yeah, exactly.
crazy.
Clean up. Mikado, you better be cleaned up here. If not
Okay.
gonna be too careful, does get burst wrecked in. Harpooned, lassoed up, and Mikado is dead.
got
That's
him.
a lot of damage gone. Big pickup for the side of the Mudeng Warriors. A 2k gold swing off the back of that one kill. And Talon, they're hugging Roche, but they've been spotted out by these little spiders. Infest out though. No buyback on Mikado,
So
but they're looking
Wolf?
forward with the Wolf. The
don't
Radiant
have the
Sprint
vision.
revealing. They're looking for the
Oh,
back
they
line.
found
They
Ollie on the
find
back
Ollie.
lines.
Doesn't have lasso anyway, but they do manage to make it a 4v4. Can they clean up more? Trying to get the damage onto JT. Get the wolf form out as well, but they don't have enough to sustain true. Not without Mikado. Like the
Yeah.
Chief can drive. They find jabs in the back. They've got the damage for this one. Let's fall apart as 423 is just trying to poke them with the spiderlings. Lincoln's is pop. Standing on the high ground. The gem will reveal. BKB forced to TP away. That's a pretty big win. I think just forcing that BKB charge, you feel good, and you open up Roche.
I think that was ambitious from Mudeng. They were probably extremely happy with the Lina kill, and they're still sort of stuck in that mindset of thinking, okay, as long as we kill the Lina, we can win the fight. But we're seeing the problem that is Natsumi. He was given a free lane. We were saying it's gonna take this life stealer a while to come online. Well, newsflash, fellas, it's been a while. He is absolutely online. Might not be top of the net worth, but he's keeping up real close, and he just feels unkillable. It feels like the Mudeng Warriors need to commit 3-4 ultimates into him, and oh no, Mikoto with a solo kill onto Abed, set up for by Jokum. And the
Yikes.
Aegis going Natsumi's way. Yikes.
Yeah, things are getting dicey. And again, it's this cheeky combination, man. It's this is something that I feel like 423 would know as well, right? Because you think back on the peak Lilligun days, 4311 Kishka, right? Sanctity. They used to do this kind of shit all the time. Just Lycan Wolf shenanigans. The Infest doesn't really connect, but 423 has an amp damage and doesn't even want to try to touch Natsumi at that point. He's like, no, I'm not dealing with that life steal. Not my problem. With amp damage up. And yeah, this is just a rough time for Mudeng. Mind you, their high ground is pretty alright. Right? It kind of hinges on Ollie with this theoretical blink. I say theoretical because it's not there yet.
Yeah,
once he has
it's been
a
a long struggle for Ollie for both these games. I think actually all 3 games, it feels like Ollie's not really had the best time.
No, he hasn't. And it kind of goes back. Earlier on, they were popping off here on Mudeng. He had the gold. He opted for drums. You know, he opted for that over, say, saving up for the blink. And now he's just been struggling for that. Looking back, finding more. Blown up by Mikado. The hook shot landing flat as well. Maybe they can go on to 4-2-3. They've got the damage for this one. The jump out from JT does cut them off. So they're not going to be able to find more. But a nice hit and run there. Again, onto the Bat Rider, who's just saving up for a blink. 100 gold behind once more. Minus 100.
They're throwing a couple of casual Lina spells at 4-2-3, and he's losing a large bulk of his HP. If he ends up in another situation where he gets silenced like that and he's not able to pop his BKB, he can very easily die. And again, we're looking at the man that Mudeng Warriors' entire hope is rested upon right now. They had an amazing early time on the Brute Mother, but this is always the problem with the Brute Mother, right? How do you translate that into a win? How do you actually win a fight? How do you actually impact the map in such a drastic way that your opponents cannot fight you? It's not the case anymore. You're not this be-all, end-all late game carry that can 1v5, especially not into Lina, Lycan, Lifestealer. This is... the supports on the side of Mudeng Warriors are starting to lose relevance, and they kind of need to make things happen. But I don't know whether the window has already passed. It's 12k lead now, 36 minutes in. Abed's not really a threat, even though he went for that scaling build. JT had to sort of go off kilter because of the Ricky with the 4-staff and now a Shiva. So you're not seeing your sort of typical Bloodstone build up with all that scaling packed in.
Yeah. I think it's also rough that you don't have like a full pipe carrier, right? Like you don't have anyone that can kind of go for it. Maybe your Clockwork can after Ags, but it's such a long way, which means this magic damage is always going to be irrelevant from Mikado. Not even like a Mage Slayer either from 423. Even just poking the Lina's not going to stop some of that damage here. Again, the high ground threat is good. These Spiderlings are annoying, but now it's just free gold for Natsumi. Put a Radiance, he's farming. And the sad thing is, that is playing into his feast innate. Right? Like, he's actually getting a substantial amount of HP because of that. Like, normally this shit does not do much since the nerfs. They get the Burst Strike, they get the knockback for the cogs, but really not achieving much. I mean, this shit really doesn't do much since they nerfed it from 2 HP to 1. But you give him more.
Yeah, but like he's like 3k now.
Yeah. Can you imagine when it wasn't? You'd have plus 800 HP at this point or something.
Very silly.
Very silly. More
look
HP.
At him, look at him. He's there we go. He's scary.
Stop doing that. You gotta stop at 423. It's an HP
I mean,
point each.
423's perspective is that, you know, you're on the back foot, you want to get information so you can make some of these moves, but I don't really think... I don't think Feast sorry, I don't think Corpse Eater is on his list of priorities. He has, like, way bigger problems to worry about.
Yeah, that is fair, but, you know, it's like tiny
Just
little
wait,
bonuses.
I will tell you guys if the passive is gonna matter later. If it survives with 400 HP, I'm gonna tell you guys it matters.
Wow.
Okay.
Totally.
Mayu is on Corpse Eater Survival Watch.
Yes. That's exactly.
Thank you, Kuroki. AI VTuber.
Japanese AI.
Wait, what the?
They whiffed everything, and now JT's gone.
All right. Yeah.
See ya.
Okay. Well, Mudeng, no buyback on JT, by the way.
No buyback. No hope for this high ground defense. They catch out 423. Can he get the damage off? Does manage to get the BKB, but guess what? Infest is there. He can't really survive through. He does turn around onto Jokam. They find a freebie. They get the lasso off. Natsumi stuck in no man's land. There goes the dive from Fuku. He gets the egg off. The Sunray burn onto 423. Not enough. Will manage to scuttle his way into the high ground. And Jokam's given away. Aegis does expire. They force out the lasso. They force out that one bit of hope in the team fights here. Now they've got the Ags. WS has the wolf bite to give onto Natsumi. This is where things get really spicy now. You thought Natsumi was doing a ton of damage? Guess what? Wolf Natsumi will do even more.
Dyer's lost their middle tower.
They sent like for the entirety of this game, they sent the spider babies to fight the wolf babies, and now you got big brute versus big wolf.
Oh yeah.
Like it just gotta level up like that. But I still think it's illegal that Mudeng managed to get away with 423's life. He looks so dead, and Mudeng had to pull out like every stop just to save him and scuttle him back to the fountain. You've already lost 2 racks as a result though. Aegis not even needed. And I honestly don't know what stops Talon other than maybe just a bit of discipline and respect from pulling up to the 3rd racks. It is such a dominant position that they're in right now. 24k gold lead up. It's just looking impossible for Mudeng. I'm trying to figure out how they win a fight now, because the only way they've won so far is they focused on Mikoto, and clearly that's not even going to be a thing anymore.
No, not like this. I think you've got that blink we've been talking about on Ollie, no Fort Staff, but Blink Lasso can do the trick, and this might be what they go for. Mikado getting the damage done onto
Once
JT. Is TPing
again?
away? Is he going to be able to bail out? Yes, he is. Gets away in the nick of time. Lasso not really there from Ollie, as they were all TPing top. The delayed TP is costing them that one.
JT's Lincoln Sphere freshly picked up literally saves his life there. It's like, dodges, I think, the E-Blade, if I'm not mistaken, but still almost dies. Like, that's how far ahead Mikoto is in this game. This is disgusting.
Have to appreciate Lena has a arcane rune out as well.
Wonderful.
So, how low is the cooldown? We're going 25 right
yes.
now with arcane. Going to be even quicker, of course. All the spells in the world. Plump out, smoke
it's
out,
not a-
Mudeng. Need to try to find something to get the dive onto an illusion, maybe get the lasso off in a big way. And it is, but
Oh,
the
the
lasso is
smoke.
reflected.
Yeah,
Jokam
smoke.
still manages to get some utility out before dying off. Will buy back, forcing the buyback as well on jabs. Egg is still available, didn't quite pop it yet. They're looking for a little bit more. 4-2-3. Dancing around with Natsumi. Natsumi now stuck in the middle of nowhere, but does manage to Manta away. They've got the damage, trying to get control onto JT, and they will. No buyback again on that Sand
Ollie's
Kings to get a
gone.
blow up Ollie. Ghost Scepter and Laguna out. Arcane pop. That's another set of racks. That's going to be the Mega Creeps coming in. And for Mudeng, looks like their hook lies in the lower bracket, as Talon have just managed to run it back up against 423's specialty. GG is called. Mudeng have had enough, and Talon do make it into those upper bracket finals here after a bit of a topsy-turvy series, guys.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Mudeng managed to almost find their footing. That game number 2 was a lot more convincing, even though it had its sort of awkward moments. They managed to come up with a game plan. Okay, we screwed Mikoto over. It's going to pan out. And we were worried about this sort of mid-lane Lina first pick, right? But Mikoto clearly very, very confident, even with the sheer amount of pressure Mudeng Warriors were putting him on. I think that's kind of the key difference between Talon and Mudeng, right? Where, you know, this game, clearly, Mikoto, he was the one facing a lot of pressure, but they were able to kind of pivot a lot of that responsibility of getting them into a better game state over to WS, over to Natsumi. Even though the Lycan lane into the Brute Mother wasn't ideal, he still ended up being such a problem in the game, ends the game with a higher net worth than the Brute Mother at that. And Natsumi, that life stealer, we were worried that it would take too long, but he was slow, he was stable, he made it all the way up. And yeah, really, really well played from them. I think it's clear that Talon are the better team in this series, and it's clear why they have sort of remained at the top in Southeast Asia for a while now. The fundamentals and sort of the way they play around their core players is, I think it's a lot more robust.
That it is. It has looked a lot cleaner so far from Talon, and for the Mudeng Warriors, I think these issues were persistent even before them leaving Aurora. And I think this is something that they really have to go back and try to figure out what's going on here, what's going wrong for these guys, as this is a team that we know can do well. This is a team that these players shouldn't be too rough. Maybe, you know, that equation changed when Mikato left, when Savage went off onto Europe, with them losing Q as well. I think there are some adjustments to be made, but the foundation is there, and I'm pretty sure they will give a good fight in the lower bracket, where they will be facing off, is it the Mongols or Boom? I'm not sure which one yet. But I feel like this should be going to the Mongols, and the loser of the next one, which is much funnier if this is the way they'll distribute it. If the loser of Kukuris versus Chicken and Friends fights against Boom, you still have another Kukuris match. So, you know, it never goes away. You have Tim's, Zhao, Mac, you know, there is some content there for the streamer boys. And speaking of, that next one we've got here, guys, we've got Kukui's Essence up against Chicken and Friends. How excited are we for this
Kukui's
one?
1 versus Kukui's 2, and then potentially Kukui's 2/1 versus Kukui's 3.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
that's- it's all Kukui's now. It always has been Kukui's.
All the way down.
Dude.
It's going to be a
Cuckoo
fun
is
one.
like the monopoly of Pinoy Dota.
That they are. That they are. It's going to be funny to see that one. Of course, all the content kings are there. And I'm keen on seeing it. Good old Abat, Armel, Cox, Joel, Ponyo up against Palos, Yoic, Asta Karma, Jing, and Eris. And honestly, the Chicken and Friends, you know, going back to what you were saying there, that Blue Esports lost to them, it's pretty surprising considering I don't rate Asta that high on offlane. Like
Yeah,
the guy,
know
when I
what
saw
you
him
mean.
play offlane, he didn't look great. I mean, the last time I saw him switch offlane, in fact, they flexed him back to 1. I think they were switching roles. So I'm keen on seeing this one. There's going to be a lot of all chat. Don't worry, you've got translations here. There's been proposals that we jump over with Gabby, and I'm not sure. I'll ping him if he wants more people. But that will be chaotic. That is going to be very hard to do stuff.
Is
So-
he streaming on YouTube or something, or
Oh
Facebook?
no, he's on Kick, I'm pretty sure. Let me I
Right.
don't know where my
Oh.
Cuckoo server went. God, did I get kicked? Did Cuckoo kick me? Let me, I have to double check. I don't know, there it said. Cuckoo fans club. We got Hubris.
That's crazy if Kuku
Gabby.
kicks you.
Nah, we've got Gabby there. Alright. I think they're on Kick. We'll see if we'll jump in for the chaos. We'll be there. I don't want Gabby to feel uncomfy. I want him to be comfy in his own zone, mocking his friends. But we will see. I'll take a short break. We didn't really have a break last time. I need to blow my nose, use the toilet, and all that good stuff. We'll take a short break.
Yeah.
We'll be back for Cuckoo versus Cuckoo in short order.
get out of my head. I'm losing the bet. Trying to tell you that I'm losing my mind. Baby, that is half the time. We're running in circles, I swear, but that is alright, we will get home again. It's all alright. Just turn and smile. Try to calm down. Take a deep breath. Let it come.
Ah,
It's all alright.
it broke.
Just try to smile. Try to calm down. Take a
5
deep
seconds
Okay, wait.
remaining.
You're just
Let's try that
running
again. Let's try that again, okay?
Online Rambula! Online!
All right, welcome. I broke my stinger. Welcome back. The online Rambulan from Mike LaPhoenix. We're here. Kukuis up against the Kukuis.
10 seconds left.
Kukuis Essence up against Chicken and Friends. Palos Sabongero up against Abat the Dancer. This is where the spice is at.
Radiant's turn to ban.
And this is it. We have a match lined up for you guys here. Nagulat, yes, it's loud.
10 seconds
We
left.
can do it again. We're doing it live. Sneeze is still away and Mayu's away as
5
well.
seconds, boss.
You're here with John X Fire for this big one. Cuckoo's back with the Cuckoos. If you want to watch them, they're over on the other website where people get kicked.
Radiant's pick. Dire's
Meanwhile, we're here. You've got the Timbersaw, you've got the Clockwork Band, you've got the Phoenix Band, and Chicken and Friends into that tiny. Kukuis, Essence, ban out the Zeus, ban out the Abaddon, Lena, and the Alk. Looking like they're painting a target on themselves, banning out
10
the
seconds
Zeus that
remaining.
we've seen Yoa play amazingly, but probably not the best option mid now.
5 seconds remaining.
And welcome back. Waiting for a friend to join in. Shaman Star, hello.
Radiant's ban.
Yoa Asagago, oi, hello, Mr. Sneeze. Welcome back.
Yawa Sagagoy.
Yoa Asagago, oi, for Yoe.
Yawa Sagaga oi.
Yeah, that's not
My
bad.
girlfriend would be embarrassed if she heard that.
Yoa Asagago, oi. Shush.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Very good stuff.
Any translators?
Dire's
That
turn to
means,
ban.
damn, that guy's doing crazy. That crazy guy, damn, that guy's crazy. Yeah, something like that. That's the gist of it. You get the Bounty Hunter out for Kukuis first, so likely to just be a Jing or Eris, a bounty on hand, unless we get something crazy here and
10
Yoe
seconds
decides to
remaining.
play Bounty Hunter mid. Likely not the case, but welcome back, Mr. Sneeze.
5 seconds.
What are you expecting in this one? Have you seen a lot of the Kukuis, boys? Have you seen a lot of Essence with Armel on it?
Bro,
'Cause
you know
I've
the
seen a
funny
little.
thing is like, you know me, I've mostly been casting like regional stuff up until I would say 1.5 years ago.
Radiant's
Si-
choice.
very coincidentally, the first sort of proper qualifiers that I had the chance to cast, I was casting Darling. That was like the OG Kukuis, right? That was Kukuis pre-Kukuis.
1.0. Yeah.
And like it was the one where they literally went all 5 games in the grand finals, like Kukuis versus Aurora. So I feel like I've seen, even though I'm not part of the sort of
Boss.
like Filipino Dota scene or anything, I feel like I've seen them through so many different iterations and so many different close qualifiers, and every time it's the same. Like something about this stack of players invoked by Kuku's power brings some sort of maniacal shenanigan towards whatever game they play. Like you just don't know what to expect. They're always gonna make things interesting. They're always gonna make things kind of funny. And now you have basically 2. It's branched out into 2. So like I just
yeah.
expect nothing but like horseshit. Like literally, fucking both teams banging heads against each other. Like the funniest Dota that we'll probably see today.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting a lot of all chat. We're not seeing that yet. Have to remind the boys to use voice lines. It would be very inappropriate for me to ping Armel now and say voice lines, but I will do that
Just
later
do it.
on.
Who cares? Who gives a
Let's
shit?
see. Voice line power boss. Lamnadis. Okay.
You
We
gotta
do
ask
have
him
the
to
draft.
use your Rumble in the jungle.
I don't know if they even bought that. I don't think they did.
Did
I
they
don't
buy
think
the
they
most
did.
recent one? I
They
think
bought,
the recent one was
they did. They did. I think a few of them did buy it.
Galing
So.
Galing Galing.
You It actually came out.
Yeah, never mind. You literally just used that immediately.
Asta is a big user of that one. Yeah, that he is a big user. Still, we'll see.
Yeah.
Chicken and Friends, they go with the Tiny with the Magnus Muerta on hand. So a lot of circles in play. You know, RP, the Calling on hand. Whereas Kukuis do get access into the Terrorblade. So they've got Reflection Shenanigans on hand as well. They'll go into the Earth Spirit very early on here as well, likely lining that up for mid. Was that Mayu just lighting up, or am I going crazy?
I don't know. I didn't necessarily, but
I heard a
no, that was me. Sorry. This
that's you.
is a very early Earth Spirit pick. I guess they just assume that either the Magnus or Tiny is mid, and they're not worried about the matchup.
I'm always happy when Lion comes out, man. Great Lion enjoyer. I don't know why. He's my one hero that I reached level 25 with. Now 26. And my Witch Doctor is 24.
Wait, I didn't know Lion was your hero.
Lion was, because when I was seriously grinding, my friend told me to just stick to fundamentals. So I played a lot of Lion, a lot of Venge, and maybe a little CM, and Witch Doctor. And Axe when I had to offlane. So those were like my peak heroes. Probably Undying as well. Undying's probably my highest win rate. Like 70, along with Slaughter, 75.
Damn.
70 on Undying, I think 70 on Slaughter, and Underlord is like 75. Something like that. So
Yeah.
they're very
That's fair.
easy heroes, you know, brain dead heroes that are fun. But yeah, I love me a Lion. I'm hoping we see Essence Eater, not Essence Eater. I'm hoping we see Fist of Death, but likely Essence Eater. But Fist of Death is popping. I love that. Free. You know, when you get a finger, you got to right click and someone dies, and you're like, yeah, 2 finger charges. You're feeling good, man.
The
go
sound
into
effect
15.
is sick too. Like the
Ooh, yeah.
punches, the
Oh,
punches coming up.
It's the
Boom,
best
boom,
one.
boom.
It's so meaty. And the animation's just so funny. He looks like he's bitch slapping people. It's like,
It's true.
get away. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Still, we have the Monkey King coming out for Chicken Friends. Very standard stuff. More circles, Wukongs. They've got the Empower on as well. I don't know why they decided to do a Chinese Trump impression. Have you ever been to Chengdu? You saw that one, Mr.
Shit.
Premises?
No, I have not.
You
I
haven't
have
seen
not.
that?
I have not. I have
The
not.
dude who does the great Trump impression talks about, I'm here in Chengdu. Great city. The best city. So safe walking
Wait,
around in Chengdu.
Is it the Chinese Trump?
Yeah, the
Like-
Chinese
like
Trump.
The guy who looks like Chinese. No, I don't know the Chinese Trump. I only know Chinese Elon Musk.
Yeah, they, 你好，我有Elon Ma. Then he just starts
Elon Ma.
yeah,
And then
Elon Ma.
the best part is like people hypothesize he actually doesn't know a word of English.
Yeah, no,
so
he doesn't.
He's like straight up just like he says Elon Ma and then he just starts like making gestures and like has no other speech in the video.
Yeah.
It's fucking funny.
No, he just starts talking. He just full on talks Chinese. Then they cut after the Yilong Ma part, and I'm pretty sure it's also
Yeah.
like AI face generation on him, so he's not fully
Yeah,
an
probably.
Elon Musk lookalike. But it's
I was
hilarious.
so disappointed when I found out, but it makes sense. I thought like there genuinely was a Chinese dude who looks exactly like Elon Musk. That'd
Would have
be
been so
hilarious.
funny. But the Chinese Trump is awesome. Yeah, like, you should
Okay,
search him
okay.
up. He's
You're
on
gonna have to-
TikTok.
you have to
He's
send it.
lit,
I'll-
lit.
I'll go look that up later.
Like he has got the impression, the mannerism, the voice. It's amazing. Still, closing out this draft, we get the Ogre Magi from Chicken and Friends. So a
I
very
love
basic
Ogre.
draft. Yeah, I know
Love
you're a
Ogre.
big Ogre enjoyer. What's hope?
It's
What's
so nice what they have on Chicken and Friends, right? They just have so
Mm.
many buffs. They got Empower, they got Bloodlust, and they got 3 potential calls that use it very well. Monkey King, Magnus, and Tiny. There's
yeah.
still that flex potential for the Muerta to go into carry as well. I guess the only reason why you do that is because you're worried that this Terrorblade matchup might be a bit difficult thanks to his high armor.
Yeah, that is fair. But I think you have enough. I don't think it's too concerning. I feel like the most concerning part is playing up into the Lion, because that's one thing that won't care for
Yeah.
Wukongs. And then again, I'm expecting a lot from a Lion here. We get the Life Stealer to close out for Kukuis, so you will get the Denzanity Abat Life Stealer, and you will get the Cox Offlane Terrorblade. And Ponyo will stick to Essence Eater. Boring, my boy Ponyo, but safe, fair enough. You know, it is more annoying in lane. And for Chicken and Friends, we do end up with the Yoe Monkey. We'll end up with the Palos Tiny and the Akari Astakarma Magnus offlane. So a little bit of a shakeup. They do flex a Tiny and just a tad bit into safe instead. I'm not the biggest believer, but Palos, probably the biggest safe laner that does enjoy still playing that Tiny safe. How are you feeling about this draft to close out here, Mr. Mike Purposnees?
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that Jewel isn't playing the Lion. I feel like every time Cuckoos are owning and like just running over games, Jewel has been the one to impress me the most from this lineup, or at least this set of players. I understand that he was like an off-lane player for the longest time, but I think both me and Adam agreed that when we saw Jewel playing 4, we're like, why didn't he switch earlier? He makes it look so natural. He's really solid. Definitely liking what Chicken and Friends have more conceptually, although in terms of execution I feel like it's going to be a lot on the back of Yoe. This mid lane matchup should be a good one for him. Melee versus Monkey King, and then from there I think he has to be the one to make action happen on the map and start things going. If not, they can fall very flat.
If they can, we'll see if they'll get that done, as I believe
Online Rambula!
No, the online Rambulan goes on. So we are in for this one. The classic I made for one of those.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
BTS
That's
Pro
fucking
series.
funny. I just saw that. Like, I swapped to your stream just as the flag came up. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, we've got the all chat out already just a bit. Good luck, Cuckoos from Abat. Armel saying it's game time, Palos. And nothing else. Good luck, have fun, Chief, and nothing else. Cuckoo's department is sick right now. Alright, Abat. Feeling sick. Maybe he's feeling wicked sick. That might be the case.
Dude,
We
what
shall
does
see.
this? What does it even mean? Like, if you say the Cuckoo's department is sick, aren't they both technically under the Cuckoo's department? Who in this 10 players, maybe other than like Ponyo, I guess is the only outlier, is not part of the Cuckoo's stack?
wait, hang on. Palos is asking, are you getting scared? And Abat is like, very much so. And Abat is like, because I'm fighting you, Palos. Palos is like, Ponyo's stupid. And Armel's saying, shut up. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop being talkative. Only Rice versus one Rice in mid. Yoa is a one Rice person. He does look like it. It's a good weight joke. I appreciate that. You know, someone who has unlimited rice in restaurants versus someone who only gets one order as they get the rundown onto Eris. The shot back rank to save a good boundless strike, but no, Eris still set to fall. Is there any save?
Huge
Eris
shockwave,
got blocked and dies off, but they are looking for the comeback in. Maybe look for this kill on Cox, but they have nothing left in the tank. Just a bit of a body block. Eris couldn't walk away. And does feed first blood, so a good start for the Cuckoos up against the Cuckoos. The Cuckoos win out. The Cuckoos always win.
Classic Ogre Magi learning curve rune fight moment. You walk up, you're like, I still have a body, and then your body just gets beaten to a pulp. It's kind of really nice shockwave from Akari, or rather. Do you want to call him Akari or Kama?
Oh, it's whatever. I really don't care. We can call him whatever
Okay.
we want. We can call him Magnus. We can call him AZ.
Akari with a very nice 5-man shockwave did slow that up a little bit. But yeah, some sort of small little clutch moments. I think Jewel managing to get the Shadow Wall off to the side in the last moment as well. Who did get that last hit? It was Ponyo, okay? I was going to say if they managed to give it to Armel, maybe this early laning stage might be a bit better. But yeah, fully expecting Yoe to dominate here.
Yeah, this mid lane matchup is going to be a bit interesting. Should be fairly good, of course, for Yoet. Mid lane matchup, melee matchup against Earth Spirits. Nice. Only so much Armel can do. You always have the Mischief dodge as well when the rock kicks come in. Even a roll comes in. Can be a little bit rough for Armel if that timing's perfect on Yoet. So he's got his work cut out for him, but he does have only rice under his belt. You're only running on one rice fuel. Might not be enough. I don't know if it's something you're familiar with in Singapore, but in the Philippines, when you're in a only rice restaurant, you clap twice for more. Let's see if Armel will be clapping twice for some help mid later on.
That sounds so like... That sounds so... like you're summoning a butler or something. You know what I mean? Like...
okay, dude. The vibe is, mainly these only rice restaurants are usually like inasal places, grilled places. You know, so like
okay,
chicken
wait. I
barbecue
kind of get
that we
it.
have
So
in
it's
the
like...
Philippines. Open air,
Right,
and
yeah.
there's one dude walking around with literally, you know those in hawkers when they serve you rice, that big plastic tub. They walk around with
a
that
tub
shit.
of rice, right? With like
Yeah,
a cart, and then you hear the 2 claps, he rushes over immediately like a little...
Oh, he has
like
no
little
cart. He just
rice.
carries it. It's just on a sling.
Oh, wait, that's kind of based.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
A
I
tough
miss
job,
that.
though.
It is a tough job. It's heavy and it's hot. You know, it's like, can be a little bit annoying. But you provide joy to the people. It's a very joyful job. Still not
True.
joyful for Boss Armel. But not too bad either. He's only 1 CS behind. He's managing well enough in terms of controlling the lane. So you are getting some good things here for your Earth Spirit. Take a look at the other lane. It says just water and control coming out. Up top, Kari on that Magnus you were mentioning, who did have a pretty decent time in slowing down that chase a while ago, is managing his lane pretty well as well. 11-4, melee matchup against Lifestealer feels good for a mag. Doesn't even have the skill point and empower. Ponyo has his work cut out for him. Does hold on to the level 2, not going for the mana drain yet. Seeing if he needs that hex. And I feel like what am I trying to say? I feel like down the line, this line is going to be a key part of trying to stop Akari. Right? Like, it's down to how well can you get these hexes out when he's trying to come in for the skewer. When he blinks in, tries to kill. That instant stun is going to be the key factor here. And do you have a bug? Armelt says, wait. Disconnect is out. Wonder what
it's
bug
probably the you can't click on the Monkey King bug.
That's a beautiful bug. Gotta
Shout
love this
out
beta
Volvo.
game. Great game.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Free game, no bitching.
Yeah. Well, you can bitch. You are free to bitch. Free game, free bitch.
True. No one's governing the bitching.
No. It's a free
Bitch
for all.
away.
Everyone disconnects now.
I thought
Hello,
we're joining the Cookies Madness.
I have pinged Mr. Cuckoo if you would like this on, and I don't know if he replied. I think he's also on streamer mode, so he doesn't actually read anything. I'll ping him in Steam. Let's see. He is offline. Survivor. I'll ask him.
He's hiding from pings.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, some all chat to pass the time.
Yeah, let's see. Where Armel misses him.
All right, let's do this.
Wagma Orahan.
Isn't Bisaya a language, like a
yeah,
dialect?
and it's technically a group of people, like the Tagalog are a group of people. Wait,
Right.
Jing said,
Okay.
do not aura out my Yoa. Don't, no. And Cox is saying the Visayas are noisy. Yoa says he's not gonna come. Tangina mo, tomboy, that's a weird thing to say. Akari's just laughing, ha ha ha. And Cox is still constantly dissing the Visayans. It's even Visayan is saying, you know what, I'm gonna double check. I'm just double check right now. Joel, technically. I think Jing, technically. Jing, yes, he's from Davao, if I recall right. Mr. John Duyan. And I guess Yoe. And maybe Abat. Abat's the one that's confusing to me. I've been told he is Bisaya. I've always thought of him as someone from Luzon, so maybe that's on me. But there are some Bisayas here, so probably just calling out Yoe. He's the main one you'd associate. Mr. One Rice.
Speaking of Yoe, I do want to... This is something that's happened to me more than 5 times. So that's the only reason why I bring it up. We have to hold that thought as Jing just gets set up on Jewel TPing up as well to try and find Akari. But okay, yeah, back to what I was saying. Wait, what? Hang on. Wait, I can't say anything. Look at Amel with this level 4 gank. What the shit? But every single time I'm casting a Southeast Asia close qualifier and I'm casting Kukuis, people say, how is Yoe playing and casting at the same time? I don't think I look like him, but I don't think I look like him at all. But they're just like, what the fuck, Yoe casting? And I'm just like, what are you? Because I've seen a picture of Yoe. I've seen how he looks.
You know what?
Like,
I can see it slightly.
Just
slightly.
take it as a compliment and go.
It's very slightly.
I mean, I get that I'm like thinner. I have like sort of shorter cut hair somewhat. I wear glasses. But I mean, you put me side by side in real life with Yoe. I don't think anyone's even thinking that we're
I would like to
brothers,
see that. I think I can see a little bit. Not much, but I can see it. Let me translate this. Armelt saying, you guys are just giving reasons, or Paulus is giving reasons for his play. And Cox is saying, just full of reasons. Abat's like, Abat says he's very nervous. Paulus says, he's not talking to people with no hair. And then Abat is like, I'm fighting the top 2 carry in Southeast Asia. You know, Abat's saying he's being looked for by Shanks and Tino. Paulus is saying he's been that Abat's being looked for by Raven. PM tips, handsome ? Cox is saying they're so makulit, so
this is
pesky.
non-stop. They are going crazy.
They're asking. Cox is now asking for soup. Armel saying the animal. Stop fighting my brother. Abad saying It's just taking a long time for the smart person there. You were saying they both go oink. All right.
This is such a like, I feel like there's like 20 conversations happening at the same time in this all chat. Like every single time someone hits F9, like they're just going crazy. Everyone's having an eternal monologue by themselves.
Oh yeah, everyone hits their 100 words WPM, AWPM, right then. Start typing away. A bot starts dancing and singing while that happens. If only we could have live cams for that. Singing away, dancing. He's getting community subs. No, as he would.
The second the pause hits, you just see him on the camera like twerking or something like.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something you should do. Earth Spike Falls Flat, I appreciate the effort from Ponyo, not really landing.
That wasn't
on
even close. What do you mean you appreciate the effort? It was like a mile away.
Look, he wants something done. There you go. He gets this hex out. It's all a mind game as Paulus pauses. As Eris disconnects. Paulus says it's really laggy. And Armand saying it's just lag. Abad's like, fuck. I feel like it's lag. Lag! Alright.
Okay.
Alright, Yoe. Alright.
Okay.
Lag. Just lag.
Yeah, die because lag. No big deal.
That's it. Let's see. On YouTube. Hello, Mr. Nix Level Play. Good name. The Nix Level Play. Thank you for watching Dota again. It's a good time. Aren't we having a great time, Mickey? This is a great time.
I think so. I kind of these guys are like putting out so much heat in the all chat. I don't even know what necessarily they're arguing about. Just feels like a group of. Alright, what's this about? Press 1 kung buhe siyoa sa chat.
That's when press 1 if Yoa lives in chat. Press 2 if he dies. Abot's spamming 1. Akari says 2. Cox says 1. Press 2 if you're fat. Yoa presses 2. Jing press 2. Joel saying press 3 if Kumana Kagalia. Something last night. I have no idea.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sort of dig into your sort of insider knowledge of these two teams a little bit here.
Yes.
Because when I first casted them, I remember asking you about them, and the whole notion, obviously, was that they're just streaming, you know, they're having fun. It's like content, right? It's funny. You know, it's not like they're bad players anywhere. They're coming together, a group of friends competing in these close qualifiers. But over the past few close qualifiers, it feels like I don't know whether they can beat all these talents, maybe these Auroras and whatnot, but they're coming closer and closer. And it's like, you know, it's a very real possibility that one of these days they actually win these qualifiers. How seriously are these players actually taking?
No, they do take it seriously. They do take it 100%
like it's
seriously.
not jokes, right? Like they're
no,
like,
it's not jokes. Definitely not.
All
it's not
chatting
like,
and shit, but like I'm sure they're all trying their hardest.
Yeah, it's not like what was that team all the way back in NA? What were they called? Yeah, it's not like Arkosh, where it's definitely a little bit more in the memeier end. Like these are legit players. There's just no teams, so they decided to team up. And I'd say peak Kukuis when they had that big hope was last year when Darling and TNC were like always in semifinals. When Jing was cursed, you know, Geek Fam broke up. The first iterations of Darling. I think it definitely is a possibility, but I don't think they're in that form right now. We'll see. But I feel like that was peak. I don't know if they can reach that point again. I think it feels like Talon and the others are on a little bit of a different level, and Ponyo is just gone. Akari takes a free one. And it's funny, every time I see Akari's name, every time I see Astakarma's name as Akari, I just think of light bulbs. They're a light bulb manufacturer, a brand, and like, you know, like electrical outlets, extension cords.
Are they actually?
They are. So I just think of that with Akari. I'm like, I don't want to call light bulb.
Slightly might be controversial. I'm going to come in with another opinion here. Akari or Kama has always fallen into the same Natsumi category for me, where I know he's done pretty decently on Neon like one time, but apart from that, I've never really been impressed. Bot lane though, magnetize out, dive onto Yoe.
Yoe is still gonna be alive for now, but can't lifesteal back in. Oh, he can. He survives long enough. And with that Jingu, oh, not quite. Doesn't manage to dodge out well enough. Yoa will fall to Sunder out, save from Cox onto Armel as they clean up Jing. And Kukui's Essence coming out on top for this one. Chicken and Friends falling a little bit flat. Cox saving the day. Let's have that.
That was kind of crazy.
on
Dude, I
Alex.
thought the Monkey King was gonna live for sure. That he had such a big one charge burst heal and also the sort of infused raindrops so much value. But was that like 5 heroes? I think Cuckoo's just brought 5 heroes.
Yeah, they just brought everyone down. And he just cleaned up. Even with the Jingu still ready to go, he couldn't get the second Mischief dodge. I think that's what cost him.
Dire's top tower is
Just getting rolled on. Didn't have the window to try to get that last 2 right clicks off I believe he had left. And did get punished. 1 to 5, they managed to siege at tier 1 as well. And up top now looking for Akari. The light bulbs are going off and does manage to skewer away. I want to go back to your point here, Mr. Mike, as we welcome back Mayu. Welcome back, Mayu. Welcome back. How is it like to be stuck in a match of a lot of Filipinos again?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you, Mayu. Yes.
I don't know. I'm used to it. I used to run with an all Filipino stack.
All right, they managed to get the calling off to hold back just a bit. Jing does not die today. Gets a good dead shot off. They get the stun out from Eris.
Nice
Oh, the
stun.
skewer falls flat.
Oh, that's
The
awkward.
Hex is there. This is a little bit awkward. And a good boundless from Yoa. Ponyo gets 2 on the stun, and he's still alive. He's running away. Eris will be the one to find it. Akari with a
Nice
shockwave will.
dead shot.
So they do clean up at the very least. It takes a lot longer than you'd expect. It's a lot of people just for a pesky line, but take what you can get.
Was the Ravage.
That was a Ravage. I want to get back to that point
Yeah.
about Akari. I feel like it's kind of like the same thing as Natsumi, sure. I think he hasn't reached the same high as Natsumi did. I think Polaris Natsumi,
Yeah.
again, was a
Tower is in
beast.
trouble.
Right? He was
Agreed.
a beast. And I don't think we've seen that high yet from Akari. Or from like players like Youngod. They've had good moments, but they haven't reached their full potential, I think. So there's a lot of room to grow still. And I think it's just a matter of like finding that out, figuring out yourself. Or at that point for both these players. Eris figuring out the map as well as he gets a rundown onto Ponyo. Deadshot's good. Joel will break it up. It'll find a freebie onto Ponyo. Roll out. Armelt straight into the calling. Isn't able to get the follow through control just yet. Got the damage out onto Eris, but will they re-engage? Not quite.
It kind of looks like a good fight if you consider the fact that the Magnus literally has no mana, right? He shows his face almost like a deterrence. But realistically, I think if Armel rolled in and started magnetizing, they'd just have to give up the supports. But they think better of it. Just kind of chilling right now. I think Cuckoo is probably pretty happy to just farm out, right? They want to get the insanity to that first, second item, and then they're going to start running together.
No, they will. They've given a lot of space out from Abat as well, considering all of this forced movement out that Chicken and friends are forced to do. Mind you, same thing goes for Palace to an extent. Our Tiny is free farming down bot, but it's a little bit of a slower process. We'll take the gate movement up top. They want to paint a target on the back of Abat. Can they pin him down, though? See if Palace finds an angle in. Have some mana to play with on Akari. They've got the RP, the calling, everything thrown out to kill off Abat, and they'll find him. 4-man commitment, but they will take care of the Dance Master here.
I will say that the coordination... Oh no,
Ooh,
Armel. Uh-oh.
Jumped by Yoe.
Roll? There
Not
we go.
quite enough.
Dude, the coordination with the dead shot into the sort of shock waves plus the follow-up boundless and everything, it's been very, very nice so far for Jing. So, I mean, I feel like this is definitely one of his top heroes, this Muerta, that we've seen lately from him. And yeah, very impressed with how he's been playing so far.
Dire's lost their top tower.
That it is. I feel like the one thing Kukui's love to point out with Jing is that he does really enjoy his melee supports more, but his Muerta has been on point. I think it's improved a lot from what we used to see, especially in like Geek Fam when he played the Muerta. It sometimes looked a little bit flat. It is looking probably at its best at this point. So you can't say he's just a melee support player. Akari dodges out nicely, but the Hex is there. Earth Spike to follow. Finger out as well for good measure. And Akari still manages to get a good skewer back, but no follow through. Well, obviously, one down. So you got your first finger charge going here for Ponyo. You know, I mean, I guess there's no one to fist around there, so no complaining.
Oh, the monkey's trying to set up the Wukongs, but hesitates a little bit. I want to go on support instead. Looks like Ponyo will just be the fodder.
Yeah,
Just completely skip past the Earth Spirit for the freebie. That's rough.
They do get a freebie in Ponyo at the least, but missing out on Armel. Maybe a little bit painful, not the biggest kill to find, but very even game with the Chicken and Friends and the Kukui's Essence. 5-6, 1k lead coming out for Kukui's. Every farm on the cores, even across the board. About to hit 6 though, on Joel. And once Joel has 6, well, that's where things get silly with track. That's when things can really ramp up for the Kukui's. We'll see if they can play at that point.
Dire's middle tower
For now,
is under
So, I don't know about you, John. I'm not much of an Earth Spirit player, but I did just now notice that Amel has gone for the stepping stone facet.
I still feel like it's better overall. Like,
You think it's better overall?
I think it's better overall for the most part. I feel like this is.
I just
your
feel like I
tool
see
for
so many
teamfight.
Earth Spirit players just go for the resonance as like a thoughtless pick, right? Like they just go for that because it makes more sense. This is definitely one of those facets that you need to get the hang of
Cox.
too.
He does have enough. If the healing lotus Sunder, but he gets feared.
No.
Put the Sunder away. Nice kill. Nice dead shot again from Jing. I do feel like there are games where resonance is better, but overall, just the fact that with Stepping Stone you can constantly reapply Magnetize, it's actually nightmarish. You do lose some combos where you need an instant stone, but I think it's fine. I think overall, it's fine. You have a line that can cover you with instant chain stunts anyway.
Oh, they wanted that to line up with an Earth Spike, but a nice boundless strike stops that from happening. Yeah, I get what you mean. I guess like in resonance, in terms of resonance, you're always looking for that Earth Spirit to sort of scale up to do some right-clicking in the fights, but I doubt Amel will be doing much of right-click trading into this tri-core for Chicken and Friends.
I think it's also more of that, do you need the instant second stone, right? To kind of try to get something done with a quick smash, a quick pullback with a stone after your roll in, because that's the one thing you miss out. You don't have the charges. But I think the sustained team fight is just a lot stronger. Like this kind of Earth Spirit is actually a nuisance, as they do manage to get the TP away from Palos. But I have a Earth Spirit player, one of my good friends. He's an immortal player. He is one who, whenever we play together, and I see him bloody play that when Stepping Stone stepped out, it looked insane. It can be insane. Right? So I do appreciate. And I did convince a few of the Filipino mids to play Stepping Stone. So there is that as well.
Then Sanity said 31 loss, I assume packet loss.
Yeah.
And Jing hits him with the 31 loss hair. God damn. Dude, Jing is ruthless as fuck. First the rice comment and then now this.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Funny enough, I think Abad might be 31. I'm not sure, actually. I think he's younger than me, is he not? Or is he
He's
older?
not
I
that
always
old.
forget.
I think he looks a bit older because
exactly.
of like
I
his
think he
facial
is younger
features,
than me.
but
Yeah, he's 99. He's a kid.
yeah. He's same age as me actually.
That is
I thought you said
insane.
he's 99 years old.
He doesn't look that old. He's a very fit 99-year-old, if that's the case, Mayu. Very fit for 99.
Yeah,
touch with his
reflexes
beat.
sharp.
Very sharp.
Crazy.
Very.
Dance moves on point. You know, how big... Okay, Mayu, you were in Japan, right? Yeah, you grew up in Japan. You're Japanese, but how big was Dance Dance Revolution for you, Mike? I'm curious, because it was big in the Philippines.
Dance Revolution, like the arcade game?
Yeah. Oh, this is
I,
beautiful for you.
I know that
Honestly,
people were
okay.
like, I know people were like playing it, but you kind of have to be in the arcade scene to enjoy it. It's not like a widespread thing. People were playing Maple Story. That's kind of what I grew up with.
Maple Story. But not Dance
Yeah.
Dance. How about you, Mayu? You know, you were in... you grew up in Japan.
When I go to arcades, I usually just play Tekken. But yeah, I was part of the Tekken scene for a while in local arcades. But I don't know. Most of the famous arcade games there are either fighting games or rhythm games.
Yeah, rhythm games, I guess. Let's see. Palas is saying, haha, you're gonna lose even more hair because of that. Cox is saying, stop speaking Tagalog, muerta. To Jing. About is like, I hope I don't lose more hair. Discord issue for Jing now, they say. Reason for pause, Discord problems. There's no Discord problems! We're on Discord! Stop it loading Discord. Discord problem, guys. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. In-game packet loss is okay. All right. Joel's asking for 2
Discord
subs.
problem.
Bisaya Esports, yes sir. Cox is saying Yo is very makulit, very pesky. To Mr. Yuri Dave, Yoa Dave. We've got an interesting toss angle here from Palos. It looks like the creep isn't really flailing. He's just standing still. Very interesting.
Where did I go?
If only I remembered my showcase shortcut. I have a very lovely view here.
His
Look at that.
link is just up there. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. It's just he's literally standing. It's like he wasn't even tossed. He just moved up in the Z-axis. That's it.
Yeah, no reaction. Just vertical. It's like those cheerleaders, you know, they boost you up and you still sort of hold formation up there.
Yeah, that's it. That's what
He's got
our
spirit.
ogre
Gotta
boost
give
is.
it to him.
Yeah. If only he was channeling his smash.
Yeah, that'd be
You know what
funny.
would be funny? If Ogre Smash was an uninterruptible spell.
It would be
Can you
funny
imagine?
if Ogre, every time it smashes, it jumps up to the sky like this and then comes raining down like a fucking Dawnbreaker out.
Did you ever play? Okay, did you ever play like a Dota OMG 4+2?
Arcade game.
Yeah.
I have not.
Dude,
I'm not a big
that-
arcade gamer. I
Okay.
should though.
Okay, the Ogre Smash was stupid because of the 8% HP. You actually could get this as a skill. They buffed the damage, I think, a bit. It is so dumb. Like, it is such a dumb thing. It is
But what's
such
the
a funny
context
thing.
of that arcade game? Like, are you still playing regular Dota with like crazy
Oh, no,
spells and
it's
stuff
like-
like that?
Think of it as like only mid, and you just have super powered
It's
spells.
ARAM.
Yeah, it's ARAM. All random.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you get-
All mid.
You get 8 skills,
Yeah, it's dumb.
and you
Ogre
can,
Smash was so
you can
dumb.
mix match skills. And I think in the recent patches, they added passive. So if you have a hero with a passive
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
can work over the skills, that will be
Right.
there.
Like, we were playing that before facets. Yeah, that has the facets and the
Yeah.
mates now as well. Yeah, you can change
What
your
is that?
facets.
Dota OMG, you were saying?
I think so. It's some Chinese name. Dota OMG and some Chinese. It's pretty funny. I haven't played in a long time because it's very buggy, but it's good.
But that's the fun part.
Yeah, Ogre Smash was so dumb. Such a like we would play in houses at that time, Maya, if you remember, and like Max would always take Ogre Smash, and we'd always be so stop Ogre Smashing, please. It's too spammable. It's too much damage. It's so dumb. It's a funny thing.
I don't know. It was fun. Those were the days.
That was unreal. That was unreal.
Paulus is asking, Chief, in your opinion, how much did Gabby put up on this? Armel's like, don't make that a problem for yourself. Don't think about it. Make it a problem on how you stop us. How you stop me, says Armel. Paulus is saying he wants his
Crispy.
bonus from the game. Jing says, you'll be given some crispy pata to Armel. Send your address. Paolo says, ha, I'm going to make you smell
Jolly
some
hot dog.
jolly hot dog. Stop being so full of it. Armel's like, Jing, Cox is angry at you. Stop being noisy. And the old duo of
You know,
Jing and Cox, of course.
it's such a very missed opportunity for Cox that he's not in Chicken Friends.
Yeah. Wait, chinat ka ba naman yung gusto niya? He was already chatted by who he likes, and he's angry. Armel says girlfriend. Correction,
That was
please.
unreal.
He was chatted by his girlfriend. All right. Cox, he makes the rounds on Facebook for all of the memes that he has all the girls. Opening Dota 2. Cox does not have the that was unreal voice line.
He just types it out. That's...
It doesn't have it binded. As Eris, the only sane person in this entire lobby. You know, Eris is such a lovely guy. Very nice, very calm dude, good leader. The only person with any sense of reeling any of this madness in is the one disconnected.
Yeah,
So-
dude, he's like, he was like, every other person has sent like a mildly deranged thing in chat other than the 2 position 5s, like Ponyo and Ares. It's like everybody else is like going at it. And like fucking Ponyo and Ares are like, alright, let's get the fellas together. Come on, let's play some Dota. I'm back
Yeah.
in the game. I feel like this game has been paused more than we've actually played.
Oh
it.
yeah, definitely. We've been talking more shit than the game has run. To have 6 to 6 kills to show for it. And I don't even know what's happening anymore. Something about a bot farming top. Yeah, working onto the Radiance. His timing's looking good. 300 gold away. That's pretty nice. Free lane. As they haven't really pressured him outside of that one 4-man gank. Same thing goes for Palos. He's been allowed to kind of free farm. Echo Saber up now, going for the blink on our Tiny. Blink timing seems to be on point as well. Not going to be able to spot out Ponyo as he TP's up on mid. No smokes to try to get a rotation, and yeah, we're chilling. 15 minutes into the game. I'm pretty sure we've spent 15 minutes on pauses as well, excuse me. And chicken friends, you know, I would go for some chicken. Do you have some Jollibee yourself, Mr. Mike? Are you a Jollibee enjoyer?
Oh yeah, I kind of am. It's just that the branches that are available to me are slightly out of the way. Like it's not super accessible.
What's the closest to you?
To where I can. And they have to be like in town. Like, for those of you who know Singapore
What?
geography, I'm like in the north area, and like the
Wait.
sort of most convenient Jollibee is like.
Where are you?
Woodlands?
Sembawang?
In
No,
the
Woodlands.
No, no, I'm like I'm
AMK.
near the Bishan area.
Oh, Bishan, okay. Yeah, you're closer to
Oh,
the Lucky
Jewel.
Plaza, I guess. They get the stun out, they commit a lot, but Joel will die. Even the dead shot for good measure. Doesn't even need to connect. Try to catch out Armel to
Armel's
silence
looking
us
for a
up.
setup, though.
He is there to get the skewer back as well. Armel's dead. Earth Spike the stall, doesn't really find much. And Chicken and Friends starting to have that chicken running down. They've got their Jollibee buff up.
Towers and looking so great.
That was so weird from Armel. I can't tell whether he was trying to escape and didn't know the Magnus was there, or whether he was trying to initiate, because it looked like for a moment that Cox and Armel were trying to set up and take down Karma. But he just turns around, skewers him in, gets a nice setup, and 2 for nothing basically.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the pauses have disjointed me. I don't even know who's in the lead anymore. I mean, obviously 2K gold lead for Chicken and Friends, but I guess with the way that Kukuis have their draft, they kind of need to keep action going. They
There you
find
go.
Jing though, Abba gonna run them down.
Track kill on hand. The Infest track combination coming in for Abat and Joel. So they can start to cash in themselves now. Radiance up and running on Abat. Moment for him to start to play a little bit more. Going straight for the Sanj and Yasha afterwards as well. We're looking for a little bit more fight orientation. They track up Eris. The skewer's nice under to the tower. And Joel in the firing line. Not going to be able to get the aggro here. Will fall. As now comes
Oh,
Yoe.
nice boundless.
No Wukongs just yet. They're trying to find the backline. Ponyo's trying to drop low from Palos, but he's isolated away. Meanwhile, Yoe silenced up. They get the control onto Abat. Ponyo will eventually fall, and they trade Abat away as well. Palos living through that engage in the back. 2 versus 3. You get
It's
a
gonna
good
be a
jump
wipe.
onto
Crash
Armel.
landing?
Armel's gone. They've got Sunder on Cox. Is he going to go for it? No, he's gone. Ha 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 ha, says Akari the Jedge. We call that a Jejemon for anyone who doesn't know. Chatting like it's 1999 or 2001 or 2002.
That's when
In
Dead
that
Sanity
era.
was born.
Yeah. Chatting like they were already old enough to text then. They were not.
Then, yeah.
Bloody youngsters.
That fight was so awful. Like Jewel not being able to de-aggro, they lose that track advantage. They're trying to fight Chicken and Friends under their own tier 1, and I don't think Kukuis are that strong yet. Then Sanity basically finds himself running up into 4 enemy heroes by himself. The whole time, Kukuis, you can see some of their problems start to come to light here. They don't actually have a lot of damage, right? Cox went for the pipe first build, so he's gonna mitigate a lot of it, but clearly not enough in that engagement that Chicken Fighters, they were able to just pick and pull apart the poor main Kukui stack.
Yeah, a little bit rough. I do appreciate as well that their logo is the old Warcraft 3 chicken. Do appreciate that. They go get the smoke. They've got that blink on Akari. Already has a
What do
Kai
you
up
mean?
as well.
That's a courier.
Yeah, the old chicken from Warcraft 3. Like the actual neutral
That's a
chicken.
courier.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I think the courier looks a little different. You're talking about the Cluckles or something, the Brave or some shit like that.
No. From Dota 1, that's the
Yeah, the
icon
Dota
of
one. This
courier.
was the courier as well. It was the chicken.
Oh,
neutral
they
chicken.
used the Warcraft 3 chicken for the
Yeah,
courier
yeah,
icon.
Yeah. They did.
Okay.
They did. It's beautiful. And they were probably
It
old
looks so
enough to play
sad.
it at 9. It is.
Everything about Warcraft 3 looks so depressing, man.
I loved it though. You know, like especially the old model for what was it? I think Night Stalker. What were they? The
He
Nezalim?
looked like a clown. He looked
Natharim?
like a
What are they
fucking
called?
clown.
What are they called? The Dreadlords. Dreadlords. Yeah, the Dreadlords. They were pretty cool. They were my favorite ones. That's why I liked playing Scourge. Dreadlord was great.
Balanar looked like a fucking clown in Dota 1.
Yeah, but the Dreadlord look is cool. Who was Archimond, actually? What hero model was Archimond? Do we remember?
I've never really played Warcraft 3 other than Defense of the
I'm
Ancients.
stuck with youngsters. Damn it. But yeah, I don't remember Archimon model. I remember always being confused by Juggernaut and Axe because they both used the Urinaro model, except Axe was red. So I always confused myself when I picked sometimes, as they do smoke and Kukuis, no confusion here. They've got their spells ready. Another finger kill perhaps for Ponyo if they can find something here, and they might find Palos. Just need
Oh,
an
that'd be a
angle
huge
in.
grab though.
Unfortunately,
The
he's
problem
under
is
a
who's
tier 1.
initiating, right? It has to be like Armel rolling in. You don't have your blink on your
No.
lion yet, so it's just this
always
weird
the
awkward like.
Armel.
Yeah,
That's
it
true.
has to be. They've got the infest on.
Like,
Still hunting, but this is very clear now in smoke. from the side
Yeah.
of Kukuis. Yoa will scout, doesn't break, but moment has been lost for the Kukuis. Not going to be able to find anything. And a 6k lead still standing for Chicken and Friends. So, feeling good. Take their Tormentor now as well.
It's kind of a really, really big gold lead for this stage in the game, no? Like,
It is.
Especially the fact that there's been some action back and forth, and I mean, you've gotten some track kills as well. It just kind of feels like Kukuis haven't been able to get much of what they want. I guess what they're playing for is a ball-up timing with this Lifestealer. Maybe once he gets the SNY, a second item for the Terrorblade, going for the SNY himself as well. So, I don't even know whether this Tricorn necessarily can outfight what Chicken and Friends have. The Tiny is going to be quite the menace with that BKB complete.
And he will be. And he didn't even have to go without an Echo Saber. It's just a full BKB, no disassembly required. No moment without the Echo Saber
But
up.
I mean, the Echo Saber is really important for Tiny.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think he's gonna go for Kanda. I mean, like a Phylactery maybe?
Yep.
If
Should
he
be.
has the space for it.
Should be the go-to build. Gives you the good crit as well. Not the fattest crits, mind you, but more than enough in that burst play again.
Considering Tiny's base damage, it's a pretty fat crit.
It is.
Tower
It
is in
can.
trouble.
Still, the game has slowed down just a tad bit. 13-7, 6k lead for the Kukuis. Smoke out. See if they find something here. Yoa does have a Mage Slayer, which can come in quite handy as well. And that spell damage reduction is going to be huge, especially into Armel, who is all in on spell damage, again with Stepping Stone up. See
Yeah,
if
but I'm
Did
just saying with
Insanity
Kukuis
see
draft-
any sort of a hint that he was getting ganked here? She's gonna scan it out. Very nice presence of mind. I guess just all the deep wards not picking up on any member of Chicken and Friends, and now they know they might be
Yeah.
being hunted.
Yeah, there's just no one showing on the map. Bail out.
Dyer's bottom tower
Very
is
good
under
reads
attack.
back and
mean-
forth, but that is what happens when you play against friends, I guess.
I mean, people missing
Tower.
from a map that's very bright is honestly a big sign.
Red flag, yeah.
And then again,
Anya?
I really want to. Oh, never mind.
Got the Hex off. Palos is going to be fine, and Ponyo in firing line. They missed the dead shot, but they'll eventually
Anya.
find that kill.
Oh
As
yeah.
you've
Oh,
seen.
Radiant's
yeah.
under attack.
I wanted to mention that Kukui's draft is
Radiant's top tower.
really hard to execute when it comes to team fights.
Bottom tower
It's just really there's no flexibility on who goes first. It's always gonna be Earth Spirit because if anyone goes first, the fight is probably going wrong.
Yeah.
Like these people will get bursted down. NS, I
Oh,
mean LS,
Get to
sure.
jump forward.
A bit of a fight.
A bot.
Wukong's command.
They do manage to blow out Joel. Wukong's is out as well, holding back a bot, and they're fighting over this Tormentor. Well, Armel all in by himself. Will kill off Jing eventually with a Magnetize.
Oh, they're
But a
still
2-for-1
going.
already.
BKB
Early
song.
BKB popped on Yoe, but he's going in again. RP is
Oh,
great from
RP.
Akari. And Ponyo gets blown up in the side. Can they keep the chain control onto Cox? No, the Infest is there. Can't get it. Go. Let's
Nice
get the
Sunder.
Sunder off onto Yoe. They'll find that kill on Yoe. They'll get that sustain, and the bot is healthy. They'll get the cleanup. A full team wipe coming out as Palos, trying to get the distance away. Dodging out nicely on a bot, and they'll get the turnaround, and they'll find one more. A full
That
wipe for the side of
was
Kukuis.
an insane one.
Oh my lord. That was just messy. But Akari coming in clutch. With that RP
Need
in
a
the end, it
replay
looked
of
good.
that.
Wasn't quite good enough. We can because we're not live. I think I went back a little bit too much though. That was definitely too much. Let me just go back in time and a minute. Okay, there's that smoke. Let's go a little bit further. Okay, we're close to that point. Yeah, here you go. So Ponyo gets caught out first. Let's just go further. That's a little bit. Yeah, Ponyo's dead. They start to go into that Tormentor. Right, they're clumping up here.
Radiant's
We are
lost
not
top
live,
tower.
just looking back.
Dyer's bottom tower is
And then
in
they start to go for the Tormentor. The side of
Temporary
the Kukuis are still
invulnerability,
scattered
Dyer's
around, but they have their TP points ready. Tormentor starts to get taken. The TP's coming in on the side. Right? Joel gets insta-bursted by Palos right there, but in the back, they get that rear roll from Armel and get some Magnetize reapplications. They're very split up. A bot doesn't die. Jin gets blown up. Armel gets blown up as well. And they get the re-engage, right? Ponyo's back up and running. They do manage to get the isolation. The RP's big, but this is the big issue. They could not kill off Cox. If the Infest comes in, Cox survives long enough to Sunder as well, and Yo is suddenly in danger. And the damage isn't there without the spells. That's just
Something
crazy.
something so minute, like not getting the lion and the polarity,
Oh yeah.
just really costed that entire team fight. Like if the lion was there was gonna be no way to control like everyone else. Like the split second that the LS. Oh, never mind. Later.
Got
Hang
the
on.
hex off. Can they find an angle in?
Oh,
Yoa
that's a
finds
nice
the angle in
boundless
with
Wukongs.
BKB. Boundless with the Wukongs up. They'll blow up Ponyo. Got the infest as well. The RP's good
RP.
into the Wukongs, and this time they get Cox. A bot stuck in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't have that backup. And they will fall. This time, things go right.
Wait, that feels so instant. The RP cooldown. Like if I'm in game and I have RP, like feels
It
like
feels
an eternity
longer,
waiting
yeah.
for
But to be
it.
fair, you did just watch a replay.
Yeah.
That was like you just watched a replay that was like 1 whole minute ago. I mean, while you guys were watching that replay, I was looking at the live feed. It's like they were just kind of all standing around waiting for that timing.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like the only reason why that fight in the bot tormentor area goes wrong for the Chicken and Friends is just because of all those small little minute details, like you said, Mayu. So I think as it stands, 5v5, it feels like Cuckoos just don't really have enough tools. The bounty isn't really providing as much.
Got
It's
the
not
roll.
like
Yoa getting silenced
Yoa.
up. Doesn't have BKB.
oh, there's no BKB.
That shot is good, but
Oh,
the finger
easy
is there
finger.
and it's a trap kill. Second finger
Are they
charge
gonna go
coming in.
for
They
more?
get kicked back onto more. Eris getting isolated away. Armel will fall for this though. Eris is pretty tanky. They don't
Holy
have
shit,
enough burst
Jing.
without a finger. Joel dies. And Jing is a monster. Pops the ultimate, has the damage. And again, this is a prime
Wow.
target for the Bloodlust. Like you can see the damage without any items. He just has the right click to back it up.
It's just a 12 magic amp stacks.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
holy
he's got
shit.
the short. That is insane. That is an insane amount early on. Jesus Christ.
Jing actually, like that whole moment was literally you run up on the elderly shopkeeper and then he's like, I guess I have no choice. Fucking brings out a shotgun and blows your head off. Like Armel thought he was finding some additional kills and he just got obliterated. All he's built up for himself is a large amount of armor. But once you go into that Pierce the Veil, none of it matters, right? It's all magic damage cutting through the HP pool of that poor Earth Spirit. So kind of overestimating himself there a little bit, or maybe just not really respecting the amount of damage that can come out from Jing. Can definitely scale up to become a secondary, or I guess at this point a tertiary carry, right? Because Chicken and Friends just have so many threats.
Oh yeah, that they do. They're scaling up nicely. Like you mentioned early in the draft there, Mike, lots of good targets for Empower and for the Bloodlust, of course. And they are getting that done. 8k lead maintaining here for the side of Chicken and Friends. And the Kukuis falling a little bit flat. You know, they're still working on to a 4-staff for Ponyo. No blink to come out here. Smoke out from Chicken and Friends. Could try to sneak a Roshan. And that they should without
I
any
think
contest.
I think first half is a really good pickup compared to the blink.
Yeah.
Like you're fighting against these heavily control lineups, so having just first half to bail one of your cores out might be the game-changing moment for a team fight, but yeah, it doesn't feel as good. But
did this
considering
Armel?
that
Got caught in
Oh,
the avalanche, but Palos didn't know. Went for the
we
creeps
didn't know,
instead.
we didn't know.
Yeah, just clipped him, didn't see. Armel
I
gets
thought
the
he threw
lift.
the avalanche knowing.
No, yeah, apparently not.
I would,
Just
I
went to farm
assumed
creeps.
too.
I don't think he believed he got it. So,
He just tossed it out as like whatever. I was gonna toss these rocks anyway.
pretty much.
Okay.
Miss out, but
Free
they still have
Roche.
Roche. Nice, easy Roche access here. Kukuis should be aware, but not making their way into the area. And then it's going to be a nice free Roche for Chicken and Friends. Secondary life for Palos. And
I'm not
trouble
gonna
still
lie.
a
I
brew.
feel like this game, like we characterize both these teams to be full of shenanigans, full of fun, and like they play a very interesting and fun to watch brand of Dota. This has been a lot more controlled and restrained than expected, unlike the all chat. In fact, the all chat and the pauses have been a lot more spicy than the actual gameplay itself. They've limited it mostly to team fights and just, you know, both teams throwing everything in the kitchen sink at each other in these moments. The two sort of major team fights defining this game so far have just been decided on a very marginal slip up on Chicken and Friends side. It still very much feels like they are the ones in full control of this game, while Kuku is desperately trying to claw back some semblance of control. I don't even know what their play is on the map. I don't know what item timing they're waiting for. Like, at what point are Kuku is gonna feel comfortable to take a fight. Then Sanity might just get caught, but fast rage there.
Nice and quick.
Infest out.
Infest out. Can they burst down the creep? Nah. Enough distance created. Kukuis will be able to back off. They hold on to that lead, Chicken and Friends. Again, they're growing bigger and bigger. They've got the Midas actually and Eris. I love to see that early on a support Ogre. Feels great. Going to be ramping into his own full Guardian Greaves to sustain that team. Could start to think about more items down the line as well. So scaling options are there. Smoke out from Kukuis this time. See if they find a jump in. Need some track kills to start flowing. They find Yoe, but he does manage to jump away quite quickly. Hard target to pin down.
The trees.
They do manage to get the Hex off, but where's the follow-up? Force Staff away from Ponyo, gets
nice
2 on the
force
stun.
staff.
Cuts off the aggressive angle in, but Ponyo should still go. Mitigates any sort of losses at the very least, provides enough spacing here for Kukuis to back off. And Kukuis, for their part, I mean, they're just pushing mid with Palos. Keeping it shoved in. They've got damage coming in. And Jing is at the point where he is transitioning quite nicely. Fortify forced out early as well. And that's going to open up this path for Palos, but the Age is still up and running. Creep Wave's not being cut. No worries about backdoor here. Radiant Power doesn't take long for Palos, for the Bloodlust on. Kukuis, I mean, man, this entire game's really hinging on Armel fighting an angle. It's just so much pressure on one hero. Put in a bot, and get the open woods on Palos, but not going to be able to commit.
Dyer's courier just got put down. Just like Kubrick.
It just kind of feels so hard for Kukuis, especially when you just initiate
RP
like
onto
that.
one,
Silence
a
up,
bot.
then Sanity is just dead.
Is dead. Popped his BKB as well. They got good magnetize off, but can there be any follow-up? Palos starting to drop low. He does still have Aegis. Does it really matter? Not quite. Cox still gonna be able to walk away. They do get the finger kill on Jing. But Palos will just be able to blink
Palos.
forward. He wants that kill. He gets Cox. No buybacks in these
That
two
was
heroes.
really
They do
sick.
find a backline of Akari. Does fall apart, but now Armel caught in the middle. They kill off Yoe, but his aggressive movement forward as well. Free toss, or the toss is enough. As it's Palos against the world. Palos against these supports. All things considered, not bad for Kukuis. They take away pretty much a full team wipe, including the Aegis. It's just they don't have anything left to really play into this.
So I'm not gonna lie, Armel kind of like solo carried that fight a little bit for Kukuis. The fact that he was able to prolong that magnetize on basically all their enemy heroes, you gotta keep in mind that that fight started with Densanity instantly being killed, right? And slowly but surely, Armel was able to tick through them, get the first life of Palos. Sure, at least for me, I don't know what you were watching, but for me, most of the fight I was watching Palos just decimating everybody.
Oh, yeah.
But Yoe going in that last moment with like what 300 400 HP with the Wukongs felt so ill-advised. He kind of threw away his life for no reason then. Even though Chicken and Friends do get that lane of racks, it feels like you kind of gave Kukuis a lot more than they deserved there.
That you did. A little bit messy from the side of Chicken and Friends. They did still lose their rack, so I think in the end, Chicken and Friends are still in a happy spot. Just not the cleanest way to go about it. Have the amp damage rune as well for Palos, but it'll refresh, buddy. Pick it up. No luck on the respawn. But the haste is top, and it'll go for a smoke again. Kukuis, I mean, you're seeing some of that power coming in with that stepping stone and full Shiva's up. If you can sustain it, as BKBs fade away, it is fairly annoying. Armel will do a ton of damage if left alone. See if they can do that cleaner here on Kukuis. Same thing goes for Chicken and Friends with a smoke. So they start to find some angles. I mean, they've got that full Shadow Blade up on Jing. More attack speed to play with on the Muerta. You can see him, again, being a bit of a priority and being blown up first. They have their eyes set on a bot. Showing himself bot, and Smoke's going to cut in nicely.
Uh-oh.
A bot, not safe here. Instant rage. Just trying
That's
to run
RP.
RP's forced out. Does have BKB. BKB's popped as well. The Infest is there with Yags. But this is just going to
Armel's just
prolong
dying.
the inevitable. He's just stuck in the middle. No backup for Armel. BKB for a bot. Might be able to kill off Akari, but even then, no. Not quite. The burn damage might get the job done, but still managing to run away in the side. Finger did fly out as well. A bot stuck in the middle. They will be able to kill off Eris. The Jing still
Also
finds
the
Thunders out
Sadi.
from Cox. Trying to save a bot. Not enough. Skewer back onto Cox. He's gone. Ponyo is gone as well. Only Jing alive. Or Joel
What the hell?
alive as he dies
Why
as
does
well.
Jewel just run in there?
Yeah, Yoa's asking the same question. Why were you still there, Joel? Are you still there, well? He doesn't know. We get the full team wipe. And that is a good course correction from the last fight. If you manage to actually prevent the saves from coming in again, and they don't give those small openings out. And now they want the end game. Tier 4 is under
They might
siege.
just be done.
Only one buyback. Such a long respawn time on that Terrorblade. And even with a buyback again, you're going to have to wait at least 15 seconds for Armel to be back. What the hell are you doing, Akari?
Middle tower.
Walks into the Fortify and dies, forcing out the buyback and a bot.
the hell?
What was that?
Oh, that was so random. Okay. Log.
Sure. Bet log. That's what I would say. But hey, it happens, I guess. Sometimes I don't know. 18k lead though. Kukuis. If you were on Kukuis right now, what would you have to do to reel this game back? What do you have to do here?
Bro, I don't fucking this shit feels so hopeless. You're like basically hoping Armel can prolong magnetize for the entire duration of a presidential term. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
like even the chief can't do that shit. He doesn't have the judicial powers to exercise that kind of harassment for extended period of time. There were some moments where it felt like there's some disconnect. So we haven't really seen Kukuis take a proper sort of 5-on-5 where they're the ones initiating. But then again, you ask yourself, who's initiating other than Armel? Might be Jewel, spotting vision, or if they can find Jing, that'll be huge.
Jing would be
Because the
a big
Veil
one,
not able
and
to
you
be
get the
popped.
control.
That's a pretty good start.
Good kill
No
onto
Magnus
Yoa now
means
as
no
well.
RP.
Isolated
no
away.
control for Insanity. Okay.
They got the
this
infest
is
out
pretty
onto
decent.
Eris. They're cleaning them up one by one, and Chicken and Friends are the ones to show in one by one. Big comeuppance coming in here for Kukuis. Let's start that siege onto the tier 2. Fortify is forced out. But that kind of stems back to maybe that little death of Akari. There's a window where he's not around. There's a window where he's not with his team. And they manage to capitalize. They go back farming. They lose senses for a bit. Now, onto the high ground they go. They could even out. It is a slower process. You don't have the highest damage here on Cox. There's another Fortify as well. And the buyback's forced out from Eris. And they try to find some punish here with his buyback. Just need to jump forward.
We thought Kukuis were done in
Oh,
this game.
the RP,
BKB
skewer back,
RP.
a bot held back in, tossed into the air. They found a bot. The damage is gone. Now Cox, in the middle of nowhere, is still alive. Eris will die back. So not too bad, all things considered. But a bot dies back as well because of that early buyback in the tier 4s. Rip into the tier 3.
Meta's running out.
Meta is running out. The toss back is still good. The skewer back's nice as well. Cox away from his team. So is Palace up front. That slow out from the Lion Essence Drain is nice, but not nice enough as they will kill off Cox. They will find Palos, but the buyback's there. BKB to TP away. Take a bonus in Ponyo now. And all things considered, again, a little bit of a mess. They miss out on that TP away from Joel. She will bail out, but they hug onto their racks. Top rack still standing. And it does cost them a buyback on Palos, but you did get the dieback on a bot. The issue is, you only have 60 seconds to make something happen here. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough time. Or is it?
Well, they got pretty close just now. Felt like such a Hail Mary defense there. It really just came down to the fact that the Magnus randomly died, right? Cox is going to be forced to buy back. No, does he have meta available? I don't think so. Yeah, still 30 seconds until that's available. Can buy back on Ponyo. Looking for an angle. Jewel will get the track vision. They don't have a sentry in the area. In comes the Lion back into the game. Throne is exposed though. Start out with the Hex.
Trying to onto Yoa, trying to isolate this hero first, but not quite enough. The RP
Oh, the
only onto
RP.
Armel, but they're taking away this key factor in the fights. Does have buyback. Needs to make it work. Yoa drops the Wukongs. Wants to focus on the Ancient. They need to get this
is
job
done.
done. And this is just over. They can't stop it. The win is there, and Chicken and Friends take it over Kukuis in game number 1. Wow. Did we expect this at all coming into this one? How are we feeling about
Online Rambula!
We looked at Chicken and Friends draft and we said, wow, this is a lineup that makes so much sense. This is a lineup that has 3-4 heroes that all love Bloodlust, all love Empower, and the lane should be fine. They basically Earth Spirit mid, but they got Monkey. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like the core setups were not really answered. Palos basically had a free game. You didn't really have an obvious timing on Kukui's essence that you were playing towards. I think that's my main problem. I found myself continuously asking like, okay, at what point do Kukui's essence win a fight? Or at what sort of stage of their item progression is it their timing suddenly? It wasn't the pipe. It wasn't this life stealer with like Eggs BKB. So when? I still don't have the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Well, their lineup is kind of very pick-off heavy with the bounty and Earth Spirit. It's the TB offlane, right? It's a TB offlane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like a
wasn't
TB
playing-
offlane thing, right? Like it's always every time you play TB offlane and it doesn't look good, you just look back to that position 3 slot and you're like, damn, if only I had like someone who could fucking blink in and start a fight and or like do something other than defensively sunder. And that's the only thing that Cox was really able to provide. Sure, there were some moments where the defensive sunder looked amazing. And he was scaling in the midst of scaling up towards this sort of secondary core because Life Stealer was just getting fully focused out. Every single RP was just used on his head. Dead Sanity couldn't even play Dota, man.
Yeah, it's just rough. Let's see if they can course correct on Kukui's essence, but a good start for Chicken and Friends to maybe have that hope to go face up against Grandmaster Kuku himself. We'll take a short break. We'll be back for that game too. I've got some Korean fried chicken delivered. My sister was feeling peckish, so I'm gonna go eat a little bit.
Nice.
We'll take a short break and we'll be back. Thank you for tuning in again, and thanks you, Mr. Mike Permasnees and Mayu, for hanging around. We'll be back with that game too short.
I'm gonna take a short break on my stream as well. See you guys in a bit. Had Terrorblade,
Hello.
Lifestealer, and we have draft.
Okay.
Do you draft?
Yeah. Oh, Casey's casting?
Who?
KCKY. She's from my city. She's casting
okay.
English. I didn't know that. I'll have to check her Facebook.
Oh?
She's got lobby access. Alright.
10 seconds.
What do we
left.
have?
Radiant.
Bristleback coming out with Timbersaw, Clock, Phoenix Band, Lena coming out for Kukui, so they get to swap Broken Heroes. Our Mel Lena is pretty strong, though, I will say. So you do have that going for you here. Check Casey.
Radiant's turn to ban.
How's your
It
short
could
break?
also
Mr.
just be. It was fine. I kind of just lied down. I'm not gonna lie.
Mike?
I don't have any food. I was like lying down,
10 seconds.
being jealous about your chicken.
Yeah, I had some good chicken.
Dyer's ban.
And some very good chicken.
Is it like not as good when you take it out though? I feel like that's always the thing with fried chicken. Like by the time it gets to your place, it kind of like gets a bit, dry. Not really the yummiest.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. Like, this place is a takeout place, for sure. So all they
Right.
do is takeout.
So maybe the chicken is optimized. Maybe they cook it a little wet, and then they anticipate that by the time it gets to you, it's kind of a bit crabbier.
Dyer's ban.
I mean, they are drenched in sauce. They've got the Yang
Oh,
Yum
you gotta-
sauce, the Jack Daniels sauce.
Oh,
So we get it with the Jack
okay.
Daniels, and my sister tried the sweet corn today. Very nice. Very nice. flavor.
nice.
I think that's really, really good.
Sweet corn flavor.
Yeah, it was so good. It was actually so
10
good.
seconds remaining.
They're not.
All right.
They're like they make Korean style fried chicken,
5
boneless fried
seconds
chicken,
remaining.
but I think it's a Filipino
Right.
company. I'm pretty sure Koreans run it though as well. So they adapt like Filipino flavors in. And the sweet corn was so good. Like, that's so good, super good.
That's surprising, but pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. Let's see. Do you think any org will pick up Mudang Warriors before they disband from Rusted Leaf? No. I don't see any org that will pick them up.
I mean, what org, right?
Yeah. What org? Will TNC throw away all their Pinoys? No.
Blacklist
have a
come back
budget.
from the dead just to pick up
No.
jabs of all people.
Never, because they also left Mobile Legends. I mean, you leave Mobile Legends, their bread and
Oh,
butter?
shit.
No.
Wait,
They're
so
not
what are
coming
they
back
doing
anytime
now?
soon.
What
I
is
don't
Blacklist
know.
doing?
I think they're back to just
Shit.
acting like when Tier 1 was just a talent agency of sorts, influencer kind of thing. I don't know. Even
Right.
that was kind of dead. I know Tier 1 had solvency issues as well.
10
So
seconds left.
I think they're just in the hole. I think someone
Yikes.
spent too much money acting
5
big
seconds
and
left.
they've lost it all. That's what I
Oh
think.
yikes!
So I don't know if that's the case, but that's my conjecture. All conjecture here, nothing solid, of course. But yeah, like I think they.
But I
just
don't think Mudang
burn
Warriors will
money.
actually disband though. To answer the question of your chatter, I think they will just keep playing together. Cause I mean, honestly, for players like them who have basically played Dota most of their life, what are they gonna do? Like move on? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's kind of a bit of a weird state. You're still holding out hope that you do well enough in some of these qualifiers, or maybe you get a call out from one of your friends who managed to make it onto a org in a stack or something like that. You're just kind of waiting on that little passage out, I
Yeah,
guess.
you're not lame. I mean, look at Kukuis. They haven't stopped playing. None of them have gotten full-time
5
jobs.
seconds, boss.
They've been out of the org for at least a year, maybe 2 years now. So I don't
That's
think they're
true.
going anywhere. What we do have going nowhere as well is this draft. Night Stalker comes out as well for Chicken and Friends with a Rubik. And that Rubik's going to feel great into the Shadow Shaman and Lena. Like, the long-range Stolen Shackles is always nightmarish to play up against. That's going to be fun. I like this from Chicken Friends. Very durable. We're seeing Bristleback and Night Stalker, again, highly durable duo already. If you can tie that in with, say, a DK swipe and run DK mid, I think you're set for a very annoying game for Kukui Assassins, because you're going with this burst play with Lena. If you have all tanky heroes, what are you really bursting? The supports? Who cares? Right? Depending on the
Yeah.
game state.
Interesting that both teams choose to completely forgo the bounty as well as the Riki. I feel like those three, along with Nyx, have been kind of that invis trio that popped up a little bit recently at Blast Slam that, you know, teams were using to get information. But I kind of get it, right? I think that trio had its time in the sun, like a very brief time in the sun where you were interchangeably picking them. But both teams are realizing that in the face of the first pick Bristleback, the first pick Lina, the supports just don't cut it. We saw it a bit earlier on with, I think it was Jabs on Mooding Warriors trying to make the Riki work even in a situation where it wasn't really offering much, and the lane part, or at least the lane partner and support partner was kind of rough. Yeah, definitely heroes that you probably need to consider a little bit more instead of just blind picking. Maybe that might have been a bit of the mistake for Kukui's Essence picking up that Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, it did feel that way. You didn't manage to get as much as you'd want there for good old Joel. Let's see what the ideas are with that Mars pickup, tie it in with a PA. So you get a very, very interesting Phantom Assassin game going for ourselves here from Mr. Abat. And the puck comes in for Chicken and Friends. I will say, you do end up with a Puck Lina, right? That matchup for Puck, it's still not great. It's still Lina favored, but Puck can manage it, right? So you are fairly happy here. Your hold for Puck is nice if you get the jump on your Shadow Shaman. Shackles can set up for the Elsay, for the Spearback, but a lot is riding on like Shaman to set up. And catching Puck any other way is going to be nightmarish. They don't go all in on durability for Chicken Friends, and to be fair, it's also slightly awkward. They are going for a last pick support, but so is Kukui's.
I think.
So, yeah.
I think if Chicken is SD not banned.
Dyer's turn to ban.
No.
I have a feeling Chicken and Friends SD is gonna be really good for them.
Isn't it also a really good SD game for Kukui's Essence?
That it is.
I guess it's not as great because it's not like hard lockdown, but I'm just thinking break for the Bristleback. But I guess you already have that at PA.
10 seconds remaining.
You really don't want to wait for your PA to get like shard.
Seconds, boss.
Honestly, like in a PA's itemization, it's kind of like that thing where you feel like you really need it, but at the same time, do you really want to waste 1,000 gold for it?
I mean, the way the Kukui's lineup looks to me just looks so slow. Like you're gonna rely on this Shadow Shaman to run out and be the one initiating, because Cox needs to get like Blink, double bracer, maybe a soul ring, a wand, and then he's ready. It's a bit of a slower hero than sort of we might expect.
I think they really just have to stop for it. Like, if the Mars can't initiate, there's really not much going to happen. Oh, Silencer, really great Silencer game.
I mean, it's a great Silencer game, but the hero has not been great overall. Like, I do feel like this hero can work. I think Reverberating Silence is literally the worst thing Valve has ever put in the game, because it's so bloody annoying. Even if Silencer is weak, this is just infuriating to play up against.
It's
at the
so
same time,
oppressive.
it is, but at the same time, is Silencer really doing enough outside of Global Silence here? And I'm not sure.
I actually think it is fine, because I will say the one thing Silencer, like typical Silencer gameplay, is you try and be annoying in lane with your glaives and like your arcane curse, and the second you don't use it appropriately, they turn on you and they kill you, right? But the main thing that we've been seeing from PA lately is she loves her Warlock pairing. She loves, I think even Paravision were trying to run Dazzle along with it, because if you can partner her with someone who can do a bit of damage and be annoying and slow them down, suddenly you have a very, very killer lane. So my main concern with Kukui's Essence draft is that it feels like it could be a bit slower. You want to wait for that Mars Blink, but it's not something that comes online immediately or very quickly at all. But now, if they can try and play through the Insanity and get attention on him, the Night Stalker's not going to have a good time. Palos, yeah, I get what you mean, Mayu, with the sort of shard being later down the list in priority, but when you're up against a Bristleback, I don't think you're like, yeah, I'm gonna try and save that gold. You know, you know that if you, in a carry-to-carry matchup, you get that shard, the opponent carries fucking deceased. So, this Silencer, yeah. So I think with this Silencer pick, they've actually done a lot. Like, they solidified the lanes, and they gave a very good set of potential fights for their lineup. Because with the Global Silence, there's nothing actually, like literally nothing that Chicken and Friends can do.
Yeah, let's see. Jing says, oh, you're getting mad. Jing's telling Cox, Scam said, stop picking that. Armal's just saying, no trash talk, please. We get the disconnect. Please, no trash talk. We're going to end up with a pause longer than our initial start time here.
I'm pretty sure these people are disconnecting just so they can shit talk each other.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're all in the same room right now. Like they're all just in a PC
They're
sort of cafe or something.
probably in the same computer cafe. I've seen.
Yeah,
a
that's what I
computer
was
cafe.
saying.
And like they have a stall with 5 PCs and then just a glass wall, and on the other side with another 5 PC place. I'm pretty sure that's just them, and they're just throwing the middle finger at each other.
I mean, that's the image.
Yeah,
we
just
all
get out
have.
from behind the computer, right, and then just spit on each other or something. Pui.
Just
Uy,
Yeah, that's
putangin na.
easy. And what do we
Putangin
have? Jing is saying, you guys are cheating, Di Maharot. I can't explain the meaning of that word, but it's like they can't hoping, something like that. About Wisconsin saying they're very scared of playing up against Palos. Stop it. And you get to go ahead. And to be fair, Palos did win game 1 in great fashion, mind you. This time around, I mean, I do agree with Mike here a little bit more that I don't think you're going to be holding off on your shard for a bot. Yeah, you really
Yeah,
have to
I
go
get that, but it does feel a bit bad. Then again, it is a bristleback here. I thought it was more of an offlane. And they're gonna go NS1.
30 seconds
Yeah.
to battle.
Going to be carried. So there is a very good reason to kind of go for that. Let's see if that is the way that the bot goes. We are getting the high fives from Yo and Arnell. Haven't seen this in a
Lane
while.
Sinclair. And he left.
Wait, did Lane just like Lane Alphon?
Yeah, he
what,
did.
what? Where's Lane Sinclair? Where? He went in and he,
He
left.
left.
Come back!
Yeah.
Come back!
Akari goes down. First blood. Then Sanity
Yeah,
probably gonna
bot
fall though.
goes in exchange. That's maybe not as bad as you might. I mean, a bot does get first blood bonus. I don't know if he manages to stand out right before dying, but you are in a decent spot. You get all 3 bounty rings as well with first blood bonus. You will lose more, Joel, being chased down
Back.
just a bit, but not quite enough. As we do have, let me see, Mr. Lane here. Hello, Mr. Lane. How are you doing, Mr. Lane Sinclair?
Hello.
That's a
It's a
very
little soft.
quiet hello. You're very
Hello.
quiet. Put your mic closer, Mr. Lane.
Hello.
There you
There
are.
we go.
How are you, Mr. Lane? How are you feeling?
I am jet lagged.
Yeah, you just got back, of course. How are the boys feeling? You know, you guys took that series up against. What was their name? What were they
Mooding
watching?
Warriors
Yeah,
is what you're
Mooding
looking
Warriors,
for.
right? Yeah, Mooding Warriors. How was that?
Holding strong Talon jet lag.
Mooding strong jet lag. That's fair.
That one lose that?
Oh, Talon won, right? 2-1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they did. And that was an interesting one to watch. It's pretty fun.
How
Well,
big is
not
the
to me as a
jet lag?
dawnbreaker, so I don't know.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I was like, yeah, all right. we're
I mean, you
cooking
could see the
something.
idea, right? They were trying to hit some insane timing and then they missed it. Very
Yeah,
sad.
yeah, that's true.
It was a very big gambit.
Well, we never played it, so I don't know.
Yo, that's a leak right there. Hello.
Yeah, that's literally a leak. What the fuck?
Leaking no
Oh,
strats.
That's unbelievable. How they? Oh, maybe he's just coming on here just to say that so nobody respects it after they
yeah,
lost,
that's
and then
true,
they
that's true.
they
Yeah.
jump scare everyone else.
Yeah, and then we pick it again. Yes, yes.
That's the play.
Big brain.
Very good.
I mean, obviously your opponents are one of these two teams, Mr. Lane. You've got Kukuis or Kukuis. So, you know, Kukuis winning no matter what. That's going to be an interesting time. They got a good kill on Joel as well. How do you feel watching your boys Cox and Jing here? Mr. Lane, how are you feeling about this?
Hawks and Jing. They're on both different teams, so
Exactly. They're fighting
can
each
you do?
other. They broke up. Cox, I hear Cox has a girlfriend. You know, it's all over Facebook. So many girls
yes.
for Cox.
he has 4 girlfriends.
Yeah, it's insane.
God damn.
Cox is just
Yeah.
Are
rolling
they
in
his
it.
teammates right now? Like, are you? Is it all 4 of them? Can we confirm that they are women? Like,
They are women.
okay,
Oh, it might have 1 man. I don't know.
okay. Just mix it up. Keep it spicy. I like that.
Early game looking all right here. Armel is having a great time, as you'd expect, up against the puck. Not much Yoa can do, just randomly throwing out the Dragon Slave to not clip anyone. But not much being lost out. So far, outside of that first blood shenanigans, been a bit quiet outside of Joel maybe overstepping bot, so it's quiet times. You do have Akari also going for Night Rain, as we tend to see. Slightly longer nighttime. Start of night, sustainable enough. My concern is really Ponyo. Like, he's being annoying, sure, but you can't really line up for a kill on a Night Stalker at night. In fact, he's gonna get gone on with a lift back.
He's dead.
A little bit of poke. Not quite dead, you pessimist, Alphon.
This is the silencer experience though. I've been spamming silencer in my pubs, and like your lane just goes to absolute dog shit real quick. That's kind of vibes. You just wait. Like so it doesn't really go too well. You just try and survive. You feed maybe like 2 or 3 deaths early on, and then you just run mid and try and play with your mid. So that's kind of the idea, right? Because if you run mid, you press Arcane Curse on your way, he phase shifts, he's literally deceased.
Yeah, a couple of things. Why are you playing Silencer? Why are you spamming Silencer, man? Mike, why are you anti-fun? Why are you toxic?
I'm having a good
Get
time,
alive.
and I'm trying to gain MMR, fellas. You gotta
That's
respect the
also a
grind.
problem. Why are you playing Silencer if you're trying to gain MMR?
It's working. I'm on a 10-win streak.
Yo, what? Does
You're
mention
completely
sniper
missing
Mel
a
a while
teamfight
ago,
here,
and he
guys.
is fine. Yes, and now here we go. Ponyo, here comes the feed. One death,
Yeah.
double for Jing.
Yeah.
And there you go.
No, it's
That
fine
is-
though, because the whole angle back into this game is after he hits like 4 deaths, he buys shard and then he just farms people's intelligence. And then you get to the point where the Night Stalker can't even cast Dark Ascension. That's the plan, don't worry.
Imagine if Akari somehow forgetfully buys an axe and realizes he can't turn on Crippling Fear.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Dude, I feel so sad about the Night Stalker axe. I feel like in theory it's so cool, but there's no item build in the world that gives Night Stalker enough mana regen
No.
for that shit.
And it costs 6% mana.
It's so expensive.
It costs more than turning
You
on the
gotta-
spell. Yeah,
Yeah,
dumb.
what the fuck?
it's so dumb. And is it
It's
because
crazy.
of the ags you
I think
lose
if they lowered the original mana cost, it'd be nice.
Mana
but it's
cost
just-
6% per second is insane though.
Yeah. It's honestly insane.
Wait, it's max mana?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
max
mana.
mana.
So it's not even like remaining mana. So there's only like a set amount of time you can use it.
Oh, Jing! Oh, man, just
try.
bail out. Oh, don't manage to get that snipe, but I appreciate that. I do like to see a bot is probably just gonna go. Yes, this is what I like to see. Methodical with no blur, as real PA players do. I've seen people say, "Oh, John, you gotta get blur." Sometimes you do. There's nothing to dodge here, so you don't really need it. So
Yeah, just go
yes.
hard in the lane. Who cares? Akari is
Yeah.
daytime now. He can only walk. He can no longer stalk, as is dignified by his name. So he's not gonna be going very far if the PA gets on top of him.
Oh, action
a little bit
bot.
of
They
fight.
tried to burst down, get a good spear onto Eris in the end. It will be enough to clean up. The side of Chicken and Frenzo looking for more palos, spamming out that duel. They do manage to get the Dream Coil as well onto Joel. He does have a cluster clock, so time to be annoyed as well, but they will find him in the end. I hate this. You know what? Looking at this draft from Kukuis, this is the most toxic support duo you can play against. Fucking Shadow Shaman Silencer? Cluster Clock Double Global Silence? Hello?
Yeah, but this is also the type of support duo that you pick a Spectre and they literally just chain feed 20 deaths in a row.
That is true. It's still
They will
annoying.
Get fucked.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
true.
Night Stalker.
You got what?
They will get fucked by the Night Stalker later on.
Oh yeah, they will.
Yeah, true.
But they
And
are
the- and the
annoying.
puck.
I mean, it's still annoying. You know, like this is how I rate my bans in Dota 2 when I list my bans. I ban the most annoying shit. And Sniper is always annoying, so Sniper's always banned. AM is sometimes annoying if I run into an AM. in the previous game, I
Mikoto's
ban it.
annoying. Mikoto's annoying.
lane.
Mikoto's annoying as they do manage to get
Uh-oh.
the Dark Ascension off, and they're getting that chase down onto a bot. The mischances piling up, but here comes somewhere else inside. A good shackles out, and a bot acting as the bait buys enough space. Jing coming in on the side. Palos going through the gate
Wait,
as well.
Palos is
Will
here?
find Ponyo. They will find Akari in the end. Palos stuck in the middle. Does he have enough to do anything? No. No, he does not. Pops that wand. Doesn't have enough on the Lotus. Not enough time to pop the Lotus. Will fall. 3 for 1. As in the end, all they found was that silencer. I mean, at least they didn't die with Ponyo around, so he has no extra int. But
Bro,
that costs a
why
lot.
wasn't Yoe in that fight? What did you use his like TP for? He just wasn't there. I feel like he could have really turned that shit around. Very nice twin gates or slash TP rotation from Cox there. The arena kind of bailed them all out, huh? Like it felt like that fight was gonna go one way, and suddenly with the appearance of the mask, the team fight is just a bit too strong. He clips the Night Stalker's wings. That's kind of a very rough first use of the Dark Ascension, especially in the sort of
Oh,
daytime.
Akari.
you could go down again, and that would be a huge blow to your current
Kari.
game.
Yeah, nah, this is
Yeah,
not
Kari's
good.
gone.
Abat's gonna get the last right click. One more. The tree plant's not enough. One more. Oh,
No,
Joel takes the
Joel,
tax.
what the fuck?
Joel learned. He's a kukui. He learned from Cuckoo. Take the kill.
That's crazy.
Take the kill.
That's crazy.
We've
It's
seen
not like
so
the
much.
Insanity was not gonna get that, right? It's literally daytime.
Yeah.
The Night Stalker's
Yeah.
so slow. That was just fucked up.
Nah, it's the support tax. Cuckoo's fault. Blame Cuckoo. It's his
wait,
fault.
wait,
Okay,
who's Akari again?
Karma.
Asta Karma.
Oh, what? He's
As a
playing-
support player, I support
Offlane?
I support that position.
The
Yeah.
last hit, the Night Stalker. What the fuck?
Yeah, I
they're stealing
support
some
that.
stacks. Eris starting to clear out a little bit, which is nice. Not really clearing out all of it. Laguna casually spear does not connect. Dragon save as well.
Dyer's top
The
tower.
Bat Rider gets to walk away. But they will keep the stacks. At the very least, they take the stacks. Eris is having good
Yeah, I
luck.
refuse
spearhead.
to believe that Amel genuinely thought they would get the kill there. That was like just a that legit was just like fuck off right now.
If
Like
he
get
hit the
fuck off.
spear though, if he hit the spear, he would have
Yeah,
been
yeah,
dead.
yeah, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
If he hit the
That
spear.
spear felt so ambitious, to say the least.
Yeah.
Like he was already gone though.
Yeah.
It could have reached him. Like the range was there, just not the aim.
Is Lane
Hey,
saying it's Cox's fault?
It's just a fuck off a jungle Laguna Blade.
Yeah, literally, it's about sending the message. It's less about actually getting the kill.
Yeah, and they do send that message. Rune control, fight, illusion rune. Yoa dive deep for that. Does
He
find it. The
died.
shackles are there. Good lift back. And the dream coil out. Will Yoa survive? No, the arena's out from Cox. They've got the damage to kill out. A bot shows up as well. This is a PA with no items outside of power treads as they kill off Jing.
Damn.
Fukui's essence.
Three people died for an illusion rune.
Yeah,
But
that
that's
was
thinking.
kind of crazy. And again, a bot.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not sitting back and farming. He's joining these fights. He's coming in. He's still gonna have a decent timing into Battle Fury. 1.1k
It's a
gold away.
methodical PA.
That it is.
Yeah.
I'm
watch
glad
themselves, yeah.
methodical PA is picking up.
Yeah, me
Like
too.
people call me stupid
Okay,
for picking
can
that passive.
someone explain it to me? Like, why is it actually good? Because I can understand that,
Batter crits.
you know,
Batter burst.
like guaranteed crits, sure, but like why is it good?
It's a higher percent. It's a higher percent crit. 50% more.
Like flat
So it's
out.
just straight out. Yeah, straight out more damage. You don't
Okay.
get that
But at the
random
same
double
time,
crit in a
it's-
row. But it's just so much damage,
It's
and
not
it allows you to.
explosive.
Yeah, it does take away from like blur dagger plays. You're not emphasizing that at all, so you're much more in your
Yeah.
face. But it just allows you to go for S and Y. I think is the big thing for me, because normally in a normal PA you don't really want to waste that slot in S and Y. On this build, you use the attack speed a lot better. You do need a stat res because you are really just jumping in
Right.
like a maniac. So it allows a bit more of a aggressive PA than it would
Okay.
with what's the other one with the blur one? Like it's
Because I just feel like a lot of the PA is the burst factor, right? You jump in and then you land one crit, two crits, a dagger, and then you just finish them off before they can react.
Eris
Oh,
got caught out
Joel?
sneaking in the back. Joel manages to get control, and Eris is going to be another freebie for a bot. And that's going to be his Battle Fury gold
Not it.
this time.
Aw.
Joel, that's not
Yeah, I
keen
thought-
of. Okay.
I thought
I might even throw the serpent wards on that.
you would have thrown your fucking serpent. Okay, that's just a little fucked
That's
up.
based. That's a little bit based.
That's probably the reason why I went back to Divine.
Oh, a little bit of body blocking. Unlucky. I don't think Joel was gonna reach anyway. But actually, this is you know, Lane was saying that these two supports get eaten up by the Night Stalker. It's true, but only if these supports are not with their team, right? Like we've seen a few fights now where the Night Stalker's kind of caught up on the front line, and then the Shadow Shaman literally just walks in and shackles him. And it's a miserable existence to be tied down like that as the Night Stalker.
It is. You do have to show some respect for that control. And Shadow Shaman has a ton of that in spades. 6-10 game state, 3k lead for the Kukuis, Essence, as they are having themselves a lot stronger of a start. Like Armel on Selena is starting to pop off. Number one in net worth as you'd expect. Ag's timing is going to be on point, 3 parts away still. 2 parts in terms of gold. Close to just.
Is
Yeah.
it really Kukui's Essence? Are they
Yeah, did
sponsored by
merge.
Essence?
I think they
Nice.
merged the stacks because Armel used to be Essence, right? So I think they're just maybe a trial basis before fully integrating onto Essence, but it seems that way at the moment. Which is nice that, you know, a smaller org like that is trying to find a way to slot
Yep.
these guys in.
I mean,
It's nice.
DJ's on Mongol, so oh,
Yeah, oh, they get the jump in. They get Cox out, trying to burn down. Akari, still alive for now. Spear will clip and Cox
Nice
comes up.
spear.
And I think Mr. Lane, we'll pretend that we didn't hear that. I mean, look, Mongol, DJ is playing with Mongols. We were questioning that, so hey, it's fine.
hey,
No need to
hey,
go oops like
JL
that.
is there. I'm not gonna question it.
Shout out to you, JL.
Lost their top tower.
Dumensch finds top, and again, Kukuis are rallying quite nicely in this game. Palos, what the hell are you doing here solo?
Wow.
Gets
He's
speared
trying
back
to contest
and
the
is
wisdom
dead.
rune.
Yeah, he can.
Oh,
he's
that's
dead.
a huge coil
Oh,
though after 3.
big coil. Can they find a follow through? But after Bristleback, where's the damage? Global Science comes in as well, and Eris doesn't get the lasso off, will die. Yoa dodges out the spear, does manage to jump away. And they won't be able to get more as Akari shackled
Oh,
up, but
this
they're not
really
willing to
deep.
dive. They do kill off Ponyo. At least everyone else will back off. Abat, Armel, Joel, Cox do bail out. They did
That's
find the
so
wisdom.
big. They get the wisdom, they get kills, and they only lose Ponyo. How can they do that?
I mean,
Yeah, that kind of felt illegal. I think, like, it seemed like Palos was a bit antsy to get to that wisdom rune. Can you imagine if they actually got that dream coil first and then Palos comes in with his axe? Like,
Yeah.
that they actually straight up just win the fight, right?
there should be no way, yeah.
Uy, Cox. This
Cox
Cox so ballsy.
Playing ballsy. Trying to get that
Is that,
spear
is
back.
that what happens when you get a girlfriend? You become
When
more
you get 4? When you
ballsy.
fit 4 girls?
Yeah, your cox actually expands exponentially for each subsequent girlfriend. So he's like up 12 times the girlfriend now.
Oh lord. I think one thing as well that we didn't talk about. Like we were talking about this bristleback needing to have the answer in PA shards. When you have more spear, that's not really necessary. I think that's one big part.
Yeah,
like a bot
true.
is just going for the standard S and Y. Dream coil out onto one. If they can't find this kill on a bot, you've got problems. Get the coil break,
Yeah,
get
they
the
got
lasso as
lasso.
well. And there you go. Cost them 2 ultimates, but you'll take it. Heck, they even pop the Dark Ascension. Akari's looking for a little bit more. Gets the silence off. Wants to jump onto Ponyo. Doesn't have the
Blade
damage by
mail?
himself. I don't mind that against
That's
PA.
interesting.
I think it makes sense against PA specifically. Even
Mm-hmm.
to an extent, Lina.
The dire and bot.
Just there's a lot of good damage to reflect. And it's some armor. Because, I don't think you'd want to rush something like AC Shivas or Lotus even. So this is your next item choice for some armor, some durability here.
Yeah, true.
Not
Can kind of
ideal.
help you farm during downtime as well. It's not, yeah, like you said, it's not like an Echo Saber, it's not like a Midas, but it's like a nice little intermediary. It's not like he's having a great game either. He just kind of got bullied a little bit in that top lane after the first night time. So Akari on a road to recovery a little bit here. They commit the Serpent Wards mid to try and pressure with the catapult. I think they're gonna get this tower. No one in the area to really defend. You're probably gonna try for deny.
Radiance denied.
I
Unlucky.
actually can't see if he can find it nice. Does he get the arena off as well? Well, if he kill off Eris, they'll find Yoen. Not quite manages to jump out. But does he have enough? No, the ticks are there from Ponyo. 11 int on the silencer.
Tower is under attack.
He's feeling good about himself.
Oh,
Drained
Mel's
that
hasted though.
intelligence away.
Kujing is not getting out of this one.
Nope, not as well. Follow throughs there. Stolen Laguna's funny. Not enough to find a kill. And they will get double going for Armel. The Chief is clapping twice. He's getting that extra rights, man.
Radiance middle tower isn't looking so good.
Lane wasn't here for that joke.
Oh, yeah, no,
hearing
Jim
this for
was
the
saying-
first time.
So a while ago, Jim was like, one rice mid versus only rice mid.
Nice mid. Well,
Yeah.
it was mid
Yoa and Armel, yeah.
Okay.
No, but
one
it
rice.
makes. I mean, you're seeing the additional rice come into play. Look at Armel.
Oh,
He is
yeah.
absolutely benching these fools right now.
Oh yeah, he's carbo loaded. Can run the marathon. Dude. It's all set.
Someone in chat asked, "Does Alphon got GF?"
Yeah, last year. Geek fam.
Hashtag once a geek, always a fam. Am I right?
Yes. I got geek fam last year.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. True.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that is true. That is true. Smoke out.
Dire's top tower
9 to
isn't looking so
18.
great.
Chicken and friends trying to look for an angle.
On
They do
top
find
lane.
it up top, but it's only Joel. Poor little Shadow Shaman.
Dire's top tower is
So they
under
don't
attack.
find anything
The
bigger.
rest of the team are kind of smoking towards them as well. I think they're assuming that Kukuis are gonna try and contest, but I think the one thing about playing with Night Stalker is if you see that Dark Ascension and only your support is being picked off, you just play out the side of the map, right? We see Kukui's immediately adjusting their position to the bot instead.
And this is getting scary. Like, a bot has that full SNY, going Satanic. And this is really where this methodical
Lasso.
PA shines. Oh, Lasso? Did he manage to get...
Cox with the Yule's gonna buy himself some time, and Ares able to hide away with the Glimmer Cape for now. Amel still on the chase though.
Spearback doesn't
Blink
connect.
for
Global Silence there. They do clip out Yoe. Is still alive. Didn't quite get caught in GS with the fuels.
So the one thing about GS is that, if I'm not mistaken, the Yules alone cancels out the reverberating silence as well. Because basically the second
level.
instance procs while you're still in the air.
Yeah.
So by the time you're down, you're fine. You
Yeah,
just
well,
need to time it properly.
Yeah, it's really down to that. I mean, it's still annoying. It does take care of it.
Yeah.
Still, I guess you've got the counteraction going on Yoa, so it's not as annoying as it could be. But you're still in dire straits. I mean, 10 to 19, you're getting some good recovery on Palos. He's caught up to Armel's farm and to Abat's farm to an extent. He's got that Glimmer Cape up to protect from the magical output of Arlena. So there's some good things coming out here for the side of Chicken and Friends. They've managed to drop that lead down. It's a little bit higher last time around, just evening out just a tad bit. It's a little ways to go.
What's
here.
going on here? Cox with the setup on the top lane, just gonna miss that spear blink away in shame.
No. Now Ponyo gonna get lifted up and will be falling. Nice little
silence
3D.
experience.
Roshan just
He was
stalled us
trying
out
to get
for
the
a
deny, but he
moment.
realized like half a second too late. He seems slowly try and turn with the 6 goo on him. Like,
I thought it was gonna hit though. Like Roshan's quite
Yeah.
big, so
Looked like he was
unlucky.
gonna run into him. It's unlucky.
yeah.
I don't know if the
Roshan for sure,
Roshan
Unli
rush.
Rice.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Unli Rice Roshan would have been enough with a one run to kill him off.
Yeah,
with a
that's
deny. They spot
You know what,
Eris.
Reese is here.
Straight up dust. Get the spear back as well, and an entire
Holy
combo.
shit.
Joel finds it.
Dude, what was that hit? They all 4 TP'd in to fuck up that Bat Rider. What's going on?
I think they were expecting.
They were
a little bit
literally
more.
split across the map, and they all just came in here just to fuck him up.
I think they didn't expect the Battery to walk up there without allies, like because of that action bot, right? They
Oh, I
expected
guess
maybe a
so.
little
I
bit
guess
more
so.
to
Maybe
come
they
in,
thought they
but
were finding a team fight.
Yeah, no
That's
one shows
friend.
up.
It's friendship.
Friendship.
Kuku's
Kuku's
friendship. TP, everyone TP.
Nice.
That's it. That's all they need. Let's see here. 4K lead, narrowing down a little bit for Kukuis. Still have some big spikes. Armel going for the Aether Lens into the full E-Blade. So that's going to be pretty amazing for Lena once that's up with the Ags and Shard. We've got, again, Satanic Rush here for a bot. And that's really the way to play, just methodical. You just go tanky, you jump in, you rely on your fatter crits, fatter reliable crits, you go all in on stats. He does have the one value point in Blur, which can be useful. There are some projectiles to dodge, I suppose, some things to dodge, but yeah, you're allowed to go fatter. You're allowed to go a little bit tankier on methodical because of this build-up, the item build. Eris again, getting some deep wards under vision, so they should be able to clear that out with Cox and with Abat, and they will. 11 to 20.
So the one thing I will say is that I like this sort of strategy or this timing that Chicken and Friends are looking at, right? They're trying to get BKBs on both Night Stalker and Bristleback, and that'll be their go time, so they can circumvent the whole global silence, all those shenanigans from the Shadow Shaman. But Kukuis are also kind of hitting a pretty nice timing, and Amel has really yet to be stopped.
Eris?
Nice little smoke break there from Ares. Serpent Wards? That's a Mayu-ass play right there.
Mayu-ass play, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just
Mayu
drop the
ass
fucking
is
Serpent
good.
Wards with the last hit.
Yeah, doesn't even find it. That's a sad
Yeah,
part.
exactly. Sad. Miserable.
It's just not what you want here.
What's all with this commitment to bat?
They really hate it, Joel, I guess. Or Eris. He's not a kukui. I think legitimately he's the only one that's not.
Wait,
too
is he
deeply
actually
involved
not?
with
I mean, Ponyo isn't a Kukui technically.
Yeah, Ponyo and Eris
Both
are probably
crossfire.
more of the outsiders. Just a bit.
Holy shit, Unli Rice just obliterates single Rice. That's fucking insane.
Oh, yeah.
Solo kill. Like, just randomly pushing out a lane too. That's crazy.
You gotta be careful in that puck. Just a bit. If you get flipped, you're dead. You will clear out Roshan for free as well. Age is gonna go the way of probably a bot here, as they will kill off Armel while he's left alone.
Okay.
9 godlike kill streak coming out for Eris. He gets his sweet revenge. Not his age is still going the way of Kukui's, but that's a pretty big kill to trade off for that one.
Yeah, I was just complimenting him too. I'm like, wow, nice one, Chief. And then he just fucking tries to farm like 2 more waves or some shit.
Yeah, it's a little
Unlucky.
bit greedy. Just a bit greedy. Does get punished.
He claps twice and he gets attended to, literally.
Yeah, that he does. Yields out from Cox, isolating away Eris again. Glimmer Cape will stall for some time, but Dust is there. Get the spear, and the bot will get the cleanup.
Dyer's bottom tower.
No Serpent Warrant from Joel unless they're on cooldown.
The hate they have for this bat is unreal. Like, this is some cyberbullying level of like... How many arenas has Cox dropped for any other player comparatively to this bat?
None. Maybe 1. It's all been
Yeah, right.
Eris. They hate him. Again, assigned to the non-Kukuis. You can't do the same to Ponyo, so they'll just bully Eris instead. As it would. As you would. It is looking... I'd say it's still not too bad, right? In terms of net worth, in terms of game state. Like, Palos is still farming. He's going for Shivas. You do have that BKB up and running on Akari, going for his own SNY. Like, it's not a bad game state. They're only 3k behind. It just feels like Kukuis have so much more plays. Eris is dead. Eris is just respawning and dying, man.
Dude, they just ignored the tier 2 tower just to put that ward up, wait for Eris to come out of base and fucking E-Blade Laguna his ass. Like, they don't even care about the objective. They're like, okay, first, in terms of priority, we kill Eris, and then we talk.
Yeah. It feels like that's it. Just kill Eris
What the
first.
hell?
Bully out this Bat Rider. Sure, he can't get 4-staff blink. No items whatsoever. to
His
speak of.
priority is Ares.
Yeah.
Not even winning the game, you know, it's just Ares.
No. Yeah, it's just hurt. He's 9 deaths
Alright.
in. 10
Yeah,
deaths
fuck
in.
that guy.
Yeah.
Actually, if you don't count the Bat Rider deaths, I think, like, Chicken and Friends are actually in the kill score lead. Oh, Coil?
Left back. Bot. Just outside of range. Just trying to get that jump in. There are 2 lives in this PA. Instant Hex and the Shackles out to hold Akari down. Meanwhile, the lasso does connect into the bat line. Ponyo will be blown up before the Global Silence. Get a good arena though. They've blown out Palos with that break on hand. Bristleback just dead. Not that they needed a break again. He was speared back anyhow. Jing to go as well. And Kukui's Essence looking like they'll be able to force us.
Oh,
into
look
game
at Jewel!
3 or Mel.
Are you
Gets
serious?
sniped by Jewel. He expects that movement back. Gets the shackle
Holy
out.
fuck.
And the pause. Joel's asking, are you still there,
Holy-
Yoa? You still there? Lag, wait, a disconnect from a bot? I don't know if that's real lag. I don't know if that's real.
Admin! fake call for admin.
Lag legit, says Armel. The laughing
Holy.
faces are in.
Bro,
Yo,
Jules
Palos going-
actually fucking cracked that shit. So the park in this like tier 1 right above here, this area, literally jumps like Waning Rifts away. And his first instinct is to fucking TP immediately to that tier 2 top, blink into the triangle, and wait for the puck to John there. He's in fucking Yoe's mind, man.
Yeah, he is. Got a good read in that one.
Radiant's
And
middle
just
tower.
Dude,
follow
Jules
through.
actually so cracked. Jules actually insane.
He is. He's actually
Radiant's
popping
middle
off.
tower
Like
is down
it's
for
like
the
what you
count.
said. One would wonder why didn't he go to this position earlier? No?
Yeah, what's he doing? Why did he?
I think it's
do
also
that?
because there was a lack of off lanes in the teams he was going to, right? Like
I guess
Atomic,
so.
Grind Sky, I think
Radiant's
those
bottom
teams.
tower is
There,
under
there
attack.
was a lack of off lanes.
And before
basi-
there was a lack of boss tree, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like that was the time when a Raging Buckarino was still
Radiant's
around,
bottom
Raging
tower is in
Potato,
trouble.
and there was still a
Oh,
severe
yeah,
lack, right? Like that era, and that was the era Joel was coming in. And so it was him, it was maybe Kimizu as well was in that era of newer players. So there was a little bit of a dearth in like off lanes for the smaller teams. So I think that's why. Except now, in bigger teams now, old mids are going off lane. So there's a room to just transition to maybe support.
Old carriers are going off lane.
Yeah, old mids carries are going off.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking
Except
so great.
Armel. Good old Armel. The chief is still
Old
has.
off laner going past 5. Oops.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
What,
tower
is that
is in
this on
trouble.
Bosku? Kuku?
This is a compliment. My
Huh?
boss.
No, your boss, the big boss. Smoke out from Kukuis. And a bot will just go straight into the tier 2. No problems. Really has nothing to worry about. I love this build. Just no BKB, just Satanic to dispel. You're fine. Global Silence as well to get the catch out onto Jing. Jing will TP away though. So that's a lot of commitment. Laguna out as well, and he's just fine. That's a lot. Like Global Silence Arena, Laguna, smoke out. This is the big opportunity for Chicken and Friends. A bot in no man's land. Silenced
What
up,
the
held up,
hell?
lassoed up. Yule's there to
What are you
save
doing?
for a moment. He does manage to regen with the Aegis popping in the air, but a bot? Not gonna life steal this one out. Palos gets that kill, and that's a big one.
How does that
541
even
plus
happen? Why is he
1024.
doing that by himself?
I have no clue.
Dyer's middle tower is
What is that?
Who used it? Was it Yoe?
It looked like Yo, yeah. It's
It
his
must
on
have been. I
cooldown.
mean, there was only one guy over Yules in that
Yeah,
fight.
none of the
'cause
supports,
to
they don't have
stop
win
the
rate.
Aegis, right? To stop the Aegis.
Yeah, it still went
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
It did regen still. Catch out Cox. And somehow Chicken and Friends still stay in the game. In fact, they're chasing for more. They find Ponyo. Jump forward from Akari. They've got the damage for this one. And Ponyo's gone. What?
Yeah, I don't really know. That was maybe they need another pause because it seems like they're really lagging. Something's lagging. It's not.
temporary.
I don't really know what that was about. Like it was looking. I mean, it still does look good for them. The PA is still top network. When she respawns and they come back together, they are still in the lead. But it's just weird. Like why did they make that play? There was nothing really in the mid lane to be gained from sticking around anyway.
Yeah, and again, that stems off of this failed kill on Jing. They dropped Arena, they dropped GS, they dropped Laguna. Somehow Jing doesn't die. And maybe they forget to pop all those ultimates. Maybe a bot just kind of forgets that there is still some power here on Chicken and Friends if you overextend. They still maintain that lead, like you said. It's not enough to swing the game fully, but it does give a shot in the arm for the side of Chicken and Friends here. And the Kukuis have to be a little bit careful. I mean, again, I do feel like their scaling's better overall. There is a point where the Night Stalker can be quite nice, though, I suppose. He is fairly tanky every time it's nighttime. Can be hard to kill off. But it hasn't felt like an issue just yet. Smoke out from the Kukuis. And Joel's already said, man, he's lucky. Psychic Headband plus Aetherlance. Doesn't have Eye of Vizier, which is slightly better, but hey. You know, this is a long-reaching Shackle Hex. Just needs someone to catch out. Akari will run out in the nick of time. And again, Smoke doesn't look like it's going to be panning out just yet.
Roche might spawn in 35 seconds though. You gotta imagine that Kukuis are aware of that timing just because of how highly valuable that Aegis
Palos?
is gonna be specifically for a Palos turn to...
It's
Okay.
okay.
BKB TP out. Glimmer Cape saving his life. There's no...
Jewel, no detection, very cringe.
Oh, down mid.
That's a
Cox
Mayu
almost
play right
falls.
there. It's a
That's a
Mayu.
Mayu play right there. They jump out.
Okay.
Onto Akari. The Blade Mail's doing some work. BKB
Forced
will
to
be
pop the
popped
BKB,
on,
painful.
but does bail out at the very least, so they don't lose anything. Except for the BKB
They can kind of
charge.
go, right? Roche is gonna respawn in 24 seconds. This is a very, very short time. They can just grab...
Did I lose Permacenes for a moment there? You just said they just grab and then I did. He's gone. You there,
Maybe he grabbed
Permacenes?
something. Maybe he grabbed something.
Just grabbed
yeah, it was
something?
gone.
My
Oh,
mic,
Mike.
I actually muted my mic and I couldn't fucking turn it back on.
No, I thought my headset was broken for
Yeah, sorry guys. I didn't mean to bait you like that. Yeah, but they can just go into Roche, right? Lol.
Yes.
Do they know there's up?
They're gonna know now.
Oh.
They walk.
No,
through the
Ares will know, but I don't know about Kukuis.
gate. They should. They should check. They should go up the gate.
Good.
Aris could make a play,
Yes.
but yeah, don't.
Awful.
What?
Now reading a chat comment. Is Alphona on your rice guy or one rice guy? I was an on your rice guy before.
Now you're a brown rice guy. I'm a brown.
Now
rice
it's
guy.
a potato guy.
Oh my god! Because of your Europe time. Oh, look, you're so
Yes.
refined.
Oh,
full
that's
on
miserable.
potatoes.
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
that's fucking sad, man. I feel bad. Sorry, Alphon.
Yes.
Go into the Roche.
It's
A bot or Eris. Can you steal?
I
mean,
bet
the fellow-
$5 you won't get this Aegis duel.
Dude, the Roche is gonna raw. Ares, his patience is gonna pay off, but
Ares, no,
it's a bit too slow.
Too late. No, he doesn't even find the banner.
Oh, do they not see the Firefly? I guess they're already outside of the pit.
Yeah, they were out. Ares is fine. They're still hanging around this area. And the smoke is still there, and the pinks are coming out. What the hell is happening here?
Are they expecting
Do they want
like
Ares?
Chicken and Friends to come take a fight or something? Like the way they're posturing makes it seem like they think they're coming.
Ares. Oh! The ward was dropped in time from Ponyo. They've got him. Goodbye, Ares again.
Fucking like.
Yeah, just kill him. Just get it done.
Okay. Wait,
Oh.
Mayu just died. Bye bye, Mayu.
Oh, Mayu did disappear. Do you manage to get the pull on? And they get the
Oh,
spear
nice
onto
arena.
Akari. Big arena trapping too, but a BKB ult out. Not enough for Akari as the dagger flies out. And Kukui's Essence again looking like they'll give us a game number 3. As Mayu is AFK, I'll just drag her back up.
Cox killed Jing. Beat up
Cox.
Kane and a bell.
That's exactly what Cox wants. Assert dominance over his old teammate. His old lane partner. Your laning duo, Mr. Lane. Fighting each other.
The brothers. The ogre.
brothers.
Ogre Magi. The twins.
It's funny because they go all the way back to like their first time on Neon, right? That's where they first came in. And,
Yeah.
and Cox was still avatar mode on mid.
Avatar mode. What the hell?
I kid you not. When the two of them together, they're literally ogre. There's just zero int with them. Conversation.
Makes sense to me. I can see that. They dig in. Tier 3 falls. The Serpent Ward's still getting work done. Not much he can really do to stop this. E-Blade out. At the very least, Palos isn't taking damage. No Lagoon Flying either. He's trying his best to hold off on these wards. Oh, the jump in, the breaks there, the BKB. They get the pin down with the arena with a spear back as well. And now no backup from Ares, no lasso, no hope, no buyback on Palos for 80. Age is still up for 2 minutes 40. There's no way you stop a bot. Sight of Vice up for Cox. More control to come in. And they'll just take it. Another tier 3 set to go.
Apollo, shouldn't you bought like a... what do you call this? The
Sanj?
endurance something? Endurance something instead of the Shiva?
Endurance? Endurance.
Fuck.
Radiant's top racks just got
Shroud, I
Endurance?
mean Shroud.
Oh, Eternal Shroud.
Eternal
Eternal Shroud is
Shroud.
what he's trying.
Yeah.
Nah, but he has a
I mean, it
he has a
doesn't.
glimmer.
I mean, his problem is that he's getting broken up by the PA, right? And like the
And
only
speared.
thing that deals with that is like BKB.
Pretty much. Like, he needs a BKB. Like, it's really the
I mean,
spear, I
Ace-
think.
I mean,
Chain
Ace is
stun and
good.
spear.
It's good against the attack speed too, I guess.
It makes enough sense. But not doing enough work here. Dark Ascension
Trying
to
to
the
get
side.
Amel,
Arena
but
is
Amel
gone.
pops the BKB very easy.
Yeah, they don't manage to pin anything in the arena either. Abot's still fine. Aegis again, still a minute 40 as they poke and prod. Not much they can do to stop this. Dream Coil in the back. Yoa trying to find a simple support kill, but even that's not that simple. Espana will have true. Get
Oh,
the jump
Akari's
out, and
just gonna get
Akari is already
melted.
deleted. Buyback out from Akari. They catch out Eris as well, and he's just set to go. Jing down for the count. As Yoa stuck in, well, Akari's stuck in no man's land. They get the Yules out onto Armel. Can they get this kill? No secondary life
Oh, they
for
don't
him.
have
The jump
vision,
forward.
but the Quills
Yoa
will
does
find
manage to
him.
kill. Maybe more. No. TP out from Joel. Cox forced the BKB. Here comes the bot turning back in. Again, still has Aegis for a little bit more time. BKB ready to go as well. They get the spear. Don't quite have the break. The Sancers are stacking up, but Palos isn't that tanky. BKB in now. Glimmer Cape try to save Abyssal onto an illusion.
Oh, this
Really
is
managed to find it. Now
awkward
Bot is
now.
now by himself,
Oh, Palos.
getting kited around. Oh, doesn't quite get the last jump in. Palos will survive. Will you try to re-engage though? Palos says yes. Palos says yes. I want to go in. Getting some damage off. No BKB for some time.
There's a global silence available.
Ghost Scepter saves here for Akari as a bot. Again, is just stuck. Is just gonna get jumped now. Lasso is ready and it will get done and they finally kill a bot. Takes forever, costs them 2 sets of racks. They find that PA in the end.
Why does it feel like Abad was down there by himself for a good 2 whole minutes? Like his whole team just died and he like... I don't know. I thought Kukuis were gonna try and commit some buybacks to try and join their carry and help him out a little bit. But I guess there's no good TP point anyway.
No.
Like the closest one you have is your outpost in the triangle, which is a bit too far. He did have that sort of global silence to cover him, but it's like
It's
that's
2
so
minutes.
weird.
It's enough for a walk.
Yeah, right. Like the Cuckoo's guys, as soon as they died, one of them just fucking went out to like smoke a cigarette or something, and like they just paid no attention. They're just like, all right, good luck, then.
Yeah.
The fuck?
That's what it felt like. Joel just walks past as well. Is Joel going to try to go for something sneaky? Serpent wards drop when the creep waves pushed in? No. They TP. They want to catch something instead, but no one down here.
They just
Go
catch
for
the Tormentor.
Yeah, pretty much it. Take a free shard for
might die.
themselves.
Monkus?
Gets to live. It's fine. It's fine.
What did
He
Joel
gets a
do?
shard. Oh, he was just running across the map and then TP'd away. I was like, is he going to try to sneak something out? No. Ponyo will get sniped
Oh,
out.
what? He's just walking a bit too close to the mid lane. They saw him with the daytime vision, so Yoei just grabs his opportunity and jumps.
Yeah,
I will
nice
say
little-
that despite all the mess, we haven't really talked about this part. He's not doing the best in terms of net worth, but I think he's doing a good job just finding opportunities to get into these backlines and harass the supports. It's clearly not enough. If not, they'll probably be winning. But he's doing a very good job evading capture for the most part.
That he is. And it's not like it's an easy puck game, right? Like you've got, again, the
Not at
Shadow
all,
Shaman would reach with a blink. There's a lot of things to keep you down, but Yoa is managed to dance around and keep them in the game. 21 to 35, Kukuis. Again, still in the lead, 15k up. Like, you've got a bot going for this full nullifier. I'm hoping. If it's a divine, that's very spicy. Is this a divine? He doesn't have the helm. He does go for... Does he have the helm on him? No, okay, he does. But it's like, no way he'd go divine. Nullifier it is. Nice and safe. No saves from Ghost Scepters any longer. So he will just get his kills. And now they smoke on Kukuis. Chicken and Frenzo hugging top. Not for long. Eris will be our sacrificial ward. He does have his blink on the Batrider. There's that. Now, 4 silences to come in with a refresh on Ponyo. Feeling good on that silencer. This is when you have fun, right? Just casual silence
Oh, they
on mid as
burst
Palos dies.
Palos.
And they still have another global silence as well. And no buyback
that
still
buyback
on
though?
Palos. The chicken has no buyback still. Yoet trying to drag a little bit of a chase going. Guess wrong. On the side of Kukuis.
I think I'll try and bait. They have vision of Yoei. Yoei knows where Ponyo is. Ponyo has no way of getting out of here. He will hex now. Spear, everything's gonna miss. You also buy him time. Refresh for the global silence as he comes down, but he's still hasted up. There's the shackle. They'll find that pesky part. Yoei overplays his hand a little bit. Now,
Bot's by
Densanity is
himself.
alone down here.
Pushing alone. Do manage to get Armel back into it, but to get the lasso true to BKB. A bot still gonna be happy for now. Does not have that protective nest any longer. Yoa playing poke into the back. Does get Yule stuff into the air. Does get held back, and Yoa is just gone.
Oh, GG. He's done.
There is no way. Yeah, no way without that. GG is called from Jing. And we get a game 3. Kukuis versus Kukuis. The content keeps flowing. We'll get a
That's
game 3
crazy.
out of this one.
Just keep the games going. It's more money for Gabby and Cuckoo.
Yeah. Streaming all
true.
the way there in the green platform, which
Sorry, not Gabby. Did Cuckoo actually just start streaming after Talon immediately won?
No, we discussed first. We discussed first. Come on, come on.
Like, did he just won? He's like, okay, fellas, and then he just fucking presses start stream.
No. The funny thing is, we discussed like for probably like 15 minutes. Then I can hear from his voice that he's in a hurry.
he wants he has that stream to catch, that content to catch.
It was like nothing for me, guys. Let's go.
Nothing for me, guys. Isn't he the fucking captain? What do you mean nothing for me, guys? It sounds like
No, that was
someone trying to get out.
after 15 minutes of like talking.
Okay.
Nothing for
okay.
me.
He's like, as soon as the game ends, he like starts a timer on his fucking phone, and once it hits 15 minutes, he's like, yeah, that'll satisfy Lane, it'll be fine. Guys, nothing for me. Fucking insane.
I mean, we only discuss like, I mean, you can see from the games that, I mean, we don't have to discuss like game 1, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But then game 2 and game 3, it was more than 15 minutes, I think so. But yeah,
Fair.
I mean, as a team, we don't want to talk a lot, especially if it's just like personal mistakes. So you're like, you kind of like give the responsibility to the player. So,
Yeah,
who
that's fair,
want to
that's fair.
talk? Who want to talk for 1 hour? Who doesn't want to talk for an hour?
Hey, I know some teams that do
I
that.
mean- I don't know whether this is insider information. I guess I'm just curious, but are you guys like, of course you guys are not all together, right? Like the team isn't at a house or anything. Then you're saying like, okay, after the match you guys just discuss about what happened in that game. Then is there sort of any additional prep that goes into like, the next day or anything like that? Because I assume, at least in my mind as a caster, I'm always thinking, oh, the teams, they're gonna watch these other teams play and like try and prepare for them. Is that a thing?
Yeah. I mean, all teams I kind of do that, like especially before the match. I don't think it's much of a value information, but we do like. I mean, this is a rolling schedule, so like after when the game 2 is over for the preceding series, so like gather around in Discord and prepare for the next match.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, and the fuck around if it goes to game 3. If it goes to game 3, it's like, okay, guys, meet you guys in another 30 minutes or so. Go do something else.
Yeah. Something else. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that-
game 3, more content. Smile.
Yeah, more
Kukui
content.
Wallet's very pleased.
Yeah, you know what? I'm honestly, game 2 is a little bit boring. I want to see some spice back. Game 1 was pretty nice. We'll see if game 3 is any spicier, but this is where the content has to kick its peak. Act 3 coming up after a bit short break. I'll just mute my stream and I'm
Yeah.
gonna chill.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gents, we're back into game 3 of our content. Chicken Friends up against Kukuis. We've already got the draft on hand. And we do see the Lena first pick from Chicken Friends straight into the Nyx counter on Kukuis, which I like. And we have the Timbersaw, Clockwork, Bristleback being banned by Chicken and Friends. Kukuis, for their part, ban out the Zeus, the Alchemist, the Abaddon, and the Tiny. So a little bit different here in Game 3. Should be a fun one. I'm joined by Mr. Lane, St. Clair, Mayu, and Permasneeze Mike. How are we all feeling into Game 3 here?
We have Discount Mike over here.
Discount.
Yeah.
Mike.
I'm the second choice. They couldn't get real MLP, so they're just like he looked at his contact list. He called the first mic. He couldn't get him, so he's like, okay, I guess I'll settle for this one. Fucking knockoff Singaporean version.
10 seconds left.
Nah, you called me, buddy. You made me. It's like, all right, the qualifiers.
That's true. I did bother you. I was like, John, wanna cast a little? You're like, all right, man.
I mean, it is fun. We've got content, right? We've got content.
That's true.
It's good. It's good stuff. Good
Were you
content.
casting since the first series?
No, I slept through the first series. I was like, Had lunch, helped around the house, so I didn't join the first series. Too early.
5 seconds, boss.
10 is too early.
Yeah. Tough. I'm surprised that the Nyx Assassin made it through. I feel like it's so astronomically more powerful than the Bounty or Ricky. Like, you can really reach a point where you're solo killing heroes in comparison to them, alongside all the information that you're already getting. So
Radiant's back.
I feel like Chicken and Friends, I like to think that they would have an idea of what they want to do against the Nyx or some sort of game plan.
I'm kind of curious as well because Chicken Friends did not ban Dawnbreaker, and you have Nyx on Kukuis. All right, you have Nyx on Kukuis, so they could easily pick Dawnbreaker themselves now with no counteraction. So you end up with the Nyx Dawnbreaker combination with just Solar Guardian pickoffs with Vendetta around a map. You don't have the counteraction to stop Solar Guardian coming in without the Nyx on your side. I don't know if you're going to be looking at like your own sort of silencer gameplay here for Chicken Friends, especially since you have Bounty Hunter up here. I don't know if you'd want to. So I think that's a bit of a mistake. They ban out Night Stalker and Pangolier instead on Chicken Friends. They leave that Dawnbreaker. You have a lot of room here for the Dawnbreaker for Cox. And I think that just works fine. Like, Nyx Dawnbreaker is such a strong combination. You don't have coverage for it. I mean, Chicken Friends could try to steal Dawnbreaker now, but then you're picking Dawnbreaker into Nyx. Chances are your Solar Guardian's just going to be cancelled.
I mean, also, I every time I think about Dawnbreaker, I'm thinking about you want to pick it into a lineup with low burst damage, right? Because the whole idea is that you bait them in, your hero gets to low HP, and suddenly the healing turns the fight around. And I don't know whether that's going to be, you know, the reality versus like Nyx and Park. These are two heroes that can absolutely blow you up. Now, Kukuis, they are going to have some trouble running into the Lina. I think we saw a bit earlier on Mudeng Warriors, their plan with this Lina was just to charge straight ahead at it. You need some sort of backline jump, and the Muerta is going to make that effort a bit more tenuous, right? You drop down the calling. We saw it happen before. You try and full collapse on the Lina, but you're running into these ghosts and you're getting silenced. It's uncomfortable. You start to get tracked up. Kukuis, they need to have some sort of solid front line who can in a way lead the charge and set up for the puck to just jump wherever he wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just
That's
go
the Dawnbreaker, like you said.
I mean, it's just such a good combination. I love this coverage with the Phoenix as well. You have some right click coming in from Chicken Friends, to be fair. I don't think the egg's going to be the most effective, but you do have some gameplay here, like egg plus Dream Coil. It's nice. Having the egg running plus Solar Guardian on top with, say, Phoenix Shard is going to be an insane amount of healing. I love the overheal potential there. Chicken Friends do go into the Morphling now for good old Palos.
Isn't this weird to you though? They picked the Phoenix. Like, I get that it helps them with the team fight. You Dream Coil, you egg, they can't run. I get that. The Solar Guardian, the sort of synergy is there for sure. But isn't it a bit weird to kind of pick a Phoenix into the Muerta? I feel like a lot of teams would love that match. Like, they would see the Phoenix and pick the Muerta themselves. So I can't imagine Chicken and Friends are too sad about this, especially Jing.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I still feel like it takes away some parts of Phoenix's kit, right? Like, maybe diving aggressively is not going to work out. But I think in this kind of game, you're playing backline anyway. You're playing with Sunray in the back. You're maybe spamming out some Fire Spirits. You're not really going to be diving in to help start up Heck, you're not even going to be diving in to look for overly aggressive eggs, I don't think. Just because it's a Lina Muerta. Right? The Lina alone kind of already for me doesn't sell the Phoenix that well because she has right click, attack speed,
Yeah.
and spades. So this is more of an idea of we'll play with sustain, we'll play in the back, their backline jump
Right.
is what? A bounty hunter tracking us. Now the Morphling perhaps could be a little bit better, but their backline here in Kukuis is fairly well protected. You have a Puck who's going to be up front disrupting. You have this Nyx with Spike Carapace that will hold them back with so many AoE spells. And you have the Solar Guardian that can back up like Sunray, Egg Heal. So I think that's the idea.
Yeah, honestly,
Kukuis are going
apart
for.
from the calling, they don't actually have any way of locking down this puck still. They haven't
Yeah.
really found a solution. The Morphling, I've seen some Morphlings choose to use their ult on the puck and silence him, and then that kind of catches you by surprise most of the time. But that feels a bit flimsy to rely on that as a dedicated way, right? Maybe we'll see like an early Athos come out for the Muerta, or maybe like an early like Orchid Rush from the Bounty or something like that. I feel like that kind of are your only options at the moment. Maybe this gap will also be filled in an off lane, which is what Chicken and Friends are missing right now. The Doom banned out and the Centaur. Okay, so just some good tools for them. The Centaur really, really nice.
Yeah, just protecting really this Morphling pickup on the side
Yeah.
of Chicken and Friends. Which way do you want to go to try to counteract a Morphling now, I wonder? I guess that's the one thing. You don't really have, like, great ways of holding back the Morphling as well, outside of, like, Puck Silence, I guess, and maybe, again, Nyx Assassin if he lands Spike Carapace and Impale. So I'm looking... I'm wondering what our hero will be on Cox, right? Kukuis, Cox, I always mix it up. I
Kukuis
just
is- yeah.
considered him one big blob.
I was wondering if they were gonna go for Lycan here, because I know there's already Invis and like there's the Nyx, so you can spot out your wolves. But I feel like you want some sort of additional. You want an offlaner that can play with like the Bounty Lina and like make things happen on the map. The wolves are pretty solid into the park as well. Like the instant route from Invis is kind of hard to play around.
5 seconds.
That could be one way.
Although it does run up weirdly into the Dawnbreaker, right? Wherever you try and starfight, she ults, and then you just basically have to disengage.
Yeah, that's the strange part. I think you always have bailout from Dawn. Mind you, it is a longer cooldown than the Wolves are active, so maybe you can keep that rolling here for the side of Chicken Friends, or again, maybe they try to replicate what we saw from Talon. I wouldn't mind it either way for Chicken Friends. For Kukuis, I'm really wondering what they want to try to lane into that morph, try to deal with that lane. I mean, you could try, it's not as popular, but Tidehunter doesn't look bad, right? Like, it's a pipe carrier, it's team fight coming in, Chicken and Friends will just go for the off-lane Terrorblade themselves now. But I think a Tide could work for Kukuis. It's a tanky front. It doesn't, it's not going to get bursted fast. Again, it carries you a pipe, it gives you Ravage to play with, your Egg to play with, the Dream Coil.
10 seconds left.
Are you thinking that it's going to be a +1 Dawn and they are not last pick a carry?
Oh, right. Yeah. It shouldn't be. So, probably...
I mean, I
is a
hope
carry.
not.
Yeah,
Lane
I mean...
would be able to weigh in on this.
like, oh yeah, no, we don't run that usually, but we did.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know. It should be just be the +1 then. Alright, so we're looking at Dawnbreaker off lane. What do you want one against a Morph? DK is not in the pool. Alchemist not in the pool. PA doesn't feel
It's kinda
amazing here,
tough.
to be fair.
PA feels like shit. PA feels weird.
Lifestealer into Morphling TV is also not particularly amazing.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker? Also not amazing, though.
Yeah, very susceptible to being burst.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of awkward. Funnily enough, okay, no, I was gonna say Alchemist still in. No, Alchemist of course is not in.
I like this idea from chat from Jace. Drow is a good idea. Backline jump
That's
isn't
true.
amazing again. Drow could
And you
work.
kind of need that type of hero that can deal with all these high armor calls.
Yeah, exactly.
They
PA
go for the
still.
PA though.
I don't know about that. Like PA was the one thing that was very obvious to pick, but I don't think it's the best. I think it could still work. It's good backline. Jumping Alina, it's never comfy for Alina. She has no bailout, right? Even with Flame Cloak. So I think that's going to be nice for a bot. But I think this
Yeah, you
Morphling
can
and
kinda stick
TV
on
is
her,
going to be an
right?
issue. Like, your big issue now is, like, with Terrorblade on hand, Reflection on PA, it's just going to be a constant nuisance for a bot. Right? Like, you're not going to go blur, so you don't have that window where you can make the Reflection disappear. You don't have that grace period. So, you're just going to get blurred. You're just going to get reflected on. You could go Manta instead of SNY. But I think if you're a PA and you're forced to go Manto over SNY, you're not feeling good. It removes your jumping capability. That stat res loss is pretty big for a PA when methodical, so I'm not sure. Which way do you lean with this draft here, Mr. Permacies Mike?
I kind of hate this PA last pick, but I'm not really the biggest fan of the Terrorblade last pick either. I was hoping that Chicken and Friends would pick an offlaner with a bit more potential to sort of fight and skirmish early on, and I don't know whether Terrorblade fits that bill. They seem to have some sort of, wow, look at this, the Yatoro sticker. Okay.
Wow.
Got a little fan going on over here. To be fair, who's not a fan of Yatoro? But yeah, I think I want to say the rest of the Cuckoo's Essence draft is nice, except for this last pick PA. I would have liked to see a Drow more, just because you can keep that distance and it's not like anyone can jump you. It's like 45-55 to me. Actually, it might just be 50-50 because I really hate the way both of these drafts ended.
Yeah, I can kind of see your point there. I think the one thing is, every time I call for a Drow pickup as well, it never gets picked. And it's so strange because, again, Yatoro kind of showed that the hero is really good, especially in their pubs. I just don't know why it's being ignored with such high armor heroes, right? Like, even with DK matchups, Drow never comes in. Sure, maybe DK with Blink is a bit more of a threat, but Drow is kind of a natural counter. We just never see it.
Drow is just really hard to play, honestly.
Yeah, but it's in a pretty
If
decent
you're
spot.
fighting a coordinated team, you have to be way more coordinated as with the Drow lineup.
Speaking of
And I think
coordination, smokes are breaking here.
They're easier heroes to
Looking
play.
for the jump. They're looking. They don't mention really clip Jing. They even get the Phoenix Dive level 1. Really want this kill. Dagger slow out as well. They should be able to find us. Joel in and not even getting the impale yet, and doesn't need it. A lot of commitment, but not really first blood, no? Just a bonus, I guess. I don't think you're too happy. Like, sharing all of that gold, it's like,
team win.
268 across 3 heroes is like, meh.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
I mean, good play from him. He knew he was screwed already, right? So he just walked directly to the tower to try and deny. Because if Armel, for example, gets that last hit, that's a big boon to him.
Oh, yeah. Eris is already being annoying on mid, trying to get the double Shadow Walk hits off every single time, and does drop Armel just a tad bit at the very least before heading away. This mid lane matchup, we've seen this so many times today already, at least once before.
This is kind of a, like, more than just the rest, this is kind of a huge deal though, because you saw like the priority Armel was putting on blocking the wave. The fact that this first wave now sits closer to Yoei's tower means that he can take full advantage of this Lina's long attack range. Right click Armel to Oblivion, and it's gonna be a bit hard. Like, it feels like a very minute thing, but I think this actually has set Yoei up for an even greater time than he was already gonna have.
No, I agree. Like, this is a little bit more impactful. Even that couple of right clicks back from Eris, I think, is already somewhat annoying. Because you're just going to be copying a little bit more damage, right? You're going to eat through these tangos quick. You might eat through your...
additional branches, right?
Yeah, your branches as well. And let's see. We are seeing some all chat. We do get Joel asking again if Yo is still there. Yo is saying, not now, Joel. Joel's asking if he's going to take it all. Cox says he's not getting it. He said no. And Akari is just suspect. How many minutes still at admin? Come on, guys. Pause time refreshes.
Bro,
you know this drill.
They've literally, like, directly addressed the admin at least five times across the series.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
really?
I'm
The
gonna
admin
say
has
5.
not fucking responded a
5?
single time. The admin doesn't give a shit about them.
No.
Unironically. He has
instant
not
muted.
replied at all.
Instant muted, that's it.
They know what kind of game they're hosting.
Yeah. They have all the 10 players muted, actually, just for their sanity.
You know, there was a game me and Mike casted in one of our first casts of EU Dota back in the day, and we realized at some point OG was talking to their opponent. I don't know, this was OGA Dota Pit, one of those. OG was chatting to their opponent, and they realized no one was talking back because they were all muted. No one was chatting back. They were asking, "Are we good?" and stuff like that, and it's like no one's. They were all muted. So that was great. Good times.
It's that classic true sight moment. I think was it LGD? They were like, "What if OG types GG and we don't know?"
Yeah. I remember that one.
That's fucking funny. FY looking around like, guys, this is a real problem.
And this down bot problems for Cox as well, as Ares just chipping away the Orb Venom, forcing him to Celestial Hammer out. And Paolo's playing a little bit more aggressive in lane as well. Not much you can really do here on Nyx just yet. Level 3 perhaps starts to feel comfier. I do like what Ares is doing. Like, level 1 Shadow Walk, and he's being so aggressive. He's walking in, he's looking for double hit Shadow Walks in the fade duration. He's just looking to poke and prod, and right now there's just nothing to punish in this lane yet. Double melee means it's super comfy for the Bounty Hunter as well. This is probably your best case circumstance for a Bounty Hunter 5 pick. Just into a double melee lane.
Yeah, I tried briefly experimenting with Bounty 5 as we missed a kill in the top lane. Oopsie.
Oh,
Ponyo dropping low though, but this looks like it might just be a trade for Dens.
Yeah, a bot
Trying to
should be able
chop
to
down
clean
the-
up. A good jukes into the calling. Another good shot out.
Oh, nice dead
Is a bot
shot.
still gonna try? Nah, not gonna risk it. No regen left on hand. Just gonna have to get reset. So a 1-for-1. Killing off the offlane a lot bigger though for the side of Kukuis, but that's free XP as well for Jing. I guess he's not feeling too bad about solo EXP riding into 3-4 as well.
Yeah,
2-3
the
start.
Dawnbreaker goes down also actually. Manages to get the kill onto Ares before dying. But Palos getting the last hit, the big winner of this lane. So, I mean, the Bounty Hunter 5 doing its job, right? I was briefly talking about how I was trying it a bit in my own pubs.
Yeah.
It's so fun when you're playing versus 2 melee that can't threaten you, because even if Cox throws the hammers at you and you die, like, you've accomplished your job. All you need is this Morphling to free farm. And he's kind of doing that right now. CS-wise still struggling a little bit, but he's not dying, and I think that's the most important.
That does seem to be it. And Palos is having a great time in lane. I mean, not the most amazing, 9-4, but it's still up there. You know, he's not being zoned out. Gets that freebie in the kill. The double melee lane really just being punished pretty hard, as Ares again just constantly coming in to poke. Has that value point in Janata, so no Shuriken toss to play with yet. Just stealing gold away, sapping away from initial farm. Feeling good for himself. 2-3s though, still slightly in favor of the Kukui so far. And again, looking at that mid lane, Armelt's actually pulling away. We were talking all this talk about, you know, not getting the blocks, getting poked out. Armelt's actually managing that lane, which 20-4 up against Alina at 16-1. Even just those 4 creeps, it's pretty big for a matchup that isn't really great for Puck. Again, Puck normally
Yeah, I mean,
goes
it's
50-50.
even bigger than that. Like, because the wave is pushing in, so he actually has even bigger of an advantage. It's very, very impressive from the Chief here.
Yeah, the timing into the water rune is going to be nice, because he'll clear out, not miss creeps, and still get his water rune up. No way Yoa can take both. They send the supports in as well to ensure that the water runes will go their way. In fact, Ponyo will be able to steal one away. So you're going to have a regen advantage over Yoa. This is pretty damn big for Armel. I haven't seen a Puck dominate like this up against Lina of all things in a while. I mean, even overall, you know, Puck is a hero that I tend to think about as, in most matchups, being a very 50-50 hero. You know, just even. Having this kind of lead is against Lina, I don't know. I'm just impressed. Armel's doing great.
Yeah. We've seen many sort of lane dominant Linas. The tough part for her always seems to be the early mid game, unless she's sort of really snowballing, very susceptible to being ganked. And look at Armel. I mean, just kind of out resourcing the Lina, and I believe Yoe actually has to go back to base.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate pause as well, as Jing's getting jumped top. Palos gives the go ahead immediately, and Jing does manage to get the calling off of that. Will be saved. Rather unfortunate for the side of the Kukuis, or Kukuis Essence in this case. But yeah, it's a slow go for Yoa. Maybe this kind of boils back to just having Bounty Hunter, right? Like, rotating into mid doesn't feel great. You do have coverage, you've got the early sentry out, so you know you're not going to be spotted, but...
Look at top lane. They were trying to glyph to set up some sort of situation onto Akari, but the Terrorblade with like close to 21 charges, like it's not happening.
No.
So maybe just trying to deny him of some of the last hits under the tower.
Yeah.
Good pressure.
But they are not really getting too much chip damage off for their effort. But again, they're trying to poke and prod as best as they can. It's starting to slow down a little bit for a bot in lane in terms of CS. 21-5. Paolo's starting to pull ahead, of course. In comparison, at the very least, at 27-10. And this lane for Cox has been a little bit slower. But it is a lane that they have been left alone in now, as there are rotations out. The supports trying to spot out the bounty runes, not really finding it. Ponyo already ahead. Calling to stall. Ares doesn't quite have the second hit with the Shadow Walk, but we'll go for it anyhow. Jing will fall. Dream Coil out as well for Eris. We've seen from Kukuis, they've been more than willing to really murder this guy, but a double kill for Armel after that strong laning start, and he's feeling great. Laguna out. Armel is not dead. The Chief stands.
Nice one charges, and even the rotation up from Cox to help secure the shield rune, but he doesn't complete it. He's a bit too scared of Yoe and gets that shield rune denied, unfortunately.
Better denied than to be picked up by Yoe. I think that's the mindset there. No refill for Armel is rough, but Yoe also doesn't have like a big spike to play with. Try to pressure in on mid, maybe look for a rotation onto the sides. And again, this Lena's game is kind of held back just a tad. Good snipe from Eris in the courier, but the full Soul Ring delivered on Cox means he's going to be spell spamming quite nicely in that lane. You have left Akari and Abat alone. Again, this time you are recovering nicely on Abat. 34-6, matching Akari's farm. We'll try again onto Akari. Charbly does have meta. This is not clean.
Oh, the last hits. They get Ponyo.
Yeah, I was watching.
Oh, what? Palos,
rotation.
Palos. They're all showing up.
Abat's not safe. Shotgun out. And Palos gets that kill. 4-5, Chicken and Friends. Taking that aggression up. And finding everything you could ask for. Very early gate movement out, but this time no wards from Kukuis to watch. And they make it work. Palos feeling great. Going for that Vlad's build-up we tend to see on Morphlings. Just going for the standard build. No deviations here for Palos. And a rather even game, but in terms of net worth, certainly starting to feel a little bit more solid here for the side of the Kukuis, outside of Yoe, I suppose. We get the jump again. Ponyo, silent stop.
Oh,
shot
nice
back,
dead shot.
and tries to dive, just dies. Palos gets the last hit. His projectile was following him. I don't know why he didn't stop.
Oh,
I think he wanted to just get burn
so.
damage before dying. Yeah, I think he saw the right click coming in.
The puck is
Dreamcoil
here
out
though,
into the
getting the
side.
connection onto Jing.
Maybe to find this one, but here is Yoe as well. Instantly, a bot gets deleted. Solar Guardian on top. They will catch Yoe. Maybe we'll find a 1-for-1. Maybe a little bit more if Cox is caught out a little bit too long. Out of mana, no way of bailing. Palos gets the swipes. 7-7.
Palos is playing really well on this Morphling. The rotation through the Twin Gate, him understanding how aggressive he can posture. The whole move from Kukuis was banking on the fact that he was parked in a very aggressive position and they tried to punish, but they just couldn't really connect their spells in a meaningful way. The Laguna came out and cut down Dens before he could even... the Solar Guardian could come in. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication, maybe not as prepared as they should have been on Kukuis, but they're starting to lose ground on the map and lose a bit of space to work with. Meanwhile, the net worth of the Morphling just continues to keep rising. Vlad's complete now.
Yeah, I think that's a big concern. Palos is having a free run. And again, a slower run for the Lina is kind of painful. Like this travel's timing is going to be pretty late from Yoa, which means your Ags, your Aether Lens is going to be a little bit slower. Your E-Blade is going to be a little bit slower. But it is compensated for well with how willing Palos is to show up to these fights. So I think the trade-offs are fine. Abat will still be able to farm up a Storm, but his Battle Fury timing is also not the sharpest. Only one tool in, one part in so far. And again, this very even game state can just blow open. Like, we have big level 6 for the supports lining up. Once Eris has his 6, the snowball effect on the on Chicken and Friends really...
Oh, they're setting out with the Palos in the bot lane. The stun comes out, but the strength morph, it's not going to be enough.
Tip out from Cox onto Palos as well. They are looking up top, though, and catch out Ponyo. Phoenix is taken away. Here comes QP from Armel. Dreamcoil only onto Eris. Find themselves that pesky bounty at the very least. And Armel will clean up, but they still lose that tier 1. So you lose Palos, you find a Phoenix in exchange, you lose the support, you do take a tier 1. Not the best feeling in the world, but it does open up the map a little bit, right? Like, you have this forward reach up top, you're already forced to ward up here. On the side of Kukuit's Essence, like this ward by the outpost is not where you normally want position. We're showing a lot of respect for what rotations can come in here from Chicken and Friends, at least.
Yo.
Welcome back.
He's
William.
back. Wait, where
How
did you
you
go?
doing? What did you do? You
He's
chatted
dead.
up Cox?
He's
Huh?
dead.
Oh yeah, no, Yoa caught out. Solar Guardian on top. And he should die. He will. Armel will take it. TP cancelled out as well. Never feels good to play Lena into Nyx, but Joel putting in work. And again, you are getting a lot of room for Palos, but Yoa has been slowing down. To be fair, he's still ahead of a bot, but our PA has also been forced to be a bit more active than you'd normally see. Level 6 up in Eris, tracks can start to fly in. And again, the snowball can start to kick up if they start to find. Your issue now is, like you were saying there earlier, Mikey, how do you catch RML? What's your hold for this puck? It's not feeling amazing here.
Yeah, Mel's still doing a pretty good job. I kind of want to see, I think what I was mentioning was like maybe an Atos from the Muerta, or maybe an early Orchid from the Bounty. Of course, that's way too early for those things to still be in consideration. We did see, I believe it was New who started popularizing that Orchid first offlane Terrorblade, but he's going sort of more for the stock standard pipe build-up after the Falcon Blade instead. A lot of good sort of protection against the immense magic damage that Kukuis have, so I don't hate it. Laguna, Jewel found him. Jewel found him.
Yeah, spotted him out. Couldn't get the burst play in time, and again, Yoa's had a very slow game here. Not really getting full rune control either. Armel did deny, even though no one's really there. But does ensure that no one gets reset on the side of the Kukuis, or on the side of Chicken Friends. 8-11, less than 1k lead for the side of Kukuis. But we haven't really felt the effect of track. No kills are coming in. But Ares around. He's going to poke and prod now, but trying to pin down Armel at this point is optimistic. They will have room to siege mid. Kari showing up with Metamorphosis as well. They'll be able to find themselves that objective. And I guess it's a one big shining light for the side of Chicken and Friends. These kills aren't quite lining up. Yoa's not really having game. In fact, Yoa's now behind a bot. But you are getting map space, right? You're finding these tier 1s, you're opening up the map. The issue is, they can't really use that map space here. Not quite.
I wonder whether, when we reach the sort of later stage of the game, I wonder if Chicken and Friends, their lineup outscales their opponents. Because PA is this late game monster, right? But so is Morph. Like, the sheer amount of damage that and terror you can spread as the Morphling could probably rival the PA's like burstiness as well. You just imagine something like maybe a Kanda down the line, a Butterfly, stuff like that, Swift Blink, you jump in on the Morphling, instantly blow people up. So I'm not too sure. I wonder whether also this, after this pipe, whether Karma / Akari is going to go back for sort of a third core item. We did see a Terrorblade earlier on go for Skadi. I believe that was Cox. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still sort of trying to figure out which draft is happier about going late.
It's a bait. It's a bait.
Yeah. Do you manage to get that kill? No, TV, yeah. Does fall, doesn't manage to get the Thunder off. They still find a Wisdom Rune. Did pop Solar Guardian and Egg. So the follow-through fight doesn't look too bad for Chicken Friends. Here comes Palos. Get the Laguna off onto Joel. Good stun onto 2, but Palos is still on his case. And we'll be able to find it. It looked like that Dragon Save should have hit, but didn't. It's still a track kill finally coming in for Chicken and Friends. You lose out in your Wisdom still, but Ares did manage to snag one at the very least, so hey. Not too unhappy in the end, going for 1-for-1. I think back to your question there, previously, Mike. Scaling late game for Chicken Friends, I'd say another factor is that Lena, right? Like that Lena scaling damage is still pretty good. Even though this is a slower game, we're not really feeling Yoa's impact whatsoever just yet. But there is that spike in the mid game for that to carry through. The one thing directly for the Morphling versus PA that is slightly awkward is just Morphling having to get a way of going through the evasion as Joel keeping track of Palos, trying to look for the full Agimorph, and he does find it.
Agi, he's gonna die.
There's no damage. There's no Dagon yet. So
Team is coming.
Really. They are using the vision from Joel. Well, goodbye, Palos. Does still manage to sprint Morph, but is it really going to be enough? It looks like it might be. Dream Coil's out, and the rest of Chicken and Friends are here. Armel has managed to dodge at LSA. Laguna's out, though. Managed to find that huge kill. Kari now still doesn't quite have Sunder, actually. It is going to be fine. They blow up Joel instead. Keeping that chase going. Kari does eventually fall. And Palos still being poked by Cox. They want to look for that back line after Ponyo found that kill. No egg for 14. Can he stall long enough? Walks into the creep wave. Vision is there.
No.
LSA is there
no
as
way.
well. And no way. Ponyo's gone. 3 for 1. Chicken and Friends. I mean, they try for Palos.
That was a very weird strategy coming out from Amel. He employed the, if I walk past them and pretend I don't see them, maybe they won't see me as well. They had literal high ground vision, spotting out the puck, making a beeline for the morph. He literally walked past some of the members of Chicken and Friends, and he still kind of went for it, maybe hoping that the last lingering bits of his damage can finish off the Morphling. Not the case, and now Palos, again, coming out of that fight, a pretty nice winner. We'll find the bounty as a freebie in the mid lane though, but still, I think those losses in the bot, like, again, Palos, 5-1 and 2 on this Morphling, he is in an absurdly comfortable spot, and Kukuis have not been able to push him off of it just yet.
No, they really haven't. Been a little bit of a rough time for the Kukuis in that respect. And again, they've still have this recovery process going on here for a bot who is farming up a storm. You know, Battle Fury up. Sanjin Yasha coming out next. Has enough for the Yasha coming in. And you have lag again. Jing, you're in my city. I have no bloody lag. Fix your internet, kid. Switch providers, kid. What's going on? We've got no issues here.
You're in the same city, but not the same town.
Not the same area, to be fair. Yeah, Davao is pretty
That's fair.
big. Like, I think Davao, for your reference here, Lane, it's like, you know how you're not from Cebu City itself? If you were in Davao, where you're from, where you're at, is still part of Davao. Right? Davao is just
that
land. Yeah, Davo's land area definition is big. Big.
I see.
Stupid big, actually.
So that's
it
why.
is.
Never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but never mind.
Okay, let's see. Cox?
I ain't gonna make
not-
a joke about the ball.
I thought it was going to be about Cox and big and, you know, all that. So they jump in. Cox is big enough. He'll survive that one. Quite enough burst coming in here from the side of Chicken and
Fox
Friends.
is big enough, huh?
Yeah, of course. Or would you like to be Cox hard enough to kill? To kill off Eris? Cox has a giant's ring around himself.
Cox is a giant.
If he had a giant's ring, he would be a giant. Good old Cox.
If it's a giant ring, he will be slapping it around.
He's slapping himself around. If they do get the Atos out onto Ponyo, dead shot out. No time for the egg. And trying to find a freebie again. Yo, it's starting to catch back into this game.
Have we even seen a proper egg? Like, have
No.
we seen an actual team fight egg? Because I don't think so.
No.
Like, maybe once.
I've only seen a
Yeah,
proper
once.
cock, not egg.
Once around the... It was around the Wizard Room, if you remember that fight. Yeah, God damn it, Balfon. A simple-minded fool. Palos getting jumped, but has the Manta, bails out. In fact, they get the Atos out onto the side. They don't fully clip Armel, but the dead shot
Jeez.
does! Akari cleans up. Jing getting the tips for that kind of play. Saves it after he dodges out in the Atos. And Chicken and Friends. I mean, it's still a relatively even game on the board. It just doesn't feel even for Kukuis. Yes, they're 14 to 15, unless you're only less than 1k behind. Just feels like this tempo from Chicken and Friends is starting to be concerning. And goes back to that raft. Like, I was trying to sell this Phoenix pickup here, Mikey. I was trying to sell this Mr. Lane. But we're really not feeling it. It's not like you're going to be rushing Shard anytime soon either for Ponyo to play with its sustain idea. But I'm not sure what you're achieving here just yet.
I'm still finding it a bit slow from Chicken and Friends, just because they have a bounty on their lineup.
That's true. Not as quick as it could be, considering track kills. But they are looking to constantly play
Radiant's top
aggressive.
towers and looking so
Looking to
great.
swing down bot again. Armel's going to be showing up. Joel's already hanging in the area. And they'll just go for the siege.
Radiant's top towers
That shot doesn't connect. Armel does manage to blink away. Tier 1 will fall.
towers and looking so great.
They are stalling for time here.
Temporary
They've got a
vulnerable
very
on the
weird
other
rear
side.
flank. This is a very interesting spot to be huddled up here. Scans do find Akari going back for the
Dyer's
Lotuses.
towers in trouble.
And the Dawnbreaker will give them all the vision. Good smoke timing to play around here for
Bad call
Kukuis.
by the Dire and bot.
They just
Their
need to find a
tower's
way
gone.
to collapse onto this, because it's only three of... Just Armel and the two supports. Is that really
Oh, they're
enough
gonna try
here?
and look for...
They'll go on to
Look
Yoa,
for
they
Yoa
get the
first.
silence, Dream Coil out, the dive is there, and they do have enough. Armel will
Very
get some
nice.
sweet revenge, but the silence is out from Jing. Where's the follow-through, though? Not there. Dead shot again to stall for time. Eris trying to come in from the side. Jing popping the ultimate, does get the Atos off, but will eventually die. Good Earth Spike onto two. Egg on the high ground as well. And now Eris is still alive for now, not long enough. Solar Guardian with the Ags already up here. So they will be able to just try. Pulling up again. Chicken and Friends falling a little bit flat. This time around, it's the Kukui's kiting. And I'm so curious about that call. They were all together. They split apart. And they stream in one by one here from Chicken and Friends. Ponyo almost dies. Doesn't, but almost. To the Tormentor. You have to wonder.
I mean, to be fair, that move was just like, it was more unexpected, and Chicken and Friends probably didn't foresee that they would be contested around this tier 2 at all, right? The angle at which they approached was so strange.
Yeah, it was.
That by the time they lost Lina, I mean, even in that later part of the team fight, it just, I don't think Chicken and Friends wanted to fight. I think they just kind of were like, surely they don't get away with this, so they were a bit undecided about retreating. And you're like thinking, okay, I retreat, I should run back towards my base, but like Kukuis are there, so where the fuck do you go?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's just this weird setup.
Yeah, again, it comes down to Kukui's playing around Dawnbreaker's daytime switch. Right, they get the vision, they instantly smoke off the back of it, they get that rear flank that really what on earth were they doing by the Roshan anyway? And they managed to get that element of surprise. 3k lead coming out for Kukui's Essence off the back of that. Side of Chicken and Friends, that never feels good when playing with a bounty hunter. Being behind the net worth. Easily rectifiable, for sure. Just, I need to find that angle in. For the side of Kukui's,
it looks cool. It looks cool that that play happened. Sorry to interrupt, but like, you just imagine at any point in their route, from like TPing to the top twin gate, to going through the twin gate, to before they smoked up, if there was a ward in any part of that trajectory, they get fucked. Like, they literally just get fucked. So I kind of more of a stroke of luck and like some good creativity from Kukuis to get rewarded for it, but it's one of those things where I think if you're on the side of Chicken Fighters, you don't want to beat yourself up a bit too much for that, right? You're just like, okay, that was a weird situation. It's not going to happen again. Roche is up. Chicken and Friends can go and get that when they're comfortable. Maybe just waiting for a pick-off before they head in there. And there's a freshly picked up gem from Aris passed on to Yoei now. So he should be a bit more aware about stuff coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that's been catching him off has been Joel. Finding these angles on the Nyx onto the Lina is going to be a little bit tougher. See if Joel can still try to work some magic out. Scouting down Bonk, not really finding much for his trouble yet. Chicken and Friends, for their part, again, they're building up. SNY fully done on Akari with a pipe, so very durable now on this Terrorblade.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We've got Yoei going into the BKB with the Ags up. Palos wanting to finish up the Conda before going into his own BKB, but the damage is starting to come in. And the side of Kukui's excuse me, nothing too strange.
Good?
Yeah, still a bit sick. They go into the Roche themselves. They've got the Manta up on a bot, which we were talking about a little bit there in the draft. I don't know why we were. I was going off about PA not going Sanjin Yasha and having to go Manta. But now I even forget why I said he had.
I remember that.
Yeah, but I forgot why I said he has to go Manta anyway. And he does, but
because of
why
the
did
silence.
Yeah, I guess. Because he's jumping in into the back line, I guess. I don't know anymore. Oh, no, it's mainly... I was thinking of reflection. Right, he wants
to cheapest... yeah, you were saying Akari's gonna keep harassing him with that.
Yeah, so that is a solution.
Very heads-up play from Palos to just keep his strength at this high number, because I think he realizes that at any point in time he can get jumped by the puck if he's not showing on map. And right now, barely anyone showing on map, right? So it doesn't really feel good to keep your HP up like this, but literally if you die now, they take like 3 towers, right? Oh, yeah. So you gotta sort of play very chill.
Yeah, you do. BKB now done for a bot as well.
Radiant's bottom
so lots of protection here for our PA with a Manta on top. Do manage to get the hold on Ponyo, 3v out with track. Easy money.
The LSA missed. The LSA missed completely, but Ponyo just kind of stood there and was like, all right.
Easy money. There you go. That's also
a nice setup, though.
Nice and simple. Yo is still coming back in, though.
They're doing it.
Tons of flame cloak. They are. Who's doing what? They're
Yeah,
both
who is doing what?
something.
Like, who
I don't know. My game just finished.
stuff? Oh,
What's
stuff
happening?
is being done in general. That's true.
That is true. Stuff is being done. Okay, we've got the Orchid for Akari coming up next. Going back to what you were saying about Mew, loving to rush it. Third item pickup here, but still impactful once that's up for Akari. We do not have anything defensive on our Mel. We went full in Octarine with a blink and a Witchblade, of course. So looking for that more aggression than anything else, having confidence in himself, I guess. Can be nice, but eventually this Orchid might be able to catch him off guard. Akari can just farm it safely.
Radiant's bottom tower is
This game is
so great.
slow. I mean, it's so weird to say it's slow when it's 15 to 19, but
Dire
it's
buildings
all
are
been, you know,
fortified.
solo pickups on support.
It is though. Like, there's not much action, I'd say, happening. Like, they haven't really. The most exciting thing was probably that weird smoke wrap around, but you gotta keep in mind that comes as a result of Kukui is probably feeling like they can't make a straight up move. I think
Yeah.
this game has been weird in that sense where we haven't really seen Chicken and Friends take on a team fight either. We haven't really seen a 5-on-5 in a traditional sense. And it's kind of weird when you see their heroes because you think Kukuis, they got this Dawnbreaker, they got this Puck, they got this 8. You want to sort of run in and start some shit, but hasn't really panned out that way yet.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is one of the kinds of games that I'd hate to be playing.
Radiant's
It's the
bottom
kind of game
tower
that I
is in
just get
trouble.
really annoyed that nothing's happening. It's like, all right, we're farming,
Yeah.
they're farming
Buildings are
too. It
fortified.
doesn't feel good. For either side, you just kind of have to relax and say, right, we're keeping up farming pace as well. And you have to be confident in your scaling, but it's so damn boring. You know, as a game, you know,
Yeah.
thinking of Dota 2 as an actual video game. You know, not the state of the game, not how you're playing the game, just as a game. This is not entertaining to play.
Yeah, not even when you're like, not even about who's winning, right? Like that,
No.
like literally, I can't imagine, Aris is enjoying any of this right now. Like
No.
he's just kind of walking around. You know his ass wants to track someone and get some fucking cha-ching, but like he ain't got the privilege.
No.
He's just relegated to sneaking around, being a basically walking ward a little bit here. And then
Yeah,
it goes
that's-
back to the question that we were asking, John. Like, you know, at this stage, with both teams so hesitant to try and fight, and is it that both believe that they can scale better than the other? Is that why we see that hesitance?
I think it's not about being confident that you scale better. It's just that
Radiant's
you
bottom
just
tower
don't know
is
how
in
to
trouble.
start these fights well. They'll try with Joel again with the smoke. Vendetta's out.
Holy, then okay.
Yoe.
Well,
Oh, Yoe gets reflected back with the Laguna.
okay.
Yoe not going to be feeling too good. Is forced to BKB and walk away. Already blew up Aris at the very least. Ponyo down now as well, so no egg to play with. So the Guardian not going to be able to connect either. So a support for a support. And that's the last bit of action we're getting for at least 2 minutes. So I hope we had fun with that. You know?
Yeah,
It's
that was
like-
weird as well, right? Because Kukui's, again, this is quite similar to some of the other games that we saw, but you can kind of feel the desperation that they have to make something happen. Even though the Morphling already escapes and sort of Amel runs away. Sorry, not Amel, Yoe runs away. They still are committing Solar Guardian Coil, trying to just barrel forward brazenly, and they end up using basically all of their spells. Meanwhile, if you take a look at what Chicken Fighters had to expend there, they didn't even pop the meta, right? They still technically have the Laguna available. I mean, Chicken and Friends also don't actually play on their
Chicken
ults too
Fighters.
much. Yeah, I keep saying Chicken Fighters. Chicken and Friends, sorry.
I feel like Chicken Fighters was an actual team at some point. An actual staff. as
Yeah.
well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so I
in like
can't fault
Europe,
them.
right?
Yeah. Can't fault them.
I remember.
All the way back. That feels like a long time ago now. But I
The DPC days.
yeah. Yeah, actually it was. I do agree with you though. Like I can kind of tell why, because you know, Kukuis, they mentioned drop his lean low, for some BKB, they're like, guys, we gotta fight now. He was asking
Yeah.
if Joel's still around. And Joel's asking if Yoel was around earlier. Cox was just saying, Joel saying, hi, you're lucky. You're lucky, says Joel. Cox saying, you can pass by the Parasan? Parasan? I don't know what that is. I've never seen that word in my real day-to-day life. You know. Can you pass by the Parasan near you later?
Sungit.
Sumit, which means frown. Yo, it says you're banned. Oh, it says give
Only
only rice to
rice.
one whole village. his only rice. Oh, Parasan. It's a place that serves like Paris, a dish. And he says, Yo says you're banned. Your only rice ends up eating the equivalent of a whole village.
No more games.
Bat is asking, no
These
trash
are
talk,
getting
please.
too real.
Yeah, that's a pretty big blow. Alphon, can you attest to this fact? Having lived
What?
with Cox, is Cox's only rice equivalent to one full barangay?
I mean, not a barangay, but he can finish one. What do you call it?
Ciudad?
One pot.
Isang bayan?
Yeah. One pot.
Wait,
of
it's
a-
legit?
pot of-
One whole
Yeah.
rice cooker of rice?
Yes.
Oh, that is insane. That is
Okay,
actually
wait, how big is the rice cooker? How big is the rice cooker? Because if
The
he
4 or
just
5
owns
cup
the
rice
world's
cooker?
smallest rice cooker, we're being played here.
I
the
don't know how
standard?
much like how
standard
is
one?
this, how many kilos is 7 cups? 7 kilos?
7 cups? A 7-cup rice cooker? You mean the 10-cup rice cooker, the bigger one? Holy crap, that's a lot of rice.
Wait, but that's still. I mean, you don't even need to tell me the weight of the rice. 7
Just
cups of
cups?
fucking rice.
That's insane.
Is you
dude.
just eating the rice? Is he eating the rice with anything? Like, is there anything with the rice that he's
Yeah, it's
eating?
gonna be like a grilled chicken, the chicken in a sal.
Oh,
in
my
a sal, in
lord.
a sal. Okay.
And the salt's so good though. Legit. Like, I don't care what people
Oh.
say about like I am penyet, I am goreng. It's like no, chicken nasa
Yeah.
is like the
Memek.
best chicken.
Sorry.
100% the best chicken dish. 100%.
Like in the world?
Let me think. Let me ponder on that.
That's a
Yes.
really
Yes,
okay.
I would say so. I think a good chicken and nasa is just like heaven. Cox says your strat is crazy. You guys are giving about a bad time with all the bosses. Says Cox. Armel says, "Are you trying to get us tired? Are you trying to overwhelm us?" Says Armel with tiredness. Jing says, "Pause first because they might get hungry. The others might get hungry first." Armel's asking if they're being plastic or they're being fake to him. All these food
Plastican.
jokes. Yeah, plastican. Being plastic. We say in the Philippines, which I realized was not an international like recognized idiom to be plastic.
It's like a Southeast Asian thing, I think.
I think so. But it's definitely not
Really?
European,
Like it's like being two-faced or fake or like
Yeah,
just
exactly,
putting out
right,
the
right.
front, right?
right, plastic. So
Yeah,
plastic.
I
How
get
does
that.
that relate to anything?
How does what relate to anything?
How
No,
does why is it called plastic? What does it mean?
Because like the idea is like I don't know what exactly it draws from, but like when you think of plastic, you think like maybe you think of surgery, maybe you think of like a layer of plastic, like a fake layer that you're putting out
yeah.
that's not legitimate or real, right? So then there's like a connotation that you're being fake in front of someone else or two-faced or something like that.
Wait. Joel just says, you're Monkey King strong, Yoe. Cox says, he says no. Armelt says, is this legit, Yoe? You look like a monkey. Says Joel says you look like a monkey. And it's like, Chief, don't join in on this one. He's just like, sorry. Jing's like, Jing is saying the three of them look the same. Dash from Yoe. Yoe's going oink oink. These kids. Oh, goodness. We had the Tocino brothers last time up against Armel in, I think, the Dream League qualifiers. Or was it Rally qualifiers? Armel was saying he was hungry for Tocino from the Tocino brothers of Kims and Zhao. Always about food with these guys. Anyway, 7 cups of rice for Cox. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
huge
insane.
amount. Like, I have to go back. 7 cups of rice, man. What?
I'm not sure it's 7, but I'm pretty sure it's more than 4.
Oh my lord. Armel's asking, what, are we going to resume this tomorrow? I'm going to go to sleep.
Dude, Lane just pulled up a number out of his ass. And
No,
he
I'm,
believed
I'm,
him.
no, I mean, Amel has a point though. Like at some point, I'm sure
Where's her?
the admin's gonna be like, we're out of time because
I
like
think we should have had that
legitimately,
like 5 minutes ago. I think that
Yeah.
would have been 5 minutes ago. It's like, guys, you're out of pause. Let's see. Joel's saying the pause is longer than the order of Chief Armel. Chill a bit, Chief. You're getting a little bit too antsy, says Yoe. Armand says, oof, Jing, you don't accept.
You're not accepted.
You're not accepted in Kukui's family, in the Palad family.
Whoa.
And Jing saying
that's a bit harsh.
you're putting an aura on Yoa, Chief. That's cheating. Abad is now finally asking admin, to which we get no response.
Bro, dude, you think the admin who's reading all this shit they're typing is even paying fucking attention? Like they're just fucking.
Look, you type in console, that's exactly what happens when a bat types admin. No one hears you. Admin hi? No one hears
Why
you.
do I have Dota TV chat? Rap just said GG. What the fuck? Shut up, bro.
Yo, somebody faked the GG. No,
Wait, here.
no, that's a word.
How did a Dota TV guy just type?
I don't
have
know.
spectator chat off. Do you see that as well?
No, I don't, sadly. Let's see. Armel says, this is where our friendship is tested when they're not back in 2 minutes. How long is it, Palos? Ha 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 ha. They're losing their minds. We've been paused longer than the series have actually run in game time. I swear to God, every single pause in all these games has been longer than the game.
We were like, dude, oh, this is gonna be so fun. This is like the classic sort of.
Palos on about 3 inches, Paps. All right, not 3 minutes, 3 inches. All right, sure.
Wait, do we know what's happening with Ares? He's like,
no.
Gee.
Rashuma tomorrow, says Yoa. It's already late. Abat just wants to go.
At
Load
some
some
point,
ML10.
this does get annoying. But I'm pretty sure none of them are annoyed.
Palos is saying, just do it tomorrow. Even Gabby's okay with that.
Wait, why can't I turn this Dota TV guy off? Shut the fuck up.
I don't know, man.
What
There.
Yo.
Okay, open up your viewer cam, click the free camera. You might have spectator chat on still.
No, I had it off. That's the thing. I had it off. I went in, turned it off and on again.
Yes.
Oh, then okay. There we
Who
go.
plays
There we
by
go.
the
That's
rules?
the
You can
admin.
borrow your pause time to the opponents. Would you like to do so? Armand says yes. Abat says no. All 10 minutes? No. No. 10 plus 10?
What the fuck?
20. 5 minutes. 5 minutes doesn't.
Guys, I'm going to
5
bed.
minutes.
Holy shit.
5
minutes. Palos is like, are you fucking
Can't
serious?
give everything.
Pretty sure this guy
Yeah.
is just DC
Palos
for the
is
lols.
saying,
Like, I'm so convinced.
Palos is saying, Gabby's not going to be happy without Chief. What, did Gabby make a bet on Chicken and Friends? Okay, 5 minutes starting now. About saying, what happens if we DC? Palos is that it's your problem. About saying we should have some too. And Palos is like, Gabby's not going to be happy. And Jing saying, you guys eat fast in 5 minutes. Palos, Arnold saying, Palos, look for where I give a fuck. About saying, Gabby's gonna be happy, you're gonna lose. Ha 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 ha. Palos says, you're the only one with that kind of attitude about. Joel's keep asking about this Paris place. 24 hours. Is the Paris place open 24 hours? And now you're saying, look for where I have my fucks, Joel. And he's just gonna look for Pacquiao. It must be a store. Or he's looking for Manny Pacquiao.
A game of some sort?
Dude, I just finished 20 Minesweeper boards. What is happening?
I wish I knew.
At what point do we pull up the Western Europe street like? Like what the fuck? Like I feel like we've been paused for years at this point.
And in referencing Tim's when we were paused in thank you, Yoa. Drink some water first. Referencing when Tim's was playing in one of the Acer Predators in Manila, one of the matches. There was a pause and Tim started to walk out of the player booth in the hotel area. Started yelling, "Oh! Start the game!" It took like
which
an
game
hour.
was? When was that?
That was versus Execration in Sofitel, APAC Manila. Acer Predator League in Manila 2024. Tim's walked out of the booth while we were paused because everyone was just walking at that point and kept yelling, "Oh, start the game! Oh!" He's just yelling that. Oh,
I can hear his voice.
yeah,
Like,
you can hear it.
"Oh!"
Oh, start the game!
He's gonna shout like if that was his manager, he's gonna like, "Pod, start the game!"
Yeah, he was yelling at Nathan, "Start the game! So long, so long already."
Rip Sofitel. Sofitel is gonzo.
2 minutes left, says an echo.
2 minutes left. Let's
Diyos
go,
ko po!
Aneko.
Diyos ko po! Says yun.
Aneko for the win. Aneko will unpause. Would you like to?
Would you like to add? Dude,
No.
Aneko doesn't give a fuck. If they say no,
Go get 3 more minutes. Oh my
Wee!
lord! Armel, last we can give.
Yes, we can give. 1 minute, $100.
You're also
G?
scared. Paolo says you're scared of Gabby being pissed off about this being a disconnect win. Extend
hell
on
does
PC
Ares
7,
live?
please. Extend on PC
Where
5.
does Ares live?
I don't know.
Let me search on
Armel
Facebook.
says
Ares,
love. He just
Ares
loves him.
Guerra. The fuck is this name? Ares Guerra. It's like Isis Guerra.
is his name actually Ares?
Yes.
Yes.
So his fucking in-game name is literally just his fucking actual name.
Yeah, just like
Yes.
John Xfar.
Yeah. Jonathan Extraordinary Fire Nation.
Yes, yes, yes.
Kalo Okan.
But
From
Joel says
Caloocan.
the pause has been longer than any relationship of Cox. Alice says, "Hey, that's personal, Pappy." Cloudy. True. Jing. Oh shit! That's why he got left.
No more games.
Jing says that's why he was left. Poor Cox. Bully Cox Day.
Story time.
Story time. You have a story?
Story
Oh.
time.
Has someone to pick up? Hey! Any stories, Mr. Lane? Any stories?
Anyway, I'm trying to remember any story from Fissure or Blast.
Punk.
Yeah, is there anything interesting?
I
I saw that there was a basketball machine. But not so
Oh,
many
fuck.
people were
I
playing.
remember WS.
Yeah, what happened? WS, what?
Yeah, so a return flight, right? We went back Feb 10.
Yeah.
So you know, like organizers give you shuttle for your airport, whatever. Then I told Abby his flight was 6 a.m. so he has to go to the airport 4.
Yeah.
Then it's like, so I told him, "Oh, there's just a shuttle. Someone will show you the shuttle." Then he messaged me when he arrives at the airport. "Oh, phone, what the fuck? I have to pay the shuttle."
What?
I'm like, what do you mean you have to? What do you mean you have to pay for the shuttle? Are you sure it was the shuttle? Yeah, because I went out. I went out of the airport right away. Then this guy like just comes to me, come. Then I rode the car. Then he dropped me off. Then I have to pay by card. I was like, "You idiot! That wasn't a shuttle. That was taxi." It was invited to join a taxi, and when I talked to one of the player managers, is like, "Yeah, I was calling for your player. He just went straight to the taxi inside, and I couldn't reach him anymore. I was shouting for him. Then the shuttle was actually waiting on the other side for him.
Oh my god.
So he paid like 120 Danish krone. So I don't
Nice.
know how.
Wonderful, classic stuff, dude. I feel like that happens like once every event.
Classic Dota player kid. Like he complained to me like,
Wait, who was this? Was it WS?
WS.
What the hell?
Senorita. Abi.
The funny thing is, he complained to me first. Like, what the fuck? Why do I have to pay? So me was like, I was a bit angry. Man, why does my player have to pay? Blah 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 blah. Then I was thinking. I remember like taxis are waiting outside of the hotel. So I was like, "Are you sure it was the shuttle?" I was like, "Nah." So actually, it was like, "Oh fuck! It was not the shuttle. It was a taxi." Jesus.
Oh my lord. Okay, they're
They
asking if
messaged me like, good day.
Yeah.
Oh, how many minutes?
how many minutes? No. They're saying that can we let the account be piloted by Hubris first? Time to
Hubris.
play, guys. Armel's done. Too long now. Yeah,
You know
guys.
what?
GG. Go.
Go.
Admin, go. Admin, go. Go.
Aneko, go.
Go,
Aneko.
go.
Let's go, Aneko.
Were you ever in
Okay, the
a
admin maybe does scare a bit.
okay,
Start the game.
were you ever in one of these in one of these Chinese lobbies? I don't know, VPL CDA. For Alphon probably never was because it was in a Chinese tournament, but there was this one admin. He'd go in and he'd ask like this, I'm sharing chat, teams ready? And it says before going, he'd go, and then he'd start the match. It's like the most unhinged admin I ever met. He'd go, ready? Go, and then launch the game. I was like, what the hell is this guy going on? Jing is asking if
He's
Cox
ready.
misses him.
There's a gamer
Joe
language.
saying,
Go,
Joe's
go.
saying, my child can't play, no internet, sorry. Chat ng mama ni Eris. Wait, is that real? Eris is- I don't know. The time is up unless you want to give 2 more minutes.
Why,
Go, okay, go.
What did Aneko say? What did the admin say?
Time is over unless you want to give them 2 more minutes.
They
Let's
just gave
go.
the 2 minutes. They
they
gave
gave
the
the
two
whole
minutes.
They
Oh my
just gave
lord,
him
they have
two
no
minutes.
fucking
They actually gave
pause.
the.
They gave the whole pause from Kukuis. W Kukuis.
That's what they're gonna go
Can
off
anyone
now.
confirm whether Ares is still alive? Can we check? Like,
I am not friends with Aris.
I am friends with him on Steam, and I believe he is offline. I don't think I have him tagged properly though. He's one of those players that I forgot to tag.
Let's refresh Facebook.
No,
He can.
not friends.
can we get fucking VT faded in or some shit, guys? Like, what we?
We're getting Hubris in.
Hubris in.
Hubris in.
Who's Hubris?
He is a Filipino caster. Hangs out with the Cuckoos a
Okay.
lot.
Hubris in.
I think this admin's had enough, honestly. He's not getting paid enough for this. Or she.
Yes. Yeah, she is not getting paid enough for this.
I mean, she's in a different time zone, so if I was her, I would start the game.
Yeah. No, but to be fair, she has to respect like the Kukui's wishes, right? Kukui said like 2 minutes, so she has to.
and
Then
now all of
imagine
their
you want
minutes.
DC from Kukuis. Then they don't have pause time because they give.
Cookies don't have pause time anymore, no?
What if
Yeah.
everyone in that case just allowed the side of Kukuis to defend from a creep push, but otherwise no farming? Gentleman's agreement. Just stand on the sides, ensure towers aren't pushed, and that's it. No actual
I
farming.
think
no jungle
I think you really have to respect the game. And these are the rules, you know.
Yeah, but the players
Like,
could just decide to
it's
do
not
that
that
spontaneously.
known, but you can decide to do that. But I think that's just disrespecting
They
the
would probably
integrity
get-
of the
yeah.
game.
They would probably
The
get
thing is,
flagged for unsportsmanlike.
there's no hero from Chicken and Friends that can control bounty, just because the
They can
the other four
probably
heroes are
they can do that. I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
it's
they can
part of
do it, but they can do it properly. Like, you're not playing Nyx, you can just like AFK scout, you know. and
Okay,
control one
well,
hero.
we're back into it. So, someone's gonna control this bounty, and I guess the upside is that he has 0 fucking active items because he's poor as balls. So you're not even pressing that many spells.
Who's
Yep.
controlling it?
Arcane Boot's pretty
Let's see.
important.
It's probably
True. Yeah. Every 1
Sorry?
minute, I'm sure they can manage.
Let's see him. Not
And
quite Akari
probably
yet.
the track envy.
I'm looking at
That's-
player view. It looks like it's Jing, or it's Yoa. He's moving Eris along. No,
gotta be one of those guys who have
it's
fast
Jing
hands.
probably. All right, that's enough of this player perspective. It's hurting my head. I don't even know what was happening anymore. 29 minutes in, a smoke out from the side of Chicken and Friends, and what are we even trying to achieve?
Oh, dense.
A bot will
they're
get
setting up.
caught,
Let's add a
and
D.
they will actually
Track
blow
him.
him up. Solar Guardians
It's
in to
right
save. The healing's way too high. They get the burst onto Eris,
He got
who is
him
not
left
in the game.
behind.
Yeah.
And they could not micro. They will find Yoa as
Lol.
well. They get the control out and get the burst onto Jing. Now Akari TPing away will be able to make it out. But now we have 2 players who can control
Okay.
Eris.
The saddest part about this entire situation is you always like, whenever it's a 4v5, you always think, oh, how different things would have been if this other player was here, but you can't really quantify it. That exact situation, that was quantifiable, because if Ares wasn't AFK, he throws a shuriken, he gets a hit off on the shadow walk. They unironically kill Dance. Like, they unironically get Abed before he pops the BKB and turns around.
They
Okay, well,
unironically
they
kill him
still
now.
will get that sanity. Okay, lol.
About loses his
Okay.
mind and solo pushes just for a bit. He's had enough. That's the thing. What happens when you pause at like, what time is it? 11 p.m. Install out that long. You lose your mind. And that's what
There's still
happens.
game after this, right?
No, this is
No,
the
no,
last
no,
one.
this is the last one.
Fortunately, for
Ah.
Southeast Asia, this is the last one. So there is that. But man, what a night we've had. Knowing who we know and seeing what internet connections work. I guess shout
Bro,
out
we
to
literally,
PLDC.
this entire series has been like, every single game has had a pause right in the middle. And like, after the pause, we just completely lose track of what's actually going on anymore. I can't imagine like trying to maintain focus as these players. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, it is very frustrating. And they will have to. Bot dying is a pretty big boon, of course, for Chicken and Friends.
That's what happened in us against Bet2. Whoops.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I barely watched, not gonna lie. I watched some. I think I watched more on, what was the other tournament? There were two tournaments, right? There was Blast and Fissure. I think I watched Blast a bit more. Which came first? Fissure, right?
Fissure Playground was first, then
I
Blast.
watched a bit more Fissure. Then I really just occasionally checked in on Blast.
Fissure was really fun. I think Blast kind of, Dota-wise, was a bit slow.
I
It wasn't-
really, I think the format of Blast.
It was really fast. It's a fast tournament, though.
Yeah, but I don't like the format myself. I get the idea. It's just not. Dota's not like CS where a best of one will determine something because, you know, you have different rounds. Dota is not a game where one kill resets the game. You know, it's not that kind of game. So a best of one, it's just not really a strong test. It's interesting. It's different, but it's not one that I necessarily agree with. I think it's good that there is a different format, though, but there must be some sort of compromise. Because I feel like when it comes down to format, I think like Swiss groups are still the best, but a best of one is not the way to go.
Yeah, we actually enjoyed Swiss.
Yeah, Swiss is really good.
Swiss is
You
fun.
guys
Swiss is fun.
Not the way we had the all EU teams opponent.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
But I think that's good for Talon as well. It's good experience for you guys. So I think it's
Yeah,
very
but you guys kind
worthwhile.
of beasted it up in the Swiss. Like,
Yeah.
like I think everyone was super impressed with Talon.
I was
just
so
based off
impressed.
of. Yeah,
I
I
was-
was like rooted Southeast Asia bias, and also just like
No,
it was cool to see you guys like step up.
It's legit.
Yeah, you know,
My thought process was, you know, Southeast Asia just bombs out again. Instead, you know, Talon's like, all right, you
first
fight all
round.
the strong EU
I mean,
teams, it's fine.
yeah.
And then you guys do decently in your playoffs into 6th, and it's like, that's not bad. That's better than what we've had for the last fucking year. It's like, all right,
True.
it's not bad.
You know, the funny thing about Swiss, because you have to wait at the end of the all games to find out your opponent. So
Yeah.
we play like first game, we play like 10 a.m. Then we had to wait until 11 p.m. to know our opponent.
Yeah.
So we were like, you know, when the last game ends, we're gonna be like all on the PC refreshing the Google sheet that they gave us. It's like, who's our opponent? Who's our opponent? Who's our opponent? Just spamming F5. And suddenly they gave us all the EU teams. We were just gonna laugh off and go to sleep.
That happens. Cox getting microed with Eris being
He's
used up.
dead.
They don't find a kill. Yoa just instant TPs away. They don't get the kill. Eris now left for the Wolves, or what is formerly the Husk of Eris, the player. They miss their stuns. Eris does have a TP, but they're not even bothering. Hammered away by Cox.
Wow.
Cox flying across the screen right now. He's been finding
Yoe
more
is
ways to
using
get
Eris
them.
as a little foot slave, just running around and like
Give-
fucking invis him. And the second
Yeah.
there's any danger, Yoe is like, "Good luck, buddy. I'm
Yeah.
fucking out of here."
He's like, no, I'm not bothering with that. Bye bye. 17 to 24. As the side of Kuku as well, they've got the numbers advantage here. I would imagine Eris could reconnect in maybe an R, so the game plan now for Chicken and Friends is stall for an R. If that's
I'm
Do
wondering
we
feasible.
what is the
know?
way?
Do we know what actually happened to him? Like,
I think it's just dead
why
internet.
he's
Legitimately, just dead internet in his area.
okay.
That happens.
Couldn't he? Oh, area.
So, what do you
area?
reckon? What do you reckon he's doing? Do you think he's ringing up some friends, trying to find a PC he can play from, or something like
Yeah,
that?
for sure.
Yeah, more than likely.
Or the
trying to
cafe.
work out where a
We
cafe would
probably
be.
should have just went to a Grab or like those hire a motorcycle thing and get to the nearest
Internet cafe. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
But he
I
could
mean, it's
be
been
far
like
from
what?
the city.
Technically, it's been 15-ish minutes, 20 minutes.
There is time, yeah.
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 There would be time.
Of internet cafes, you know when we played the ESL 1 rally qualifiers, okay, Ares is there.
Yeah.
When we played the qualifiers, like for the last 3 series that we played, Yokem was playing in the cafe.
He had no internet?
His internet is fucked at home, so he went to
Oh,
a cafe.
shit. Yeah, no, that happened a lot with a lot of our Indo friends.
Then we keep hearing like the other people was at the cafe shouting whatever.
It's kind of vibes though. Like I feel like, can you imagine playing like literally tier 1 tournament qualifiers and then there's just some dude playing fucking CS like shouting no reason. Like,
Yeah, they're
next to
shouting
you.
for no reason. And we
Yeah,
get, hey,
like-
Yokem, you're my. I said,
Then you
sorry,
just
I'm
hear
a-
it in the background, you're like, Anjing! You just yell.
Anjing.
Yeah. You get the jump out, they save a bot, Solar Guardian coming in, re-engage out, Abyssal Blade onto Palos! And Palos does
It's
manage to get the
BKB
BKB off, is still alive for now, and Yo is not so
Ooh,
lucky.
Yoey dies.
Blown up. We'll get the reset out on Palos, but that's going to open up the high ground now. They did pop their ultimates for this one on the side of Kukui's. Fortify's still there. Deep dive from a bot onto Akari. He doesn't manage to nail that kill. But there is still that full Aegis up. He's got even that full Eternal Shroud as well to survive here on a bot. Interesting choice over something like a Mage Slayer, but that added magic res is massive up against this Lina. And gets twacked a little bit by the Invis on the illusions. We'll still be able to find these racks. There is a refresh ready here. Jump out. They manage to catch Akari.
silence.
Can they blow him up? Oh, he does get the Sunder off, but Akari is still set to fall. Will allow
Wait,
him
this
to
is
kill
kinda
off Cox,
huge.
though. Kill off Cox. They kill off Armel in the middle.
Bot is dead.
They kick the Aegis as well. A bot. Gonna get chain stunned here. BKB coming up. Nice 4-staff away. Still has that BKB. Gets to jump back in. Wants to try to make
Arish
this play.
doing it.
Arish is doing a lot despite not being in the game. And not being able to look for the cleanup. Instead of BKB out with the TP for a bot. They do manage to find a Rax with some good punishment coming out. Maybe additional onto Joel. Palos will get the catch.
kidding me?
Okay, Joel almost nails it. Does have Spike Carapace to stall again. Meanwhile, Ponyo loses his courier with a gem. Which is
Gem
pretty
and a
big
fucking
as well.
Vlad. Holy shit.
That is kind of
The hell?
nuts. It's a nuts amount to lose.
Did they buy items on the disconnected player?
No, they can't. He's
I was
look at
waiting.
it. Look at his items. He has a cloak and a headdress.
LKN.
Well, they kill Eris. L for Eris. Unfortunate.
Is there no cafe nearby Ares' home? I mean, it's Philippines. It's impossible to not have a.
Maybe he's far from a good
Hey.
cafe. You know, like he's in a further village.
I mean,
Why did
Uh,
someone
do you
in
have
chat
a
say
choice?
Anjing mentioned?
I don't know. Maybe
You can have those computer cafes filled with kids playing Crossfire.
maybe the cafes are full. Maybe the cafes don't
anything
have,
that gets
don't have
you
net as
online,
well.
right? I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
exactly.
qualifier.
Yeah, just get back in the game,
But
brother.
shit,
You get
just
like
use some
it-
data. Use some data.
Okay, wait. Unironically,
data.
Chicken and Friends can win this game. I think they can still win
Yeah.
this game.
Yeah, it's still a decent spot. You were asking about scaling earlier. Like, yes, yeah, this is still a Morphling TB and Lina. There's late game potential here. We're already
The
seeing
TV
some
can
issues
scale
for
up
bot.
into sort of a regular carry. He's queuing
Yeah.
up the Butterfly into Bloodthorn now. It's kind of a problem for this PA who is basically 6 slotted. The only thing you're really missing is your eggs and your shard, which is like whatever, right? Maybe you replace the Battle Fury with something else. But that's
Pretty
about
much.
it.
Yeah, you're all set here on a bot.
I mean, if Chicken and Friends lose, it isn't so bad because this is upper bracket.
Yeah, that too. I kind of
still-
respect that they're not forfeiting
Yeah.
though. I kind of respect that
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
still
yeah.
kind of sticking it through and like kind of crossing their fingers for Ares to come back.
Yeah, I mean, he still can. Now the smoke out from Kukuis. He tests his advantage. There are Iraqs up. Ultimates are back up except for Ven, which is already used up here from Joel to scout out.
Mm-hmm.
Not finding anything yet. A bot is spotted out by the illusions, is jumping just to
Oh,
poke.
sh-
Lots of burst,
Ares
lots
loses
of
half
cleave
his
damage on
HP like a
Ares.
cleave.
They get the control. Nice 4-staff away to save from the LSA.
Oh, that's
Instant Solar
beautiful.
Guardian in. Maybe not the cleanest. Egg popped in the middle here. Focusing on the egg. It's going to be able to survive.
egg?
Illusion's not really doing damage to it. Get to jump in. Get the control. Yo is gone. Palos now left to do the damage by himself. They have the BKB, but the crits coming out from bot are still pretty fat. Jing dies now as well. Buyback out from Jing. And we'll clean up Ponyo. Palos gets sundered from Cox. He's alive for a little bit longer, but does he have anything left to play with? Already at half agi, half strength. Let's wait for him. Way to jump forward. Cox with a hammer coming in as well. Getting that damage through. They burst down Akari. Buybacks forced out from Akari and from Palos. And even the buyback coming out from Ponyo as well. So they want to clean up a bot in the middle of nowhere though. No Satanic to kind of burst, remove the silence. Does have the Abyssal trying to get control. Satanic comes on now. Can he lifesteal through? Yes, he can. He does manage to survive and he'll get the dieback. One more to find. Akari's gone and the GG's called. 40 minutes in. 22 to 36. A 4v5, but Kukui's Essence does bring it out up against Chicken and Friends. And a rather sad ending for Chicken and Friends. I mean, again, not the worst team in the world. They have lower bracket. They have some matches to play tomorrow. But you would have definitely been happier with something like, you know, that straight upper bracket final, which we will get for Kukui's Essence. But again, rather unfortunate there for the side of Chicken and Friends. I would say a great fight brought out nonetheless. And that was, all things considered, they were still finding a couple of punishment pieces. They played that as well as they could with a disconnect. But, yeah, what can you do, I guess?
I think the main thing for me is just like, I'm kind of disappointed by this series, obviously, because the Dota wasn't like we were so inundated with pauses. But also, I feel like at the end of this series, like genuinely in my heart, I still cannot tell you who the better team is. So I don't even know whether the better team won. You know what I mean? Like both teams are obviously really solid, but it feels like we got so distracted with pauses and just random ass shit happening that like I can't imagine, especially at this sort of later part of the day where they were just waiting around, that they were playing their best Dota. So it's kind of still a bit of a mystery to me going into the next stages for Chicken and Friends. They were able to beat Boom pretty convincingly in the first stage.
Yep.
And yeah, to sort of come back to this is a bit sad.
It is. Again, they will get the chance to reset tomorrow. Chicken Friends are playing up against the Mongols according to our charts on Wikipedia. So, gonna be an interesting one up against basically a Filipino stack with no Mongolians, with JL coaching as well. So I think that's gonna be a pretty close matchup actually for Mongols.
We
and
got
Chicken Friends.
Kukuis.
Yes, we've got Talon versus Kukui's Essence, so Kuku versus Kukui's
Nice.
again, which we've seen
Love
the
that.
story of over and over. We'll see if Kukui's Essence can be the difference here and trying to slow down Talon's monstrous rise in Southeast Asia. And of course, we also have Mudang Warriors up against Blue Esports tomorrow. So a 3 best of 3s in comparison to. No, it's still 4 best of 3s. All right, so I'm probably gonna be missing 1, maybe 2 series. I don't think I can do the 10 o'clock Singapore, which is Mudang versus Bloom, which is unfortunate. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I might end up doing the early one because I have to go like later in the day. So
okay.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Yeah, but that was quite the day of Dota. 4 best.
A long day of
tomorrow,
Dota.
4 best of 3s again tomorrow, so that's gonna be crazy. But that was fun. Thank you, Permisnes Mike, for poking me about this one. Thank you for dropping by, Mayu and Lane. I had fun. Hopefully, you guys had fun as well. You guys have fun?
I think
What do you think?
no.
You didn't have fun?
Okay.
Fuck.
Unlucky.
Didn't have fun. It's a 5v4. Nothing's fun.
Yeah.
Dota is
True, no fun. Fucked up.
That is true.
Dota is not fun in general. It's a life-sucking abyss.
Dude, just a fucking hater. It's like all of this shit sucks. Actually, fuck you guys.
Yeah, but it was fun. Thank you again, Mr. Mikey. I'm gonna go onto the standby screen and look for someone to raid.
Yeah.
Thank you again. I'll probably catch you tomorrow again, Mike. I just don't know if I'll make the first series. It's a bad time.
Yeah, all good. Well, we can figure it out.
Yeah, and Mr. Lane, you're not gonna be joining us during the Talon game, I'm assuming, as that would be
Talon game?
unprofessional.
Yeah, I'll be up in the team Discord.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, going on to standby. Probably gonna be raiding. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you for chat for dropping in, and we'll probably catch you tomorrow. You have any ideas who to raid, Mr. Mike? You know anyone online right now?
I'm raiding Nomad. Nomad's doing Western Europe.
Nomad's doing Western Europe. All right, Nomad it is. Raid Nomad.
Okay.
Is he Nomad Casts on Twitch?
Nomad Casting.
Casting.
Is what?
Nomad
Yeah.
Casting? Wasn't he Nomad
Yeah,
Casts before?
Yeah, I have no idea. I guess a rebrand. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna raid him. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining again. And yeah, we'll probably see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Probably.
Start the raid. Raid is going out. Thank you again for tuning in. And we'll catch you guys next time. Enjoy some European Dota, and we will see you soon.
All
Thanks for everyone on
bags.
YouTube and Facebook as well. Au revoir.